What could possibly be the reason? Before the memorial stone, Shiraishi Yashiki couldn't help but ponder this thought. He had merely intended to take a stroll, yet somehow found himself here. With a soft sigh, Shiraishi Yashiki's gaze swiftly traversed the memorial stone, locating several familiar names that I will be attending the Ninja Academy tomorrow. If you were still alive, you would surely be pleased. Everything at home is well, though there are fewer of us now. Uncle Izei has turned into a drunkard over the past 2 years. There are times when days pass without seeing him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he were to drink himself to death. Outside one day, after rambling on for quite a while, Shiraishi Yashiki fell silent. How could things have come to this? Upon realizing he had been reborn into the world of Naruto, Shiraishi Yashiki had envisioned himself swiftly defeating the third Hokage and confronting Obito, even sharing barbs. With Uchiha face to face, Oh, you wish to dance as well? No. I merely intend to disturb your ancestral grave. The script had been set, yet he never anticipated that he had been born too soon. It was now the 15th year of Konoha, and Shiraishi Yashiki was merely 6 years old. Sarutobi Hiruzen had only been the third Hokage for 2 years, and Uchiha Obito, well, it was likely that his father had not yet been born. As for Uchiha Madara, he was certainly still alive, though it was uncertain if he had awakened the Rinnegan. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters. The most significant revelation was that Shiraishi Yashiki discovered the troubling nature of his lineage. The Butterfly Clan? Could someone enlighten him about this obscure clan? Shiraishi Yashiki racked his brain, struggling to recall any mention of such a ninja clan within Konoha. Upon his birth, he had speculated whether his family was connected to the Akimichi clan, as the only association he was aware of that involved butterflies pertained to them. However, as time passed, he realized he had been mistaken. The Akimichi clan's connection to butterflies lay solely in their butterfly transformation technique, while his own family, well, they were merely enthusiasts of butterflies, akin to the Oil Women clan's obsession with insects. As for the distinction, perhaps butterflies were simply more aesthetically pleasing. Yet, the Oil Women clan managed to secure a place among the 12 ninja of the original storyline. Whereas his family it was likely a clan of mere extras, destined to be the proverbial cannon fodder. Shiraishi Yashiki's thoughts were soon validated less than a year after his birth. The grandfather who had a penchant for poking him with his beard perished on a mission, leaving behind only a name on the memorial stone. Following his grandfather's death, the Butterfly clan descended into chaos. Family members began to vanish en masse, soon followed by the First Shinobi World War. With only a handful of clan members surviving the battlefield, fortunately, his parents were among the few, believing that the Butterfly clan had weathered the storm and would now sail smoothly. He was disillusioned to find that his parents did not perish in battle, but rather during an ordinary mission, leaving only one survivor, his uncle Shiraishi Izei. It was said that he had fled in the midst of the turmoil, abandoning his parents to escape alone. Though Shiraishi Yashiki harbored doubts regarding this narrative, the way his uncle treated him and the noticeable shift in his gaze spoke volumes. In summary, the current relationship between the two was fraught with unspoken complexities. After standing before the memorial for another half hour, Bai Shi Yicheng turned and made his way home. In the empty courtyard, he began practicing with shuriken, demonstrating remarkable accuracy, a skill honed since the tender age of 3. As for chakra cultivation, Bai Shi Yicheng had only introduced it to him last year. Despite a year of training, Bai Shi Yicheng was acutely aware that he was no prodigy. The chakra within him was regrettably scant. As for physical techniques, he resigned himself to the notion that he could not endure such hardships, opting instead for a laissez-faire attitude. He threw shuriken with fervor. The sound of the gate creaking announced the return of Bai Shi Yicheng, reeking of alcohol. Glancing up at the midday sun, Bai Shi Yicheng inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Bai Shi Yicheng typically returned either in the dead of night or at dawn. This was the first time in 2 years he had encountered him at noon. Moreover, his eyes appeared surprisingly lucid. "Indeed, I wish to seek your opinion on a matter," Bai Shi Yicheng replied. Settling onto the steps, Bai Shi Yicheng remained silent, their gazes locking for a moment before an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was Bai Shi Yicheng who broke the stillness. Are you to attend the Ninja Academy tomorrow? Bai Shi Yicheng responded with a reluctant hum and retorted, You actually care about such matters? Another awkward silence ensued. Bai Shi Rongze felt a throbbing headache not from excess alcohol, but from genuine concern. Since returning from that mission, he had been stripped of his ninja credentials. Whether he became a ninja was no longer significant to him. The true concern lay with the child before him, the future of their clan. However, the deteriorating relationship between them made it difficult to revert to their former rapport. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Shi Rongze opted for brevity. Today, someone approached me, hoping you would join the Umbu training program. The Ninja Academy offers little in comparison to what one may learn in the Umbu training program. Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched as he replied, his expression devoid of emotion. May I inquire as to who sought you out? Shimura Danzō. Who? Shimura Danzō. As the name escaped Bai Shi Rongze's lips once more, Bai Shi Yicheng covered his forehead wearily, feeling a surge of frustration. Rather than being interested in him, Danzō seemed intent on the secret techniques of the Butterflies clan. He felt as if his resolve had shattered. Through gritted teeth, Bai Shi Yicheng spat out 4 words. Did you acquiesce? Observing Bai Shi Yicheng's tormented expression, Bai Shi Rongze's eyes narrowed. Not yet. Has Danzō done anything to you? Bai Shi Yicheng exhaled a sigh of relief, enunciating each word distinctly. I absolutely refuse to attend any Umbu training program. I wish to go to the Ninja Academy. With that, he turned on his heel, anxious that his uncle might utter further unwelcome news. Fuming, Bai Shi Yicheng retreated to his room, leaving Bai Shi Rongze alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. Time trickled by, and Bai Shi Rongze sat motionless on the steps until evening fell. When Bai Shi Yicheng emerged to prepare dinner, he rose and asked, Do you wish to learn the clan's secret techniques? Should you choose to teach me, I shall learn. If not, then so be it. These are the heartfelt words of Bai Shi Yicheng, who harbored the belief that the secret arts of the butterfly clan held little value, and no matter how gracefully the butterflies danced, a mere breath of flame could extinguish them en masse, and for a man to indulge in the delicate art of butterflies was nothing short of disgraceful. He recalled a certain individual from the family, Bai Shi Yicheng, a robust figure with a fierce countenance. Each time he observed him engaging with the butterflies, Bai Shi Yicheng found the juxtaposition rather surreal. Follow me. Bai Shi Rongze led him to the ancestral grounds of the butterfly clan, where he swiftly began to weave hand signs at the center of the grand hall, leaving Bai Shi Yicheng in a daze. Open! With a low command from Bai Shi Rongze, a hole gradually revealed itself in the ground. Below lay a descending staircase, from which icy drafts incessantly wafted, creating an eerie atmosphere. As the two entered the opening, lights began to illuminate one by one, gradually dispelling Bai Shi Yicheng's unease, allowing him to survey his surroundings. Upon completing the staircase, they arrived at a corridor flanked by 5 conspicuous wooden doors. Bai Shi Yicheng attempted to push one open, and as the door creaked ajar, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils, prompting a fit of coughing. Inside, there were merely a few bookshelves and a set of tables and chairs from outside. Bai Shi Rongze's voice echoed in. This was once a repository for ninjutsu scrolls and insights on honing ninjutsu, but all the items have been secured by your father. Bai Shi Yicheng pushed open another door, only to find a similar arrangement. He found little motivation to inspect the remaining doors. The contents were likely gathered by his father, a necessary action given the family's decline. The safety of such items stored here was no longer assured. Exiting the corridor, they entered a grand hall, at the center of which stood a pentagonal altar. For reasons unknown, the moment Bai Shi Yicheng beheld this altar, a chill ran down his spine, evoking a sense of foreboding. Step upon it. Bai Shi Rongze's voice resonated behind him, calm yet laced with an undeniable authority. Ah! In that fleeting instant, numerous unsettling images flashed through Bai Shi Yicheng's mind, and he swallowed hard, his speech faltering. This seems rather inappropriate. You are my uncle, and I am your nephew. Although our relationship is not the best, it remains intact, and our family consists only of the two of us. Bai Shi Rongze regarded him with a bemused expression, prompting Bai Shi Yicheng to turn and flee. Bai Shi Yicheng stood unmoving, and just as Bai Shi Yicheng neared the hall's exit, he leisurely began to weave hand signs. Body flicker technique. He intercepted Bai Shi Yicheng just before he could escape the hall. Why run? Do you not wish to learn the family's secret arts? Bai Shi Yicheng shook his head fervently, akin to a bobblehead. Not at all. I believe it is too soon. Could we not wait until I am older? You did not express such sentiments moments ago, with a grip akin to that of a farmer lifting a chick. Bai Shi Yicheng placed him upon the altar, ignoring Bai Shi Yicheng's anxious and pitiful expression, and began to weave hand signs, striking the ground with his hands that a cacophony of chains echoed from beneath the altar. Across, Bai Shi's eyes widened in shock. What sorcery was this? Was it truly not a sacrificial rite? Bai Shi Yicheng bound him to a cross, observing the turmoil on Bai Shi's face with a complex expression. Not be alarmed. The legacy of our family's secret techniques can be rather painful, which is why you must be restrained. Standing beneath the altar, Bai Shi Yicheng stroked his chin in contemplation. Traditionally, the family's legacy was bestowed only upon those who reached the age of 10, requiring the presence of 5 high-ranking ninjas to ensure a flawless barrier. However, their family was reduced to merely 2 members now, and Bai Shi was slightly younger, with insufficient chakra within his body. There were risks involved, yet he had little time to wait. The peculiar behavior exhibited by Bai Shi upon hearing the name Danzō instilled a sense of urgency within him, a predicament he could not overlook. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A flurry of smoke erupted, revealing 5 butterflies that danced around Bai Shi Yicheng, fluttering up and down. Lord Shi has arrived at this moment. I hadn't anticipated he has grown so much. One of the blue and white butterflies spoke, startling Bai Shi considerably. While he knew that summoned beasts in the Naruto world could articulate, the distinction between knowing and witnessing was vast. Moreover, why did the voice of this butterfly evoke a sense of familiarity? Before Bai Shi could ponder further, a red butterfly spoke, its voice unmistakably resembling that of his deceased mother. Hasn't Lord Shi reached the age of 10 yet? Is this not a bit premature? His mother had passed away 2 years prior, her name inscribed on a memorial stone. What was the meaning of this red butterfly, whose voice mirrored hers so precisely? Bai Shi cast a questioning glance at his uncle, hoping for an explanation. Yet, Bai Shi Yicheng paid him no mind, instead retrieving a small box from his cloak and unveiling a wriggling larva within. He leaped onto the altar, commanding, "You all assist me in setting the barrier. I shall initiate the legacy." The 5 butterflies began to spiral around the altar, a translucent blue barrier gradually enveloping the space. Bai Shi Yicheng proceeded to remove Bai Shi's shirt, presenting the box to allow the larva to crawl forth. The larva near the edge of the box. Bai Shi Yicheng pressed it against Bai Shi's chest, whispering, "Endure." At this juncture, if Bai Shi still failed to comprehend the nature of this so-called legacy, he might as well be dead. Clearly, the intent was for the larva to enter his body, nurturing it from within. Was this not akin to the practices of the Aburame clan? A sudden surge of excruciating pain struck him as the larva began to gnaw at his chest. Bai Shi gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from his body in response to the agony. The creature created a gaping wound in his chest before slowly crawling inside. Secret technique. Twin birth technique. Bai Shi Yicheng swiftly formed a hand seal and struck Bai Shi's chest with force. A surge of even more intense pain overwhelmed him, causing Bai Shi to cry out, "Ah!" Bai Shi Yicheng. I doubt his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to the unbearable torment, losing consciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, Yoshido Shiraise felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, prompting him to hastily push aside his garments. The bite mark on his chest, once a gaping wound inflicted by a larva, had now diminished to a mere scar. He slumped onto the bed, resembling a cat that had just undergone neutering. If only time could be reversed, he would have resolutely refrained from learning any arcane arts. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly find themselves hosting a creature within? Dressing and descending from his bed, he opened the door to find his beloved uncle awaiting him. With a desire to utter a few defiant words, he was met instead with his uncle's hand gripping his ear. "Last night, did you not wish to scold me? Ouch. That hurts. Let go, Hirazawa. I shall not let this go." You deceived me with tales of family secrets, only to implant a worm within me. Are you even human? This is the nature of our family's traditions. Are you not a man? If you cannot endure a modicum of pain, you would surely become the family jest, ridiculed for eternity. Do not speak to me of family. What kind of family consists of just two people? Upon uttering this, Yoshido regretted his words. He was indifferent to familial ties, yet his uncle cared deeply. Strangely, Hirazawa seemed unfazed by the remark, instead chuckling as he released his grip. Indeed, a family of two hardly qualifies as a family. However, there is still you. When you grow up and strive to produce more offspring, the family will soon be revitalized. Yoshido was taken aback, staring at his uncle in astonishment, only to notice that Hirazawa had donned the family regalia typically reserved for clan gatherings, an ostentatious attire adorned with vibrant colors and butterflies, rendering him somewhat effeminate. He possessed another set, the recipient of which was all too evident. I absolutely refuse to wear such garments. This is my lifelong plea, Uncle Hirazawa. Ah, but you see, one could nurture several more worms. Allow me to enlighten you. Before Hirazawa could finish his statement, Yoshido snatched the clothing and bowed respectfully. Please, allow me to don this. It is the honor of our family, and also my own. Some individuals may vocalize their disdain, yet when faced with the reality, they often find it unexpectedly delightful. In the room, as Yoshido gazed into the mirror, he tugged at his hair and murmured, I cannot maintain long hair any longer, otherwise I shall truly be mistaken for a girl. He was quite pleased with his appearance, far surpassing his previous existence, a quintessential protagonist's visage. Now, how does one transition from an extra to the lead role? This is a question worthy of contemplation. After changing into his attire, he emerged to find Hirazawa waiting for him at the dining table. He felt a twinge of peculiarity. Today, his uncle bore a resemblance to a true relative. What occasion calls for such attire, and you even prepared a meal for us to share? Have you forgotten that today marks the opening ceremony? Well, what does that have to do with you? I could attend the ceremony alone. By tradition, a parent must accompany their child. Does Konoha adhere to such customs? Having lingered in this world for far too long, he had forgotten many things, and with no friends to speak of, only a few children wished to play with him. Yet, his noble spirit forbade him from indulging in such trivial and juvenile games. After dining, Bai Shi Yicheng retrieved a bottle of pills from his pocket and tossed one to him, instructing, take one after each meal. What is this medicine and what purpose does it serve? He inquired. It is a family secret, a pain reliever. I do not feel any pain. Why must I take such a medicine? Bai Shi Yicheng's expression turned peculiar as he squinted and smiled. You must eat. Do others not need to eat as well? Bai Shi Yicheng surveyed the room, realizing it was just the two of them. Is it also to eat? He gasped, eat my flesh and blood. It consumes your chakra. If your chakra is insufficient, it will feed on your flesh. Surely, you do not wish for it to become a lifeless parasite within you? As the pill melted in his mouth, an odd flavor enveloped his senses. Bai Shi Yicheng's face turned pale. Must I live my entire life consuming this medicine? Not for life, perhaps only 2 or 3 years at most. Once it becomes a pupa, you need not take it anymore. After becoming a pupa, will it transform into a butterfly? Bai Shi Yicheng refrained from answering, rising instead to announce, it is getting late. We must depart. On their way to the ninja academy, Bai Shi Yicheng held his hand, walking in silence. Lost in thought, Bai Shi Yicheng yearned to inquire about the family's secret techniques, yet the throngs of people in the streets compelled him to stifle his questions. Upon arriving at the school, newly admitted children lined up orderly, awaiting the arrival of the village chief, the third Hokage. Bai Shi Yicheng released his hand, signaling him to queue while he blended into the crowd of parents. Finding a spot, Bai Shi Yicheng began scanning for any familiar faces, but regrettably, there were none. This was to be expected. Only a handful of ninjas were renowned in Konoha, while each year, countless students enrolled in the academy. Encountering someone he recognized would indeed be a surprise. As more students trickled in, they waited nearly half an hour before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally made his appearance. Accompanied by a group of individuals, Bai Shi Yicheng recognized only Mido Gaiden and Nara Shikaku, 2 high-ranking advisors of Konoha. The others were strangers to him. High-ranking cannon fodder, he mused silently, offering them a moment of unspoken tribute. As for Danzō, the ninja who would later earn the moniker of the Shadow of the Ninja, he would certainly not grace such a public gathering. Upon the platform, the third Hokage commenced his address, delivering the vital will of fire speech for the village of Konoha. Bai Shi Yicheng felt drowsy, inwardly lamenting how even the younger version of the third Hokage was so verbose. Truly, the world was in decline. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, an unusual commotion erupted from the back of the line. As he turned back, a boy with white hair resembling a hedgehog had already dashed in front of him, extending his hand. "Pleased to meet you. I am Jiraiya. I look forward to your guidance." Bai Shi Yicheng was momentarily bewildered, failing to react upon seeing Jiraiya. By the time Jiraiya offered his hand, he was still trying to comprehend the situation. It was quite surprising to encounter a peer among the legendary Sannin of Konoha. But even more perplexing was the oddity of the current circumstance. Pointing to himself, Bai Shi Yicheng opened his mouth to speak but suddenly realized the gravity of his predicament. Nearly bursting with indignation. Today was a significant day. Thanks to his uncle's peculiar taste, he was clad in flamboyant attire that exuded an effeminate air. So, this was the audacious reason Jiraiya approached him so brazenly? To dare extend such a suggestive hand? For a moment, the opening ceremony fell into an uneasy silence due to Jiraiya's antics. On the elevated platform, the third Hokage did not display anger at Jiraiya's disruption. Instead, he chuckled and remarked that attire must belong to a child of the Butterfly clan, such a lovely young girl. Mito Minion nodded in agreement, while Nara Shikamada retorted irritably, "That is a boy." The two elderly men began to cough vigorously. What to do? Bai Shi Yicheng's mind raced, yet he could not devise a single plan. He longed to speak, but dared not utter a word. If he spoke, his masculinity would be unmistakably revealed. Although being mistaken for a girl was aggravating, it was far preferable to being seen as a freak. Dressed like a girl while being a boy, his reputation would surely spread throughout Konoha by day's end, dragging his family into ridicule. Resorting to violence was not an option. Even aside from whether he could win, the situation was entirely inappropriate. If a brawl erupted during the opening ceremony, it would yield nothing but dire consequences. His face flushed crimson, yet to onlookers, it appeared as though he were merely shy. Lacking any feasible solution, he could only glare at Jiraiya with a menacing gaze, then swat his hand away, remaining silent as he turned his attention to the third Hokage on the platform. The third Hokage cleared his throat, and soon a schoolteacher emerged to restore order, escorting Jiraiya to the back of the line for admonishment. With Jiraiya's interruption, the third Hokage lost interest in continuing his speech, mumbling a few perfunctory words, and the opening ceremony that had left Bai Shi Yicheng feeling mortified came to an end. Next came the class assignments, and he was placed in Grade 1, Class A. The teacher instructed him to wait in the classroom for the homeroom teacher. Upon entering the classroom, the moment he pushed open the door, that infuriating face of Jiraiya appeared before him. It turned out they were in the same class. Once again introducing himself, Jiraiya said, "I am Jiraiya. Let's take care of each other from now on." He once more extended his hand. Bai Shi Yicheng's expression darkened instantly, scanning the classroom and noting the sparse attendance. He reluctantly reached out to shake hands with Jiraiya. As their hands clasped, Bai Shi Yicheng exerted a slight pull, and Jiraiya, either unresponsive or unwilling to resist, was drawn into his embrace. Leaning close to Jiraiya's ear, Yicheng Bai Shi deliberately spoke in a husky voice reminiscent of Orochimaru. "I am Yicheng Bai Shi. I look forward to your guidance." The first time Jiraiya heard such a voice, he shuddered and exclaimed, "A man?" Laughter erupted in the classroom, while Bai Shi's face turned pale. Unwilling to engage further with the fool, he chose a seat by the window. Even after Bai Shi sat down, Jiraiya remained incredulous, taking a while to regain his composure. After a brief silence, Jiraiya grew restless, leaning against the window, eagerly peering into the corridor. Each time a girl passed by, he would dash to the door, preparing for his first greeting. After several repetitions, he managed to reap some unexpected benefits, prompting Bai Shi to mutter in exasperation, "What a fool." Another girl entered, the one known as Tsunade Senju. As per his usual practice, Jiraiya extended his hand, but halfway through, he turned to glance at Bai Shi. To his surprise, he noticed certain similarities between the girl and Bai Shi. A thought slipped out impulsively. "Are you also a man?" Tsunade, initially reaching out to shake Jiraiya's hand, instantly transformed her gesture into a fist, striking him squarely on the forehead. Silence enveloped the room. With an aura befitting a queen, Tsunade surveyed her classmates from the podium. Each child who met her fierce gaze bowed their heads in submission. However, when she turned to Bai Shi, he found himself lost in thought. Indeed, she appeared flat-chested. How could that change later? It seemed illogical, a true enigma of the Hokage. But Tsunade was only 6 years old this year. Was it not normal for her to lack such attributes? Was he, then, the one who was abnormal? When he snapped back to reality, Tsunade had already seated herself beside him, extending her hand. Tsunade Senju, I look forward to your guidance. Yicheng Bai Shi, I look forward to your guidance as well. After this brief exchange, Bai Shi's mind began to wander again. This time, his thoughts were devoid of any impure intentions. Rather, he contemplated his future. As a peer of the legendary Sannin, should he cultivate relationships with them? If he wished to navigate the political landscape of Konoha, establishing good rapport was imperative. After all, they would become the pillars of Konoha, and with their support, thriving would be far more attainable. Yet, numerous questions loomed. Firstly, the Sannin were all disciples of the third Hokage. Cultivating a good relationship with them would inevitably associate him with the Hokage's faction, and such prosperity would demand sacrifices. He understood well that nothing worthwhile comes without effort. Currently, Konoha enjoyed peace, but he recognized this tranquility as transient. The second and third shinobi wars had been merciless, and it was inevitable that he would be called to battle for the third. He lacked confidence in surviving the battlefield. In truth, he wished to avoid it altogether. With the advantage of foresight, becoming a strong ninja was not particularly challenging. But then what? Would he spend his days tirelessly fighting on the battlefield for the so-called Will of Fire until the Great Shinobi War concluded? What a jest! Even a general is not immune to imminent demise. He is acutely aware of his own character, lacking any semblance of the Will of Fire, even dismissing it with disdain. To him, if infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate illusion, then the Will of Fire is but a higher form of illusion. Hey there. Shall we unwind with a drink after work? There is something I must confess. I had too much to drink yesterday and inadvertently caused the demise of your parents. What? You scoundrel. I shall not let this transgression slide. For the sake of the land of fire and the Will of Fire, I will eradicate you. In truth, I too possess the Will of Fire. I merely overindulged yesterday. You share the Will of Fire? Since childhood, I have aspired to become Hokage. Yet yesterday's revelry got the better of me. Since you too bear the Will of Fire, if you sincerely apologize, I may consider extending my forgiveness. I am truly sorry. I vow never to drink again. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. You truly will abstain from alcohol? Indeed. Very well. Under the radiance of the Will of Fire, I absolve you. Do not mistake this for mere jest. Naruto's feats are even more fantastical. Pain obliterated Konoha. And Naruto, with his unparalleled verbal prowess, declared Pain's fate. Pain employed the rebirth jutsu on Konoha, which ultimately transformed Naruto into a hero. What if Pain had not possessed the rebirth jutsu? Remember, Naruto was prepared to reconcile with Pain, had he spared him. It could have led to a grim fate for Konoha. As for the dynamic between Obito and Naruto, it is unnecessary to elaborate. Naruto even salvaged Obito, completely overturning his worldview. There is yet another unfortunate soul, Uchiha Itachi. A genius in the art of illusion, he found himself ensnared by the Will of Fire. Committing patricide and fratricide, he decimated his entire clan, truly a tragic tale. Upon this reflection, Yicheng Bai Shi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly decrying the absurdity. His gaze towards Tsunade shifting ominously. He is but an ordinary man. Perhaps he will become extraordinary, yet he believes that even if he were invincible, he could never embody that saintly ideal. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to distance himself from the legendary Sannin. Tsunade, I believe you are ill-suited to be seated here. The moment those words escaped his lips, he sensed impending doom. As expected, upon hearing this, Tsunade's face contorted in fury, her fists cracking ominously. In the next instant, Bai Shi hastily gathered his belongings and made his exit. It was confirmed. She was a woman he could not provoke. After relocating to a safer position, Bai Shi felt a surge of relief, convinced he had finally escaped the Will of Fire, merely a step away from the conclusion. However, before he could savor his reprieve for even a minute, the classroom doors swung open once more, and Orochimaru, clad in white, entered. To be candid, the young Orochimaru was rather endearing, his appearance only marginally inferior to his own. While Bai Shi indulged in self-admiration, to his surprise, Orochimaru sat directly beside him and extended a rather unwelcome hand. Upon our first encounter, I am Orochimaru. I am aware that you belong to the Butterfly Clan, and I find myself intrigued by the secret techniques of your lineage. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Is this fixation upon your family's secret arts? With an expression devoid of emotion, Yicheng Bai Shi began to gather his belongings, preparing to seek a new position, when the homeroom teacher entered. A middle-aged man. His visage fierce and daunting, appeared rather unapproachable. Hesitant to change seats, Yicheng Bai Shi reluctantly extended his hand for a brief shake with Orochimaru. I am Yicheng Bai Shi. There is no need for guidance. As for guidance, I fear I may find myself upon your experimental table, was the unspoken thought within Yicheng Bai Shi's mind. He felt an innate conflict with the legendary Sannin, each of them drawing near, leaving him no means of escape. A male? Orochimaru expressed surprise, his expression rather charming. Did you assume I was a female, hence my proximity to you? How naive. Casting a disenchanted glance at Orochimaru, Yicheng Bai Shi slumped over his desk. Having just departed from the will of fire, he found himself ensnared in the gaze of the peculiar, truly unfortunate. The homeroom teacher rapped the blackboard twice to commence his self-introduction. I am Ikadagawa Nozomi, and from this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher. First, I extend a warm welcome to all of you as you embark on this academic journey. Now, let us begin with the roll call. During the roll call, he unexpectedly heard a familiar name, Baru. The tedious ritual of attendance concluded, Nozomi began distributing textbooks. Yicheng Bai Shi perused the contents, which consisted of rudimentary information regarding chakra, alongside some historical and cultural insights. Next came the cumbersome enrollment procedures. A bustling day swiftly passed. After school, Yicheng Bai Shi, rubbing his eyes and stifling yawns, exited the premises. Overwhelmed by monotony, he had spent the day slumped over his desk, still ensnared in drowsiness. Upon returning home, he found his father, Xiao's Bai Shi, reeking of alcohol as he sat in the courtyard brewing tea. Upon spotting Yicheng, he waved him over. How do you find the school? Quite tedious. This was your choice. Do not lament it. Personally, I have greater faith in the Umbu training program, yet it seems you harbor a strong aversion to it. Might you share your reasoning? Why? Simply put, it is because of Danzō. Yicheng Bai Shi rolled his eyes, opting for candor. Danzō is not a good person. He harbors ill intentions. Xiao's Bai Shi poured him a cup of tea and, after a moment of silence, commented, Today, I encountered Danzō and engaged in combat. You managed to return alive after a physical confrontation with Danzō? As Yicheng Bai Shi was sipping his tea, he spluttered it out, staring in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I am unaware of Danzō's current position, but he must surely hold a high rank within the village. You, who have had your ninja qualifications revoked, dared to confront him? Xiao's Bai Shi chuckled. Konoha is composed of various ninja clans, and we are but one among them. Even the Hokage cannot dictate to the clans. He merely serves as their representative. Danzō is not even the Hokage. Why should I refrain from acting against him? TSK, listen to this. Disregarding even the Hokage. What makes you think you can confront Danzō with mere clan identity? Hello, we are down to just two of us. With your antics, will I even reach adulthood? How many pounds do you weigh? Drinking like this, is your mind intact? Bai Shi Yicheng gazed at him with a look of incredulity, while Bai Shi Rongza, feeling humiliated under his scrutiny, raised his hand and delivered a sharp knock to his head. You know nothing about our clan. After a moment's reflection, Bai Shi Rongza resignedly stated, It is time for you to learn a few things. Otherwise, you truly do not regard our lineage with the seriousness it deserves. During the Warring States period, within the Fire Nation, there existed countless ninja clans, among which the most formidable were the Uchiha and Senju. The strength of these two clans derived from the might of their leaders, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the embodiment of a warrior, Uchiha Madara. The prowess of these two exceeded the common understanding of ninjas, akin to deities reincarnated. As Bai Shi Rongza spoke of them, his eyes shimmered with admiration. I once witnessed their battle. To describe it as cataclysmic would not be an exaggeration. Any ninja that stood before them was but a flickering firefly, too intimidated to engage. It was evident that Bai Shi Rongza held these two in high regard. Bai Shi Yicheng, however, smirked, well aware of future events that would reveal two Konoha subordinates surpassing even these titans. The mightiest jutsu in the ninja world, Naruto's verbal prowess, declared that enemies could be friends, and that one's best friend could also be the gravest adversary. Sasuke's situation, clearly, was a result of monetary inadequacy, leading to a peaceful coexistence between the two, enjoying a harmonious latter half of their lives. An exceedingly realistic tale, yet both met their demise. With the fall of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who then would reign as the strongest clan in the Fire Nation, Bai Shi Rongza pointed to himself. It is us. Do you realize how powerful the Butterfly clan was at its zenith? Even among active Jonin, our clan constituted more than a fifth of Konoha. If we factor in the retired members and those allied with us, even without the formidable leaders of the Senju and Uchiha, they would stand no chance against us. Is the Butterfly clan truly that strong? Bai Shi Yicheng expressed skepticism, tilting his head in an effort to recall his clan members, and indeed, there seemed to be quite a few. Yet, the past is the past. What matters is the present. With just two members remaining in the clan, what pretense of grandeur can they maintain? A true hero does not boast of past glories. The more one speaks of them, the quicker their demise. Sadly, after Senju Hashirama's death, your grandfather failed to ascend to the position of Hokage. If only wait. Bai Shi Yicheng seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Are you suggesting that grandfather contended with the second Hokage for the role of Hokage? This revelation was rather substantial, leaving Bai Shi Yicheng somewhat dazed. No wonder the Butterfly clan declined so swiftly. The roots of their troubles lay here. In terms of strength and public favor, your grandfather was not inferior to the second Hokage. Why did he not fight for it? Bai Shi Yicheng found himself at a loss for words. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was indeed a formidable character, renowned for his mastery of forbidden jutsu and his astute political maneuvers. In comparison, the partnership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō fell drastically short. Yet, even with such prowess, they managed to bring the entire Uchiha clan to ruin. Yashiro Bai Shi found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why individuals would willingly tread the path of despair. Senju Tobirama was, after all, an enhanced version of Danzō. Having finally discerned the reason behind the decline of his clan, Bai Shi Yashiro yawned, showing little interest in the topic. The process held little significance. The outcome was that only 2 members of the CH clan remained. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama had passed away early, else he might not have survived to this day. What intrigued him was the audacity of the CH clan to vie for the position of Hokage. At their zenith, they constituted 1/5 of Konoha's elite shinobi. Elite shinobi were not as common as cabbages. How could a single clan boast such a multitude of them? Was their family truly so extraordinary? Pondering this, Bai Shi Yicheng took a sip of tea and inquired, "What aspects do you believe are essential in measuring a ninja's strength?" Chakra capacity, ninjutsu, taijutsu. Genjutsu, seems like that S about it? Indeed, extend your hand. Bai Shi Yashiro complied, extending his hand, which Bai Shi Yicheng grasped. Suddenly, a force of attraction emerged, leaving Bai Shi Yashiro momentarily stunned. He felt a portion of his already limited chakra dissipate, and he questioned, "Is this the ability to absorb chakra?" Bai Shi Yicheng nodded, stating, "You may attempt it." With a thought, Bai Shi Yashiro directed chakra from Bai Shi Yicheng into his own body. Within a minute, it melded seamlessly with his own chakra, achieving perfect harmony. This ability, if he were to continuously absorb others' chakra until the 4th Great Ninja War, what were tailed beasts in comparison? They could become tailed beasts themselves. The transformation of chakra into chakraton was merely a matter of time. With this realization, Bai Shi Yashiro felt a surge of joy for the first time regarding his rebirth into the CH clan, his excitement evident on his face. But do not rejoice too soon. We are blood relatives, sharing the same source of chakra. Thus, my chakra enters your body without impediment, becoming a part of you seamlessly. However, should you attempt to absorb others' chakra, achieving even a fraction of its potency would be commendable. The ability to absorb chakra was not particularly rare. Many clans possessed it. For instance, the Aburin clan with their kekkei, alongside various peculiar jutsu, could achieve similar effects. Moreover, the human body had limits when it came to absorbing chakra, intricately linked to physical energy, mental energy, and even life force. After a certain threshold, no matter how much chakra one absorbed, it would dissipate within the body. This revelation brought Bai Shi Yashiro crashing back to reality, recalling that numerous individuals in the original narrative possessed such abilities, rendering them quite commonplace. What good was such an ability? Then, if it could not account for the multitude of elite shinobi, I merely wish to convey that with this ability, chakra will not hinder your strength, provided your physique can keep pace. In theory, there should be no deficiency of chakra. Well, I understand now. Observing the despondent demeanor of Shirashi Yashiki, Shirashi Ryo shook his head and remarked, "As we delve into the realm of ninjutsu, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for mastering it? Is it talent? While certain ninjutsu indeed requires innate ability, that is not the sole factor. Is it effort? The transformation of chakra's form and nature cannot merely be achieved through diligence. So, what is it that you speak of? The fundamental element, the control of chakra." Having said this, Shirashi Ryo rose and unleashed a fireball from his mouth. Once the fireball dissipated, he inquired, "Did you take note of this? This is a C-rank ninjutsu, fireball technique." The power of the fireball was not particularly formidable, as it seemed Shirashi Ryo's had moderated its strength. However, what was there to pay attention to? Shirashi Yashiki scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the conversation. "Let us do it again." This time, Shirashi Ryo began forming hand seals before executing the C-rank ninjutsu. Shirashi Yashiki blinked. "Seals? Indeed. Once one's chakra control reaches a certain level, ninjutsu can be performed without hand seals. I can now execute C-rank ninjutsu without the need for seals. The power of unsealed ninjutsu is, of course, self-evident. Naruto's iconic Rasengan relies on the mastery of unsealed techniques. However, is the fireball technique truly an unsealed ninjutsu? Performing C-rank ninjutsu without seals? Is this for real? The significance of chakra control is indeed profound. It seemed impressive, and Shirashi Yashiki innocently inquired, how is this achieved? Can I also perform ninjutsu without seals? Your chakra is insufficient. It is still premature for you to practice ninjutsu. Even the simplest body flicker technique would be beyond your capabilities. With no words left to say, Shirashi Yashiki felt he was putting in considerable effort, throwing shurikens since the age of 3 and striking wooden stakes at 4. Although he cried after merely 2 punches due to the pain, he had at least managed to do some push-ups. Wasn't that commendable? As for his chakra, that was a glaring deficiency. The chakra he could muster merely allowed him to run a bit faster. He had attempted to walk on water and climb trees, but all endeavors concluded in failure. This was the very reason for his lack of progress. Lacking any talent, was it not better to be a diligent tool? Clocking in and out? Why burden himself with unnecessary toil? Saving the world is the protagonist's mission. For a side character to usurp the spotlight, possessing a cheat would certainly be advantageous. But without such a boon, attempting to force oneself into the protagonist's circle, one would likely perish from the mere aftermath of their battles, and Shirashi Yashiki did not consider himself that foolish. As for the second and third great ninja wars, they were still many years away, far removed from his present reality. Who could predict his situation by then? Perhaps he too would be capable of performing the Rasengan. What was there to fear? The worst-case scenario would be finding a place to lay low. If all else failed, becoming a rogue ninja was also an option he entertained. In summary, Shirashi Yashiki epitomized a mindset of taking things as they come. He preferred not to ponder excessively, for that was exhausting. In my previous life, I was consumed by overthinking, tirelessly working overtime to earn money, only to have all my savings drained by a single illness. The experience of lying in a hospital, awaiting death, is one that can only be truly understood by those who have endured it. Ultimately, the world is vast, yet one's own existence is paramount. Life belongs solely to oneself. What significance do family ties or the fervor of ambition hold in comparison? They are trivial matters. The mastery of chakra control can indeed be cultivated over time. But the innate ability to unleash jutsu without hand seals requires even the most gifted shinobi considerable time to achieve such proficiency. Speaking of which, Bai Shi Yicheng inquired. I am 28 years old, having begun my training at 10 and attained the rank of J-nin at 23. Do you consider me a genius? This is a difficult question to answer. Bai Shi Yicheng hesitated before responding. You could be deemed a genius, given that you are a J-nin. Many individuals devote their entire lives to training and never reach that level. Your grandfather became clan leader at 15. And your father attained the rank of J-nin at 16. They are the true prodigies among shinobi, while I can only be considered average within our family. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Bai Shi Yicheng continued. Yet, even as I am, I have still become a J-nin. To be frank, I am fortunate. As are you. We are both individuals of mediocre talent. Had we been born into another clan, I would likely only be a ch-nin. And you might remain a genin for life. It is quite disheartening to be labeled as average, and as for being a lifelong genin. Bai Shi Yicheng expressed a desire to preserve some dignity. That's impossible. Although my abilities are lacking, I cannot possibly be relegated to a lifetime as a genin. Lack of talent, and yet no effort to improve. Do you think I am unaware? You only struck that wooden post twice in the yard and even cried. How embarrassing. How do you know? Bai Shi Yicheng was taken aback. The revelation of such an embarrassing secret was intolerable. His face a mix of red and pale. Did you spy on me? Bai Shi Yicheng rolled his eyes. Our clan is renowned for its chakra control and sensory abilities. Even in a tavern, I can sense what transpires at home. I am fully aware of your daily activities. Sensory abilities? What does that entail? You should be able to do it now. Close your eyes, hold your breath, and concentrate, attempting to perceive through your chakra. Bai Shi Yicheng complied, but unfortunately he sensed nothing. Closing his eyes plunged him into darkness, and opening them returned him to light. It was a cycle of futile attempts. Indeed, you lack talent. Stand up and turn your back to me. Could you refrain from further discouragement? Bai Shi Yicheng fumed internally, yet complied obediently. In the next moment, his heart leapt in alarm. The scene behind him was clear without needing to turn. Bai Shi Yicheng was poised to thrust a kunai into his back. Whirling around, he narrowly halted the kunai's advance, mere millimeters away. Bai Shi Yicheng broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. Uncle Rongze, must you be so extreme? In moments of crisis, one's sensory abilities are exponentially heightened. You should have sensed what I was about to do. How do you feel now? With a smile? Hakusai tucked away the kunai and patted his shoulder. Such a trivial scene has frightened you so. If you were to confront a genuine adversary, you might not even endure their murderous intent. I'm still a child. All right, let us return to the main topic and continue discussing chakra control. Our clan differs from other ninja clans in that their strength must be cultivated through extensive training over time, while our clan's power can be augmented simply through the passage of time or the growth of our bodies. Generally speaking, one begins to practice secret techniques at the age of 10, and after enduring the arduous larval phase, a significant enhancement in strength is achieved. The larval phase is the period when the larvae within the body transform into pupae. This phase marks our clan's most vulnerable time. Not only does the butterfly species within require chakra, but your own bodily growth also demands it. This easily leads to a situation where the body's energy cannot keep pace. Chakra cannot be refined, and consequently, one may suffer from frailty and illness, with severe cases potentially leading to death. During the larval stage, the butterfly species primarily acts on instinct and is exceptionally gluttonous. Without chakra, it is not uncommon for it to gnaw at your heart. Although this does not lead to death, it is immensely painful, which is why I urged you to take the medicine. It is a family secret remedy that replenishes some bodily energy and chakra, akin to military rations. Once the larval stage is surpassed, the pupal stage of the butterfly species enters a state reminiscent of dormancy. At this point, only a modest amount of chakra is required to sustain its survival, and it can self-regulate the timing of chakra intake, thus truly qualifying as a competent ninja. As time progresses, the butterfly species in the pupal stage gradually matures and develops its own consciousness. This is the essence of what I wish to convey regarding chakra control. It serves as your second soul, enhancing not only your chakra control, but also your perception. Consequently, irrespective of the ninjutsu you practice, the results will be exponentially more effective, making the attainment of the rank of J-nin a relatively straightforward endeavor. This is also the reason our clan boasts a significant number of J-nin. Individuals with high talent can become J-nin before the age of 20, while those of average ability can achieve it in their 20s. And even those lacking in talent may attain it in their 30s. Having conveyed all this, Hakusai lifted his teacup to sip. Haku began to digest this information. It sounded remarkably simple and easy to comprehend. One cannot help but admire the creativity of the butterfly clan's secret techniques. The concept of a second soul is indeed remarkable, earning praise from Haku for his ancestors. The importance of the second soul is self-evident. In the narrative, Sakura's potential to become Tsunade's disciple stemmed from possessing a second soul. During the Nin exams, Sakura even utilized her second soul to unravel the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, ultimately mastering Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. However, one aspect troubled him: age. 10 years old, Hakusai mentioned that training begins at this age, and it appears that most clan members commence their training around this time as well. However, being merely 6 years old this year, the thought of the terrifying consequences of the larval stage caused a fine sheen of sweat to form upon his forehead. Uncle Rongsa, you began your training in secret arts only at the age of 10. I am but 6 years old. Could it be that? Very perceptive indeed. Yet, there is no need for concern. You are the last scion of the family, and I shall not bring you harm. As he spoke, Bai Shi Yicheng removed his outer garment, and with both hands forming seals, layers of black incantations began to manifest upon his form. Bai Shi Yicheng gazed in astonishment at the incantations, exclaiming, "Sealing technique? You actually know the sealing technique?" Bai Shi Yicheng, somewhat surprised, replied with a casual demeanor, "Indeed. It is a sealing technique developed by your grandfather to suppress the loss of vitality. However, this sealing technique is not yet complete, and its effects are far from ideal. Suppressing the loss of vitality. Do not tell me that you are on the brink of death. That just is hardly amusing." The tone of Bai Shi Yicheng grew strained, his expression turning peculiar. He had always feigned indifference towards his family. Yet this man before him was the last of his kin in this world. Should he perish as well, he would truly be left utterly alone. This is not a jest, but a grim reality. Bai Shi Yicheng chuckled softly, ruffling his hair, yet death does not signify an end. It merely transforms into another form of existence. Dead is dead. Having once tasted death myself, I harbor a profound fear of it, transforming into another form of existence. Do not presume my youth renders me gullible. He recalled the periods of solitude in his past life, waiting for death, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. Is this due to Danzō? A voice, tinged with malice, escaped his lips, startling Bai Shi Yicheng, whose expression grew complex. It has nothing to do with Danzō. It is a sealing technique I employed after retreating in haste. I was already gravely injured, and the dormant butterfly species within me began to stir. Sensing the crisis of life and desperately siphoning my vitality, I had no choice but to use this sealing technique. I had hoped to at least hold on until you reached adulthood. Little did I anticipate the sealing technique's ineffectiveness. I had no intention of revealing this to you. But your lack of aptitude for ninjutsu is evident, and the family's secret arts must not be lost. Thus, I can only teach you some things ahead of time. As for your youth and insufficient chakra, I shall supply you with chakra every night, so do not worry excessively. Will supplying chakra exacerbate your condition? And is it true that you really fled in haste? How did my parents meet their demise? You never drank before, yet now, despite your condition, you drink to excess daily. Do you truly intend to keep everything from me? A barrage of questions erupted from Bai Shi Yicheng, yet Bai Shi Yicheng interrupted him. This is quite unlike you. You never used to inquire about such matters. Simply continue being yourself. In the serene environment of Konoha, one grows up peacefully, marries, raises children, and passes down secret techniques. This is your duty, as all else has already concluded. But what if I choose not to do so? Your desires are inconsequential to me. From the moment of your retreat, my responsibility has been you, a promise entrusted by your parents. Indeed, you have not fled in the face of adversity. However, it does not alter the fact that I abandoned your parents and returned alone, regardless of duty or any other matter. They exchanged glances and fell silent. After a considerable time, Hokage finally spoke. If I were to supply you with chakra daily, I would have approximately 5 years left. During this time, I shall entrust everything of our clan to you. If you do not receive chakra, how long can you survive? 8 years. You need not provide me with chakra. I will strive to cultivate my skills henceforth. Hokage furrowed his brow. I should have mentioned that a caterpillar only acts on instinct during its larval stage. At your current state, survival is paramount, not cultivation. Moreover, I have yet to convey the entirety of my thoughts. The clan's secret techniques offer not only benefits, but also numerous drawbacks. Bai Shi Yicheng remained silent. Hokage sighed. I reveal this to you now merely to prepare you psychologically. Furthermore, death is not an end. When I passed on the secret techniques to you, you should have heard your mother's voice. I too shall become such a presence in the future, so there is no need for sorrow, but rather, one should rejoice. Indeed, during the transmission of the secret techniques, I heard my mother's voice, yet it was that of a butterfly. Could it be? As he contemplated a certain possibility, Bai Shi Yicheng's expression became vividly animated. Can a person truly transform into a butterfly, into a summoning beast? Hokage produced a ninjutsu scroll from within his robes and handed it to him, saying, memorize this ninjutsu, it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. The cocoon binding technique. After examining it thoroughly, Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched. A self-destructive ninjutsu? Indeed, to him, the cocoon binding technique appeared to be a self-destructive ninjutsu. It transfers all of the user's chakra within a brief period to the butterfly species inside, simultaneously forming a thick cocoon on the surface of the body. Once the butterfly species absorbs all of the user's chakra, it will break free from the cocoon and consume everything of the user. Hokage nodded. This is the final resting place of our clan. Insanity. He never expected that the first ninjutsu he encountered would be one of self-destruction. Our clan's concept of life and death differs from that of ordinary people. We possess our own pure land, where every deceased clan member is reborn. You may not understand this now, but in time, you will. The more he spoke, the more absurd it sounded. Bai Shi Yicheng felt his mind was insufficient to grasp what Hokage was saying. He understood that a pure land exists where the deceased go. Yet does it really have territories? As for rebirth, did he truly consider himself the child of the six paths? The art of cocoon binding and the technique of butterfly consumption allow the inheritors to acquire everything from the practitioner, including memories, which can be entirely transferred. Subsequently, it will release the spirit summoning technique and return to the realm of spirits, where it will continue to exist. Is the memory truly identical? I previously mentioned that the butterfly nurtured within the body serves as your second soul. Even without the inheritance of memories, all of its recollections mirror yours. Rather than stating that memories are entirely inherited, It would be more accurate to say that two identical souls meld together. Upon its return to the spirit realm, is it not akin to a rebirth? This is madness. Bai Shi Yicheng genuinely felt that his uncle was somewhat unhinged, even if the memories were the same. Can a butterfly truly be compared to a human? A butterfly is a butterfly. It is not a human, and a human is not a butterfly. Can you not think more rationally? Bai Shi Yicheng refrained from retorting, merely gazing up at the sky in a daze. Bai Shi Yicheng continued. So the pure land you speak of refers to the spirit realm, but butterflies also perish. They can only reach the true pure land upon death. It is best if you can entertain such thoughts. It seems I need not worry about your state of mind. Well, such matters are subjective and should not be overly scrutinized. I will never employ this ninjutsu, nor will I die. If it were possible, I would even wish for eternal life. Ha ha. Bai Shi Yicheng erupted into laughter, so vigorous that it induced a violent cough, causing tears to stream down his face. Eternal life? If it can be achieved, by all means, pursue it. Just let me know when you succeed. Once he had laughed enough, he added, let us cease this topic. I hope your convictions remain unchanged. Next, I shall speak to you about the drawbacks of our family's secret techniques. Indeed, there are after effects. Nothing in this world comes without a cost. To gain something, one must sacrifice something in return. Do you think you can sleep and become invincible? Is that even feasible? Fine, I understand. Then what do you mean by drawbacks? Lifespan. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan of our family's ninjas was less than 40 years, and even in peacetime, it barely reached 50. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi Yicheng could no longer remain seated. What nonsense is this? You're telling someone who aspires to live to the end that they won't even see 50? Had you informed me of this sooner, I wouldn't have considered learning any family secret techniques. That is precisely why I'm telling you now. You are indeed ruthless. What is the reason for the short lifespan? The butterfly not only absorbs chakra. To form a soul, it must inevitably consume your life force. During the Warring States period, once a clan member reached the level of Jainin, they were required to nurture a second butterfly, which is the reason for their short lives. Can one truly nurture multiple butterflies? Of course, the more you raise, the stronger you become. According to family records, the individual who raised the most butterflies was the 8th clan leader, who cared for 4, mastering all 5 elemental attributes. He was also the strongest in the family. How many years did he live? 27. Clearly, the more you raise, the quicker you perish. That 8th leader must have had some serious issues. Bai Shi Yicheng silently scoffed. The notion of possessing all 5 elemental attributes sounds remarkably impressive. The 3rd Hokage, who also embodies all 5 attributes and is hailed as the strongest Hokage, nonetheless exhibited a rather lackluster combat prowess. However, one must consider that the 3rd was aged and frail during the events of the narrative, which cannot serve as a definitive standard for judgment. Bai Shi Yicheng pondered for a moment and inquired, what does it mean to possess all 5 attributes? Can the butterfly seed enhance elemental attributes? Upon witnessing his uncle nod in affirmation, Bai Shi Yicheng was astounded. His ancestor was so formidable that even nurturing a butterfly seed could yield such remarkable results. What attributes do I currently possess? He asked. You are of the lightning attribute, while the butterfly seed is of the water attribute. Thus, I possess dual attributes of lightning and water. Why not cultivate a butterfly seed of the wind attribute? In the narrative, water-style ninjutsu appears rather underwhelming, and given the choice, he would prefer the wind attribute, particularly since he had long coveted the Reincarnated series. The chakra of the water attribute nourishes the body, allowing you to live a few more years. If you truly favor the wind attribute, you may cultivate it yourself once you acquire the chakra capacity of a jonin. The more you nurture, the quicker your demise. You will never be able to raise a second one in this lifetime. Bai Shi Yicheng rolled his eyes. The water attribute is quite good. I am not picky. Bai Shi Yicheng chuckled softly and replied, that is well. You are already familiar with the family's secret techniques. Next, you will need to study theoretical knowledge on your own. I will organize some materials for you this evening, and you can review them tomorrow. With that, Bai Shi Yicheng stood and made his way to his room. Bai Shi Yicheng observed his retreating figure and hesitated before speaking up. You should consider refraining from alcohol. Do not overexert yourself given your health. Without turning back, Bai Shi Yicheng waved his hand dismissively and entered his room. That night, Bai Shi Yicheng lay in bed, tossing and turning. Having slept all day, he found it impossible to slumber now, his mind preoccupied with concerns regarding Bai Shi Yicheng's health. During dinner, he subtly probed further into Bai Shi Yicheng's condition. To his surprise, Bai Shi Yicheng candidly admitted that without the sealing techniques developed by his grandfather, he would be lying in bed awaiting death. Bai Shi Yicheng, bewildered, remarked, "Is there truly no medical ninja capable of healing you?" However, Bai Shi Yicheng's reaction was even more perplexing. He countered, "What is a medical ninja? Are you referring to a physician?" The two exchanged astonished glances until Bai Shi Yicheng finally realized that Konoha had only been established for a mere decade, and Tsunade was still under 10 years of age. The medical system in Konoha had only begun to take shape thanks to Tsunade's vigorous advocacy. At that time, the concept of medical ninjas did not exist. Everyone simply relied on medication for treatment. The Konoha hospital was only capable of performing basic surgical procedures. After Bai Shi Yicheng elucidated the concept of medical ninjas, Bai Shi Yicheng remained silent for a considerable time. During the Warring States period, ninja clans were in a precarious state. If one was not strong, they would be bullied by others. No clan would invest their efforts in researching such techniques. Everyone was singularly focused on enhancing combat prowess. Just a few years after Konoha's establishment, the ninja world was engulfed in war, leaving little time for development. "Your idea is intriguing. Perhaps you could give it a try." At that moment, Bai Shi Yicheng was left utterly stunned. Speaking of it is simple, yet mastering the art of medical ninjutsu is not a feat for the ordinary individual. It demands not only an extensive understanding of medical theories, but also exceptional skills and innate talent. While one might swiftly grasp medical ninjutsu through the adept control of chakra, the journey from ignorance to mastery is indeed a Herculean task. After much contemplation, Yicheng Bai Shi rose and sat on the steps of the courtyard, gazing at the moon. Lost in thought, memories of the past years flooded his mind. His grandfather, his parents, and the clan members, all of whom had vanished, leaving only an uncle by his side, who seemed to be fading away as well. Death is an inevitable part of life, he consoled himself, yet the weight of grief lingered heavily within him, leaving him breathless. When his grandfather passed, he felt utterly powerless. A child of less than a year could hardly articulate his sorrow. As the clan members donned their armor and marched to battle, he could only stumble a few steps before falling. With the demise of his parents, he began to practice throwing shuriken. Now, must he witness the last of his kin perish before his eyes? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, prompting him to stride over to the wooden post and strike it with his fist. The pain was indeed palpable. Clutching his small hand, Yicheng leaned against the post and contemplated, why not give it a try? If medical ninjutsu could truly save the life of Bai Shi Yicheng, then what was stopping him? Living without a purpose seemed rather meaningless. Furthermore, excelling in medical ninjutsu would allow him to remain safely in the rear during battles, thus preserving his life. So, he decided to give it a shot. With this resolve, he stood up and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden post, followed by another punch. In the darkness, Bai Shi Yicheng stood by the window, observing his young nephew's vigorous assault on the post, shaking his head, yet unable to suppress a smile as he turned away. The following day, Yicheng Bai Shi requested a leave of absence, citing an injury from overexertion. Bai Shi Yicheng placed a bookshelf in Yicheng's room, densely filled with various scrolls and tomes, then gave him a knowing glance before heading out for a drink. Yicheng stared at the bookshelf, feeling overwhelmed. It must contain at least 1,000 volumes. And even if he read one a day, it would take him 3 years to finish. He randomly pulled out a book detailing the classification and living habits of butterflies. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he resigned himself to the tedious study ahead. Thus began the monotonous hours of learning, reading during meals, walking, and even bringing a book to the restroom. To be honest, he had never been this diligent in his previous life, even during his college entrance examination. Once his injuries had sufficiently healed, he resumed his masculine duties and reported to the Ninja Academy, where he was warmly greeted by teacher Chuanyi. Jiraiya stirred up mischief in class, while Orochimaru expressed curious intrigue about the classmate he had only seen once at the start of the term. Naturally, Yicheng could not divulge the truth, opting instead for a casual excuse of merely catching a cold. In contrast to the tomes on his home shelf, the books at the Ninja Academy appeared rather simplistic, and Yicheng completed the curriculum in about a month. He achieved full marks in theoretical knowledge, while practical training was, well, just average. Aside from his proficiency with shuriken, the rest of his skills were rather subpar. Jiraiya, while lacking in theoretical knowledge, excelled in practical combat. Tsunade and Orochimaru, on the other hand, achieved perfect scores across the board. However, one individual merits mention, Bairuhu, who astonishingly formed a brotherly bond with Yashikage Shiraishi. His words were flamboyant, yet his execution often resulted in blunders. As time passed, Shiraishi brazenly began to read extracurricular books in class. His desk mate, Orochimaru, was quite curious and frequently stole glances. Shiraishi didn't mind. After all, the material was purely theoretical and unlikely to be grasped. At times, he even purposefully allowed Orochimaru to see, but after a while, Orochimaru lost interest. And so the mundane days droned on. 2 years later, Orochimaru graduated early, causing quite a stir in the class. Tsunade, unwilling to be overshadowed, also graduated ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was Tsunade's most ardent admirer, failed 3 consecutive assessments but quietly graduated early as well. Bairuhu was quite resentful of Jiraiya's early graduation and often confided in his comrade, Shiraishi. However, Shiraishi, engrossed in his books, would occasionally respond with a nonchalant agreement or a dismissive nod. When pressed for a more substantial reply, he would set down his book and retort, "What did you just say?" Each time Bairuhu faced this question, his expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful, and he would inwardly curse the bookworm before turning away. Over time, Bairuhu ceased to engage with Shiraishi altogether, leading to Shiraishi's social isolation. His classmates kept their distance from this bookish individual, while Shiraishi relished the solitude. After all, they were merely supporting characters, and he aspired to be a distinguished background figure. Teacher Kawano was acutely aware of the classroom dynamics and began to engage Shiraishi in frequent conversations, discussing everything from life and aspirations to friendship and the will of fire. During these interactions, Shiraishi behaved like a model student to avoid parental involvement. The first time he was summoned, his father, Shiraishi Ise, arrived reeking of alcohol. Upon returning, his face was as dark as a soot-covered pot, and he subjected Shiraishi to a rather painful lesson in the form of a heartfelt reprimand. This proved to be a significant lesson. Shiraishi vowed that as long as parental involvement was avoided, he would assert that even a rooster could lay eggs if one claimed it could. Kawano, having invested considerable effort in this student, was left with a wounded heart, it seemed. Nevertheless, he did not give up on Shiraishi. It must be said that the teachers at the Ninja Academy, illuminated by the will of fire, displayed a commendable sense of responsibility. However, the nature of their relationship began to shift. Teacher Kawano ceased discussing lofty ideals and the will of fire, opting instead to share tales of familial matters, recounting his failed marriage, and occasionally gossiping about other teachers. There were even instances when he invited Shiraishi over for meals, which were, frankly, rather unpalatable. However, Kawano's 15-year-old daughter, Mihue, was strikingly beautiful. As for his wife, he claimed she had been enticed away by a wealthy merchant from the capital of the Land of Fire. Behind closed doors, Yashiki Shiraishi had inquired about Mihue, but unfortunately, at that time, she had playfully tugged at his ear, calling him a child with too much mischief, leaving Yashiki quite frustrated. As for Ise Shiraishi, he continued to live a life of indulgence and revelry, and apart from the occasional parent-teacher meeting, the two seldom crossed paths. Another day passed, and Yashiki strolled down the street, engrossed in a book. Not far off, Jiraiya was leading a pig while grumbling, and Orochimaru and Tsunade were engaged in conversation. At this juncture, they should have already become disciples of the third Hokage. Was this a mission? Regardless, it was of no concern to Yashiki, a mere glance sufficed, and he chose to disregard them. As they brushed past, Orochimaru unexpectedly remarked, "Yashiki-kun remains unchanged." Tsunade chuckled in agreement, "Indeed, you haven't altered at all." Jiraiya, holding the pig, wore a disgruntled expression. The incident at the opening ceremony had become an indelible stain on his life, and Tsunade frequently mocked him for it, leading to numerous embarrassing moments with Yashiki in class. Yet, Yashiki paid him no mind. Having spoken to him only once in the past 2 years, "Well, what were you thinking during the opening ceremony to act in such a manner?" Jiraiya's infuriating response was simply, "I acted on impulse." Quite commendable, truly embodying the essence of a gluttonous spirit, just as one would expect from you, Jiraiya. At that moment, Yashiki felt a surge of frustration, his eyes ablaze with indignation at Jiraiya. Had he been capable of defeating him, he would have ensured Jiraiya understood the true nature of pain. Yashiki cast a fleeting glance at the trio, remaining silent as he walked away, exhibiting an air of cold indifference. Orochimaru's lips twitched, Tsunade clenched her fists with a crackling sound, and Jiraiya wore an expression of resigned anticipation. Fortunately, the trio refrained from any outrageous actions, fully aware of each other's temperaments and dispositions due to their shared experiences as classmates. Nonetheless, the encounter remained irksome. This minor interlude quickly faded, and upon returning home, Yashiki was surprised to find Issei present. After more than 2 years, your chakra nature and theoretical knowledge are nearly sufficient. It is time to begin learning the secret techniques. Recently, Yashiki had indeed sensed that his chakra nature had settled, no longer vying for control over his chakra. Initially, the nature would nearly deplete his chakra daily, leading to several distressing episodes, including moments of cardiac distress. Thankfully, there have been no lasting harm, largely due to Issei's daily support in providing chakra. Perhaps it was time to experiment. Yashiki tucked the book into his bosom and began forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Another version of himself materialized before him, eliciting a smile from Yashiki. Previously, due to chakra constraints, he had never succeeded with this technique, but now it was effortlessly executed. Transformation technique. A second Issei appeared, and upon seeing his doppelganger, he raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Yashiki attempted to command the clone to attack him. The clone charged forward with a fist raised. Substitution technique. A segment of log fell to the ground, and with it, a shadowy figure vanished. Not far away, Bai Shi Castle furrowed his brow and revealed himself. The three-body technique is the most fundamental ninjutsu taught in the ninja academies, and Bai Shi Castle had long since mastered the hand seals required for its execution, so his success was hardly surprising. However, as he performed the technique, he sensed the flow of chakra within him and realized that the hand seals served merely as an aid. It appeared he could execute the technique without them. Contemplating this, Bai Shi Castle attempted to employ the body technique without making hand seals, and with a resounding pop, a clone materialized once more. He had succeeded. Bai Shi Castle had indeed managed to perform the body technique without hand seals, yet another issue arose. It took too long. The hand seals required only 2 seconds, while going without them took 5. A 3-second gap separated the two methods. One must not underestimate this 3-second interval in the battles of advanced ninjas. A single second can determine the outcome. If applied in combat, Bai Shi Castle feared his grave would already be sprouting grass. Bai Shi Issei had been watching quietly from the side, and upon witnessing Bai Shi Castle successfully perform the body technique without hand seals, he was slightly taken aback. He, too, could execute such a technique without hand seals. But it seemed this was Bai Shi Castle's first attempt at the three-body technique, and he had remarkably discovered the method of doing so without hand seals so swiftly. Was it due to the butterfly seed? No. Although the butterfly seed had settled, the formation of a second soul would require several years of waiting. It could not possibly manifest such assistance so quickly. A smile crept onto Bai Shi Issei's lips. This lad did not appear as hopeless as he had initially thought. Enough for now. Your chakra is limited, and you have the secret arts to practice. Do not exhaust your chakra. With that, Bai Shi Issei turned and retreated to his chamber. Emerging moments later with an enormous scroll, he unfurled the scroll and gestured for him to sign his name. Bai Shi Castle was not surprised. The butterfly secret art ultimately belonged to the realm of summoning techniques, and all ninjutsu was founded upon summoning arts, making the latter of paramount importance. After signing, Bai Shi Issei began to teach him the hand seals for summoning techniques. 5 seals, quite simple. Once familiar, Bai Shi Castle commenced his first summoning. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. He bit his fingertip and pressed it against the ground, and black sigils spread across the surface. With a loud pop, a white butterfly emerged from the smoke. The white butterfly circled around Bai Shi Castle before landing upon his shoulder, suddenly speaking. Lord Issei, Lord Yicheng, how may I serve you? This voice. Bai Shi Castle's heart raced, and after much hesitation, he inquired, Are you the butterfly transformed from my father? Indeed, my name is Aku, Lord Yicheng, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth. At that moment, Bai Shi Castle felt a disorienting sense of time. He fervently reminded himself that his father had passed away. Yet he could not tear his gaze away from the butterfly named Akiyu. Bai Shi Akiyu, his father's name, thus, the butterfly was called Akiyu? This was the first time Bai Shi Castle comprehended why his kin were so infatuated with butterflies. After exchanging muted greetings, Bai Shi Castle fell into silence. Bai Shi Yicheng comprehended his emotions, ensuring that the peculiar atmosphere did not permeate. In autumn, you dispelled the summoning technique and subsequently employed the reverse summoning to transport us to Butterfly Rest Valley. This enchanted valley is the dwelling place of the clan summoning butterflies. Bai Shi Yicheng had encountered numerous references to it in the family archives, and the purpose of bringing him here was abundantly clear. He was destined to cultivate his own summoning butterfly. This endeavor is rather cumbersome and exceedingly time-consuming. With a thud, the summoning technique was nullified, and Bai Shi Yicheng felt the world spin around him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in Butterfly Rest Valley. As he set foot in this place for the first time, Bai Shi Yicheng curiously surveyed his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a plaza, with a series of steps leading ahead. These steps ascended towards an opulent palace, while around the plaza stood neatly arranged wooden houses, with the occasional shadow flitting by. It resembled a human village, containing nearly everything one would expect to find in the human realm. Do not dawdle. I shall first introduce you to Lady Mei. Mei, a rather peculiar name. Who is Lady Mei? I do not know. The clan possesses no records about her. She is an ancient and esteemed being. Could she be akin to an immortal? Bai Shi Yicheng could not help but let his imagination wander. Over the past 2 years of studying the family texts, the Butterfly clan had repeatedly challenged his understanding, leading him to question whether he had been misled by counterfeit narratives. With their own summoning grounds, the wondrous abilities of butterfly species, and the existence of hundreds of summoning butterflies, the emergence of a being resembling an immortal seemed quite plausible. In any case, this enigmatic clan, absent from the narrative, concealed secrets beneath their apparent reason. Climbing the steps, Bai Shi Yicheng could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Is it possible to practice immortal techniques here?" Immortal techniques? Bai Shi Rongzhe cast him a strange glance. "Where did you learn of such techniques?" "I read about them in books." This question was unanswerable, an explanation eluding him. Bai Shi Yicheng resorted to fabrication, for he could not confess to possessing foresight of the future. "I have perused those texts you speak of. Can you tell me which book mentioned immortal techniques?" Having been exposed, Bai Shi Yicheng panicked and hastily replied, "I forgot. It was just something I came across in a book." Unable to clarify, he chose to feign ignorance. Fortunately, Bai Shi Rongzhe did not pursue the matter further and instead began to elucidate. Immortal techniques are unique to the original generation. Each ninja clan in Konoha has its own accounts of these techniques. However, the true nature of immortal techniques is likely known only to the Senju clan. Our family lacks such a legacy. Very well, it seems that practicing immortal techniques here is indeed impossible. This was to be expected, as immortal techniques are rare legacies. And throughout the world of Naruto, only the 3 great holy lands possess them. As for Go, he should be considered an exceptional individual. Upon entering the palace, a slumbering silver-haired woman came into view. Frankly, even according to Bai Shi Yicheng's aesthetic standards, this silver-haired woman possessed a beauty of a level that could bring nations to ruin. With but a fleeting glance, he sensed his heart rate accelerate and hastily diverted his gaze to the sides. Flanking him were numerous bookshelves, brimming with volumes. Bai Shi Yicheng pondered thoughtfully, surmising that all the family's tomes were likely housed here. As if roused by the sound of footsteps, the silver-haired woman, Mei, opened her eyes, her melodious voice resonating throughout the grand hall. "Rongzhe, it has been quite some time since you last visited. Is this little sprite the last heir of your clan?" As she spoke, her gaze fixated intently on Bai Shi Yicheng. Feeling unnerved under her scrutinizing stare, Bai Shi Yicheng swiftly retreated behind Bai Shi Rongzhe. A wave of panic washed over him. Since arriving in this world, he had never felt such trepidation before anyone. Yet, under the woman's gaze, he felt as though she could see right through him, akin to running naked in a snowstorm, with chills penetrating deep within. What is this? Truly a little sprite. And yet feeling shy. Is everything all right? Mei yawned, seemingly losing interest in Bai Shi Yicheng. Everything is fine. Konoha is peaceful. As long as he grows up safe, the Butterfly clan will surely regain its former glory. Peace, such a mundane concept. Very well, let him choose for himself. With that, Mei tossed a scroll and began to rest her eyes. Bai Shi Yicheng unfurled the scroll, which detailed all the varieties of spirit butterflies within the clan. And his task was to select a few from the hundreds to nurture. His studies over the past 2 years had not been in vain. He already had several types of spirit butterflies in mind. Multi-eyed butterfly, explosive butterfly, rainbow butterfly, devouring butterfly, and also thunder butterfly, water butterfly. Spirit-gazing butterfly, he recited a string of names. Mei opened her eyes, intrigued as she observed Bai Shi Rongzhe, who was growing increasingly pale, his eyelids twitching. "You can only select 3. Why?" Bai Shi Yicheng protested, feeling he had only just begun to list his choices. Yet Bai Shi Rongzhe's reasoning was compelling and left him no room for rebuttal. "Funds are limited." Indeed. Nurturing butterflies was not only labor-intensive and time-consuming, but also quite costly. Take the devouring butterfly as an example. It is a species that grows faster the more it consumes. Once it reaches a certain size, it can even carry a person aloft, which was precisely why Bai Shi Yicheng was inclined to select it. However, the devouring butterfly feasts on meat and requires no less than 1,000,000 ryo per year, and that is the bare minimum. Even more absurdly, its lifespan is a mere 3 years. Thus, if Bai Shi Yicheng wished to maintain the ability to fly, he could not simply rear one, which meant the expenses would multiply several-fold. As for finances, Bai Shi Yicheng possessed only a meager allowance, scarcely enough for a single barbecue. Contemplating this, he decisively declared, "Then I shall choose the multi-eyed butterfly, explosive butterfly, and devouring butterfly. Remove the explosive butterfly and devouring butterfly, replacing them with thunder butterfly and water butterfly." Bai Shi Yicheng, taken aback, incredulously exclaimed, "Your household lacks even this modest sum, and yet you dare boast about being the strongest ninja clan in Konoha?" At that moment, Mei spoke. "The exploding butterfly is a self-destructive creature. The more chakra it absorbs, the greater its explosive power. Given your chakra levels, it would be wiser to invest in explosive tags. The great feeding butterfly is considered the most expensive among its kind. I fear your family's current finances may not suffice to sustain even one." Seiki's eyes remarked with a hint of melancholy. "We are the strongest yet the poorest, and indeed the most diligent of the ninja clans in Konoha. Is it the poverty that drives our diligence?" Seiki Yashichika, who had completely fallen into despair, felt a sense of hopelessness. In the mind of Yashikid Shiraishi, a singular thought lingers. What has he truly been doing over the past 2 years? He has risked his life to nurture a creature that devours lifespans, believing it would metamorphose into something extraordinary. Yet now he learns that without funds, this anticipated butterfly cannot take flight. Ultimately, he has opted for the multi-eyed butterfly, the thunder butterfly, and the water butterfly. The multi-eyed butterfly is a reconnaissance-type ninja butterfly, equipped with eyes atop its head that provide an all-encompassing view of its surroundings within a radius of approximately 100 meters. Shiraishi, possessing innate sensory abilities, chose this particular ninja butterfly out of a profound fear of death. He has begun to sense the deep-seated malice emanating from the world, particularly in the present moment. The thunder butterfly and water butterfly serve as supportive variants. Their existence enhances the efficacy of ninjutsu, with the added advantage of being economical. Noting Shiraishi's despondence, Yoshizawa Shiraishi endeavored to uplift his spirits, suggesting, "The explosive butterfly could also be an option, though your chakra is insufficient. Nurturing it would be in vain. As for the great-eating butterfly, our clan possesses flight ninjutsu." Regrettably, Shiraishi found himself skeptical of these claims, doubting that their clan's flight ninjutsu could be mastered with ease. The child had matured, rendering him less susceptible to deception, much to Yoshizawa's embarrassment. With choices finalized, the process commenced. "Are you ready, little one?" Mei inquired, waving her hand as a swarm of butterflies emerged from her, swirling around Shiraishi. Nodding in affirmation, he understood that only one last step remained: blood extraction. He had anticipated a blade slicing through his wrist, yet to his surprise, it was the butterflies that would draw his blood. These butterflies appeared to be of the vampiric variety, noted in text for their ability to drain a person dry in an instant, effective against ordinary folk, yet rather unimpressive when confronting ninjas. Disrobing his upper body, the blood-draining butterflies settled upon him, and he braced for pain, shutting his eyes. After a while, feeling no discomfort, he opened his eyes to scrutinize the blood-sucking creatures. Aside from their engorged abdomens, nothing seemed particularly unusual. Gradually, however, he began to feel an unsettling weakness. His entire body became limp, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Fortunately, Yoshizawa was there to support him as the blood-sucking butterflies began to ascend towards the Great Hall's exit. "From now on, we shall draw blood bi-monthly. You may leave." "I am feeling rather fatigued," Mei declared, closing her eyes. Yoshizawa lifted Shiraishi and bid farewell. Upon returning to the square, rather than hastening home, Yoshizawa inquired, "Would you like to see this place? It is the sanctum of our clan." The term sanctum piqued Shiraishi's curiosity, prompting him to nod, as he still harbored questions. Observing his agreement, Yoshizawa cradled him and remarked, "Did you choose the great eating butterfly in hopes of flight? In truth, flying is a remarkably simple endeavor." As he spoke, a myriad of butterflies erupted from Yoshizawa, weaving together in the air until they gradually transformed into a broad chair. Shiraishi gazed in astonishment, wondering if such a feat were indeed possible. Sensing his astonishment, Bai Shi Yicheng embraced him and ascended, proclaiming, "Just as butterflies soar through the sky, we, as their guides, can certainly take flight." Gradually, the butterfly lifted the two of them into the air, gliding slowly beyond the village. The pace of their flight was quite languid, merely a touch brisker than an ordinary stroll. Bai Shi Yicheng found himself at a loss for words, unable to voice his exasperation at such a leisurely speed. Nevertheless, the mere fact of flying brought him an exhilarating thrill. Once they left the village, it was as if he had stepped into a fairy tale, with every sight before him captivating his senses. Beneath the azure sky lay an endless sea of blossoms, countless butterflies flitting gracefully among the flowers. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, soothing and delightful, while curious birds flitted past, chirping inquisitively. Was this a Pure Land? He had always struggled to comprehend Bai Shi Yicheng's serene acceptance of death, but now a fragment of understanding began to dawn upon him. If the Pure Land truly resembled this, then what was there to fear about death? Gazing at the floral expanse beneath him, Bai Shi Yicheng felt a sense of spiritual purification wash over him, his heart swelling with joy as he could not help but cry out. Ever since his rebirth into this enigmatic family, a peculiar sense of tension had gripped him. As family members began to vanish one by one, that tension reached its zenith. The fear of death, the dread of disappearance, the anxiety of the unknown. Those on the brink of death grasp at their last lifeline, and even the blind yearn for light. In this moment, he felt as though he had seized hold of the future. He was acutely aware that this was but an illusion, yet the sensation was undeniably delightful. A beautiful dream, who would wish to awaken? Upon hearing his outburst, Bai Shi Yicheng's expression grew complex, his lips quivered, yet he could utter no words. After a while, Bai Shi Yicheng regained his composure, suddenly feeling quite embarrassed, while Bai Shi Yicheng merely smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. Uncle Rongza, what is the origin of Butterfly Rest Valley? There are no records of it in our family scriptures. Furthermore, there were clearly people residing in the village earlier. Why did no one come out to greet us? I am uncertain about the origins of Butterfly Rest Valley. No one in the family can elucidate. It has simply been passed down through generations. Perhaps Lady May knows something. But Bai Shi Yicheng hesitated. In any case, do not concern yourself with Butterfly Rest Valley. Just know that this is our sacred place of communion. As for the village, its inhabitants are not human, but rather the spirit butterflies, our deceased kin. The cocoon binding technique? Do spirit butterflies live like humans? If they are our kin, why do they not come forth to meet us? Moreover, how do we distinguish between spirit butterflies and the communing butterflies? Spirit butterflies are a race formed by our kin through the cocoon binding technique, while communing butterflies are those nurtured by the spirit butterflies for us. Most of them lack consciousness and have a brief lifespan. As for why they do not appear before us, it is because many events have transpired here. Can you not disclose them to me? Bai Shi Yicheng was genuinely curious. Everything here was unfamiliar, having never been encountered throughout the realm of Naruto. It's not that. You will inevitably face such matters in the future. Revealing them now may better prepare you. Bai Shi Yicheng hesitated for a moment, cautiously inquiring. Having familiarized yourself with this place, what do you think of living here as a butterfly after death? It seems rather delightful, doesn't it? This was a disingenuous remark from Bai Shi Yicheng. He yearned to exist as a human rather than as a butterfly. Indeed, this place was enchanting. Yet not all members of his family shared this sentiment in the past. They believed the family had been ensnared by the allure of butterflies, and that only by distancing themselves from them could they save the clan. Throughout generations, this issue had divided the family into two factions, embroiled in endless debate, with no resolution in sight. The root of the matter lay in the suicides of family members. Suicide? Bai Shi Yicheng was taken aback. Everything here was too exquisite, resembling a dream. In stark contrast, the outside world was rife with chaos wrought by war, and the malice of humanity assailed the hearts of every clan member. Bai Shi Yicheng pondered deeply. The most flamboyant flowers often conceal poison. The human spirit is unexpectedly fragile, and even the most resilient stones can crack under the tempest. How could mere flesh and blood hope to remain unscathed? In times of peace, the incidence of suicide among clan members was relatively low, but during conflicts, such acts surged to alarming heights. Each generation of clan leaders had agonized over this predicament, unable to find a remedy. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi Yicheng could not help but suggest, why not simply refrain from using the cocoon binding technique? It is not that simple, Bai Shi Yicheng replied. The bodies of ninjas harbor a wealth of information, and only through the cocoon binding technique can we prevent the leakage of intelligence. The butterfly secret technique does not have bloodline restrictions. Should outsiders become aware of it, not only the clan, but this very place would be at risk of invasion. The Butterfly Nest Valley is the bedrock of our family. We must not lose it, even if the clan is defeated and its members scattered to the winds. As long as we possess this location, we can rise again. With a sigh, Bai Shi Yicheng continued, if you aspire to revive the clan in the future, these are the challenges you must address. Do not repeat the past. The topic of revitalizing the clan felt somewhat distant for Bai Shi Yicheng. What do the suicides of our clan members have to do with the butterflies in the village? Bai Shi Yicheng's expression grew complex. The higher the number of suicides within the clan, the more individuals hold such beliefs. Approximately a century ago, they employed reverse spirit communication techniques to come here and perpetrate a massacre. Their intention was to annihilate this place to prevent clan members from taking their own lives. Although they were ultimately suppressed, the relationship between the family and the butterflies, or rather with Lady May, plummeted to a freezing point. After years of reconciliation, Lady May finally reached an agreement with the family, establishing numerous regulations. Non-direct descendants are forbidden from entering this place, with death as the penalty for transgressors. The butterflies no longer fight for the clan, but instead train spirit butterflies for us. There are also stringent assessment systems in place. Without passing these evaluations, one cannot learn the secret techniques. However, now that only the two of us remain in the family, your evaluation is no longer necessary. Do you remember the spirit communication scroll I had you sign? Bai Shi Yicheng nodded. The scroll was originally intended to summon all the ninjas. Now, even if you were to call upon them, they would not respond. Unless one is a direct blood relative, such as a parent, beyond 3 generations. There will be no response. Even direct kin are prohibited from assisting us in battle. Those who violate this rule are forbidden from returning here and must remain in the realm of ninjas. What a ridiculous regulation, Bai Shi Yicheng thought, utterly speechless. Although he was unaware of the combat prowess of the ninja butterflies, he pondered the significance of being unable to partake in battle. With this in mind, he boldly inquired, are we the ones nurturing the butterflies, or are they nurturing us? It was hardly surprising he posed such a question. Clan members transformed into ninja butterflies through the cocoon binding technique. Yet these butterflies do not fight for their kin. So, who is truly nurturing whom? The lifespan of a butterfly can range from mere months to several years, an ephemeral existence compared to that of a human. We raise butterflies to cultivate the ninja butterfly clan, extending their lives through our care. Without us, they would remain as mindless, ordinary butterflies, and their numbers would never increase. Conversely, without them, we would lose our secret techniques that grant us a foothold in the ninja world. Our relationship is one of mutual interdependence. The question of who nurtures whom is moot. Is it truly so? Upon returning home, Bai Shi Yicheng remained deep in thought. Sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. Perhaps the answers would reveal themselves in due time, he mused. Bai Shi Yicheng, noticing his heavy demeanor, playfully tugged at his ear and remarked, you are still young. There is ample time ahead. There is no need to be so troubled. He then produced a scroll from his pocket and presented it to him. Your 3 types of summoning butterflies will take approximately 6 months to cultivate successfully, while ordinary butterflies can be utilized within 5 days. This scroll contains the secret techniques and ninjutsu I have selected for you, a small consolation. He continued. In a few days, I will find you a teacher, and at that point, you will have no time to dwell on such matters. Thank you, Uncle Rongzhe. After accepting the scroll, Bai Shi Yicheng swiftly returned to his room and unrolled the ninjutsu scroll his kind uncle had given him. Butterfly clone, thunderball. Body flicker technique, water dragon bullet, thunder butterfly, water dragon barrage. Earth walk. The scroll was densely packed with ninjutsu, leaving Bai Shi Yicheng dazzled. Among them, some techniques were clearly beyond his current capability to practice. Did this encompass all the clan's ninjutsu concerning thunder and water release? In that moment, a torrent of emotion surged within him. Regardless of his sense of belonging to this family, he felt an overwhelming gratitude. Had he not been born into this clan? Acquiring even these ordinary ninjutsu would have likely required considerable effort. Yet now, these techniques lay in his hands without the need to struggle for them. And Bai Shi Yicheng had even gone out of his way to find him a ninjutsu teacher, though his identity remained unknown. This teacher would undoubtedly align with his lightning and water attributes. This is what it means to belong to a ninja clan, indeed. There is a certain pride in such a legacy. Closing the scroll, Bai Shi Yicheng sighed and began to contemplate. With these ninjutsu and a dedicated instructor, attending the ninja academy seemed unnecessary. Should he consider graduating early? The assessment for early graduation is undoubtedly a practical evaluation, and I find my current practical skills rather inadequate. Moreover, upon graduation, I will be required to join a ninja squad and undertake those tedious tasks. As I pondered, my mind turned to my dear uncle, who might possess solutions where I see none. Additionally, A pressing concern weighs heavily on my heart: my cousin, Bai Shi Yicheng, and his health issues. Initially, I had resolved to pursue medical ninjutsu, but due to the circumstances surrounding the butterfly disease, I found myself lingering in the ninja academy. What looms before me now is not merely the acquisition of ninjutsu, but rather a means to resolve this urgent predicament. After all, I have already grasped the essence of ninjutsu. The timing of my learning is flexible. However, time is not on Bai Shi Yicheng's side. If I am not deceiving myself, he has at most 3 years before he becomes utterly isolated. Strangely enough, he seems indifferent to his own condition. Perhaps he is even yearning for death? I cannot help but mutter in frustration. What is the point of saving someone who is intent on self-destruction? This thought extinguished much of my fervor, leaving me feeling despondent as I struggled to devise a viable plan. As I contemplated, my gaze wandered, pondering why my uncle harbors such a desire for death. Is it that he finds no joy in life, or that women fail to captivate him? Speaking of women, my uncle is 30 and still single. Perhaps if I were to find him a partner, his mental state might improve? Yet, I soon found myself troubled again, without friends or connections. I am left with little more than my good looks. But alas, that charm seems of little use. The more I pondered, the more confused I became, and I resorted to rolling about on my bed in frustration when suddenly, a figure appeared in my mind: Teacher Chuanyi, my life mentor, though somewhat intimidating in appearance, is undoubtedly a good man. Most importantly, he has a beautiful daughter. Though she is rather young, only 15, Bai Shi Yicheng is already a man of 30. Would that not be a case of an old bull courting a tender heifer? At this moment, I must marvel at the profundity of Chinese culture. As a saying sprang to mind, an older man with a younger wife adds tenderness and charm. Who is credited with this wisdom? It seems to be Zhou Shiren. Indeed, how perceptive. As for the issue of Bai Shi Yicheng's limited lifespan, I cast it aside. Even if such a union were to come to fruition, marriage would not be immediate. There must be a process. During this process, should I fail to find a solution, we shall part amicably. However, if I succeed, would it not culminate in a perfect conclusion? With this thought, I leaped from my bed, invigorated, and upon opening the door, I discovered that night had fully descended. I decided to wait until tomorrow, as I also needed to discuss my aspirations with my uncle. The following day, before heading to school, I shared my desire for early graduation and my intention to work in a hospital. Creating medical ninjutsu from scratch is no simple feat. One cannot simply fabricate a grand airplane in isolation. Such dreams are fanciful. The notion of securing a position at the hospital had long been contemplated. Not only is a wealth of medical theoretical knowledge essential, but practical experience is equally indispensable. Remaining cooped up at home would never provide such opportunities. Graduating early? Working in a hospital? Are you out of your mind? Baiting disdain, Bai's expression darkened ominously. What is the matter? Take a good look at yourself. Bai scrutinized his own appearance and found no fault. You are merely 8 years old. Do you even know what children your age are doing? Attending school? That had indeed escaped his notice, but the crux of the matter lies in his inability to mingle with peers of similar age. The disparity in cognitive levels was too vast. Forcing them together would only render him an oddity. Even the evidently precocious trio of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya found it impossible to engage with him. Though Bai had intentionally distanced himself, it also underscored the intricate nature of interpersonal relationships. He declared that given his limited brain power, he had no desire to expend effort deciphering such complexities. It is impossible. In any case, you must obediently attend school. Graduate with diligence, and we shall discuss hospital matters then. The fierce countenance of Bai sent a shiver down Bai's spine. Yet, this matter must be addressed promptly. Waiting 4 years might transform you into a butterfly. By that time, what significance would there be in pursuing a hospital role? Merely for the sake of healing and benefiting humanity? Do I appear to be that noble? With that time, I might as well master a few more ninjutsu techniques. My chances of survival on the battlefield would be greatly enhanced. As for medical ninjutsu, Tsunade would undoubtedly manage it. And wouldn't it be more appealing to learn from a ready-made source? Bai's stance seemed resolute, leaving Bai with no choice but to employ his ancestral art of cuteness. He tugged at Bai's sleeve, vigorously shaking his small frame, complemented by his tearful, pleading eyes. Bai, I understand. It's settled. Since childhood, this uncle has been utterly defenseless against his charm, and it remains so even now. However, while the mischief was harmless in his youth, it has now become a matter of life and death. With a cheer, Bai turned and dashed toward the door. Confident that his kind uncle had never let him down, he harbored no worries. His greatest concern now was the practical assessment. Theoretically, students who have mastered the body flicker technique can apply for graduation, but the practical assessment posed quite a challenge for him. His shuriken skills were commendable, and although he had been striking the training post for the past 2 years, the truth is that such endeavors require talent. In the original narrative, Lee hammered away daily without apparent issue, yet for Bai's, the situation felt amiss. Even a single session at the training post necessitated a recovery period of 2 to 3 days. Otherwise, he feared he might end up incapacitated. Bai's had pondered repeatedly why Lee could endure daily training without consequence, ultimately concluding that it must be due to innate talent. Talent, he mused. Why should a man reliant on his family's legacy compare himself to others? Is it not a source of discomfort to seek out such challenges? Yet, the frustration, envy, and genuine jealousy he felt were overwhelming. His current level of martial skill barely aligns with that of a lower-ranked ninja. Relying on this alone to pass the assessment would undoubtedly be futile, even if he were to practice ninjutsu with his limited chakra. Casting a C-rank technique would likely deplete his reserves entirely. Depending solely on body flicker technique and shuriken to succeed in the evaluation? If only he had access to intelligence. This thought led Bai Shi Yicheng to consider 3 individuals, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. If he had to choose one among them, the answer would unequivocally be Orochimaru. Though he knew Tsunade, their acquaintance was not particularly close, and given her personality, she would likely mock him before providing any information. As for Jiraiya, their relationship had never been amicable, and the events of the opening ceremony were not only a source of humiliation for Jiraiya but also a lingering embarrassment for Bai Shi Yicheng. The decision was made. He would approach his deskmate, Orochimaru. Upon arriving at school, the morning was consumed by tedious theoretical lessons, while the afternoon was reserved for practical training. In pursuit of an early graduation, Bai Shi Yicheng resolved to showcase his true capabilities. The practical training was largely unvaried. It began with throwing shuriken, followed by sparring sessions. And for the past 2 years, he had observed little variation from teacher Chuanyi. After completing the shuriken exercise, the sparring quickly commenced. After several rounds of dull contests, Bai Shi Yicheng found himself stifling yawns. What was dubbed a spar was merely a tussle among children, punching and kicking with little finesse. Since the legendary Sannin graduated, no one in his class had utilized ninjutsu. That fellow, Bai Luhu, seemed to possess the shadow clone technique, thus he reigned as the class leader. Finally, it was his turn. Bai Shi Yicheng eagerly readied himself for an exhilarating encounter. The past 2 years had not been in vain. He had devised some winning strategies. In childlike skirmishes, the first rule was to establish dominance, and the second was intimidation. Mastering these 2 elements ensured a favorable outcome. Previously, he had relied on this tactic to endure Tsunade's punches, uttering nonsensical phrases to bewilder her, before seizing the opportunity to launch surprise attacks. Had their strength not differed so greatly, Tsunade would have long been subdued beneath him. After Bai Shi Yicheng and Mitsui Taro completed the hand seals for their match, Teacher Chuanyi shouted, "Begin." "Mitsui Taro, I suggest you concede early. Today, I am not the same as yesterday," Bai Shi Yicheng declared. "You, the bottom of the barrel. What are you spouting? Trying to pull the same old tricks? Everyone in the class knows you can only talk. You can't do anything else," retorted Mitsui Taro. Bai Shi Yicheng. The strategy faltered, and he charged forward, throwing a punch aimed squarely at Mitsui Taro's face. Unfazed, Mitsui Taro spread his arms wide, preparing to tackle him and bring him to the ground. Bai Shi Yicheng began to weave hand signs, substitution technique. A log fell to the ground, momentarily bewildering Mitsui Taro, who frantically searched for his opponent. When he turned, he was greeted by the stern visage of teacher Chuan Yi standing behind him. With a swift motion, the teacher delivered a slap, followed by a kick that sent Mitsui Taro sprawling to the ground. "You wretch, bring your parents tomorrow." As Mitsui Taro processed the situation, realizing he could not retaliate against the teacher's assault, he was further stunned by the demand to summon his family. Tears began to fall from his eyes, a testament to his utter confusion. Tears streamed down. This teacher Kawano was, in fact, transformed by Yashiki Shiraishi using a transformation technique. Though he never anticipated its effectiveness would be so profound that it brought Mitsui Taro to tears. Upon witnessing the genuine Kawano with a darkened expression, he quickly dispelled the transformation, donning an expression of innocence, as if he had done nothing wrong. Mitsui Taro, not a fool, immediately understood everything as he caught sight of Yashiki Shiraishi, his eyes reddening with fury, ready to charge at him in a frenzy. Children are particularly sensitive about their pride and eager to show off. Hence, I refrained from playing with you. Yashiki Shiraishi intended to employ the shadow clone technique for a mixed doubles approach when, fortunately, Kawano arrived just in time to halt the two boys. The victor, Yashiki Shiraishi. Under the benevolent gaze of Kawano, Mitsui Taro reluctantly formed a peace symbol. At that moment, the classmates in the room gasped in astonishment, momentarily unable to believe their own eyes. The ever-boastful Yashiki Shiraishi had actually emerged victorious, albeit through rather unsavory means. Yet, simply the use of transformation and shadow clone techniques was enough to leave them all in awe. Originally, everyone was of similar skill level, and no one would dare criticize another's abilities. Yet, when one suddenly turned the tides, akin to hiring a substitute player, it was only natural for anyone to be taken aback. Bairu quietly approached. When did you learn transformation and shadow clone techniques? I've always known how. I merely feigned ignorance to spare you embarrassment, Yashiki Shiraishi replied, unashamed of his fib, which was, in fact, grounded in truth. Were it not for the lack of chakra, he would have mastered such ninjutsu long ago. What a boast. Well, believe it or not, after several rounds of practical training, the school day came to a close. Yashiki Shiraishi was retained by Kawano for a private conversation. When did you learn transformation and shadow clone techniques? Kawano was particularly concerned about Yashiki, as their relationship seemed somewhat unusual. Initially, he had thought Yashiki's talent was mediocre, leading him to give up. Little did he know that even a humble chicken could transform into a phoenix. Yesterday, I also mastered the shadow clone technique. Don't be so surprised. I wish to apply for early graduation, sensei. As he spoke, Yashiki demonstrated the shadow clone technique for Kawano. Initially pleased to see Yashiki's proficiency with the technique, Kawano's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing about early graduation. You have just learned the shadow clone technique. It's too soon to think about early graduation. The practical evaluation is quite challenging. I suggest you wait another year. Were it not for the impatience of Yashiki's family, he would have preferred to linger in the ninja academy until graduation. After all, he was a man of his clan and did not care about the village's regard for him. Sensei, I have made my decision. In fact, my family has already begun preparing for my post-graduation path. Upon hearing about the family, Kawano finally understood his resolve. Very well, I shall report this matter to Lord Hokage. However, you must be prepared. The practical evaluation is not something you can pass at your current level. After Kawano finished speaking, he instructed Yashiki to return and began organizing Yashiki's information to submit to the third Hokage. Yashiki stood motionless, gazing expectantly at him. Do you have further business? Kawano inquired curiously. Of course, there was a matter at hand, one of utmost importance. Yet, it would be inappropriate to admit that I have been concerned about your daughter. Bai Shi Yicheng thought it best to phrase it more delicately. Kawano-sensei, I have greatly appreciated your guidance over the past 2 years, and as I approach graduation, I feel it is only right to express my gratitude. When might you and may we be able to join me for a meal at my home? Kawano was touched, but replied, I am your teacher. It is my duty to instruct you. Your achievements are your own merit, and there is no need for gratitude. But there is every reason for it. If you do not come, how can my uncle possibly charm your daughter? Bai Shi Yicheng continued. You have rescued my spirit from isolation and despair, allowing me to regain my zest for life. Your kindness will remain etched in my memory forever. And my uncle is equally grateful to you. No, to your daughter as well. I implore you to visit my home, almost letting his secret slip. Bai Shi Yicheng felt a wave of anxiety, though his face betrayed none of it, displaying only heartfelt appreciation. The esteemed actor was not far from him. Bai Shi Yicheng sensed that fortune was smiling upon him. Very well, if you insist, I shall bring Mei Wei to your home 3 days hence. Success. After leaving the school, Bai Shi Yicheng wandered the streets, pondering where to locate Orochimaru. Officially, they were desk mates, yet they shared little connection. In the past 2 years, they had exchanged merely a few dozen words, both too busy to waste each other's time. Bai Shi Yicheng thought this, and he suspected Orochimaru felt similarly. After much contemplation and finding no other means to locate Orochimaru, Bai Shi Yicheng returned to the spot where he had encountered them the previous day, settling down to wait. Fortunately, his luck was favorable. Half an hour later, he heard Jiraiya's boisterous voice from afar. Orochimaru, did I not say I could handle that dog on my own? Why did you interfere? Orochimaru remained silent. Tsunade landed a punch on Jiraiya. You fool, who knows how long it would take you to resolve it alone? When will you mature, Jiraiya? Orochimaru continued to walk expressionlessly as the two argued. As the trio approached Bai Shi Yicheng, he realized that he was the one with a request, and that it would be more courteous to greet them first. Ah, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, good evening. Orochimaru cast him a sidelong glance and walked past him impassively. Tsunade regarded him with a look of disdain before following suit. Jiraiya scratched his head, deciding it best to avoid interaction with Bai Shi Yicheng, and chose to ignore him as well. Bai Shi Yicheng muttered to himself, "You scoundrels, you better remember this. Without a butcher, how could one feast on a white-haired pig? It is sheer folly that I sought you for information." With a blank expression, Bai Shi Yicheng turned and headed home. As he rounded the corner, Orochimaru glanced back at Bai Shi Yicheng's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his lips. Tsunade was laughing breathlessly, while Jiraiya was utterly perplexed by their amusement. Once they had laughed enough, Tsunade finally spoke. "That bookworm actually took the initiative to greet us. He must have something to request." Orochimaru interjected, "Just yesterday, I greeted him first, and his attitude was utterly infuriating." Jiraiya remarked, "Isn't this rather unkind? What if he genuinely needs our assistance, and we simply turn a blind eye?" Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a glance, and, as he turned to leave, casually muttered 2 words, "Fool." Jiraiya's temper flared. "What did you just say, you scoundrel Orochimaru?" Tsunade quickly intervened, calm down, if you can't even set aside a bit of pride. It likely isn't a significant matter." Upon returning home, Yashikage Shiraishi still felt vexed, realizing that he truly did not mesh well with them. After pondering for a while without any clarity, he decided to study ninjutsu with a scroll in hand. What ninjutsu should he learn? The butterfly clone technique was still beyond his reach, while the lightning ball seemed promising. His eyes lit up when he focused on the body flicker technique. This ninjutsu, which nearly everyone in the village could perform, held immense potential in combat. Mastering it before the practical examination would surely enhance his chances of success. Studying the sequence of hand seals on the scroll, Yashikage Shiraishi began to practice the body flicker technique. He failed, watching his foot stuck in the ground. He fell into deep contemplation. The scroll described the body flicker technique as a method of concentrating chakra at the soles of one's feet and then unleashing it for a speed far exceeding the norm. This was supposed to be one of the simplest techniques. It shouldn't be so difficult. Was it a matter of insufficient chakra control? At this thought, Yashikage Shiraishi suddenly remembered that he had yet to undergo training for walking on water or climbing trees, having failed previously and unsure of his current abilities. There was a large tree in the yard, so he attempted to gather chakra at his feet and slowly ascended. After merely 3 steps, he fell, breaking the bark. Frowning, he began to keenly sense the flow of chakra within his body and concentrated it beneath his feet once more. 1 step, 5 steps, 10 steps. Then he began to retreat, slowly descending back to the ground. The entire process was deliberate and slow, as he needed to be acutely aware of the chakra's movement. So he did not move quickly. It seemed simple enough, and Yashikage Shiraishi began to gradually accelerate. He went up and down, climbing the tree 6 times, and had completely mastered the technique. In the story, Naruto and Sasuke took several days to achieve this. Had he truly learned it so quickly? Could he be a genius? Unlikely. He recalled his uncle's assessment of him, lacking talent and perseverance, destined to remain a lowly ninja for life. After much contemplation, Yashikage Shiraishi could only attribute this anomaly to the chakra control ability bestowed by the Butterfly clan. He decided to try walking on water again, procuring a large basin and filling it with water. As for why he didn't train by the riverside, did he think everyone enjoyed a cold bath? Yashikage Shiraishi was not foolish. After all, water was water. With the experience of climbing trees, he completed the water walking with little effort. Was it truly this simple? He scratched his head, puzzled. With a vigorous motion, he churned the water in the basin until it spiraled into a whirlpool, only pausing once the mesmerizing vortex formed. He then stood back up, his body swaying gently with the water's surface, feeling slightly dizzy. Yet, there was no doubt he remained steady on his feet. It appeared he had indeed mastered the skill. Remarkably, treading water and climbing trees had proven so effortlessly learnable. "Rongza, I have acquiesced to your request." A voice, aged and resonant, suddenly rang out from behind him, prompting Bai Shi Yicheng to turn swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shi Rongza stood there alongside a white-bearded elder. Yicheng hastily leapt out of the water basin. "Uncle Rongza, who is this?" "I am Takamoto Shuichi," the old man replied. "Your uncle has requested that I become your teacher. According to our kinship, you should address me as grandfather." Bai Shi Yicheng felt perplexed at being so inexplicably designated as someone's grandson, feeling the weight of an unexpected loss. He chose to endure it. There was little choice, as Bai Shi Rongza's expression shifted to one of stern displeasure upon noticing Yicheng's hesitance to engage. "Good evening, Grandfather Shuichi," he managed to utter. Takamoto Shuichi stepped closer, gently ruffling his hair. Such a good boy. Rongza mentioned you wish to graduate early. Do you have confidence in passing the assessment? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a scroll on the table, and he reached out to grasp it. Bai Shi Yicheng froze for a moment, realizing he had neglected to put away the scroll earlier. Seeing Shuichi's intent to examine it, he grew anxious. Casting frantic glances at Bai Shi Rongza. Unfortunately, his kind uncle paid him no heed. Noticing Yicheng's distress, Takamoto Shuichi lightly tapped his forehead. Little one, I have reviewed all the secret techniques of your family. Do you think that is why Rongza asked me to teach you? All the secret techniques? Bai Shi Yicheng blinked in astonishment at his uncle, realizing this contradicted the warning he had received about confidentiality. Enough, Shuichi is no outsider. He is the most suitable teacher for you, Bai Shi Rongza finally interjected. After thoroughly examining the scroll, Takamoto Shuichi chuckled. Lightning and water attributes, Rongza. You certainly know how to select your pupils. In the entire clan, only you could be Yicheng's teacher. The mention of clan caused Bai Shi Yicheng to be taken aback. Hadn't the family dwindled to just 2 members? Was this elder also of the butterfly lineage? Seeing the astonishment on Yicheng's face, Takamoto Shuichi paused, then turned to Rongza. Did you not share anything with him? I only spoke of some past matters. I did not divulge anything regarding the clan. After a moment of silence, Takamoto Shuichi inquired. Yicheng, do you acknowledge that those of the ninja butterfly are your kin? Before Yicheng could respond, the elder's expression grew animated. I, for one, cannot accept the notion that ninja butterflies are family. A person cannot transform into a butterfly. Bai Shi Yicheng felt somewhat bewildered, awkwardly scratching his nose and smiling sheepishly. Before his uncle, he hesitated to voice any agreement, despite harboring similar thoughts. However, who exactly was Takamoto Shuichi to possess such knowledge? Bai Shi Rongza interjected, Uncle Shuichi. Let us not dwell on the past. Since we have separated, we are now 2 distinct families. After speaking, he addressed Bai Shi Yicheng. Long before the establishment of Konoha, your grandfather divided the family due to the suicide of a clan member. Anyone who had experienced such a tragedy within the family became part of the branch family. Toichi Shioi interjected. Your grandfather was a man of remarkable resolve. None of the previous clan leaders dared to act as he did. I know he did not endorse the notion of ninjas, but as the clan leader, he had no choice. What a pity. So, does this mean that Shioi's grandfather's family is, in essence, one with us? They have now become 2 distinct families, having lost the inheritance of secret techniques, however, in terms of blood lineage. We remain kin. This is something unknown to other ninja clans. Takeuchi Shioi nodded slightly, adding, in fact, some of your clan members have been accepted by our family. No matter how devastating the First Ninja World War was, it could not obliterate a large clan. This was also your grandfather's arrangement. Uncle Shioi, let's not dwell on this any longer. You should focus on how he ought to train. Takeuchi Shioi frowned and glanced at Bai Shi Rongza. He must be informed of these matters, for in the future, these families will rely on him to vie for influence within the village. Otherwise, I understand, he is still quite young. Bai Shi Rongza abruptly interrupted Takeuchi Shioi. Bai Shi Yicheng, deep in thought, realized the vast implications contained within these words. It seemed the days ahead would not be easy. After some contemplation, Bai Shi Yicheng decided to probe further. Uncle Shioi, I plan to go to the hospital after I graduate. To the hospital? Takeuchi Shioi's expression darkened. Rongza, you never mentioned this to me. It differs greatly from what your father said. Surely, you are not. Uncle Shioi, can we refrain from such discussions? He is still far too young. I implore you. Bai Shi Rongza once again interrupted Takeuchi Shioi, lowering his head, his eyes pleading. Bai Shi Yicheng scoffed internally. Thinking they truly regarded him as a child, even from this, he had already imagined numerous scenarios. It was evident that the current clan of the Shirdai family comprised more than just himself and his uncle, lurking in the shadows, preparing to use him as a pawn. That conniving grandfather had undoubtedly set in motion some intricate schemes to ensure the family's survival in chaotic times, much like Uchiha Madara. In the end, Takeuchi Shioi conceded to Bai Shi Rongza. Very well, Yicheng, you have just completed the training of treading water and climbing trees. Now, try to gather your chakra at the surface of your body, just as I do. As Takeuchi Shioi spoke, his body began to emit sparks of electricity. Is this the transformation of lightning? Following suit, Bai Shi Yicheng's body also began to shimmer with electric light. Maintain this state, and see how long you can endure. Merely sustaining this condition proved to be quite taxing on his chakra. Within half a minute, the electrical glow around Bai Shi Yicheng faded. Takeuchi Shioi was taken aback. Is that all you could manage? Bai Shi Yicheng answered honestly. I have no chakra left. Shuichi Takamoto, this amount of chakra barely qualifies you as a genin. If you wish to graduate early. Very well, let me observe your taijutsu. Attack me. Taijutsu, indeed, has always posed a significant challenge for Yashikage Bai Shi. Yashikage Bai Shi charged forward, fist raised, yet Takamoto stood there unflinchingly, allowing the punch to land. Shuichi Takamoto, haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. Indeed, he had not eaten. Yashikage Bai Shi struck the elder once more. Takamoto, his expression unchanged, instructed. Step back a few paces, gather momentum, and unleash your full strength. Are you a human punching bag? Yashikage Bai Shi silently berated himself, stepping back further before exerting all his might against Takamoto. Takamoto did not budge an inch, though his face grew grim. What ninjutsu do you currently possess? I can only perform the body replacement technique. Takamoto inhaled deeply, then turned his gaze towards Yozawa Bai Shi, his eyes brimming with inquiry. To be frank, Yozawa Bai Shi found it hard to watch Yashikage Bai Shi's dismal performance. He could only stammer. I had no idea he was this inept. He mentioned wanting to graduate early today. And I thought, as a senior, Takamoto refrained from storming off. I shall now teach you a lightning release ninjutsu. Pay close attention. Takamoto began forming hand seals, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure Yashikage Bai Shi could clearly see each one. Lightning release, lightning needle technique. A barrage of lightning needles shot forth from his hands, piercing through the trees and vanishing into the ground. This technique is relatively simple among C-rank ninjutsu. Now it is your turn to try. He certainly remembered the seals. Yet he had exhausted his chakra moments ago. How could he release ninjutsu now? Yozawa Bai Shi extended his hand towards him, and Yashikage Bai Shi blinked, unsure of his intent. Have you forgotten? What? Yozawa Bai Shi's expression darkened. 2 years ago, I informed you that we possess the ability to absorb chakra. Have I been too kind to you, causing you to forget everything I taught you? Upon hearing this, Yashikage Bai Shi quickly grasped his hand and began absorbing chakra. To be honest, he had long considered this auxiliary skill rather useless and had pushed it from his mind. However, it now seemed that it might hold some merit for training. Once his chakra was replenished, he commenced forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning needle technique. A few lightning needles erupted from his hand, embedding themselves into the tree. The scale of his ninjutsu could not possibly compare to that of Takamoto, who had unleashed hundreds of lightning needles. He had barely managed 10. Yet, seeing Yashikage Bai Shi successfully perform the ninjutsu, Takamoto finally sighed in relief. Not bad. To succeed in learning this technique on your first attempt is commendable. Commendable. Yashikage Bai Shi's expression darkened. Despite being aware of his lack of talent, facing the reality was disheartening. He closed his eyes, attentively sensing the flow of chakra within his body before forming the seals once more. Lightning release, lightning needle technique. The scale of this event was significantly larger than the first, with dozens of lightning needles vanishing into the tree. Toguchi Shuichi gazed in astonishment, his face reflecting a measure of delight. Nonetheless, Shiraise Yashiki remained dissatisfied. Originally, the technique of scattered needles had 8 seals, and he believed he could perhaps reduce it to 5. Lightning release, scattered needle technique. With only 5 seals, the technique expanded in magnitude, sending nearly 100 lightning needles densely toward the trunk. Due to Shiraise Yashiki's deliberate control, nearly all of these 100 needles struck the same spot, creating a hole in the tree. After utilizing the ninjutsu, Shiraise Yashiki felt his chakra completely depleted, dizziness enveloping him, and he could barely walk. This is bad. I have overdrawn my chakra. Upon hearing this, Shiraise Yashiki's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. After Bai Shi Rongza carried him back to his room, he noticed Takeuchi Shuichi still intently examining the hole created by the lightning needles. Uncle Shuichi, what is the matter? Look at this hole. That child Yashiki nearly unleashed all of his lightning needles in one spot. Do you realize what this signifies? Bai Shi Rongza interjected, at the very least. It indicates a Jounin-level chakra control ability. Indeed, it's astonishing, although the child is lacking in other respects. Such exceptional chakra control is hard to fathom for someone who has only just learned to walk on water and climb trees. After speaking, Takeuchi Shuichi's expression turned regretful. With such chakra control, he would undoubtedly be a genius in ninjutsu, but his chakra is far too limited. Bai Shi Rongza articulated the greatest concern regarding Shiraise Yashiki. Takeuchi Shuichi nodded. An 8-year-old child would not possess an abundance of chakra, yet it should not be this deficient. In a standard electrical resistance test, a typical genin could endure for at least 2 minutes and would not faint after casting 2 C-rank jutsus. Although Shiraise Yashiki had attempted 3 times, The first had not truly consumed much chakra. Contemplating this, Takeuchi Shuichi seemed to recall something and inquired, "Ronza, you haven't already started him on butterfly cultivation, have you?" By sure Ronza touched his nose, his gaze evasive. Upon observing his demeanor, Takeuchi Shuichi's frustration peaked. It has always been at 10 years old. He is only 8 now. Do you want him to perish? In truth, I began 2 years ago. What? Takeuchi Shuichi's eyes widened in shock, pointing at Bai Shi Yicheng, unable to articulate his disbelief, regarding him as if he were a monster. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. You are aware of the reasons for starting butterfly cultivation at 10. You must understand the consequences of beginning too early. Bai Shi Yicheng hung his head in silence. The state of his own body was known only to Shiraise Yashiki. He had not divulged anything to anyone else. He had hoped to wait until Shiraise Yashiki turned 10, but his body could not afford to wait, and time was simply too short. At 10 years old, even if Shiraise Yashiki's talent were lacking, his chakra would be sufficient for butterfly cultivation by then. However, having begun this journey at the tender age of 6, it is not merely a matter of chakra. The most severe consequence lies in the impact on one's vitality. This invaluable lesson has been earned through the blood of our kin. Suddenly, Takeuchi Shuichi appeared before him and delivered a sharp slap. I have long sensed that something is amiss with you. You are inebriated every day. Do you truly wish for your demise? Frankly, I believe there is little merit in perpetuating this secret technique. Perhaps your father shares a similar sentiment. Upon finishing his words, Takeuchi Shuichi vanished without a trace. Hiroshiro Aizawa sighed and retreated to his chamber, feeling a sense of insomnia looming over him once again that night. As darkness enveloped the sky, the Hokage building illuminated with lights. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, gazed at 3 documents laid upon his desk, lost in contemplation. The first was a report submitted by Kawano concerning Hiroshiro Yashiki. The second was a dossier sent by Aizawa, detailing Yashiki's application for admission to the hospital. The third was a submission from the Umbu, accompanied by records of 2 ninjas. Hiruzen hesitated. As Hokage, he naturally hoped for Yashiki to join a ninja squad and serve the village. However, the complexities surrounding these clans, along with lingering historical issues, proved to be quite vexing. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Danzō entered, carrying a blade. "Danzō, are you not in the land of rain?" Hiruzen inquired. "There were complications. Hanzo ambushed my team, resulting in significant casualties, forcing us to retreat. This was not an era of direct opposition between the two presently. Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were in a period of relative camaraderie. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this situation would likely endure for several more years." Danzō, with keen observation, noticed the document concerning Hiroshiro Yashiki on the desk. "That boy wishes to graduate early. Truly a prodigy, is he? Whether he is a prodigy remains to be seen. He merely seeks entry into the hospital. What do you think? A ninja entering a hospital? Is it out of fear for their life? I cannot say. The Butterfly clan has always been peculiar, especially now with only 2 members remaining. Perhaps they merely wish to safeguard the child." Danzō scoffed. "That Hiroshiro Aizawa fellow brought over a dozen jounin to confront me last time. This hardly resembles a clan on the brink of extinction. I understand your insinuations, but these matters have already been addressed by our master. Do you expect me to dredge up past grievances?" Danzō huffed, turning to leave, when Hiruzen suddenly called out, "Danzō, there is something I wish for you to tell me truthfully. What is it? Are the child's parents?" Danzō, who had already opened the door, spun around. Fixing Hiruzen with a piercing gaze, the position of Hokage is not so easily attained. With a resounding thud, the office door slammed shut. Hiruzen remained silent, drawing on his cigarette, until the entire office became enveloped in the smoke he exhaled. The following day, when Hiroshiro Yashiki awoke, he still felt a heavy dizziness clouding his mind. It appears that chakra overexertion is quite severe. Yicheng Bai Shi slapped his cheek and struggled to rise. Upon stepping outside, he encountered his uncle, Rongza Bai Shi, and weakly greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle Rongza." Rongza nodded and extended his hand, saying, "If you're truly feeling unwell, absorbing my chakra might alleviate your discomfort. Would you like me to help you take a leave from the Ninja Academy?" "No need. I'm not that weak. I should be fine by tomorrow. Suit yourself. I've prepared breakfast. Eat well before heading to school." "All right." After finishing his meal, Yicheng felt significantly better. Just before leaving, he turned back and said, "Uncle Rongza, in 2 days, Teacher Chuanya will be visiting our home with his daughter for dinner. You must be home." "I understand." Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Yicheng noticed that he had suddenly become the center of attention. Students passing by occasionally pointed at him, and even in the classroom. This phenomenon persisted. What is going on? Beiluhu approached from behind, deliberately speaking loudly. Look who it is. Just a mediocre student, and now he wants to graduate early. Yicheng blinked and replied, So, you're jealous of me? How could I be jealous of you? Just a mere shadow clone technique and transformation technique. Wait and see. I'll master them in no time. You are indeed jealous. Beiluhu, in a fit of rage, retorted, Bastard, do you dare to spar with me right now? Sorry. I wouldn't dare spar with the illustrious Beiluhu. After teasing him a bit, Yicheng slumped over his desk, looking listless. You're insufferable. After a morning of theoretical classes. During the afternoon's practical training, Yicheng noticed many classmates eyeing him with eager anticipation. He was bemused. How had he never realized he was this popular before? When it came time for him to engage in sparring with others, Yicheng promptly conceded defeat. Given his current state, winning against these classmates held little significance. Why bother with such a thankless endeavor? Upon hearing his concession, his classmates expressed disappointment and began to jeer. He just gave up like that. Is he afraid of being taught a lesson? Who knows? This guy is always troublesome. Fortunately, Teacher Chuanya sensed something was amiss and intervened. After school, Yicheng was once again kept behind. You seem a bit off today. Is something wrong? It's just chakra overexertion. I'll recover soon. That's good to hear. Teacher Chuanya picked up a document from his desk and continued. The Hokage has approved your graduation application, so you won't need to come to school tomorrow. Just like that? Yicheng replied with a peculiar expression. Isn't there a graduation assessment? Speaking of this, Chuanya's expression also turned strange. I don't know what arrangements your family has made, but the Hokage conveyed that if you wish to undergo the assessment, it will be arranged. If not, that is acceptable as well. Bai Shi Yicheng was left with nothing but a head full of questions and a sense of bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Why is everything so utterly unpredictable? Upon returning home, he intended to confer with his uncle and provide you with a response when Teacher Chuanya arrives with Mei Hui in 2 days. Very well. With a heart brimming with uncertainty, he approached his home, only to faintly hear the sound of an argument within before he even pushed open the door. As he swung the door open, the quarrel abruptly ceased. Zhu Bin Xiu and Bai Shi Rongzhe sat facing each other, calmly sipping tea. In that instant, Bai Shi Yicheng discerned that the peculiar demeanor of the third Hokage was somehow linked to these two individuals. Behind them stood a young lady, who, after a quick assessment, he rated an 85. After completing his evaluation, Bai Shi Yicheng dutifully bowed. Grandpa Xiu Yi, Uncle Rongzhe. Might this beautiful sister be a relative of Grandfather Xiu Yi? Indeed, she is my granddaughter, Zhu Bin and Na, 3 years your senior. Hello, and Na sister. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Bai Shi Yicheng. I look forward to your guidance. Emulating Jiraiya, Bai Shi Yicheng extended a playful hand. After they exchanged greetings, they retreated behind their respective elders. Zhu Bin Xiu Yi and Bai Shi Rongzhe exchanged glances before resuming their tea. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar, and Bai Shi Yicheng sensed it was best for him to speak up. Uncle Rongzhe, today Teacher Chuanya informed me that I am eligible for graduation. Bai Shi Rongzhe sighed in relief and inquired, what about the graduation assessment? The Hokage stated that there is no need for an assessment. I can graduate directly. Zhu Bin Xiu Yi immediately stood up, exclaiming, how is that possible? My son. Bai Shi Yicheng wore an expression of someone who had seen through everything. I knew you were meddling. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhu Bin Xiu Yi quickly reacted and grabbed his ear. How dare you set me up? You have quite the audacity. To save his ear, Bai Shi Yicheng reluctantly revealed the truth. The Hokage mentioned that if an assessment is desired, he will arrange it. Graduation is possible without it. At that moment, both Zhu Bin Xiu Yi and Bai Shi Rongzhe grasped the situation, silently cursing the old fox known as the third Hokage. While they awaited the third's decision, little did they know he had simply passed the ball back, leading to an impasse between the two of them. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Bin Xiu Yi felt it necessary to persuade Bai Shi Yicheng. Yicheng, what do you think prompted the third Hokage to make such a decision? What else could it be? Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. Graduating without an assessment will surely land me in the hospital. Participating in the assessment guarantees I will join a ninja team. Zhu Bin Xiu Yi asked, so, do you think you should participate? Not participating, Bai Shi Yicheng replied, Grandpa Xiu Yi, please do not glare at me. You know I truly lack any ninja talent. I'd be better off in the hospital. Nonsense. Zhu Bin Xiu Yi retorted. Though your physical skills and chakra capacity are lacking, you are undoubtedly a genius in ninjutsu studies. Have I truly become a genius? Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched. You will say anything to make me your tool, won't you? Bai Shi Yicheng chuckled. There is nothing wrong with the hospital. The medical ninjutsu you spoke of before struck me as quite commendable. Shuichi Takamoto retorted, nonsense medical ninjutsu. Who are you trying to fool with such baseless claims? Ryos, I've watched you grow up. It's too early for you to play tricks on me. His demeanor prompted Yasukuni Bai Shi to ponder deeply. Could it be? He glanced at his uncle, who was discreetly signaling him. Yasukuni Bai Shi inwardly lamented. This truly puts me in a difficult position. Akin to Jubeiji, it was evident that Ryos Bai Shi had not disclosed the truth to Shuichi Takamoto, at least not regarding his health. Otherwise, Shuichi would not have opposed so vehemently. Wasn't Ryos seeking a mentor? This situation seemed less about finding a teacher and more about courting trouble. To be honest, Yasukuni Bai Shi had no desire to engage in such matters prematurely. At merely 8 years of age, he was acutely aware that a misstep could jeopardize his life. Danzō was no mere figurehead. The third Hokage, despite his seemingly noble facade, was surrounded by the likes of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju clans, none of whom were benign. If given the choice of lineage, he suddenly found the life of a commoner quite appealing. Although resources were limited, at least one's life would be secure. However, being born into a ninja clan, while abundant in resources, came with perilous consequences at every turn. Not only was he presently weak, but even if he attained the rank of Hokage, navigating such a predicament would still be fraught with challenges. After a moment of contemplation, he came to a resolution. Grandfather Shuichi, my intention to join the hospital is unwavering and will not change. Shuichi Takamoto, growing anxious, exclaimed, Do you truly comprehend what entering the hospital entails? It signifies the renunciation of your identity as a ninja. You will even lose your ninja designation. Without a ninja identity, your prospects for advancement in Konoha are virtually extinguished. High medical skills may earn you some recognition, but what more can you gain? Life is not so simple, especially when you are born into a ninja clan. The responsibilities you are destined to bear are not to be evaded. By the end, Shuichi's face had turned ashen, his words punctuated by spittle. Ryos Bai Shi observed the scene quietly. Sipping his tea, Yasukuni Bai Shi remained silent. Realizing he had reacted too strongly, Shuichi Takamoto regained his composure and resumed his persuasion. You need not worry about joining a ninja team. We have arranged for you absolutely reliable companions. After a few years of experience and accumulating credentials, we will elevate you to a high position within Konoha. It will undoubtedly be superior to remaining in the hospital. Listen to this. They have orchestrated everything. Yasukuni Bai Shi found it challenging to conjure a reason to refuse. Yet, he had already made up his mind. It was imperative to cut ties with these ninja clans now to avoid future complications. Grandfather Shuichi, please cease your arguments. My decision is resolute. Why? Give me a reason. Our family consists only of my uncle and me. All I desire is to grow up safely and lead an ordinary life. Shuichi Takamoto fixed his gaze intently upon him. But Yasukuni Bai Shi stood firm against the pressure. Your family is not limited to just the two of you. We are your kin, bound by blood. If you sever ties, you will create two separate families. The words spoken by Bai Shi Yicheng yesterday were directly used by Bai Shi Yicheng to silence Takebuchi Shuichi. Takebuchi's complexion shifted from pallor to a fiery red, and his body began to emit flickers of electric light. A formidable aura emanated from him, nearly overwhelming Bai Shi Yicheng. This was an unbearable sensation for Bai Shi Yicheng. He felt as though his heart was being tugged by unseen hands, as if it might explode at any moment. This was the power of a true warrior, a force that was utterly captivating. There was no doubt that Takebuchi Shuichi belonged to the same era as his grandfather. A time marked by perpetual conflict, where only the strong could endure. Bai Shi Yicheng, crushed under this pressure, knelt in submission, fully aware that if this elder wished to take his life, it would require merely the slightest gesture. Bai Shi Yicheng could no longer remain seated. He stood up and said, Uncle Shuichi, he is still young and cannot bear such pressure. Why must you be so furious? Takebuchi Shuichi, evidently enraged, seemed to grow even more imposing upon hearing these words. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Shi Yicheng's mouth, and all he could hear was a buzzing in his head. He knew he could not yield, and he was acutely aware that Takebuchi Shuichi would not kill him. He resolved to endure through gritted teeth, as long as he survived. The future would be filled with possibilities. Standing quietly behind the elder, Takebuchi Anna was filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why Bai Shi Yicheng resisted so fervently. No one wished him harm. Everyone acted in his best interest. What was wrong with such a life? Having just celebrated her 11th birthday, she looked at Bai Shi Yicheng as if she were gazing upon a new gateway. Grandfather, We can actually do this. Let's send him to the hospital. The evaluations must proceed. And everything will be fine, Takebuchi Anna suddenly interjected. Her words opened a new avenue for Takebuchi Shuichi. He fell silent, and Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes brightened. They exchanged a glance, reaching a mutual understanding. At that moment, Bai Shi Yicheng was gasping for breath, akin to a fish on the brink of dying from thirst. Old man. You are quite capable. Once, Bai Shi Yicheng held a measure of respect for the elder, but now that respect had evaporated, leaving only dread. His life felt entirely at the mercy of another, a sensation he had never experienced before. It was as though he lay on an operating table, surrendering his fate to the surgeon. Ah, what an astonishing and mesmerizing power. An unprecedented ambition surged within him. He craved such strength. The ability to dictate the destinies of others, to wield even greater power. Takebuchi Shuichi realized he had gone too far, and he could only manage an awkward chuckle in response to Bai Shi Yicheng's disrespect. Thus it is decided. Starting tomorrow, you will come to me for training. With your current strength, passing the evaluations is impossible. With that declaration, Takebuchi Shuichi departed, accompanied by Takebuchi Anna. As Anna Takamoto cast a fleeting glance at Yashiki Shiraishi upon her departure, her expression bore an enigmatic quality. Once they had left, Yashiki Shiraishi completely relaxed, transforming into a mere sloth, lying on the ground, utterly disinclined to move, lost in the contemplation of the sky. Having lingered after everyone else had departed, he was reminded that it was time to wash up and dine. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Issei Shiraishi intervened. After their meal, as Yashiki prepared to return to his chamber, Issei's voice resonated. Do you not have anything you wish to inquire about? What is there to ask? Sooner or later, the truth will come to light. Ouch, please, do refrain from tugging my ear. Issei pulled him back to the dining table. What pretense of profundity is this? Speak plainly. Rolling his eyes, Yashiki pondered for a moment before responding. With only the two of us remaining, why does their family, so grand in stature, persistently cling to us? Is it merely for the sake of a secret technique's inheritance? This was the crux of Yashiki's confusion. Their family consisted solely of a crippled uncle and a child yet to mature, devoid of any substantial wealth. He simply could not fathom why Shuichi Takamoto relentlessly pursued him, exerting considerable effort to elevate his status. Issei chuckled. A secret technique, that sort of thing would not even pique grandfather Shuichi's interest. The truly valuable treasures in this world have never been those that are tangible. Yashiki's mind began to critique this abstract notion, sensing that Yashiki was struggling to comprehend. Issei sighed. The true worth of our family lies not in secret techniques but in our reputation. Reputation. This revelation sparked understanding in Yashiki. The names inscribed on the Konoha memorial stone, among them the Shiraishi lineage, were all members of their family. Through sacrifice and death, they garnered honor. The sacrifices of their kin had forged Konoha and, in turn, the Shiraishi clan, just as the Senju clan's motto proclaimed their valor. Sometimes such ideals wield more influence than raw strength. The emperor does not require unmatched bravery. He needs to speak with authority. When others believe in you, you will flourish. If they do not, even a blade at your throat will not sway their hearts. At best, they may acquiesce verbally while remaining unconvinced. Although the Takamoto family shares a bloodline with them, once divided, they are two distinct clans, devoid of such prestige. Before the establishment of Konoha, they were a prominent clan, with many ninja tribes relying upon them. Even after Konoha's founding, they maintained profound connections. As long as their family persists, that reputation will endure. Should their lineage perish, the entire network of interests would crumble. Upon absorbing this insight, Yashiki grasped his predicament with clarity. Whether it be the Takamoto family or other ninja clans, without reputation, they could not command respect. A lack of respect would lead to disarray, and the influence in Konoha would diminish sharply. They were acutely aware of this reality, which is precisely why they clung to him. Coincidentally, the Shiraishi clan had utterly declined, reaching the nadir of their self-serving needs. As long as one strives to elevate oneself and seize the power of discourse in the village, their interests will be maximized. It is even foreseeable that, should one truly ascend to power, more clans might gravitate towards them, thus forming an even larger coalition. If one excels, perhaps the position of Hokage could be within reach. Upon realizing this, Yashiki Bai Shi began to smile wryly. Danzō had aspired to recruit him into the Umbu since the commencement of the Ninja Academy. He wondered what his uncle was thinking to even seek his opinion. Did he wish for him to align himself with the third Hokage? Such a prospect was utterly implausible. setting aside whether this interest group would consent. He himself would be the first to refuse. Danzō was cunning. Falling into his grasp could result in being branded with a cursed seal, leaving him with no one to turn to for help. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Bai Shi's mind as he recalled the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. They had not perished in the Great Ninja War, but rather in a seemingly ordinary mission, which struck him as peculiar. Furthermore, at the time of their demise, the third Hokage had only just assumed office. Who stood to gain the most from the annihilation of his entire family? The third Hokage. Realizing this, Bai Shi felt a chill run down his spine. With the demise of his family, he was now alone, and both Danzō and the third had ample means to manipulate him. They could easily orchestrate a scenario to absorb his entire clan, thereby further inflating the Hokage's power and influence. If this were indeed the case, Bai Shi gazed at his good uncle, Yoshizawa Bai Shi, with genuine gratitude. It was undoubtedly due to Yoshizawa's resilience against external pressures that he had been able to live so comfortably over the years. Reflecting on Yoshizawa's past confrontation with Danzō, it was likely a display of strength to prevent Danzō and the third from overstepping their bounds while simultaneously leaving himself with options. Should he truly join a ninja squad, it would likely herald a looming shadow of death. It seemed that Yoshizawa had been in a state of indecision for the past 2 years, only finding a path for Bai Shi when he expressed his desire to enter the hospital. Bai Shi was uncertain whether a person like him had ever existed in the annals of Konoha's history, and if so, they likely did not live long. Danzō would undoubtedly not spare him. With his refusal to be manipulated evident, there remained no alternative but to eliminate him to dismantle the coalition. The thought alone sent a cold sweat trickling down Bai Shi's forehead. He felt fortunate for his choice to enter the hospital, yet apprehensive about the future. The interest group, led by Takamoto, would undoubtedly not allow him to enjoy his time in the hospital. They would seek every means to elevate him. Consequently, he would inevitably have to contend with the faction led by the third Hokage. Whether he could emerge victorious was uncertain. Yet Bai Shi felt no inclination to engage in such endeavors. However, the matter of his parents now lingered like a thorn in his heart. If indeed the third and Danzō were responsible, Bai Shi scoffed, muttering a single word before departing. Boring. Yoshizawa observed his retreating figure with a wry smile. Indeed, it was quite dull. Upon returning to his chamber, Yicheng Bai Shi unfurled the ninjutsu scroll, yet found himself utterly incapable of comprehending its contents. After struggling in vain for a while, he relinquished the scroll and succumbed to a reverie. What path should he take? How could he orchestrate the downfall of the third Hokage and ascend as the fourth? If all proceeded as expected, the third would likely outlive him, as the cursed secrets of his clan would probably prevent him from reaching the age of 50. A coup seemed insurmountable, given the considerable power of the interest groups led by the third. Moreover, the ninja clan, spearheaded by Takamoto, merely sought to exploit him for their own gain. Should a coup be initiated, he would undoubtedly be the first to be forsaken. Did this leave him with no choice but to remain in the hospital? To bide his time, to endure, and subsequently cultivate his Sharingan into the Rinnegan? Eventually, he could amass strength and instigate a coup to become Hokage? How tedious. The more he pondered, the more he felt a disquiet. Yicheng Bai Shi considered the rare opportunity of having been granted a second chance at life. How could he be shackled by the village? Such trivial politics were beneath him. Was his reincarnation merely to become a mere village leader? Surely, that was a jest. His family and kin had already been buried beneath the decay of Konoha, and he was to become yet another harbinger of rot. Only a fool would entertain such notions. He was no saint, after all. With this thought, a peculiar glint appeared in Yicheng Bai Shi's eyes. Since they had consumed his family as sustenance, he would not hesitate to reciprocate. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he retrieved a tome from the shelf, his smile becoming increasingly macabre with each page turned. After a considerable time, he closed the book, shut his eyes, and began to ponder. If the writings in the tome held any truth, what he required was a cursed seal, one capable of controlling others. Yet, most of the seals depicted in the narrative were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Yicheng Bai Shi perplexed about their formation. Were they related to sealing techniques? He could not say for certain, but it mattered little. He was still young and would undoubtedly encounter such matters in due time. At present, his foremost concern was the health of Hiruzen Bai Shi. He was uncertain if medical ninjutsu could save Hiruzen's life, yet he vowed to exert every effort, regardless of the reason. He could not bear the thought of losing this uncle, for he was his last remaining kin. The following day, Yicheng Bai Shi was unceremoniously yanked from his slumber by his kind uncle, who insisted he don the clan's garb. The flamboyant attire resembled that of a flamboyant dandy. After their meal, Hiruzen led him to the Takamoto household. From this day forth, he would be training under the tutelage of that elderly gentleman. Uncle Hirazawa. Why must I wear such attire for training? He queried. This is your inaugural visit there. It holds great significance. Upon arriving at the Takamoto clan, Yicheng Baisher quickly grasped the importance of his attire. As they traversed the bustling streets, passers-by frequently bowed in respect, rendering him quite uncomfortable. This was his first encounter with such reverence, and he found himself exceedingly ill at ease. His own home was surrounded by vacant houses, devoid of neighbors, making it feel akin to a ghost town. In contrast, this place was not only vibrant and flourishing, but also teeming with the warmth of human interaction. Uncle Rongza. Who are those people bowing to us? They're our clansmen. Upon meeting Takeuchi Shuichi, Baisha Rongza remarked, Uncle Shuichi, I entrust you with Yicheng. I shall take my leave now. Takeuchi Shuichi nodded, and then called out, Anna, hurry up, we are leaving. Must we bring along your granddaughter for training? Baisha Yicheng found himself perplexed by Takeuchi Shuichi's reasoning. After they exited, the simply dressed Takeuchi Anna trailed behind the two. Not far ahead, a training ground came into view. Standing in the arena, Takeuchi Shuichi spoke, Yicheng, your fundamentals are lacking. I'm afraid I might inadvertently injure you, so I'll have Anna be your sparring partner. Baisha Yicheng glanced back at Taichi Anna, who was also gazing at him. Is Sister Anna really formidable? Mediocre, was Takeuchi Anna's modest response. However, when they engaged in practice, Baisha Yicheng was taken aback. This so-called mediocrity was anything but. Her physical prowess allowed her to subdue him in an instant, leaving him utterly defenseless. Thus, that day proved quite dismal for Baisha Yicheng, as he was consistently overwhelmed. Takeuchi Anna likely possessed the strength of a chunin, treating their sparring as mere play. Meanwhile, Baisha Yicheng found himself exhausted, sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. Sister Anna, you're truly impressive. How do you train? Just like this, she replied. Baisha Yicheng pointed at himself. Train like me? Yes. Left speechless, he pondered whether she endured beatings every day. That old man Takeuchi Shuichi was quite the taskmaster. After a day of training, Takeuchi Shuichi escorted them home. Yicheng, your house is a bit far. Why not stay at my place? Takeuchi Anna suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. Baisha Yicheng, with a peculiar expression, replied, No, thank you, Grandpa Shuichi. Takeuchi Shuichi shot a glare at Anna and then inquired, When is your graduation assessment? Speaking of which, Baisha Yicheng recalled that tomorrow, Chuanyi would be visiting his home with his daughter Mei Hui, at which point he would have the exact timing. My ninja school instructor will visit my home tomorrow. And then I'll know. Oh, I hope the timing isn't too tight. Right now, your priority is to enhance your physical skills. Ninjutsu is comparatively less critical. Understood. Upon returning home and finding no sign of Baisha Rongza, Baisha Yicheng headed straight to his room. Lying on his bed and feeling the soreness throughout his body, he smiled. A single day of training certainly bore no immediate results, yet he could sense himself growing stronger, not in physical terms, but psychologically. As one ascends to the level of Jonin, combat experience may not hold as much value. However, in battles among Genin and Chunin, experience proves to be of utmost importance. He began to look forward to tomorrow's training. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be idle. Although Takeuchi Shuichi stated that there was no rush for ninjutsu, having a broader repertoire would always be beneficial. As he perused the scroll, he came across the technique of body flicker and felt it prudent to master this ninjutsu first. After practicing thrice, Baisha Yicheng successfully learned the body flicker technique. However, he wasn't overly elated, as it was merely a rudimentary form of teleportation. He found it somewhat peculiar that his learning pace for ninjutsu seemed rather extraordinary. Was the butterfly seed within him beginning to yield results? He speculated in silence, unable to comprehend why he was acquiring ninjutsu with such swiftness. Could it be attributed to his spiritual energy? If one were to consider his soul's age, he would indeed be a man in his 30s. A rather mature gentleman, even older than Baisha Ryazawa. If Ryazawa were to learn of this, he might very well be disgusted to the point of losing his appetite. A malicious grin spread across Baisha Yicheng's face. Afterward, he resumed his search through the scroll for ninjutsu that would suit him. Water release, water gun, summoned a deluge to assault his foes. It seemed promising. Coupled with his lightning affinity chakra, he envisioned the creation of a combined ninjutsu. Half an hour later, Baisha Yicheng gazed at the puddle on the ground with a sigh. While he had indeed mastered the technique, due to his chakra limitations, he felt as though he were merely spitting water, the power pitifully weak. It was evident that he needed to address his chakra reserves. Otherwise, even if he amassed more, he would be unable to wield it effectively. Pondering this, Bai Shi Yicheng decided to set that matter aside for the moment and began to contemplate the impending graduation examination. After all, that was of utmost urgency. If he was to participate in the assessment, passing was essential, yet his current strength was inadequate. Even with his considerable training in taijutsu, uncertainty loomed. He lacked decisive ninjutsu or taijutsu. He began to recall the lightning release techniques from the narrative. As for water release, he dismissed it outright. Chidori, it seemed, was a close-range ninjutsu, somewhat incompatible with him, given his subpar physical skills. However, if he could cultivate it into a nature transformation, it would suit him perfectly. The thought of nature transformation sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Bai Shi Yicheng's mind. He decided to give it a try. He dashed to the yard and attempted to concentrate chakra in his hand. A flicker of weak lightning appeared and then vanished. This was exceedingly difficult. Undeterred, he channeled all his chakra into his hand. With a crackling sound, the lightning flickered for a brief moment before disappearing once again. Clutching his arm in agony, he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He hadn't anticipated that such a simple endeavor would impose such a significant burden on his meridians. Merely a fleeting spark, and it felt as though his entire arm was rendered useless. Indeed, it was not so simple. While he might master Chidori in the future, for now, it was undoubtedly forbidden for him. After resting for half an hour, he began to feel somewhat better. If he could not achieve form transformation, perhaps he should attempt nature transformation instead. Speaking of which should one practice first, form transformation or nature transformation? The narrative seemed to suggest that form transformation precedes nature transformation. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, attempting to infuse it with lightning-release chakra before throwing it at a tree. He took another kunai and hurled it at the same target. Approaching the tree, he extracted both kunai and began to examine the incisions. One cut was considerably deeper than the other. There was indeed an effect. He hurled a shuriken infused with chakra once more, this time with a somewhat greater amount of energy, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. Furrowing his brow, Bai Shi Yicheng hastened to his room, retrieving paper and pen to document all variations he could conceive of lightning's properties: sharpness, paralysis, diffusion, conduction, and what else? Does explosion count as a property of lightning? Bai Shi Yicheng scratched his head, perplexed. Regardless, he resolved to experiment one by one. Starting with sharpness, he pondered. Who can enlighten me on how to render lightning sharp? It seemed that both Sasuke and Killer Bee in the narrative possessed such capabilities, wielding blades as well. Perhaps he too required a sword? At that moment, Bai Shi Rongza, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in. Uncle Rongza, do we have any ninja blades at home? Bai Shi Rongza, clearly inebriated, mumbled incoherently before tossing a key. The warehouse, go find it yourself. Accepting the key, Bai Shi Yicheng watched his swaying figure with concern. At this rate, he feared Rongza might drink himself to an early grave, missing even the chance to transform into a butterfly. Yet, he was at a loss for how to offer counsel. His head throbbing. Upon reaching the long-neglected warehouse at the back of the house, Bai Shi Yicheng pushed open the door, coughing from the dust that rushed forth. He entered once the air cleared. Various weapons were haphazardly strewn about, resembling a heap of refuse. He picked up a blade from the ground, drew it out, and noted its rustiness. Discarding it, he began to rummage through the clutter for a suitable ninja blade. Too long, not suitable. This one seems good, but it's rusted too. After an exhaustive search, he ventured deeper into the warehouse. Truth be told, the warehouse was quite spacious. He found several more blades, yet none met his requirements. Then, a particular ninja blade on a dilapidated rack caught his eye. It appeared to belong to Uncle Zanjia. He chuckled softly, recalling him fondly. Although he spoke thus, he was acutely aware that the blade's owner had passed away. Lifting the sword, he drew the blade and found it free of rust. Naturally, for Zanjia was one of the few masters of swordsmanship in the family, and he would not have been careless with his weapon. Uncertain of the blade's material, he deemed it suitable enough for his needs. Having found an appropriate sword, he prepared to leave. Yet, as he gazed at the rusted weapons scattered about, he fell silent for a moment before shutting the door. Returning to the courtyard, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon a wooden post, only ceasing once he had cleaved it in two. His mood was utterly dismal. He decided to retire for the night. Before dawn, Bai Shi Yicheng rolled out of bed. Armed with the sword, he ventured into the courtyard to experiment with the properties of lightning. He first attempted to infuse chakra into the blade, watching as it gradually illuminated with electric energy, lost in contemplation. Sharpness. How does one make lightning sharp? With no clear direction, he opted to practice on the wooden post, seeking a sense of it. He struck first, infusing chakra before each blow, stabbing and observing the resulting cuts. The wound from the thrust revealed no discernible difference, and he turned his gaze towards the slash wound. It was a remarkably clean incision. Were it not for his knowledge of where he had struck, one might scarcely notice its presence. In contrast, the area affected by the injected chakra was evidently broader, and the cut appeared rather jagged, reminiscent of a saw's path. Observing this mark, Bai Shi Yicheng's expression turned peculiar. Could this be my nature transformation? He suspended the blade above a wooden post and commenced infusing it with lightning chakra, without any intention of controlling the chakra. After half a minute, he ceased the infusion. The wooden post bore clear signs of having been sawed. Bai Shi Yicheng scratched his head. A chainsaw? What sort of nature transformation is this? Surely, it cannot be a mere form transformation. Nonetheless, this was an unexpected delight. He began to control the chakra, attempting to imbue the blade with the essence of a chainsaw. Initially, the current on the blade lacked form, but as he infused more chakra, it gradually began to take shape. Flowing barbed teeth started to emerge. These teeth, initially quite large, shrank under his command until they became imperceptible. He struck down fiercely upon the wooden post. The post split cleanly in two and fell to the ground. Bai Shi Yicheng crouched to examine the incision. The cut was rough and uneven, and rather than a straight line, it exhibited a curvilinear form. Bai Shi Yicheng furrowed his brow. If someone were to be struck by such a technique, they would surely suffer immensely. Theoretically, a sharper blade inflicts less pain. Yet this nature transformation would likely cause unbearable agony upon mere contact, akin to being bitten by a beast. Not merely a bite, but a bite followed by chewing. Just contemplating such pain sent a shiver down his spine. How could lightning undergo such a transformation? Bai Shi Yicheng was perplexed, and he recalled that fleeting moment when he felt the blade slip from his control while striking the post. With this thought, he stood the wooden post upright and struck again. This time, due to his deliberate control, he experienced no sensation of loss of control over the blade. The cut was remarkably straight. Such a technique should be avoided. It borders on cruelty. Bai Shi Rongze appeared behind him, seemingly just awakened and exuding an air of languor. Bai Shi Yicheng turned and smiled. I know, but how could lightning exhibit such a transformation? Uncle, do you know the reason? Bai Shi Rongze picked up the wooden post to scrutinize the incision and shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps Grandpa Xiuyao will have the answer. He is an expert on lightning. Now let us go eat. After their meal, Bai Shi Yicheng stepped out with his blade slung over his back. Bai Shi Rongze sat on the steps, perusing a book. After a while, he picked up the wooden post that had been cleaved in two by Bai Shi Yicheng for a closer inspection. This transformation must be a result of the combination of form and nature, but how was it accomplished? Bai Shi Rongze frowned. Even he could not possess such control over chakra. Was it sheer talent? Or was there an issue with the butterfly species? Indeed, I have acted with undue haste. He has yet to perceive the abnormality. His chakra control is akin to that of nurturing 3 butterfly species. What could possibly be amiss? Bai Shi Rongze does not consider this a fortuitous circumstance, as he is acutely aware that no reward comes without effort. If this continues, when Bai Shi Yicheng's butterfly species begins to manifest its effects, his chakra control will undoubtedly reach the level of a Hokage. The advantages are evident. Mastering ninjutsu will become astonishingly swift. While others may require a month to learn a C-rank ninjutsu, he might accomplish it in mere hours, as effortless as the acts of eating and drinking. As for the drawbacks, Bai Shi Rongze has yet to discern them, but he is certain that this is far from normal. If this were indeed a prodigious talent, why had it never been revealed before? Curiously, it only began to emerge after nurturing the butterfly species. After much contemplation, Bai Shi Rongze resolved to visit the Butterfly Rest Valley. Utilizing reverse summoning techniques, he arrived and encountered Mei Yi. Lady Mei Yi, I seek your counsel on a matter. What is it? It appears that Yicheng's butterfly species is rather unusual. His chakra control is astonishing. Could this lead to complications? At this moment, a peculiar expression crossed Mei Yi's face. Rongze, is this not a positive development? A positive development? Uncommon occurrences often herald trouble. Lady Mei Yi, I believe it prudent to have him visit you for an assessment. Mei Yi's expression grew even more enigmatic. Indeed, no matter how much time passes, I struggle to comprehend human thoughts. What you deem beneficial, you perceive as detrimental. Have I unwittingly transgressed? Bai Shi Rongze's countenance shifted. Could it be you? Rongze, it is merely a small gift. That child is rather special. Special? Do not fret. He is the last of your lineage. I cannot allow the bloodline to dwindle, hence the special treatment. Will there truly be no issues? Absolutely none. Upon concluding her statement, Mei began to usher him away. With no recourse, Bai Shi Yicheng returned home. Once more seated upon the steps, he reflected on Mei Yi's peculiar demeanor, his expression fluctuating. He suddenly recalled the words of Takemoto Hyuchi. Perhaps this secret technique need not be passed down after all. In the training grounds, Bai Shi Yicheng found himself once more bested by Takemoto Anna. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that Anna was acting unusually today, as if harboring resentment towards him. I have not provoked you, Bai Shi Yicheng lamented internally, once again thwarting Anna's low kick. Hey, that makes 5 times. His face flushed. Bai Shi Yicheng contemplated retreating from the arena, only to have Anna seize the opportunity. A swift shoulder throw sent him sprawling to the ground, and Anna promptly mounted him. Anna, I concede. He felt that if he did not yield, she might truly beat him senseless. Do not concede. What? Bai Shi Yicheng was utterly bewildered, witnessing her raise her fist. He quickly turned to seek assistance. However, Takemoto Hyuchi had seemingly vanished. Despair washed over Bai Shi Yicheng. As Takemoto Anna mounted on him, she unleashed a flurry of blows. Shiraishi Yashiki could only shield his face with his arms and endure the onslaught. Sister Anna, what have I done wrong? Please stop. I truly feel as though I might perish from your strikes. The more he pleaded, the more ferociously she struck. Shiraishi began to comprehend Anna's approach. As long as he could speak, he was still alive, and that meant she would continue to pummel him. This one-sided assault persisted for a full 20 minutes, leaving Shiraishi sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Takemoto Anna stood nearby, panting heavily. Get up, she commanded after catching her breath. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Shiraishi saw her raise her fist once more and, nearly in tears, struggled to his feet. Sister Anna, are you unhappy today? Indeed, that's why I'm hitting you. Do you understand the meaning of subtlety? This insufferable, self-absorbed girl had the audacity to treat him as a punching bag. He vowed to make her pay for this in due time. Internally, Shiraishi raged, yet on the surface, he forced a smile, feigning nonchalance. It's nothing, I'm tough-skinned. Did you vent your frustrations? If not, feel free to hit me a couple more times. Really? You actually want to be hit? His smile froze as confusion washed over him. Usually, didn't this kind of routine lead to a girl feeling remorseful and then becoming gentle and caring? What a lunatic. This was all a facade. Shiraishi's smile vanished completely. He could not fathom Takemoto and his thoughts, nor did he dare to inquire. It was he merely the fear of being struck? Well, okay, it was primarily that. He had no idea how long he would be training here, and if he offended this woman, she could justifiably unleash her wrath upon him. Are you cursing me in your heart? Takemoto Anna suddenly leaned in, locking her gaze onto his eyes. Not at all. Shiraishi was quite familiar with this tactic. He knew better than to appear guilty. He held her gaze without flinching. Ultimately, it was Takemoto Anna who faltered, and Shiraishi laughed inwardly, thinking, with such skill. She dares to challenge me? A coward who can't even retaliate when struck. Shiraishi shook his head in disbelief, realizing that in her eyes, she was always justified. If he were to curse her, he would likely find himself once again at her mercy. Unable to argue any further, he chose silence. Seeing him mute only seemed to exacerbate Anna's irritation. Continue the training, otherwise, when grandfather returns, he will be angry. Are you truly afraid of your grandfather's wrath? Have you forgotten how furious he was the day before yesterday? Shiraishi recalled the terror of being subjected to Takemoto Hideo's authority. However, he had no masochistic tendencies and certainly did not wish to serve as a punching bag. Don't worry, I will explain to your grandfather. Just don't use me as a punching bag anymore. With such violence, who would dare to marry you? Takemoto Anna shot him a glare. No need for your concern. I have no intention of marrying a coward like you. Well, I appreciate your sentiment, Shiraishi replied, noticing she showed no intention of striking him again. He decided to lie down on the ground and rest. Takemoto Anna sat on the ground, gazing at him. Do you dislike our family? Not at all. Why are you unwilling to accept your grandfather's arrangement and insist on entering the hospital? Personal reasons. Can't you disclose them? Bai Shi Yicheng glanced at her, choosing to remain silent. Are you dissatisfied with a life dictated by others? Bai Shi Yicheng continued to ignore her. Don't think that your silence conceals your thoughts from me. Do you find me bothersome? So you are aware of your own irritability, yet you continue to chatter incessantly? I will likely follow you from now on, so you must not find me annoying, or else. Takemoto Anna brandished her fist, signaling a threat. Bai Shi Yicheng could no longer tolerate it. What do you mean by following me? Is this your grandfather's directive? Yes. You must possess some ninja identity. Will you accompany me into the hospital as well? Bai Shi Yicheng seemed to grasp why Takamoto Anna wanted to beat him up. Yes, always responding with yes. What do you truly mean? It means nothing. Bai Shi Yicheng, what in the world does that old man Takamoto Shuichi mean by having his granddaughter monitor me? Or rather, protect me? Bai Shi Yicheng furrowed his brow, his expression grim. You likely do not wish to enter the hospital either. I will persuade your grandfather to rescind this decision. Takamoto Anna remarked oddly. You can't even defeat me, yet you wish to negotiate with my grandfather? Must one defeat you to negotiate with your grandfather? No, you must be able to surpass my grandfather. You're crazy, Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. Feeling rather foolish for worrying about such matters, he was disinclined to speculate about others' intentions, whether it pertained to the village or the family, it was all the same. Regardless, he harbored plans in his heart, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would eventually leave this place. Whether by choice or force, he was destined to inhabit a world separate from the villagers. At noon, Takamoto Shuichi brought them lunch. After they finished eating, Bai Shi Yicheng demonstrated the nature transformation of lightning. Takamoto Shuichi gazed in astonishment. How did you accomplish that? By infusing chakra into the weapon and then manipulating it. It transforms in such a manner. Bai Shi Yicheng replied, wielding the blade to strike a tree. After examining the cut on the tree, Takamoto Shuichi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Takamoto Anna regarded him as if he were a monster. Even Bai Shi Yicheng, typically oblivious, sensed something was amiss. He tentatively inquired, is this difficult? You are indeed a genius. Such chakra manipulation is challenging even for a jounin. Is it not due to the butterfly seed within me? The butterfly seed requires at least 10 years to develop its potency, and you have yet to reach 10 years of age. Bai Shi Yicheng's expression turned peculiar. If it was not the butterfly seed, could it truly be due to his soul power? Yet, he had previously exhibited little talent. If he had been more gifted, he would not have been unable to climb trees or walk on water by the age of 6. Something was indeed strange. Yet he could not pinpoint the source. Perhaps this was a fortunate occurrence? He remained oblivious to any discrepancies within himself, ultimately choosing to set the matter aside. How could there be such a transformation in lightning? Grandfather Hideo, how do you utilize your lightning technique? This transformation of yours seems to be a fusion of both form and nature alteration. As for my lightning, Takehiko Hideo approached the tree and began to form hand seals. Lightning release, scorching flow strike. A multitude of electric plasma manifested around him, converging toward his right hand. He unleashed it against the great tree, expecting it to be shattered into at least 2 pieces. To his astonishment, Hideo instead created a fist-sized hole in the trunk. Yashikid Shiraise observed intently. When Hideo's fist struck the tree, it encountered no resistance whatsoever, as if a red-hot iron rod had met plastic, melting seamlessly into it. If this were to strike a person, Shiraise could scarcely imagine the scene. This old man is indeed formidable. In his youth, he could execute such techniques without exertion. Yet now, even controlling them proves somewhat taxing. Hideo's expression remained one of dissatisfaction. Shiraise's eyelids began to twitch, if he was not satisfied now. One could only wonder what kind of monster this old fellow was in his prime. Grandfather Hideo, is this transformation of lightning due to high temperature? Precisely. It involves condensing chakra at the body's surface and utilizing the conductivity of lightning to create this high-temperature strike. Can I learn this technique? Not at present. This technique requires a substantial amount of chakra, and I doubt you could even manage to generate plasma on your body. Well, yet another ninjutsu that serves only for display. Shiraise lamented. Hideo chuckled. This ninjutsu is not suited for you. Your chakra is limited and would be better applied to more delicate techniques. I suggest you harness the conductivity of lightning to execute your jutsu. Conductivity? Hideo retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, affixed it with wire, and tossed it to the ground. Since you can apply the transformation of lightning to a blade, this combat style is exceptionally suitable for you. In an instant, the shuriken on the ground began to shimmer with electric light. As Shiraise beheld this spectacle, his mind began to whirl with possibilities. He felt foolish for insisting on mastering the lightning release technique from the narrative. The mere concept of utilizing shuriken to induce a transformation in lightning had opened a grand door for him. Hadn't Sasuke employed a similar combat style? Wait, conductivity of lightning. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and a twisted smile crept across Shiraise's face. Grandfather, has he lost his wits? Perhaps he has had a revelation. That smile was truly unsettling. Hideo, regaining his focus, paid little heed to their banter. He bowed respectfully, expressing, I sincerely appreciate your guidance, Grandfather Hideo. I must return home as we have guests today. Without waiting for a response, Shiraise turned and dashed away. His urgency to return home was palpable, not only because Kawano was visiting today, but more importantly, he had an idea he was eager to experiment with. Upon arriving home, Shirase retrieved the shuriken and hung it on a tree. Moments ago, Shuichi Takamoto spoke of the conductivity of lightning, and suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. He envisioned harnessing the conductive properties of lightning to perform the body flicker technique. The speed of lightning is self-evident. If he could indeed merge it with the body flicker technique, anyone who dared to utilize the flying thunder god technique before him would find themselves at the mercy of his might. Perhaps this lightning-infused body flicker might not be as convenient as the flying thunder god, but in direct confrontations, its speed would undoubtedly rival that of any adversary. The thought was splendid, but how to execute it? Yashikage Bai Shi observed the wire in his hand, channeling chakra into a surge of lightning that coursed through to his shuriken. The shuriken ignited with electric brilliance. Within the narrative, the Reikage also employed a lightning-based body flicker, which stimulated cellular vitality through lightning release, resulting in unparalleled speed. This could be categorized as a form of physical ninjutsu. However, Bai Shi lacked the requisite physique. His envisioned lightning body flicker leaned more towards ninjutsu. After some contemplation, he deemed it worth testing. Wrapping the wire around his fingers, he initiated the body flicker technique. Success was achieved, yet it bore no relation to lightning. He fell into deep thought once more. The body flicker he had just executed relied on the explosive acceleration of chakra. Could this be classified as physical technique? If the lightning body flicker utilized the conductivity of lightning, perhaps he should transform himself into lightning? But how does one become lightning? Would it entail saturating his body with lightning-released chakra? He currently lacked the necessary chakra reserves. He recalled that the flying thunder god technique required special kekkei, serving as spatial markers. Could the lightning body flicker also employ a marker? When the lightning-released chakra connected to the marker, would the body flicker activate? He pondered the complexity of this endeavor, finding it more straightforward to simply learn the flying thunder god technique. With a sigh, Bai Shi closed his eyes, envisioning the sensation of becoming lightning. The lightning-released chakra within him formed a perfect cycle. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the wire coiled around his finger, a glimmer of inspiration illuminating his gaze. If he were to perceive this wire as part of his chakra network, allowing it to intertwine with the chakra flowing within him, perhaps he would require 2 wires? Resolute in his thoughts, he soon bound another wire to his shuriken. Electricity crackled from his hand, illuminating the shuriken in a dazzling glow. He then closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the flow of chakra, attempting to connect his lightning-released chakra with that of the wire, fostering a cycle within his being. The process proved less than seamless. Bai Shi opened his eyes and began forming the hand seals for lightning release. He then closed his eyes again, sensing the movement of chakra. Obstacles persisted. Yet he continued to form seals. Each time he encountered resistance, he would execute the lightning release hand seals. And by the time the chakra within his body and the wire achieved a flawless cycle, he had completed 6 lightning release hand seals. Memorizing these 6 seals, Bai Shi commenced forming the seals for the body flicker technique. A flash of lightning flickered through the courtyard. Had he succeeded? Bai Shi found himself suspended in midair, his complexion paling as he struggled to control his body. What was this surge of kinetic energy? With a resounding thud, he collided with a tree, unfortunately striking his nose, and blood began to flow profusely. The pain was excruciating. After rolling on the ground for several minutes while clutching his nose, Yashiki Shirase finally managed to rise. After tending to his wounds in his room, he returned to the courtyard, staring blankly at the shuriken in his hand. The previous attempt had not been entirely successful. Upon completing the body flicker technique, he felt an undeniable force pulling him, which led him to activate the jutsu. However, he was unprepared for the astonishing speed, resulting in a loss of control over his body. What was this force? He had intended to utilize conductivity for the body flicker, yet it transformed into a pull instead. Was it a chakra backlash? Confounded, he dashed back to his room, retrieving paper and pen to document the lightning release hand signs, adding the symbols for the body flicker technique. In total, there were 10 signs. Having learned from his earlier blunder, he dared not practice in the courtyard again. Instead, he ventured outside to find an open space, where he planted a branch in the ground and hung the shuriken from it. He began to slowly form the hand signs. The wire coiled around his fingers flickered with electrical light as he executed the signs for the lightning release and body flicker technique. Almost instantaneously upon activation, a flash of lightning erupted beside the shuriken, soaring into the sky. Yashiki Shirase was utterly bewildered. The technique had succeeded. Yet the immense kinetic energy was entirely different from his envisioned lightning body flicker. He found himself suspended in midair, with no surrounding structures to leverage for a perfect landing. Limping back home, he resolved not to practice any further that day, fearing for his very life. Moreover, the chakra expenditure had been excessive. He had only performed the body flicker twice, yet it had drained nearly all of his chakra. He was certain the overall direction of the body flicker technique was correct, but it was evident that he had overlooked certain finer details. The only remedy was through relentless practice. Perhaps he could enlist the help of the old man Takahashi to refine his technique? If he could master this body flicker before the graduation assessment, he might even surpass the elite shinobi. The more he contemplated, the more excitement surged within him, causing a rather unsettling smile to spread across his face. Upon returning to his room, he tended to his injuries in front of the mirror, winking at his reflection. To his surprise, the figure in the mirror winked back. Is this bizarre smile truly mine? He extended his tongue, and the reflection mirrored his action. Ah, indeed it is me. The smile froze on his face. Yashiki Shirei's lips twitched. It seemed he needed to immediately work on his expression management. How could a villain exhibit such a smile? It was utterly shameful for someone of his stature. Facing the mirror, he began to adjust his expression. In no time, a radiant, charming smile emerged. Reminiscent of the famed Minato Namikaze. This smile was worthy of an 80 out of 100. After grading himself, he extended a hand towards his reflection. Nice to meet you. I am Yashiki Shirei. I look forward to your guidance in the future. That evening, Teacher Kawano arrived punctually with his daughter, Miho. After tending to his wounds in the afternoon, Yashiki had ventured into town to buy groceries, preparing an exceptionally sumptuous feast. His culinary skills were quite commendable, having been influenced by an often inebriated uncle who frequently lost track of reality. Self-reliance has become particularly significant. Bai Shi Yicheng returned home while cooking and is now accompanying Kawano for drinks. Mihue sits beside them, appearing somewhat reserved and has hardly spoken a few words. This is not how she used to be when she interacted with Bai Shi Yicheng. Bai Shi Yicheng ponders this. Could this be the disparity of class? The Kawano family belongs to the common folk, while although his own family has fallen from grace, they still bear the esteemed title of the ninja clan. There is an inherent sense of inferiority that commoners feel in the presence of ninjas, which explains Mihue's reticence. This predicament proves to be quite troublesome. Bai Shi Yicheng silently laments. He had hoped to foster a connection between the two to improve Bai Shi Yicheng's state of mind, but given the current circumstances, it seems a futile endeavor. Regarding his graduation assessment, Kawano had already informed him of the situation upon entering. The date is set for a month later, at the underground training grounds. Mihue assists the inebriated Kawano home, and Bai Shi Yicheng rises to see them off. The area surrounding their home is desolate. While it may not be apparent during the day, it becomes rather unsettling at night. Even Bai Shi Yicheng usually refrains from venturing out after dark. Traversing such paths often leads to encounters with spirits, especially since their family is nearly akin to the ghost clan. The mere thought of summoning a ninja butterfly to transform into a human sends shivers down his spine. Bai Shi Yicheng escorts them to the brightly lit street. Upon returning home, Bai Shi Yicheng has already cleared the dining table and is waiting for him on the steps. Did you see them home? Yes. That is good. After exchanging these brief words, Bai Shi Yicheng rises to return to his room. Bai Shi Yicheng, following behind, inquires. What do you think of Mihue? Kawano-sensei? He initially intended to ask if his uncle has any feelings for Mihue, but hesitated to be too direct, fearing that any hint of suspicion might lead to dire consequences. She is quite nice. Is that all? Bai Shi Yicheng scratched his head, perplexed. Another day dawns. Bai Shi Yicheng rises with a yawn, washes up, and prepares breakfast. When Bai Shi Yicheng eventually gets up, the two sit together for a meal. Uncle, what if I fail the graduation assessment? Then you will return to the Ninja Academy. All right, it seems I must give it my all. As he steps out, Bai Shi Yicheng gazes at his back, lost in thought, and suddenly asks, do you feel anything unusual with your body? Not at all. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Bai Shi Yicheng gives him a peculiar glance before turning to leave. Bai Shi Yicheng sighs, his expression forlorn. He longs to share his concerns about Mei, yet fears that Bai Shi Yicheng might develop reservations about the secret arts. The words of his father before departing, the clan's brave sacrifices on the battlefield, and his elder brother and sister-in-law's determination to protect him weigh heavily on his mind. Bai Shi Yicheng feels as if he is on the brink of madness. Even with alcohol dulling his senses, the inner turmoil and agony remain unabated. The third generation relentlessly pressures him, and recently, Two smaller clans have been drawn into their fold, while Danzō schemes behind the scenes, leaving him powerless to resist. After all, he is merely a drunken man devoid of even a ninja's identity. If things continue along this path, it seems that after my demise, this family will be utterly extinguished. At that time, the more exceptional Bai Shi Yicheng's talents become, the swifter his demise will be. The hospital can only serve as a temporary reprieve. He is acutely aware that the ninja clan led by Takahito will not allow Bai Shi Yicheng to live in tranquility. He cannot abandon these ninjas. Without their protection, both he and Bai Shi Yicheng will swiftly vanish from the hidden leaf. It is akin to a stone cast into the water, while ripples may momentarily form. Tranquility will soon be restored. Such is the nature of politics. Yashikid Shirashi found himself once again at the mercy of Anna Takamoto, who relentlessly subdued him for an entire day. He perceived that she lacked the essence of femininity, for she displayed no understanding of the gentle restraint that one might expect. Having sustained considerable injuries the previous day, he feared that another bout of violence without respite could lead to dire consequences. When he expressed his desire for a 2-day reprieve to Shuichi Takamoto, the latter merely regarded him with an impassive expression. How dare you speak of rest after just a few days? I feel as though my very bones are on the verge of disintegration. The human body knows no limits. That is but an illusion of yours. I shall endure this once, but never again will I seek rest. One leads to another. Time is of the essence. And should you falter in your efforts, a return to the training facility is inevitable. Shirashi attempted to conjure further excuses, yet Shuichi's impatience was palpable. Should you fail to appear tomorrow, I shall retrieve you from your abode and remind you that the concept of rest does not exist in my domain. Shirashi began to take deep breaths, urging himself to maintain composure. However, it was increasingly difficult to refrain from expressing his frustration at the duo, who treated him with such disregard. One regarded him as a mere machine, while the other viewed him as nothing more than a punching bag. It was only a matter of time before their reckless treatment led to his demise. The elderly man, in a fit of rage, Shirashi collided with 2 large trees, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. After dragging him back, Shuichi tossed him to Anna. Take him home. Anna, not daring to utter a sound, hastened away with Shirashi on her back. If you seek your own demise, do not involve me. Those who anger grandfather meet such fates. Shirashi, still conscious, attempted to speak, but found his lips incapable of forming words. Old man, I shall remember this debt. After delivering him home, Anna did not leave immediately, but awaited the return of Issei Shirashi before bidding farewell. Upon witnessing Shirashi's pitiful state, Issei's lips twitched as he settled beside the bed. How did you end up like this? That old man is inhumane. I merely wished for 2 days of rest, and he left me gravely injured. Issei remarked. It seems I have been too lenient with you, wishing for rest on just the 3rd day? If you continue down this path. The unspoken words were clear to Shirashi. Issei had never compelled him to do anything, always allowing him the freedom to choose. He had not perceived this as a detriment. Rather, he relished the ease of it. However, such a languid attitude in the face of Shuichi Takamoto would surely invite severe repercussions. Rest well, and remember this lesson. Show some respect to Uncle Shuichi. Alone in the room, Shirashi gazed at the ceiling in contemplation. Was he truly devoid of willpower? Recalling the tears shed as a child from striking a wooden post, he sighed. It appeared that he had grown too comfortable. Anna's formidable strength was likely a result of her arduous experiences. Without enduring his own trials, it was improbable that he could ever best her. A night passed, and after his meal, Shirashi fashioned a makeshift cane from a stick and, limping, made his way to training. He did not believe for a moment that Shuichi would allow him to languish at home due to his injuries. En route, he encountered Anna. Did your grandfather send you? Anna Takamoto remained silent, crouching down. What are you doing? I'll carry you. Yashiki Shiraishi longed to discard his stick and allow her to bear his weight. Yet his masculine pride forbade such an action. I can walk on my own. Takamoto did not insist further, accompanying him as they walked together. Do you despise my grandfather? Actually, he holds you in low regard as well, believing you lack the potential for greatness. Then why does he bother training me? He could merely feign interest. My grandfather is not that kind of person. He is committed to what he promises, adhering to the principle of either not doing something at all or executing it to perfection. That is a frequent adage of his. Should I then express my gratitude? Do you think he seeks your appreciation? Yashiki remained silent, his expression inscrutable. You do not understand my grandfather. He detests weakness above all else. My father told me that his own father committed suicide using the techniques of your clan, and he lost a sister in the same manner. Can you fathom the pain my grandfather endures? Yashiki halted his steps. Why share this with me? I wish for you to harbor no resentment towards him. I understand. At the training ground, Shuichi Takamoto observed the limping Yashiki Shiraishi, a smile gracing his face. At last, you exhibit some semblance of masculinity. Yashiki remained silent. Discarding his stick and addressing Anna Takamoto, let us go. Thus, another day of training concluded. Yashiki mustered his strength to return home. Upon arrival, he did not rest, but commenced his chakra meditation. Feeling somewhat revitalized, he practiced his lightning body technique. He refrained from disclosing this endeavor to Shuichi Takamoto. Despite his initial intention to seek assistance in refining the technique, he aspired to perfect it independently, not to prove anything to others, but rather to uphold his own dignity. He was acutely aware that he was not weak, he was simply selfish. Half a month swiftly passed. At the training ground, Yashiki Shiraishi and Anna Takamoto were engaged in a fierce struggle. Shuichi Takamoto stood nearby, smiling. Over the past few weeks, Yashiki had made significant strides. From initially displaying no resistance to now confronting his opponent in a stalemate, their combat had evolved into a tightly contested exchange. Should this be merely an assessment for graduation? His physical prowess alone would suffice. Moreover, he sensed that Yashiki's chakra had nearly doubled in that time. With the addition of just 1 or 2 ninjutsu techniques, he would be ready to graduate. After training, Yashiki bowed respectfully to Shuichi Takamoto before taking his leave. Since that day, he had shown an extraordinary reverence towards the elder. Devoid of any particular reason, simply respect for strength. Instead of returning directly home, he ventured to an open space not far from his dwelling to continue practicing the lightning body technique. He had now gained control over the direction and landing points following the technique, even incorporating offensive movements. Yet, the forthcoming training would present the true challenge of mastering this art. In the past, training focused solely on the static shuriken. However, to apply this instantaneous technique in actual combat, it is imperative to set the shuriken in motion. This would create a state reminiscent of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God involves casting kekkei and using a sensory technique to relocate oneself, while his instantaneous technique requires the throwing of shuriken, albeit with 2 steel wires attached. Over the past fortnight, Yashiki Bai Shi has discerned the limitations of his lightning instant technique, its restricted range, high energy consumption, and unsuitability for prolonged battles. With his current chakra levels, he can only execute the lightning instant technique 5 times at most, a figure that has only doubled recently. Previously, he could manage merely 2. Curiously, since his injuries have healed, his chakra has been steadily increasing each day. At this rate, it seems he could attain the chakra capacity of a chunin within a year, a testament to his diligent efforts. Grasping the shuriken tightly, he ignited his lightning chakra and hurled the shuriken. Ninjutsu, instantaneous technique. A flash of electric brilliance erupted, akin to a thunderclap, vanishing in an instant. Yashiki materialized, the shuriken landing not far ahead. With furrowed brows, he contemplated the outcome. The lightning instant technique had succeeded, yet the landing point exhibited a deviation. Such discrepancies arose due to excessive speed. Even though his consciousness kept pace with the lightning, his body could not. To rectify this phenomenon, Yashiki mused with a wry smile. Must I rely on prediction? He planted wooden stakes in the open ground and commenced his practice. Once his chakra was depleted, he turned to regard the precariously leaning stakes with a sigh. It seemed either too early or too late. Truly mastering the speed of lightning was an unrealistic endeavor. He pondered whether this lightning instant technique should be classified as a ninjutsu or a body technique. Even he was uncertain. His initial intention to utilize conductivity for instantaneous movement had ultimately transformed into the pull of lightning, leaving him bewildered regarding the nature of this force. Shuichi Taekbon began instructing him in ninjutsu. As Danzō Taekbon lacked the lightning and water affinity, she did not accompany them. Within a mere fortnight, due to his remarkably swift aptitude for learning ninjutsu, he acquired 8 techniques from Shuichi, 5 C-rank techniques, 2 water and 3 lightning, and 3 B-rank techniques, 1 water and 2 lightning. Ultimately, Yashiki understood that accumulating numerous ninjutsu offered little advantage. At most, it provided additional methods for confrontation. The crux remained the amount of chakra. Using a combination of 1 B-rank and 1 C-rank technique would deplete his chakra entirely. Acquiring more would be futile if he could not utilize them. Having concluded today's ninjutsu training, Yashiki bowed respectfully to Shuichi Taekbon but did not depart immediately. Regardless of his opinions about the old man, he felt a sense of gratitude for the guidance bestowed upon him over the past month. Grandfather Shuichi, tomorrow is the graduation assessment. I sincerely thank you for your attentive instruction this past month. Shuichi Takebon sighed softly, assisting him to his feet, and said, I understand. Observing your progress over this month, I truly feel my age. From now on, it shall be your era, Yoshikawa. Have you truly given no further thought to your admission into the hospital? Is it that you have not yet relinquished the notion of being utilized as a mere tool? There are numerous reasons for entering the hospital, and I too have my convictions. Having uttered these words, Yoshikawa turned to depart, standing motionless. Takeuchi Shuichi waited until Yoshikawa's figure had completely vanished from sight before speaking. Come forth. A middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by Takeuchi Anna. Masakazu, what are your thoughts? Takeuchi Masakazu. The son of Takeuchi Shuichi is the head of the Takeuchi family. Quite commendable. Then arrange for Anna's admission into the hospital. And should she refuse to leave upon reaching adulthood, we shall compel her to do so. Understood. In a matter of moments, they had resolved these matters. Without even inquiring about Takeuchi Anna's opinion, Anna's expression revealed no discernible emotion, for she had long anticipated this outcome. She had never contemplated resistance. Born into a clan of shinobi, such was her fate. Upon returning home, Yoshikawa Ise awaited him. Do you have confidence for tomorrow? Well, it's just that. After having endured such hardships, Yoshikawa Ise chuckled, ruffling his hair as he said, That's good. Do your utmost to perform well tomorrow. Is there a problem? Many will come to witness this assessment. Yoshikawa nodded in understanding. This examination could be seen as a political display, a means to showcase strength to the outside world. Would performing exceptionally well benefit you? Such matters need not concern you. Simply do your best. There it was again. This kind of familial concern often led him to a sense of illusion, as if he were indeed a mere child. Alas, he was but a child in appearance. As for his inner self, best left unspoken, rather distasteful. At dawn, Yoshikawa engaged in some training at home before heading to the ninja academy. He was to accompany teacher Kawano to the underground training facility. As for Yoshikawa Ise, he had already set off early to the Takeuchi family, intending to join them. Upon arriving in class, Yoshikawa rested his head upon the desk, instantly recalling the long-forgotten sensation of being a slothful student. Indeed, human nature is not so easily altered. He was still suited to being a sloth. Regrettably, he had barely indulged in this idleness for a minute before his classmates discovered his presence and surrounded him. Yoshikawa, you actually came to school today. Is the sun rising from the west? Fool, today is his graduation assessment. Oh, you are participating in the graduation assessment today? To these classmates, Yoshikawa could hardly recall most of their names. However, having shared 2 years as classmates, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. He leapt atop the desk and waved to them, wearing a feigned smile. I know you will miss me. Do not be sorrowful. I, Yoshikawa, am destined to be a man who will astonish and delight you. This was no exaggeration. After graduation, upon entering the hospital, would not his encounters with them be both astonishing and delightful? Yashikid Shiraise even imagined himself administering injections with a syringe to them. The scene was too beautiful to behold. You may think I am departing, but in truth, I am merely adopting a different identity to accompany you. Yes, transitioning from a classmate to a physician. Is this fellow daft? Who can say? He has always been one to speak nonsensically. Shiraise fixed his expressionless gaze upon the two conversing classmates and stated, I will remember you. After allowing the raucous students to study on their own, Kawayama led Shiraise to the underground training arena. Do you have confidence? He inquired. My uncle advised me to simply do my best. Upon pushing open the grand door to the underground training ground, Kawayama proceeded to the spectators' area. Shiraise walked to the center of the arena, surveying the audience. The third Hokage, 2 esteemed advisors, and that man with the sword, could it be Danzō? He was not surprised, as the political implications of this assessment were rather pronounced. It would have been more astonishing had the higher-ups not shown up. Following the Hokage were the legendary Sannin, and Tsunade even waved at him. Shiraise rolled his eyes in response. Upon receiving his eye roll, Tsunade became irate and struck Jiraiya squarely on the face. Jiraiya. The audience comprised over 100 scattered individuals, most of whom Shiraise did not recognize, identifying them solely by their attire to determine their respective ninja clans. Red-eye disease, cataracts, pineapple hair, hefty figures, ponytails. Shiraise Ise stood alongside Takamoto Masayoshi, with Takamoto Anna trailing behind. Those who should have arrived were present, and those who should not have were also there. Shiraise curled his lip, finding the entire affair rather tedious, suspecting that the ensuing battle would be equally dull. It mattered not who the opponent was, it would all transpire in an instant. He had no interest in being gawked at like a monkey. As the third Hokage noticed that most attendees had arrived, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Orochimaru, do you have confidence in defeating him? Orochimaru appeared somewhat astonished. Master has assigned me to be his examiner? Upon seeing the third Hokage nod, a twisted smile spread across Orochimaru's face. Jiraiya began to stir the crowd. I could defeat that guy too. Let me have a go, master. Tsunade delivered a punch to his head. Fool, be quiet. Just as Orochimaru prepared to leap from the high platform, Danzō interjected. Hisashi, are you truly considering allowing Orochimaru to act as examiner? His formidable strength and camaraderie with that child may not lead to any complications. Do you comprehend the implications of Orochimaru, as a disciple of the Hokage, losing? At this, while Orochimaru remained silent, his disdainful gaze spoke volumes. Jiraiya shouted from the sidelines. Orochimaru would never lose. That Shirei's fellow is merely the tail end of the pack. Tsunade delivered yet another punch. The tail end of the pack dares to call others the tail end. Fool. I told you to be quiet. The third Hokage hesitated momentarily before stating, I have faith in Orochimaru. Having grown up alongside the third Hokage, Danzō recognized his hesitation and understood his thoughts. He exchanged a knowing glance with Mito Minyin and Swanaka Koharu, then stated, I happen to have a suitable candidate here. Upon receiving the signal, Mito Minyin and Swanaka Koharu immediately grasped Danzō's intentions and swiftly urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing their reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to concede, saying, Very well, but Danzō, do not cause any disturbances. Danzō replied, Rest assured, I know what to do. After speaking, he retreated to the back. Several masked men promptly knelt on one knee. Lord Danzō, one of them began, Ryoma, remove your mask and clothes to serve as the examiner for that little brat. Yes, but Lord Danzō, is that really acceptable? The Oil family and our clan. That is not your concern. Remember to ensure that the little brat loses embarrassingly. Danzō was not foolish. Although he wished for the boy's disappearance, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment. Understood. As he watched Oil Girl Ryoma depart, a hint of a smile unexpectedly appeared in Danzō's cold gaze. What will you do next? Oil Girl Ryoma made his way to the training ground. Bai Shi Yicheng observed the boy approaching, wearing sunglasses, with a peculiar expression. The Oil family? This insect-controlling clan seems not very strong in physical techniques. Am I being too harsh? Regardless of Bai Shi Yicheng's thoughts, the moment Oil Girl Ryoma stepped onto the training field, the audience began to stir. Many who had been seated stood up. It's the Oil family. This is going to be quite a spectacle. A battle between insect users and butterfly users. The third Hokage certainly has ideas. Bai Shi Yicheng's face darkened upon hearing these words, while Takamoto Masakatsu beside him grasped his hand, signaling him to remain calm. The third Hokage turned to face Danzō, who met his gaze unflinchingly. I said not to cause disturbances. Do you not understand what the Oil family signifies for the butterfly users? I only know that butterfly users cannot defeat the Oil family. Moreover, do you not wish to witness the long-awaited battle between insects and butterflies? Danzō, do not be so naive. Hiruzen, we must thwart the butterfly users. The Oil family is our best choice. The third Hokage attempted to continue. But Mito Minyin and Swanaka Koharu hurriedly intervened, gradually diffusing the tension. Bai Shi Yicheng's bewildered gaze scanned the surroundings, ultimately landing on Oil Girl Ryoma. A middle-aged jonin leaped onto the training platform to explain the rules to Bai Shi Yicheng. You must either defeat your opponent or endure for 10 minutes to pass the examination. Bai Shi Yicheng nodded to signify his understanding. The middle-aged jonin raised his hand high before bringing it down forcefully. Begin. Bai Shi Yicheng retrieved the shuriken he had prepared from his ninja tool pouch, tossing it up and down with a nonchalant demeanor, prompting laughter to erupt throughout the underground training ground. Oil Girl Ryoma stood with arms crossed, wearing a cold expression. I advise you to concede voluntarily, for you stand no chance of victory. And if you ask why, it is because no matter what, you cannot triumph over me, not even with secret techniques. The tone of the conversation was palpable. It was evident to Bai Shi Yicheng that this individual was undoubtedly a direct descendant of the Oil Woman clan. As Oil Woman Ryoma refrained from initiating an attack, Bai Shi Yicheng decided to engage him in idle chatter. Are you truly so confident? Why not unleash your insects? You haven't employed the butterfly technique, have you? I do not utilize butterflies. Ryoma seemed taken aback by such a retort, falling into a contemplative silence. I understand. I too do not wield insects. At the moment Ryoma uttered this statement, Bai Shi Yicheng grasped the underlying message. This member of the Oil Woman clan evidently harbored considerable confidence in his abilities and had no intention of conceding defeat swiftly. Yet, upon reflection, one could hardly blame him. Such a politically charged assessment demanded a performance that was nothing short of spectacular to truly earn respect and admiration. With this thought, Bai Shi lost his desire to converse further, as it seemed rather tedious. The scrutinizing gazes from the audience seated nearby imparted a sense of being treated like a mere spectacle. Casually, he flung a shuriken from his hand, exerting minimal force, and it landed just shy of Ryoma's feet with a clatter. Laughter erupted from the audience once more. Ryoma remained motionless, clearly unimpressed by the feeble shuriken, which was hardly more formidable than those wielded by novice students. He could not fathom that someone like Bai Shi Yicheng, poised for early graduation, possessed such a lackluster skill set. His arms crossed tightly over his chest, clenching his fists in indignation. Even the notoriously composed Oil Woman would find such a situation humiliating. If your intention was to provoke me, I must admit, you have succeeded. As I am indeed quite irate. Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. Why must humans always be so foolish? He began to form hand seals. Lightning release, scorching flow kill. This was a signature technique of Takebayashi Shuichi. Although Bai Shi Yicheng could now employ it, its potency was not overwhelming. Nonetheless, it could incapacitate an opponent. Gradually, electrical currents coalesced in his right hand, while his left hand was bound with two steel wires, connecting to the shuriken that lay at Ryoma's feet. Despite Bai Shi Yicheng's display of a seemingly formidable lightning release technique, Ryoma did not retreat. He recognized that this ninjutsu was likely intended for close combat. In truth, even if Ryoma had chosen to withdraw at this moment, it would have been too late. Do you understand? Bai Shi Yicheng suddenly proclaimed. Victory or defeat often hinges upon a fleeting instant. His left hand glowed with electric energy, and the shuriken before Ryoma illuminated with the same electric aura. Ryoma began to retreat hastily, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Feel the thunder. A flash of lightning surged forth, racing toward him with blinding speed. At that moment, Ryoma's feet had barely lifted from the ground when Bai Shi Yicheng's right hand made contact with his chest, following a cacophony of crackling electricity. Ryoma collapsed onto the ground, enveloped in smoke. Bai Shi Yicheng had held back his strength. Had he struck Ryoma with full force, the latter would have sustained severe injuries. He deemed such an outcome unnecessary. As soon as the Raijin body technique was initiated, the fist transformed into an open palm. Nevertheless, Yunyu Ryoma would likely remain bedridden in the hospital for at least a week. It was over. Ishida Yashiki clapped his hands and remarked, "What a tedious battle." In truth, his words were merely superficial. The nonchalant demeanor he exhibited at the beginning was fade, and the shuriken he threw was intentionally soft, regardless of the opponent. He would employ this tactic. It had been a premeditated strategy. The intention was, of course, to disorient his adversary. Had Yunyu Ryoma evaded the shuriken the moment it was thrown, Ishida Yashiki might have been compelled to use the not yet perfected Raijin body technique. Although victory could still have been possible, it would not have been as effortless. Alas, battles do not entertain hypotheticals. Once Yunyu Ryoma failed to immediately distance himself from the shuriken, his fate was sealed. Ishida Yashiki turned to the still-dazed middle-aged jonin and said, "You should announce the result." Only then did the jonin snap back to reality, looking at him as if he were a monster. The victor is Ishida Yashiki. Once the result was declared, most people finally grasped the situation. Is this a joke? What was that speed? Even Shiraishi Ise wore a peculiar expression as he turned to Takamoto Masakazu and asked, "Did Uncle Shuichi teach him that?" Takamoto Masakazu looked back at his daughter, bewildered. Takamoto quickly shook her head. On the high platform, the third Hokage and his companions remained silent. Orochimaru gazed at Ishida Yashiki with fervent eyes. Tsunade's mouth hung open, her mind conjuring images of herself grappling with Ishida Yashiki. Jiraiya wore a face of disbelief, as if lost in a dream. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage finally murmured, "Shidori, truly a fearsome power." Danzō narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. "Hizashi, let him join the Umbu. Such talent is too precious to waste in a hospital." Sarutobi Hizashi sighed and shook his head. The Hokage could not treat the shinobi like mere pawns, especially given Ishida Yashiki's displayed potential. It was likely that others were already scheming. If he mishandled the situation, it could lead to an immediate backlash. Suddenly, Nara Shikamura spoke up. "What kind of ninjutsu was that? It seems remarkably similar to the Flying Thunder God technique." The third Hokage shook his head, recognizing that it belonged to the instant body technique. It was his first encounter with a variant of the instant body technique using wire to connect shuriken. It must be a form of Raijin body. Though the underlying principles remained unclear, the manner of its application suggested numerous limitations. Truly, the Hokage discerned the drawbacks of Ishida Yashiki's Raijin body at a glance. Orochimaru. Go inform Ishida Yashiki that I wish to see him in the Hokage office. I want to inquire about his intentions personally. Even the third Hokage had to yield in this situation, beginning to court Shidori. Such is the nature of politics. When you demonstrate your utility, others will rush to offer you benefits. Conversely, those who lose their utility are not only cast aside, but might also be trampled upon out of fear that they might resist. After emerging from the subterranean training facility, Yashiki Shirakawa found his kind uncle waiting for him. Well done, his uncle praised. Yashiki shrugged, indicating that it was hardly a remarkable feat. Shirakawa Ise chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Did you develop that instantaneous technique all by yourself? Yashiki nodded, retrieving a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and attaching a wire to it. Grandpa Hideo suggested I utilize the conductivity of lightning in combat. And in a moment of inspiration, I devised this instantaneous technique. Isn't it impressive? He wore an expression that sought admiration. Oh, so Yashiki-kun is indeed such a genius. The fact that you created that ninjutsu on your own is truly astonishing. The voice belonged to Orochimaru. Yashiki's face soured, and he turned to find the three legendary ninjas standing behind him. Orochimaru wore an unusually enthusiastic expression. Tsunade seemed to be meeting him for the first time, while Jiraiya sported a bright red handprint on his face, clearly the result of some mishap. Yashiki recalled some unpleasant memories when he had sought information from these three. Each had proven to be more insufferable than the last. Immediately, Yashiki's demeanor shifted, and with a cold huff, he fixed a blank stare upon the trio. You, unauthorized personnel, please leave at once and do not disturb this tender moment. Orochimaru's smile faltered. He had believed that his relationship with Yashiki was quite amicable, having been classmates. So why had it soured so suddenly? Shirakawa Ise tapped Yashiki lightly on the head, chuckling, they're your classmates, after all. How can you be so rude? Now, I have matters to attend to. You may converse. With that, he departed. Yashiki gazed skyward, feeling there was little to discuss with these three. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his sleeves and turned to leave. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya wore expressions akin to dismay. Yashiki-kun, wait a moment. The Hokage wishes to see you. Yashiki halted, pointing to himself in inquiry. Which Hokage? Kawano, or the current one? The Hokage, follow me, Orochimaru replied, leading the way. Furrowing his brow, Yashiki followed in tow. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would wish to meet him. Why? His uncle handled all family matters, leaving him in the dark. What could possibly be the advantage of this meeting? Or what might the third Hokage desire from him? The instantaneous technique? Surely, the esteemed Hokage would not be so brazen as to covet such a ninjutsu in such an unbecoming manner. Perhaps it concerned his future? Yet, could such a private transaction be brought to the forefront? Confounded, Yashiki shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. The remaining question was how he ought to approach the conversation with the third Hokage. Should he adopt the stance of his family or that of the village? Typically, this would be a trivial matter. However, in the context of meeting the third Hokage, the stakes of such a decision were magnified, significantly influencing the Hokage's attitude towards him. Whether future political adversaries, ordinary villagers, or heirs of the Will of Fire, the more Bai Shi Yicheng pondered, the more peculiar his expression became. Ensnared in a whirlpool of turmoil, he remained blissfully unaware that his presence rendered the atmosphere among the three ninjas increasingly strange. Typically, the trio expressed their thoughts freely. Yet now, words that would ordinarily flow easily were stifled in his presence. The matter of face could be of varying significance. It mattered little among friends, and similarly, it could be disregarded in the presence of foes. However, for those caught between the two, it posed a significant dilemma. For the three ninjas, Bai Shi Yicheng epitomized this conundrum, familiar yet detestable, evoking a sense of curiosity. They longed to improve their relationship, but feared that speaking up would result in ridicule from him. Even the foolhardy Jiraiya chose silence in this moment. Tsunade began to exchange glances with Orochimaru, while Jiraiya's face was a canvas of conflict. Ultimately, Orochimaru, having shared a desk with Bai Shi Yicheng, broke the silence. Yicheng, it seems you harbor quite a disdain for us. Bai Shi Yicheng snapped back to reality, casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. Remove the honorific and the seems, that is not mere conjecture. This statement was akin to igniting a powder keg. Jiraiya, bristling with indignation, retorted, "You scoundrel Bai Shi Yicheng. What do you know? How infuriating." Tsunade clenched her fists. "Have you forgotten how you once begged for mercy before me?" Orochimaru maintained his composure, but had completely lost his smile. Bai Shi Yicheng paid them no mind, continuing on his way. He was well acquainted with the route to the Hokage's office and saw no reason to accompany these three insufferable individuals. As Bai Shi Yicheng distanced himself, the trio exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Tsunade remarked, "Does this fellow look down on us?" Jiraiya countered, "Is this merely a matter of disdain? It concerns the dignity of a man." Orochimaru interjected, "I believe certain individuals require a lesson." Jiraiya hesitated, "Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, we are comrades. Must we truly resort to violence?" Tsunade struck him with a punch. "Fool. Just moments ago, you claimed to be a man. Have you forgotten the events of the opening ceremony?" Tsunade began to expose Jiraiya's vulnerabilities, causing his face to flush crimson, prompting him to pursue Bai Shi Yicheng without further ado. Orochimaru cast a glance at Tsunade, then followed suit. Tsunade, known for her rebellious nature since childhood, felt no fear in this minor confrontation and pursued with clenched fists. Bai Shi Yicheng was still mulling over matters regarding the third Hokage when he suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. A small stone hurtled towards him. With a slight tilt of his head, he turned to confront Jiraiya, who had thrown the stone, and with a deadpan expression asked, "Are you intent on fighting?" Orochimaru and Tsunade soon caught up, and Bai Shi Yicheng frowned. "Do you wish to ambush me?" Stepping forward, Tsunade reassured him, "Fear not. Jiraiya alone is sufficient to handle you." Orochimaru, arms crossed, glared coldly at him. "I shall be your opponent." Jiraiya, hands on his hips, felt a surge of confidence. Bai Shi Yicheng tilted his head slightly and began to feign a smile. "It was indeed you who initiated this confrontation. To be honest, I have been anticipating this day for quite some time. That fool Jiraiya is no match for me. I strongly advise you to confront me together." The feeling of being called a fool to one's face by someone with whom relations are strained. Jiraiya exclaimed, "You scoundrel. Today, Jiraiya shall demonstrate my true prowess." He began to weave hand signs and, opening his mouth, unleashed a fireball. "Fire release. Fireball jutsu." Yashikiro Shirei smirked, his gaze fixated on Tsunade and Orochimaru, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Water release. Water surge." The fireball and water collided, instantly generating a thick mist. In that very moment, Yashikiro Shirei produced a dozen shurikens, launching them directly towards Orochimaru and Tsunade. These were no ordinary shurikens. They were specially crafted, each connected by steel wire. Yashikiro Shirei was quite exhilarated by this unexpected skirmish. The reason for his excitement was simple. He had longed to engage in such a confrontation. During his practical training at the Ninja Academy, he had often been at the mercy of the trio, particularly Tsunade, who was his nemesis. One misstep led to a punch, leaving him too intimidated to utter a word. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, at least, were somewhat more receptive to conversation, harboring comparatively less animosity. As the shuriken soared through the mist, Orochimaru remained still, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he formed hand signs. Tsunade mirrored his demeanor, a knowing smile adorning her face. In the next instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Yashikiro Shirei's infuriating visage appeared before Tsunade. And, what the hell? Yashikiro was sent flying, crashing into the mist. When the fog dissipated, he rose, clutching his abdomen, his face a canvas of bruises. In that fleeting moment, he had aimed to incapacitate Tsunade. But to his surprise, her fist had already been on its way. Tsunade's physical prowess was formidable. Could she truly keep pace with lightning speed? Yashikiro's face was a mask of disbelief. As he observed Orochimaru and Tsunade retreating from the discarded shurikens on the ground, the realization dawned upon him. His lightning body flicker had been seen through, or rather, his method had been deciphered. Tsunade could not possibly match the speed of lightning. But the shurikens he had thrown did not possess such velocity. Understanding the secret of the lightning body flicker, one could predict the trajectory of the shurikens, thus discerning his position and executing a swift counterattack. Such battlefield acumen could only be attributed to the legendary Sannin. Yashikiro chuckled bitterly, acknowledging his own hubris. Moreover, the force radiating from his abdomen indicated that Tsunade had likely begun training in her monstrous strength technique. Instead of delivering a blow, he had been struck instead. He coughed twice and began scanning his surroundings. Since using fire release, Jiraiya had vanished without a trace. Even after the smoke cleared, there was no sign of him. Had he fled? Impossible. Yashikiro closed his eyes, employing a sensing ability he had never utilized before. He soon detected a mass of chakra stealthily approaching him. Opening his eyes, he focused on the source of his perception, yet saw nothing. Was this the art of intangibility? It was only then that I remembered Jiraiya's prowess as a voyeur. Stealth was indeed his forte. Bai Shi Yicheng took a deep breath, regretting his impulsive actions once again. Even the foolish Jiraiya was not so easily dealt with. Did he really believe he could take on 3 opponents? Was I ensnared in an illusion? The name of this illusion ought to be I Believe I Can Do It. The man, who aspired to play a supporting role, now fancied himself capable of confronting 3 protagonists truly delusional. Contemplating this, Bai Shi Yicheng pretended not to notice Jiraiya, feigning confusion as he remarked, "Has that guy Jiraiya made his escape?" Jiraiya, stealthily advancing towards him, could not help but chuckle inwardly upon hearing this. Just as he prepared to strike at Bai Shi Yicheng, a crackling surge of lightning illuminated Yicheng's hand. Without even a glance back, he thrust his hand behind him. Foolishness is a malady that must be cured. And how does one cure it? With a jolt of lightning. Amidst the crackling sounds, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, enveloped in smoke. His already spiky hair appeared even more disheveled. Bai Shi Yicheng had not delivered a heavy blow. At most, Jiraiya would lie on the ground convulsing for a few minutes. The scene fell into silence as the 3 onlookers observed Jiraiya's continued twitching. Indeed, it is always the fool who suffers. The 4 were subsequently escorted to the Hokage's office. It was impossible to engage in such a brawl within the village without attracting attention. Within 2 minutes, Ambu ninjas had surrounded the 4 of them and brought them here. The 3rd Hokage sighed as he regarded the disheveled Jiraiya, then turned his gaze to Bai Shi Yicheng, whose state was hardly better, and sighed once more. Orochimaru, explain this situation. It was apparent that young Orochimaru was indeed the 3rd's favorite son. He had not even questioned Jiraiya about the matter and instead directed the inquiry towards Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade interjected, "It's all Jiraiya's fault. He insisted on competing with Yicheng-kun, and no amount of persuasion from me and Orochimaru could dissuade him." Orochimaru remained silent. Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched as he regarded Tsunade with a perplexed expression. Although he was unaware of Jiraiya's motives, were they not teammates? To cast aside the fool as a shield against lightning, while simultaneously cleansing oneself of blame? Such is the nature of superficial camaraderie. Indeed, it is always the fool who suffers. The 3rd Hokage was evidently familiar with Tsunade's tactics. It seemed she had employed them before. "Yicheng, what transpired between you and Jiraiya?" After pondering, Bai Shi Yicheng thought, since Jiraiya had already borne the brunt of blame, it would not be a significant issue to add a bit of oil to the fire. "I am unaware. Jiraiya suddenly attacked me, and in my helplessness, I could only retaliate. Indeed, it is still Jiraiya, isn't it?" The 3rd's gaze turned increasingly stern as he fixed it upon the still twitching Jiraiya. "Orochimaru, Tsunade, take Jiraiya outside. Yicheng, remain here." Once they departed, the 3rd Hokage turned his attention to Bai Shi Yicheng and said, "I had intended for Orochimaru to summon you here. I did not foresee this incident. Are you all right?" "I am well." In truth, it was far from satisfactory. Tsunade's punch was no longer in the same league as during their time at the Ninja Academy. Had that blow been delivered in the past, he would have likely coughed up blood. Even now, he could still feel a lingering pain. "Very well," Tsunade continued. "Do you understand why I sought you out?" Yicheng Bai Shi hesitated for a moment before responding. "Is it regarding my intention to graduate?" After much contemplation, this was the only conclusion he could draw. "Precisely." The 3rd Hokage retrieved 2 documents from his drawer and handed them to him. "Take a look at this." Yicheng Bai Shi accepted the papers and began to peruse them. The first document pertained to his application to the hospital, while the second related to his entry into a ninja team, accompanied by 2 photographs of ninjas, Anko Mitarashi and Kawaguchi Rumi. He placed the documents back on the desk, perplexed by the 3rd Hokage's intentions. Without offering any clarification, the Hokage produced 2 more documents and handed them to him once again. Yicheng Bai Shi took them, and once more. They were about Anko Mitarashi and Kawaguchi Rumi, but this time detailing their applications to the hospital. "Do they also wish to enter the hospital?" he inquired, immediately sensing the impropriety of his question. Wasn't this an overt expression of dissatisfaction with those individuals? As anticipated, the 3rd Hokage chuckled. "They are both exceptional ninjas from our village, and your talents exceed theirs. I have summoned you today to inquire about your own intentions. Do not hold back, speak freely." This was clearly a test from the 3rd Hokage. Upon discerning his intent, Yicheng Bai Shi felt a sense of relief. "Lord Hokage, my desire to enter the hospital is genuine. As for the ninja team, I would prefer to forego that. Can you share your reasoning with me? I have never possessed the aptitude for being a ninja." Entering the hospital would be a more constructive use of my abilities. Do not be overly modest. Your talents would be squandered in the hospital. If you agree, I can arrange for you to join the Umbu. The Umbu, this was the very heart of the village. Indeed, the Hokage exhibited considerable grandeur. Yet, it felt as though he were casting glances at a blind man. Lord Hokage, I genuinely wish to enter the hospital to study medicine. I find greater fulfillment in healing rather than engaging in violence. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, slowly releasing the smoke. You possess a kind heart. You held back during the graduation examination, did you not? That technique could not have been wielded with such limited power. Yicheng Bai Shi nodded. After all, we are all ninjas of the same village, and it was merely an examination. The third Hokage appeared satisfied upon hearing this. I understand. You may return now. I will approve your request. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As he pushed open the office door, Yicheng Bai Shi encountered the legendary Sannin standing against the wall. He walked past them with a composed demeanor, treating them as mere passers-by. Why? As he passed Orochimaru, the latter suddenly inquired. Yicheng Bai Shi chose to ignore the question, pretending he had not heard. The hospital will only stifle your talents. I know you never engage in meaningless endeavors. Orochimaru, undeterred, attempted to steer his classmate back onto the right path. Yicheng Bai Shi paused in his tracks. He gazed at Orochimaru, who returned the stare with equal intensity. If it were due to family ties, it would indeed be regrettable. I had thought you were not of such ilk. Orochimaru's words finally provoked him. Shiraishi Yashicheng leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Orochimaru, the being I am now is one you can never comprehend. You are merely a young serpent yet to experience the agony of shedding its skin. Once you come to know that pain and begin your quest for true essence, you shall understand my existence. I eagerly await that day. Do not disappoint me, Orochimaru. With that, Shiraishi Yashicheng turned and departed without hesitation. Their paths diverged irreconcilably. As disciples of the Hokage, they were destined for exalted status within the village, while he, having refused to enter the Hokage's faction, was fated to fade into obscurity. From this moment onward, they belonged to two disparate worlds. They were the sunlight upon the water's surface, while he was the fish beneath it. The sunlight might occasionally penetrate the water to warm the fish, and the fish might leap to the surface to bask in the light. This would likely be the extent of their future interactions. Upon returning home, Shiraishi Yashicheng trained briefly before venturing out to procure groceries. Passing the graduation examination was certainly a cause for celebration. At noon, Shiraishi Ryos did not return home. Shiraishi Yashicheng consumed the entirety of the meal alone before heading out to shop. After an afternoon of training, he began preparing dinner. By 8 in the evening, he sat before a table laden with food, lost in thought. Shiraishi Ryos still had not returned. The food had grown cold, prompting him to reheat it. At 10 o'clock, a sound echoed from the front door. Shiraishi Yashicheng hurried to the entrance and bowed respectfully. Welcome home, Uncle Ryos. Shiraishi Ryos appeared quite surprised. You're still awake? Upon entering and seeing the table filled with food, his emotions were complex. He had indeed grown up. After sitting down, he raised his glass and drank deeply. I was remiss. I should have returned earlier on such an important day. Shiraishi Yashicheng poured him more wine. It did not take long before I, too, felt inadequate. Unable to assist much with matters at home. It is truly best that you understand me. The two continued to pour and drink, quickly finishing a bottle of wine. Speaking of family affairs, there is something I would like to ask your opinion on. What is it? I am considering selling this place and moving to the Takamoto family. What do you think? This topic rendered Shiraishi Yashicheng silent. I understand, Uncle, your decision suffices. Do not say that. I wish to hear your thoughts. It sounds quite good. This place is desolate and remote, lacking the vibrancy and prosperity of the other side, and it is much closer to the hospital, which would be more convenient for me in the future. Shiraishi Ryos regarded him thoughtfully before shifting the conversation. To be frank, I was quite pleased that you managed to defeat the Yamanaka today, yet I advise you to avoid engaging with them in battle in the future. Shiraishi Yashicheng queried in confusion. Why? Because they are our natural enemies. Natural enemies? Shiraishi Yashicheng was taken aback. The oil-wielding clan's parasitic insects possess a remarkable ability to counter the spirit-summoning butterflies. Allow me to illustrate. If solely relying on secret techniques, an oil-wielding genin could contend with our jonin. Upon hearing this, Shiraishi Yashiki found himself unsettled. Is it not the privilege of protagonists for a genin to challenge a jonin? Could it be that the reticent oil-wielding clan possesses such formidable prowess? Shiraishi Ise sighed, cautioning against dismissing this as mere jest. In truth, The oil-wielding clan almost entirely counters all spirit-summoning families. In the Land of Fire, there were once numerous spirit-summoning families, most of which were vanquished by the oil-wielders. Prior to the establishment of Konohagakure, encountering them necessitated the abandonment of our missions, an undeniable testament to the significance of missions for shinobi. Is the chasm between the butterflies and the oil-wielders so vast that engagement is futile? It is not that engagement is impossible, but rather that the losses outweigh the gains. Our family's spirit-summoning butterflies require substantial resources for cultivation, while their parasitic insects utilize human bodies as nests, enabling rapid reproduction and extraordinary evolution. A confrontation with the oil-wielders often results in devastating casualties for the spirit-summoning butterflies, leading not only to a significant reduction in the clan's strength but also incurring financial losses that cannot be compensated even if the mission is completed. The oil-wielders face no such disadvantage. The death of numerous insects does not diminish their strength. We have suffered considerable setbacks against the oil-wielders, but fortunately, after the establishment of Konohagakure, they joined our ranks. Otherwise, we might have been compelled to relocate our entire clan to another nation. Reflecting on the peculiar reactions of the audience today, Shiraishi Yashiki began to chuckle ruefully. With such convenience, do the oil-wielders not possess any weaknesses? Their clan is relatively small. Shiraishi Yashiki pondered. Does the transmission of the oil-wielders' secret techniques carry the risk of death? Shiraishi Ise nodded, explaining that treating one's body entirely as a nest for the insects has historically resulted in nearly certain demise. Contemplating the drawbacks of his own butterflies, which consume lifespans, Shiraishi Yashiki sighed. It is not an easy path for anyone, by the way. He still had yet to summon a spirit-summoning butterfly. Uncle, I believe I should be able to summon butterflies now. How should I proceed? This question remained unresolved in Shiraishi Yashiki's mind. The spirit-summoning scroll he signed could only summon ninja butterflies. The spirit-summoning butterflies were entirely beyond his reach. Moreover, he noticed that Shiraishi Ise summoned spirit-summoning butterflies without forming seals. Thus, the question arose, how does a spirit-summoning butterfly manifest beside the practitioner? As long as you communicate with the butterfly species within you, you can summon them. Shiraishi Yashiki had never attempted to converse with the butterfly species inside him. He did not believe that humans and butterflies could share any common ground. Furthermore, could humans truly communicate with different species? He maintained a skeptical attitude. Perhaps I should give it a try, he thought. As chakra began to surge towards the butterfly species within him, he found himself transported to a wondrous space. An expanse of white surrounded him, with a solitary cocoon standing there in isolation. You have finally arrived. A voice echoed, prompting Shiraishi Yashiki to survey his surroundings. There was nothing but that cocoon. In close proximity to the chrysalis, Yicheng Bai Shi discovered that it was adorned with an intricate array of runes. Could this be a sealing technique? No. It is a spatial transfer technique, the voice explained. Yicheng was taken aback. Prodding the chrysalis with his finger, he tentatively inquired, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed," came the reply. Yicheng pondered deeply. This defied logic. Chakra serves as a bridge connecting hearts, and once you harbored the thought of communicating with me, you would naturally be able to hear my voice. The voice was elusive, its gender indiscernible. Tilting his head, Yicheng's mind was rife with suspicion. Although he had not voiced his thoughts, the butterfly species seemed to know his inner musings. Mind reading? Fool, I reside within your heart, so of course, I can discern your thoughts. To be called a fool was a novel experience for Yicheng. A surge of indignation welled within him. Come out if you dare, and I shall strike you down. Do you truly wish for me to emerge? Why do you hesitate to appear? I would be more than willing to come forth. But are you certain you wish for that? Why do you prattle on so? If I emerge, your demise is inevitable. Upon hearing the word death, Yicheng's composure faltered. What do you mean I will die if you come out? It is the binding technique. At the mention of this fatal jutsu, Yicheng shuddered, swiftly comprehending the gravity of the situation. No, please do not emerge. You are my esteemed master, and I shall ensure you thrive and flourish. It was clear that this creature was beyond his capabilities. Did you come here to summon the spirit butterfly? Yicheng nodded fervently. Understood. The black runes on the chrysalis began to glow, initiating the technique. All right, once you depart from here, you shall behold the spirit butterfly. How do I leave? Yicheng gazed around the space, utterly bewildered. You truly are a fool. I just mentioned that chakra serves as a bridge to the heart. Simply envision your departure. Yet again, he was scolded as a fool. He bore it silently. When he next opened his eyes, a myriad of butterflies danced around him. He extended his finger, and several butterflies alighted upon it. Yicheng, tilting his head in curiosity, pondered how he might command them. Should he use his thoughts or chakra? He decided to experiment. Pointing at a white butterfly, he commanded, "Play dead." Sitting nearby, Yicheng's relative, Rongza, witnessed this command and felt a slight twitch of his eyelids, yet he said nothing. The butterfly fluttered its wings a couple of times before descending to the ground. Yicheng chuckled, eagerly leaning down to blow on the butterfly. It was blown a considerable distance, yet remained utterly still. How marvelous! Rise, Yicheng issued another command. The dead butterfly fluttered its wings and took to the air once more, landing back on his hand. Uncle, this is truly delightful. By the way, what abilities do they possess? Ordinary spirit butterflies possess only the ability to absorb chakra. Their consciousness is simple, and their lifespans are fleeting. The 3 unique spirit butterflies you cultivated require at least 6 months for summoning. How shall I return them? The usual method, communicate with the butterfly species. Once again, Bai Shi Yicheng found himself in that ethereal space. He glanced at his hands, and then slapped himself. How painful. Am I physically present here? Fool, this is merely your consciousness. The spirit butterflies have already been sent back. Good sir, your telepathic abilities are nothing short of a cheat. May I employ such powers? Call me father. What? Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched. So you wish to take advantage of me? How peculiar. You are of a higher generation than I. Does it not seem advantageous for you to call me father? Bai Shi Yicheng was left dumbfounded. The ability of the butterfly species to converse with him was already strange enough, yet it wanted him to call it father? To nurture a father within his own body. What absurd thoughts am I entertaining? Bai Shi Yicheng resolutely declined. Impossible. Then call me Cheng. Do not assume I am unaware of the implications of you addressing me as good sir. Bai Shi Yicheng. Has this butterfly species truly gained sentience? And Cheng. Reflecting upon his father, who transformed into the spirit butterfly Chiu, whose name was derived from the last character of his own name. Can butterflies truly transform into humans? This question resurfaced in his mind. Butterflies are not humans. Butterflies are merely butterflies. In a certain sense, our souls are intertwined. I am aware of your thoughts, yet we belong to different species. I hope you do not misconstrue this. Bai Shi Yicheng grew intrigued. Then why do my kin regard you as family? Human sentiments are difficult to comprehend. We have never entertained such notions, for we are distinct species. And our emotional constructs differ. How, then, does my clan appear in the eyes of your spirit butterflies? If described in human terms, perhaps we would be akin to parents. Parents, you say? That bears some resemblance. The butterfly clan nurtured the spirit butterflies, endowing them with unique abilities and extended lifespans. To refer to them as their parents is not an exaggeration. However, since you consider me a parent, why did you just insist I call you father? This relates to my nature, or perhaps it reflects yours, as all my essence originates from you. Bai Shi Yicheng found himself bewildered. Am I to call myself father? Insanity. Speaking of which, does this butterfly species now possess such cognitive faculties? Will you remain in this pupal state indefinitely? Do you not yearn to emerge from your cocoon? I have stated that all my essence derives from you. If you were to perish, I would inherit all that you possess. What if I remain immortal? I shall remain here indefinitely. What if I do not wish for you to inherit all that I possess? That would be unthinkable, although you nurtured me. Survival is the fundamental instinct of every species. Should you act in such a manner, instinct would guide me. Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. Is it truly so? He had initially intended to depart but posed one last unnecessary question before leaving. Are you male or female? We are devoid of distinctions between genders. It is inconceivable. Even butterflies are categorized as male or female. Indeed, we lack reproductive capabilities, or rather, that function has been forsaken. After all, without you, I would merely be an unconscious butterfly, and even if I could reproduce, the offspring would merely be ordinary butterflies. We are in a state of evolution, and those ordinary, unconscious butterflies will not receive our acknowledgement. Upon hearing the term evolution, Shiraishi Yoshikazu pondered and inquired, what will your next evolution entail? To form an independent consciousness. Akin to the corporeal form you see before you, is my forthcoming direction. What does your consciousness resemble, a butterfly or a human? And how long will this process endure? If measured by your temporal standards, 5 years is the minimum duration. As for my consciousness, it will undoubtedly resemble yours. Why must it be the same as mine? It feels rather peculiar. Can I assume a different form? I have mentioned that my existence stems from you. In a certain sense, we are a shared life form. And altering my appearance is beyond my capabilities. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shiraishi Yoshikazu lost interest and exited the realm of consciousness. Once he emerged, Shiraishi asked, "How did it feel?" Rubbing his head, Shiraishi Yoshikazu replied, "It was both strange and wondrous, difficult to articulate. Uncle, in the future, if I summon a butterfly, can I communicate directly with it, and will it assist me in summoning?" "Yes, you should have observed the spatial transfer technique it possesses." At this, Shiraishi Yoshikazu looked puzzled. A spatial transfer technique? Our family can actually research such a thing? Shiraishi sighed. "It is not our research, it is Lord Mei's. In truth, no one in our family comprehends the principles underlying this technique. Mei." Thinking of that peculiar silver-haired woman, Shiraishi Yoshikazu couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is she, human or something else? I cannot say for certain. She has likely lived for an extended period. Henceforth, show her respect, after all." Shiraishi trailed off, lifting his glass for another drink. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Shiraishi Yoshikazu was left to ponder his uncertainty. They began the process of moving. Their new residence was extravagant, featuring a private courtyard and a spacious warehouse. The location was also favorable, with a bustling street just to turn down the alley. However, one particular aspect troubled Shiraishi Yoshikazu. Observing Touchi Anna directing workers as they carried various pieces of furniture inside, he sighed, "Why are you here?" Takeuchi Anna shot him a glare, responding curtly, "What do you think I'm doing here? If I were any closer, my grandfather would have my head." Reflecting on the old man, Takeuchi Shichi, Shiraishi Yoshikazu began to sigh. Their new home was merely separated from the Takeuchi residence by a narrow alley. A mere 3-minute walk. What was the intention behind Shiraishi moving their household here? Did he wish for them to mingle more with the Takeuchi family? Previously, he had claimed that their families had diverged, yet now it seemed all was mere deception. Nowadays, even asserting they were not one family would elicit disbelief. The die has been cast. Further contemplation is futile. Bai Shi Yicheng has put this matter behind him. "Are you truly prepared to accompany me into the hospital?" "Oh, Kawaguchi Rumi will also be there. We shall become colleagues, and you are henceforth forbidden from bullying her." Speaking of Kawaguchi Rumi, a frown of frustration crossed Bai Shi Yicheng's face. Yesterday, he encountered this girl who would have been his teammate. A mere 2 sentences exchanged, and they ended up brawling on the training ground. As for the reason, Kawaguchi Rumi is a petite 10-year-old girl, yet she sports short hair and dons boys' clothing. In certain respects, she bears a striking resemblance to him. At that moment, he genuinely believed Kawaguchi Rumi was a boy and addressed her as brother, only two. Well, she was unaware of Reishin's secret and was consequently left bewildered. She ended up in tears. Had it not been for Takamoto Anna intervening with a furious reprimand, they might have become lifelong adversaries. In any case, it is quite vexing. "I truly do not understand your reasoning. Is it necessary for you to accompany me into the hospital? This is my grandfather's arrangement. What about your own thoughts?" "That is of little consequence. Moreover, it is hardly fitting for girls to engage in such brawls. The hospital seems rather pleasant." "Very well, I shall be attentive henceforth." Likewise. 3 days later, Bai Shi Yicheng, Takamoto Anna, and Kawaguchi Rumi officially entered the hospital, proudly becoming Konoha's caregivers. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. As Bai Shi Yicheng strolled through the hospital corridor, he pondered. In his left hand, he held a bag of refuse, while his right grasped a bottle of yellow liquid. This is not at all what I envisioned a doctor's life to be. Administering injections is the hallmark of a physician. What am I doing here? Running errands and performing menial tasks? To this, Bai Shi Yicheng explained that at such a tender age, merely gaining entry to the hospital is commendable. Bai Shi Yicheng lamented the tedium and displeasure of his duties. Bai Shi Yicheng's countenance darkened. "You were the one who expressed a desire to enter the hospital. Now you dare to complain? Do you think becoming a doctor is so simple? Even if you were an exceptionally skilled 8-year-old, no one would entrust their care to you. I have done all that I could to advocate for you. The hospital holds no secrets from you, not even granting you access to the library. What more do you desire?" Bai Shi Yicheng was left speechless by the reprimand. He merely glanced at the mysterious liquid in his right hand, his emotions swirling in complexity. He began to comprehend why nurses in his previous life regarded him with such peculiar gazes. They were likely experiencing similar sentiments. In summary, his life in the hospital commenced in this manner. Each morning, he arrived at the hospital alongside Takamoto Anna, subsequently meeting up with Kawaguchi Rumi. Following that, they would assist the doctors, running errands and gaining experience while tending to patients. He was assigned several patients, including the oil girl Ryoma, whom he had bested in the underground training ground. Each time Bai Shi Yicheng entered his room, Ryoma would fixate on him in silence. Initially, Bai Shi Yicheng found himself uncomfortable and displeased with Ryoma's penetrating gaze, and whenever he attempted conversation, Ryoma would remain unresponsive, inciting Bai Shi Yicheng's frustration. As the frequency of his visits increased, he grew accustomed to it. After all, the oil woman was a peculiar individual, and he decided to care for him for a few days. Little did he know that in the eyes of the oil woman Ryoma, he too was considered strange. Despite possessing such formidable abilities and hailing from a prestigious lineage of ninjas with exceptional talent, he chose to work as a caregiver in a hospital. To someone like him, it felt akin to gold falling into a toilet, repulsive to retrieve, yet painful to leave behind. This encapsulated the peculiar sentiments of oil woman Ryoma. On the day of his discharge, he felt compelled to pick up the gold, no matter how distasteful it might be. Thus, he requested a rematch with Shiraishi Yashikage. Shiraishi cast him a sidelong glance and departed the ward with a curt dismissal, insane. In the corridor, Ryoma obstructed him with a parasitic insect. Why squander such potential? Konoha needs talents like you. Hearing this, Shiraishi could scarcely believe his ears. He did not recognize the youth in the underground training grounds, but upon examining Ryoma's medical record, he discerned the identity of the boy. Oil woman Ryoma, affiliated with the Root, loyal to Shimura Danzō. Was he truly such an individual? Shiraishi inwardly criticized Danzō for his inadequate ideological indoctrination. Ryoma bore no resemblance to a typical Root member. Rather, he seemed akin to the favored son of the third Hokage. People's aspirations differ, leading to divergent choices. One cannot impose their beliefs upon another. Moreover, our clans are ostensibly on opposing sides. Is it truly acceptable for you to act in this manner? Ryoma adjusted his sunglasses. Opposing clans? I do not comprehend what you mean. Shiraishi felt a sting of indignation. Just days prior, Shiraishi Ize had informed him that the Oil Clan was their natural adversary, yet Ryoma seemed to dismiss this completely. Or did the Oil Clan simply regard the Shiraishi as inconsequential? Reflecting on Ize's assertion that one should abandon their mission upon encountering an Oil Clan member, Shiraishi fell silent. Ryoma continued, we are all Konoha ninjas, and naturally, we must contribute to our village. My actions stem from this very conviction. I am confident that you possess the potential to become a mighty tree, and thus, I cannot bear to see Konoha suffer such losses. Once again invoking the metaphor of a mighty tree and losses, it seemed Danzō's influence was indeed effective. Shiraishi shook his head, feeling there was little more to say to such a person. The will of fire, that tedious notion, appeared novelly absurd in the face of reality. Ultimately, he harbored no trust in Ryoma, nor in Danzō. What if Ryoma was merely a puppet of Danzō, attempting to manipulate him with the rhetoric of the will of fire? It was not an unfathomable possibility. In fact, this likelihood loomed larger in Shiraishi's mind the moment Ryoma uttered such words. This is reality. Should he ever be swayed by such rhetoric, Danzō might seek to engage him further, to control him, thereby utilizing him to secure an absolute political narrative. Once he was deemed devoid of utility, he would likely be cast aside or repurposed to serve the interests of others. Such machinations were indeed profoundly tiresome. Yashikage Shiraishi shook his head in disinterest, asserting that no matter what was said, his thoughts would remain unchanged. As for combat, he was merely a caregiver at the hospital for the time being. Ryoma Aburaya, wanting to continue the conversation, found himself ignored as Shiraishi turned and walked away. The commotion had stirred the patients in the nearby wards, who began peering out curiously. Realizing the situation, Aburaya reluctantly withdrew. Having not yet reached the level of foolishness required to engage in conflict within the confines of the hospital. Upon returning to the hospital office, Anna Takamoto remarked upon his entrance, "It seems you've attracted the attention of some peculiar individuals." Shiraishi glanced at her briefly before returning to his seat to immerse himself in a book. This tome, borrowed from the hospital's library, detailed the intricate distribution of human meridians. As Shiraishi buried himself in his reading, Takamoto huffed and gazed out the window, catching sight of Aburaya's silhouette wandering down the street. A contemplative expression crossed her face, her gaze growing increasingly cold. As time drifted by, Shiraishi gradually acclimated to his responsibilities at the hospital. It is worth noting that he earned a modest salary of 22,000 a month. While this remuneration was not particularly high, perhaps even less than what one might earn executing a D-class mission, Shiraishi remained unconcerned. He had little need for money. Setting aside only a small allowance each month and handing the remainder to his brother, Ise Shiraishi. 1 year later, Shiraishi and Takamoto finished their shifts and began their commute home. Today was exhausting. That chatty old lady receiving for treatment was insufferable, Takamoto began her customary complaints. Shiraishi, engrossed in his medical literature, showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Noticing his silence, Takamoto rolled her eyes and shifted topics. Doctor, Hekawake mentioned that we are nearly eligible to become official doctors. Once the new caregivers arrive, he'll arrange assessments for us. What do you think? Shiraishi continued to ignore her. Frustrated, Takamoto seized the book from his hands, demanding, Yashikage Shiraishi, are you even listening to me? I heard you. Now give me back my book, he replied, exasperation evident on his face. His purpose in entering the hospital was to study medical ninjutsu, not to genuinely heal the sick. The distinction of being a doctor held little importance for him. He found satisfaction in his current role as a caregiver, as he had become well acquainted with the workflow and could manage it with ease. Becoming a doctor would inevitably require learning additional subjects, which he deemed a waste of time. Even in his studies, he opted for selective learning, focusing solely on medical knowledge pertaining to the human body, showing no interest in herbal identification or the preparation of medicines. Since you heard me, will you participate in the assessment? Becoming a doctor would be quite beneficial. I refuse to partake if it's too troublesome, he stated. Takamoto countered. Once you become a doctor, not only will your salary increase, but you'll also be free from menial tasks. If you perform well, you might even have your own office. How can you find that troublesome? Shiraishi responded with half-hearted affirmations while reclaiming his book, and thus, the conversation ended there. In a fit of frustration, Takamoto stomped her foot and dashed off to a nearby dango shop to vent her anger. Upon returning home, Shiraishi settled in the courtyard. Placing his book down, he retrieved the cultivated fish from the pond in the courtyard and placed them upon the table. With a knife, he made an incision along the fish's body, and crimson blood began to flow. Shiraishi Yashikage placed his hand over the wound and commenced the use of medical ninjutsu. A pale green glow illuminated the area, and the fish, once on the brink of death, began to thrash its tail. In a brief moment, the wound upon its body vanished entirely. Shiraishi Yashikage marked the fish and returned it to the water before extracting his experimental notes and beginning to write. The trials of the medical ninjutsu had been completed 6 months after he entered the hospital, far simpler than he had anticipated. Shiraishi Yashikage understood that this was connected to his adept control over chakra. However, he also realized that this technique, which could merely heal wounds, held no significance for him. The health issues plaguing Shiraishi Waizai were far more complex. Over the past 6 months, he had conducted more than 10 examinations on Shiraishi Waizai, and aside from some adverse effects of excessive alcohol consumption, he had found no other issues with his health. This was perplexing. Shiraishi Waizai could not possibly deceive him. The loss of vitality was something Shiraishi Waizai had openly confessed, yet could such a loss not manifest as physical abnormalities? Yet he had found no evidence to support this. He had proposed numerous hypotheses, perused the hospital's library on human anatomy repeatedly, yet he remained without answers. As he pondered, a fish floated belly up in the pond. Witnessing this, Shiraishi Yashikage's pupils constricted sharply. He hastily retrieved the fish and placed it on the table, employing medical ninjutsu upon it. As the pale green glow brightened, the fish, which had still been capable of blinking, ceased to move altogether. Cold sweat broke out on Shiraishi Yashikage's forehead as he frantically searched through his experimental notes. Soon, he located the record pertaining to this particular fish. It had undergone 3 incisions and 1 incision on its belly, with no abnormalities noted in its healing process. If his memory served him correctly, this species of fish could live for at least 3 years, yet this one had perished within 6 months. It had been killed by his medical ninjutsu. Shiraishi Yashikage began to examine the fish, discovering that aside from the several wounds, it exhibited no other anomalies. This indicated that the fish had died a natural death. Could it be? Shiraishi Yashikage trembled at the thought of a certain possibility. Does medical ninjutsu consume life? He fished out another specimen that had never been subjected to experimentation. He made 3 incisions upon its body and began to use medical ninjutsu. Soon, the 3 wounds began to heal, but as he made 3 additional cuts, the healing process was alarmingly slow, ultimately resulting in the fish being killed by his own hands. Upon confirming the fish's death, Shiraishi Yashikage clenched his fists, his expression shifting between fury and despair. His intention to heal Shiraishi Waizai with medical ninjutsu had, paradoxically, led to disastrous consequences. It was evident, such a convenient technique could not possibly lack side effects. Stimulating cell division with chakra ultimately equated to consuming life. He should have realized this sooner. An unquenchable rage surged within him, and he slammed his fist down upon the table with great force. The table shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Bai Shi Yicheng settled himself onto the ground, staring blankly at the earth beneath him. The medical ninjutsu had proven to be a failure. Was there any other recourse? After much contemplation, he found himself bereft of any viable solutions. With a heavy sigh, he felt as though he had reached a dead end. Perhaps he should not have embarked on this endeavor alone. Had he involved Tsunade in the exploration of medical ninjutsu? Tsunade possessed an astute intellect, adept at both learning and combat, always capable of devising strategies suited to her strengths. Yet, the mere thought of her tempestuous temperament caused a constriction in his chest. Time was running short for Bai Shi Yicheng. Could he afford to dwell on such trivial matters of pride? There was no other option. Bai Shi Yicheng rose, determined to seek out Tsunade. Convincing her would be ideal, but if he failed, surely not, for Tsunade was destined to be renowned as the god of healing. She must hold a keen interest in this subject. Bai Shi Yicheng took a few steps before halting, his expression darkening. Tsunade's temperament was notoriously fierce. While she might exhibit interest in medical ninjutsu, the likelihood of her wishing to collaborate with him was slim. Approaching her would most likely result in rejection, and she would undoubtedly pursue her research in secrecy. Once she achieved results, she would flaunt her success and mock him mercilessly. The mere visualization of such a scenario made him feel as though he had swallowed something vile. No, he absolutely could not approach that woman. Bai Shi Yicheng sat down once more. Should he consider a more circuitous route? Perhaps he could confide in Orochimaru about his research into medical ninjutsu. Allowing Orochimaru to inform Tsunade, thus waiting for her to come to him? This seemed a plausible approach, yet it remained fraught with uncertainty. After all, Orochimaru was equally difficult to manage. As for Jiraiya, he was readily disregarded. It was a blessing if their meetings didn't end in conflict. Bai Shi Yicheng found himself troubled. He began to reflect on all of Tsunade's personal connections, when suddenly wait. His expression shifted to one of peculiar realization. He recalled that every time Tsunade dispelled the Yin seal, she would indulge in copious amounts of food. Throughout her life, she had faced countless battles, undoubtedly employing medical ninjutsu with great frequency. Yet this woman not only served as Hokage but also lived to see the conclusion of the saga. Even after Naruto ascended to Hokage, she still made appearances. While medical ninjutsu was said to diminish one's lifespan, Tsunade seemed to defy this notion entirely. Why? Bai Shi Yicheng murmured, dietary therapy? Everyone must eat. Neglecting to do so not only stunts growth but can also lead to demise, a simple truth even a child of 3 comprehends. He covered his face with his hands, his throat emitting an enigmatic, peculiar chuckle. How foolish I truly am. Meanwhile, Takamoto Anna concluded her skirmish at the dumpling shop. Upon returning home, she encountered her grandfather and father in the backyard. Takamoto Hichir and Takamoto Masamune were engrossed in a game of shogi. Anna quietly stood to the side, refraining from interrupting their match. Before long, the game concluded with Takamoto Masamune's defeat. Shuichi Takamoto finally raised his head to glance at his granddaughter and inquired, "Has that little fellow exhibited any peculiarities lately?" After a moment of contemplation, Anna Takamoto replied, "There are no abnormalities per se, it's just that he is rather unusual, and I cannot quite articulate it." Shuichi Takamoto's interest was piqued. Those who inherit such secret techniques often display eccentricities. Please, share your thoughts. Yoshikazu Bai Shi is a man of clear purpose. I have perused all the books he borrowed from the hospital library, which are solely focused on medical knowledge regarding the human body. As for other herbs and the concoction of medicines, he doesn't even cast a glance. Previously, he would occasionally visit the training grounds after work, yet for the past 6 months, he has been mysteriously sequestered at home. I suspect. Anna Takamoto hesitated, prompting Shuichi to wave his hand. Speak your mind. Given his aptitude for ninjutsu, I believe he has likely succeeded in the medical ninjutsu he once mentioned. However, he has never employed it in public. I cannot be certain. Oh, Masamasa Takamoto interjected. What might be the reason for that? Anna shook her head. I do not know. His entry into the hospital is not as straightforward as it seems, and Uncle Ryos is also concealing something from us. Shuichi chuckled. I can somewhat surmise what Ryos is contemplating, but that little fellow remains quite inscrutable. Masamasa remarked, Father, they have been living here for a year. Yet Yoshikazu Bai Shi has never once visited us uninvited. I think. Shuichi shot him a glare. What do you think? Do you believe he dislikes us? Or even harbors animosity? Masamasa offered a wry smile and nodded. With such a narrow perspective, how can you achieve anything significant? I understand it's disheartening to be rebuffed by him. However, human hearts are made of flesh, the more he distances himself from us, the more kindness we should extend towards him. Even a stone can warm up if held to the heart for a few days, let alone a child under 10. Masamasa still bore a bitter smile. Father, if I may speak frankly, must it be him? Absolutely, Shuichi declared emphatically. If you lack the ability to provide a better life for our kin, then we must seek another. I am increasingly convinced that this young lad possesses merit. After saying this, Shuichi turned to Anna and asked, Anna, would you agree to marry him if I were to propose? Upon hearing this, Anna was taken aback. Her face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Masamasa grew anxious. She was his only daughter, both obedient and well-mannered. Given that Yoshikazu Baishir was not close to them, marrying him would be akin to pushing her into a perilous situation. Father, must we go to such extremes? If we clarify our connection to the Tsukushi family, they might support us. We could entirely. Silence. Shuichi's anger flared. Masamasa sighed, gazing at his daughter with a face full of remorse. At that moment, Anna regained her composure, her pallor evident as she said, Grandfather, I am 3 years older than him, and he harbors no such feelings for me. Even if I were to consent, he would not agree. Upon observing the demeanor of his son and granddaughter, Shuichi sighed and remarked, I understand that such matters cannot be forced upon you, yet you must recognize that being born into a clan entails prioritizing family above all else. As for your notion of true governance, it is utterly impractical. You remain oblivious to the crises that threaten our clan. This is not a mere struggle for power, but a matter of survival. If Konoha continues on its current trajectory, it will undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. However, in a century at most, our clan will vanish into oblivion. How can this be acceptable? Toki Masayuki, his face etched with disbelief, replied, Isn't Konoha's growing strength beneficial to us? Shuichi shook his head, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his eyes, his expression tinged with melancholy. Karen was not only a remarkable hero but also one of the rare individuals with true sagacity. Masayuki, you have experienced the Warring States period. Do you not ponder why Karen sought to align us with Konoha? Was it not for the sake of peace? How naive. To deceive our clansmen with such words is one thing, but for you to believe them is utterly foolish. Masayuki, feeling a wave of embarrassment at being chastised before his daughter, questioned, Are we compelled to join Konoha? Before the establishment of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha were already among the most prominent clans. Their union only augmented their power, which will likely continue to escalate in the foreseeable future. The Senju have always cherished peace, yet the Uchiha do not share this sentiment. Their alliance leaves little room for the survival of other ninja clans. The significance of missions to ninjas is well understood. After Konoha's establishment, many smaller clans receive scarcely a handful of assignments in an entire year. However, there is no recourse. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are simply too strong, instilling a sense of despair. Unable to contend with such might, we are left with no choice but to join them. Under the guise of advocating peace, our integration into Konoha is, in essence, a desperate bid for survival. Sarutobi was the first to recognize this predicament, followed by the Shimura, Akimichi, Namanaka, Nara, Kurama, Nara, and Inuzuka clans, all of whom came to this realization. Perhaps some genuinely sought peace, yet for many, the decision to join was driven by necessity. Without joining, even if Konoha does not strike against you, the fate awaiting you is a gradual decline into oblivion. Upon hearing this, Masayuki was covered in cold sweat. But since joining Konoha, there has indeed been peace. Everyone coexists harmoniously. Is that not a good thing? A good thing? How naive. Shuichi thundered. The essence of humanity is conflict. In the past, we engaged in martial struggles for missions. Now, within the village, we engage in verbal battles for influence. The struggle has never ceased. It has merely transformed into a different guise. Uchiha Madara perceived this reality, which prompted his departure from Konoha. Do you believe that Madara's defection occurred without the subtle encouragement from our clan of shinobi? At this juncture, Takehara Shuichi paused. Unable to contain her curiosity, Takehara Anna inquired, What does this have to do with the survival of our clan? We have already allied with Konoha, even if the conflict is fierce. It should not lead to our annihilation, right? Senju Hashirama initiated the Will of Fire, endeavoring to unify the clans within the village. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama not only advocated for the Will of Fire but sought to transform all shinobi into mere civilians, which constitutes a genuine crisis. Transforming all shinobi into civilians? Takehara Masanori's lips twitched at the thought. How could that possibly be achieved? Initially, no one grasped the true intentions behind Senju Tobarama's actions until the establishment of the Shinobi Academy. when Saki realized the impending danger, even foreseeing the imminent outbreak of the Great Ninja War. Indeed, the war erupted, yet tragically, Saki perished just before its onset, though he had left contingency plans in place. Before Tobirama ascended to the role of Hokage, Saki had sensed his unusual behavior, which compelled him to vie for the position, albeit unsuccessfully. Takehara Masanori queried. Isn't the establishment of the Shinobi Academy a positive development? Why did Uncle Saki perceive it as a threat to our clan? The academy is indeed beneficial, Saki concurred. Yet he disagreed with Tobirama's excessively radical approach, supporting civilian ninja while simultaneously creating factions within the shinobi, prioritizing the village's interests without regard for the inevitable casualties among our clan, or even turning a blind eye to the potential extinction of the shinobi. Currently, the number of shinobi in Konoha has diminished significantly, while civilian ninjas are increasingly emphasized. If this trend continues, do you think the shinobi will still exert their efforts for the village? Without contributing to Konoha, they will lack any voice, yet if they do contribute, they will merely be used as cannon fodder. With a sigh, Takehara Shuichi continued, Saki once remarked that Konoha is too powerful, its jutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline clans far exceed those of other villages, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in our formidable external pressure. In the event of war, no other village would stand a chance against us. The disadvantage, however, is the internal strife. The infighting within Konoha is more intense than that of other villages. At this point, he turned to Takehara Masanori and inquired, if internal conflict escalates into a coup, what would you do? Takehara Masanori hesitated. Eliminate them? Such a method is too crude. There are far more sophisticated approaches. Takehara Masanori scratched his head. Waging war externally, transforming internal conflict into external strife, and then eliminating dissenters, that is the most astute strategy. Takehara Shuichi rose to his feet, gazing at the sky with a sense of despondency. Addressing his son and granddaughter, he declared, we old-timers have but a few years left to live. By the time we are gone, Konoha will likely be at war with the outside world, and the fate of our clan will rest upon your shoulders. Father, what should I do then? Takehara Masanori asked urgently. Shall we seek refuge with the Hokage? Takehara Shuichi chuckled, a sinister smile spreading across his face. My foolish son, the interests surrounding the Hokage have grown sufficiently vast. There is a place for everyone. Yet aligning with them would only render you as cannon fodder. Takamoto Anna interjected, so we should support our own Hokage? Indeed. Takamoto Shuichi cast a reassuring glance at Takamoto Anna, while simultaneously glaring at his foolish son. In the earlier years, Kojin had clarified the situation to us and presented effective solutions, sacrificing much of his family, even risking his son's life in the process. He excelled, earning trust among the ninja clans and establishing a commendable reputation for the Tachibana among civilian ninjas. These formed the foundation for our young one. Furthermore, his performance in the underground training grounds has bolstered our confidence. Once he reaches adulthood, regardless of whether I am still alive, you must strive to elevate him to prominence, as will the other clans. Takamoto Masakazu appeared despondent, stating, I understand, but what if he becomes Hokage and casts us aside? Upon hearing this, Takamoto Shuichi's eyelids twitched, glaring at Takamoto Masakazu with a menacing expression. After a moment of silence, he turned to Takamoto Anna and said, your father has reached his limit. The family will be entrusted to you from now on, Anna. I understand. Another year has elapsed. Shiraishi Yashikage has turned 10. This past year has been a whirlwind for him, spinning like a top. By day, he works at the hospital while acquiring medical knowledge. By night, he continues his experiments and the development of ninja techniques. He barely sleeps for a few hours each day, his frame growing increasingly gaunt, often emanating a peculiar odor, as he lacks time for personal care, appearing quite disheveled. Unfortunately, the results have not met expectations. Indeed, nourishment diminishes the efficacy of medical ninjutsu and replenishes vitality. Yet the effect is exceedingly gradual. Shiraishi Yashikage has calculated that the daily food intake of an average person contributes negligibly to cellular energy. Relying on ordinary dietary therapy to bolster Shiraishi Isei's vitality is simply unfeasible. Moreover, Shiraishi Issei has a penchant for excessive drinking, and his gastrointestinal functions are already compromised. Unable to sustain substantial food intake, Yashikage has repeatedly urged his uncle to abstain from alcohol, but alas, he cannot control him. When pressed, Shiraishi Issei would even threaten to retaliate. Shiraishi Yashikage feels disheartened. He has discovered a method, yet his uncle remains uncooperative. He has communicated his findings to Shiraishi Issei clearly. even showcasing his research results, yet Issei remains indifferent. Some individuals, if they are determined to self-destruct, cannot be hindered. It seems Shiraishi Issei still yearns for a life as a ninja butterfly. Shiraishi Yashikage has now taught Shiraishi Issei how to utilize medical ninjutsu, cautioning him against using it in front of outsiders. Issei quickly grasped the technique, as their clan has always excelled in chakra control. The rationale behind teaching him medical ninjutsu is that without it, he cannot manipulate the cellular division within his own body. The immense technique of rapid consumption followed by swift digestion that he is currently developing necessitates his personal control. Ultimately, it is imperative for Shirase Aizawa to diligently cultivate medical ninjutsu himself. He has now fundamentally comprehended the principles of medical ninjutsu. The most essential aspect lies in the mastery of chakra control, which dictates the limits of a medical ninja's abilities. Some may require 20 minutes to heal a wound, while others may accomplish it in merely 10. This disparity hinges upon one's chakra control capabilities. Shirase Aizawa possesses ample chakra control. However, he lacks the will to survive. If Shirase Yashikage's ninjutsu development proves successful, yet Shirase Aizawa's medical ninjutsu fails to meet the minimum threshold, his efforts would be in vain. Not only is his ninjutsu development sluggish, but Shirase Aizawa's survival instinct remains persistently diminished. Shirase Yashikage cannot fathom why. Even a dog understands the need to gnaw on a bone, yet Shirase Aizawa, even if a bone were thrust into his mouth, would likely spit it out. How exasperating. As Shirase Yashikage contemplates this, he fervently shovels food into his mouth. He is conducting an experiment on his own body, utilizing chakra to digest the sustenance. However, due to the incompleteness of his ninjutsu, an increase in food intake often correlates with more frequent trips to the restroom. He even feels as though his stomach has developed an issue, as he has been experiencing diarrhea almost daily. By the way, he is still a caregiver at the hospital. While Takamoto Anna became a doctor 6 months ago and now possesses her own office, Shirase Yashikage did not participate in the examination, as he has his own aspirations and is indifferent to the nature of his employment. Once again, his stomach emitted a gurgling sound, and shortly after, he emerged from the restroom, utterly exhausted. He believes he should seek out the Akimichi clan, for their technique of consuming large quantities of food to store chakra might prove beneficial to him. However, such knowledge is likely to be the clan's most fundamental secret, and it is improbable they would reveal it to him. Should he truly venture there, he fears he would be carried out on a stretcher. Indeed, he has now recognized the primary reason for his sluggish ninjutsu development, an insufficient chakra control ability. Shirase Yashikage is uncertain of his current level of chakra control. Nonetheless, the rapid digestion capacity requires the mobilization of all bodily cells to extract energy from food, demanding a level of chakra control that is nothing short of terrifying. Perhaps such control is only attainable by becoming the Hokage Tsunade. The more he delves into ninjutsu development, the more uncertain he feels. An overwhelming sense of inadequacy that has arisen more than once. If only the butterfly seed could fully mature, he mused, beginning to communicate with it. City, is there a way to accelerate your soul formation? Yes, but it comes with side effects. Do tell. Normally, my absorption of your life force is quite slow. If accelerated suddenly, it would further diminish your lifespan. By how much? 5 years. However, there is no need for haste. I will form my own consciousness in 3 years at most, and your chakra control is, in fact, improving. By next year, your ninjutsu will undoubtedly be successfully developed. Next year, Yashikage's Bai Shi wore a wry smile. This year marks the 4th, and next year, Issei Bai Shi is destined to perish. Even if my ninjutsu is successfully developed, what significance does it hold? I understand now. Do not concern yourself with me. Just accelerate. Very well, it hurts a bit. Bear with it. Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, he sat cross-legged upon the ground. Suddenly, an excruciating pain radiated from his heart, coursing throughout his entire body. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks, and Yashikage's Bai Shi gritted his teeth. In less than a minute, he found himself writhing on the ground. This is somewhat painful. I swear, I will kill you. The agony felt akin to insects gnawing at his heart, and he experienced the illusion that his very organs had been hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. After 10 minutes, Yashikage's Bai Shi trembled as he rose from the ground. He staggered 2 steps before collapsing once more. His eyes fluttered shut, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Issei Bai Shi sat at the bedside, intently observing him. You have finally awakened. What on earth happened? Yashikage's Bai Shi felt utterly unwell, as though a fire raged within his throat. Water, uncle, water. Bai Shi hurriedly brought him water, and Bai Shi gulped it down eagerly. Feeling slightly better, he turned his gaze to Bai Shi. There were some issues with the ninjutsu development, but it is nothing serious. He could never confess that he had forced the butterfly seed to accelerate the consumption of his life force. Bai Shi narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "I should have told you not to pursue such ninjutsu." Bai Shi remained silent for a moment before responding, "You are my only remaining family. How could I abandon it? You are on the brink of death." Bai Shi's expression softened slightly as he sighed, unsure of what to say. Both fell into silence. Deep down, you know that even if that ninjutsu were successfully developed, I may not be able to wield it. Moreover, it would at best only slightly extend my lifespan. The outcome remains unchanged. I will still die. Bai Shi reached out to gently stroke his head. I no longer see you as a child. You cannot always rely on me. Sooner or later, you must face the storms of life alone. Bai Shi remained silent, offering no words. He understood that his uncle's words held truth. He had long been aware that Bai Shi's chakra control was inferior to his own. It was utterly unrealistic to expect Bai Shi to master a ninjutsu that he himself struggled to utilize, even if he were to learn it. Time was not on his side. His exhausted body could not replenish its life force in such a short span, ultimately rendering him incapable of recovery. The minuscule hope he had gained by sacrificing 5 years of his life had simply dissipated into the wind. It felt like the folly of a petulant child, not at all reflective of his true self. Shiraishi had taken a prolonged leave from the hospital. After a brief respite of 2 days, Shiraishi began to guide him on visits. They encountered numerous clan leaders from various ninja families, amounting to over a dozen, followed by hundreds of clansmen who had been assimilated by other ninja tribes. A fortnight passed in quietude. Ultimately brought him to the Takamoto household. Ichi Takamoto sat cross-legged in the corridor, and upon seeing Eyes, a smirk appeared on his face. Eyes, are you prepared to face your demise? Shiraishi responded calmly. It is not about facing death, but rather acknowledging what is destined to perish. As he spoke, he unfastened his garment to reveal the sealing techniques inscribed upon his body. Ichi Takamoto cast a fleeting glance before losing interest, turning to Shiraishi and remarking, "You've been here for over 2 years, and this is your first visit. Quite rare." Yaichi merely rolled his eyes, stating, "I shall certainly visit you more often in the future." He held little affection for the old man, maintaining only a facade of respect. I shot him a disapproving look before addressing Ichi. "Uncle Ichi, I have come to discuss the family estate. I kindly ask for your assistance." Ichi waved his hand, and soon accounts were presented before them. "Your family's estate has been entrusted to me by Keijin. If you wish to manage it yourself, you may take it. Otherwise, we can continue to oversee it." Yaichi began to meticulously examine the accounts page by page, only to lose interest thereafter. There were numerous establishments, including taverns, ninja tool shops, and barbecue restaurants, all managed by dedicated clansmen, relieving him of any burden. The annual income fluctuated between 20 to 50 million ryo. The Takamoto family merely reconciled the accounts annually, requiring his presence at that time. "No need. I shall trouble you with it in the future," Yaichi declared, disinterested in managing these establishments, as one individual could never exhaust the wealth. Ichi nodded, revealing a knowing smile. Eyes let out a wry chuckle as he accompanied Yaichi home. Upon their return, Eyes produced a bank book and handed it to him, stating, "This encompasses all our family's assets." Yaichi took it and glanced at it, his expression one of hesitation. "Over 30 million ryo? This figure merely reflects a year's income from those estates. I had anticipated that the family would possess at least 1 billion in assets." Eyes remained silent and instead retrieved a thick stack of documents from his pocket. "A family is not so simplistic. Do you think it merely receives without expending?" Eyes handed him the list. "This is the compensation roster for the clan, which consumes a substantial portion of our finances each year. You will need to personally deliver the funds to them annually." Upon receiving the list, Yaichi was overwhelmed by the multitude of names inscribed upon it. But it did not end there. Eyes produced another list of materials, stating, "These are the supplies required for cultivating the spirit butterflies, which you will need to arrange with the chief officer of the merchant convoy." A cursory glance at the materials revealed a staggering total of over 2 million ryo. Bai Shi Yicheng let out a bitter smile. The cultivation of merely 3 types of spirit butterflies had already drained a significant amount of their finances. Should he wish to nurture several more varieties in the future, it might deplete their family wealth entirely. Bai Shi rose aside and remarked, "In the past, our family relied on income from missions, which constituted the bulk of our revenue. Now, it's just the 2 of us. and we have essentially been living off our dwindling resources. Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent. It was indeed true, as a clan of ninjas. They needed to rely on missions to sustain their lineage. However, through recent visits, he had discerned that there were scarcely any ninjas left among their kin. The missions allocated to their family by Konoha had largely been appropriated by the Teuchi clan, even if he were to reclaim those mission shares. Their clan lacked the ninjas to execute them. Fortunately, the Takeuchi clan did not seize these mission shares without compensation. They contributed a sum to the family's overall finances each year. Bai Shi Rongza patted him on the shoulder and smiled. From now on, it will be up to you to support the elderly and infirm within our clan. If you wish to rejuvenate our family, you must select ninjas from among our kin to inherit our secret techniques. If not, simply pass these techniques down to future generations, ensuring their continuity. After organizing his belongings, Bai Shi Yicheng inquired, "What is this, a discussion about final arrangements?" "Well, there is no need to conceal the truth any longer." Bai Shi Rongza nodded solemnly. "In no more than half a year, my body will no longer endure. Is it truly impossible to learn?" Bai Shi Yicheng had successfully developed the ninja technique that rapidly digests food and promotes cellular absorption, and he had already imparted it to Bai Shi Rongza. What difference does it make to learn? It merely extends life by a year or two, which is rather exhausting. Bai Shi Yicheng paused briefly before saying, "I understand. It's just that I'm unaccustomed to it. Over time, you will adjust. Your medical ninjutsu is remarkable. With it, you will soon gain renown in Konoha, enabling you to sustain our family." Bai Shi Rongza grasped his hand and continued, "There are still a few matters to discuss. Let us proceed to Butterfly Valley." Upon arriving at Butterfly Valley and greeting Lady May, Bai Shi Rongza began to instruct him regarding the clan's archives. On the right, these several shelves contain texts on the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Feel free to peruse them if you wish to learn. The first 5 shelves on the left are dedicated to sealing techniques, and the ones behind them house our clan's secret arts. The last shelf contains forbidden techniques. Practice with utmost caution, lest you be blinded by power. As Bai Shi Yicheng surveyed each shelf, he inquired upon seeing the sealing techniques. "How does our clan possess such an extensive collection of sealing technique texts?" "Your grandfather traded some of our clan's ninjutsu and other secret arts with the first Hokage. Many of the ninjutsu currently circulating in the village originated from our family. Why exchange for sealing techniques when we may have no use for them? The Takeuchi clan has many elders who once nurtured butterfly species. Even after the division of families, these butterflies continued to draw upon their vitality. Your grandfather made the exchange for this very reason." Bai Shi Yicheng nodded in understanding. After imparting all necessary information, the two returned home. Bai Shi Rongza initially intended to return to his room, but turned back after a moment's reflection and said, "There are still matters regarding Konoha that I need to convey. In the future, you must navigate these on your own, without being overly impassioned. I understand your disdain for the Tekabado family, but you must recognize that they would not harm you. After all, we share blood ties. Henceforth, show them the respect they deserve." Bai Shi Yicheng nodded solemnly. "I understand. Moreover, be wary of the Uchiha clan. Do your utmost to avoid dealings with them." Bai Shi Rongza cautioned. Bai Shi Yicheng paused, inquiring, "Why?" Bai Shi Rongza's expression grew complex as he replied, "The Uchiha are arrogant and excessively proud. Your grandfather suffered a significant defeat in the struggle for Hokage due to their machinations. Furthermore, your parents' demise is also linked to them. They certainly betrayed us." Upon hearing this, Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What transpired?" he asked. "That mission was a joint operation, with only the Uchiha and us privy to the details. I was the sole survivor of the ambush, while the 3 Uchiha companions perished. They shifted all blame onto me. At the time, I refrained from arguing since they had lost their kin too, but the more I ponder over it in these years, the more it feels amiss, albeit lacking evidence." Bai Shi Yicheng, with a cold expression, queried, "Is evidence truly necessary in such matters? The circumstances surrounding Konoha were peculiar. It may not have been the Uchiha who instigated it. The mission was assigned by Lord Mido and she." At this juncture, Bai Shi Rongza hesitated before concluding, "In any case, I share this with you to heighten your vigilance against the Uchiha. They have already been ostracized within the village, and their decline is merely a matter of time." Bai Shi Yicheng's countenance darkened. He had long believed that the affairs concerning his parents were orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage and Danzō, only to discover the entanglement of the Uchiha and Senju clans. It was indeed a convoluted mess. He gazed up at the sky, a bitter smile crossing his lips. This village, truly, was loathsome. Bai Shi Yicheng chose not to utter more words. Bai Shi Yicheng, ruffling his hair, remarked, "Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. The past is behind us, and you must look forward." With that, Bai Shi Yicheng departed. Bai Shi Yicheng lingered in the courtyard for a moment before returning to his room with a sardonic smile. He harbored no thoughts of avenging his parents, nor did he possess the power to do so. However, he was acutely aware of the path that lay before him. 5 months later, Bai Shi Yicheng met his demise. He employed the cocoon binding technique before Bai Shi Yicheng, ending his own life. Many people gathered at their home, yet Bai Shi Yicheng merely regarded them with indifference. Due to being stripped of his ninja status, Bai Shi Yicheng's name could not be inscribed on the memorial stone. He erected a symbolic grave for Bai Shi Yicheng beyond the village. After Bai Shi Yicheng's passing, he summoned the butterfly spirit of Bai Shi Yicheng. Transformed into a ninja butterfly, Bai Shi Yicheng stood before him as before. Bai Shi Yicheng understood all too well that this was not the true Bai Shi Yicheng. It was merely a manifestation he could not resist. His feelings for this uncle were unparalleled, even surpassing those for his parents. In his youth, his father was often preoccupied, and his mother had her own multitude of responsibilities. Only Shiraise had nothing to do, spending his days playing with him at home. Shiraise Yashiki would often ride on his back, demanding to be carried around. Occasionally, he would indulge in mischief, urinating on his neck and delighting in the sight of his sullen expression, torn between anger and reluctance to retaliate. During such moments, Shiraise would ignore him for several days, but once Yashiki approached him, contrite and seeking forgiveness, they would soon be playing together again. After their parents' demise, he never truly harbored any resentment towards Shiraise. Rather, it was Issei's own sensitivity and reluctance to confront his feelings that created a rift. Over the years, their relationship had improved somewhat, yet the profound connection they once shared remained elusive. In the past, Shiraise embodied the role of an elder brother, whereas now he often assumed the position of a guardian. As rain began to fall, Shiraise Yashiki ventured outside the village with an umbrella, arriving at a solitary grave. He placed the umbrella atop the gravestone, allowing the rain to drench him as he stood there. "Once, you sheltered me from the elements. Now, it is my turn. Though you always claimed that death is not the end. To me, however, death is simply death. I cannot accept the notion that the deceased are merely spirits of kin. Especially when one addresses me as an adult. That notion is even more unacceptable. I am now the sole survivor of this family. And while you urged me to care for the remaining clan members, in truth, I wish to have no dealings with them. Yet, since it was your wish, I will attempt to fulfill it, though do not harbor excessive expectations, as I am inherently selfish." After rambling for a while, Shiraise Yashiki fell into silence. Mourning the deceased bore no significance, a truth he was well aware of. The decline of the shinobi was inevitable, whether due to conspiracy or politics. And this could very well be the fate of all clans of the leaf in the future. The will of fire would cleanse all decayed leaves beneath the great tree, allowing fresh shoots to emerge. The leaf would remain the leaf. As he walked back along the narrow path, he had no desire to return home. Instead, he found himself at the memorial stone. Someone was already present before the stone, and Shiraise Yashiki approached to stand alongside him in silence. Both remained quiet as Yashiki gazed at the familiar names etched upon the memorial. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a hoarse voice broke the stillness. "I heard someone in your family has passed away." Shiraise Yashiki ignored the query and turned to leave. "You should understand that as a ninja, this is fate. Everyone has their own destiny. Do you truly believe your choices are correct? I've heard you've been working as a caregiver these past 2 years. Do you really consider that a meaningful choice?" Shiraise Yashiki sighed, not looking back as he replied, "Orochimaru, I am a caregiver, not a ninja. What seems meaningless may not be devoid of significance. As for fate, I trust myself rather than destiny. You're becoming increasingly tedious, even to the point of absurdity." After a long hiatus, Shiraise Yashiki returned to work at the hospital, dressed in his vibrant clan attire. A cigarette dangling from his lips as he strolled boldly down the street, attracting a multitude of curious glances. He paid no mind to their stares. The clan attire was his choice, unforced by anyone, and he intended to wear it for the rest of his life. Regarding smoking, he was a seasoned smoker in his past life, and now he merely resumed the habit. After all, he was alone, free from any interference. Upon arriving at the hospital, the peculiar glances directed towards him had not dissipated. Yashiki Shiraishi shrugged, fully aware of why others regarded him in such a manner. After all, to the casual observer, he appeared to be merely a 10-year-old boy, one who dressed like a girl, compounded by the cigarette in his mouth, creating an almost unbearable sense of dissonance. In the hospital corridor, Kawadomi pulled Takamoto Anna aside and inquired, "Sister Anna, what has caused that fellow to become so strange? He used to seem somewhat normal, but now he resembles a lunatic." Takamoto Anna gritted her teeth and replied, "How should I know what a madman's thoughts are?" Yashikid Shiraishi interjected, "Could you refrain from speaking ill of others in front of him? And Kawadomi, do you really have the right to judge me? Just look at yourself. You hardly resemble a girl." Kawadomi began to grind her teeth, prompting Takamoto Anna to quickly restrain her, saying, "This is a hospital. We are still on duty. So let's not create a scene." With a huff, Kawadomi turned to leave. Takamoto Anna stepped forward and asked, "Could you please stop smoking?" Yashikid Shiraishi casually discarded the cigarette but on the ground, eliciting a frown from Takamoto Anna. "I understand that Uncle Aizawa's passing has made you unhappy. But is this really necessary?" Yashikid Shiraishi did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he twirled in place and asked, "Do I look good?" Takamoto Anna's forehead creased with frustration as she gritted her teeth. "You are beautiful, even more than I am." Yashikid Shiraishi nodded. "At least you possess some self-awareness. In any case, one must look forward and learn to adapt. Do not presume to interpret me through your lens. Yesterday's me and today's me are different. And today's me will differ from the future me. But can you truly claim that I am not myself? I am who I am, standing right here. You may not fully grasp my words, but that is inconsequential. There will be ample time for contemplation in the future. The essence of my lengthy discourse is simply to convey that people do change, and they are indeed quite capricious. Perhaps today you believe I am wrong. Yet tomorrow you may find me justified. Human nature can be rather tedious." After this extensive soliloquy, Yashikid Shiraishi returned to the office. Takamoto Anna stood there, utterly perplexed. Her expression darkening as she recalled her grandfather's words about marrying Yashikid Shiraishi. Being in his presence made her feel utterly uncomfortable. A lifetime spent with him? She felt she might also become somewhat mad. Yashikid Shiraishi commenced employing medical ninjutsu within the hospital, quickly inciting a commotion. Subsequently, he arrived at the Hokage's office, where the four senior executives stared in stunned silence at Yashikid Shiraishi, who stood nonchalantly with a cigarette dangling from his lips. After a while, noticing their continued silence, Yashikid Shiraishi grew impatient. "Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, and Lord Danzō, I shall take my leave now. The time you have wasted could have allowed me to peruse several pages of a book. Wasting another's time equates to squandering their life. Farewell." The words were rather blunt, but such a demeanor was provoked by their condescending gazes. In recent days, Yicheng Bai Shi had been exceedingly irritable, feeling as though he were a spectacle for others to gawk at, which was hardly conducive to his peace of mind. Were it not for the fact that these individuals held high positions within Konoha, he would have readily unleashed a torrent of insults. Indeed, he had lost his temper on more than one occasion at the hospital, his disposition rather tempestuous. Upon witnessing Yicheng Bai Shi truly turn to depart, the third Hokage finally managed to gather his scattered thoughts. He first extended his condolences regarding the passing of Yicheng's esteemed predecessor, then inquired about his medical ninjutsu. In response, Yicheng Bai Shi simply tossed a scroll at him. Medical ninjutsu was hardly a rarity. If he could devise it, so too could others. In truth, as long as one possessed sufficient control over chakra, mastering such techniques was remarkably straightforward. Observing Yicheng Bai Shi's nonchalant gesture with the scroll, the third Hokage's lips twitched as he remarked, "Yicheng, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is whether you have considered joining the Umbu. There are numerous individuals within the Umbu who possess such ninjutsu." To this, Yicheng Bai Shi did not display much surprise. He had always found it peculiar that Konoha lacked medical ninjas in the public eye. It appeared that these individuals were being kept under wraps by the third Hokage as exceptional talents. Perhaps it would only be when Tsunade actively promoted medical ninjutsu that they would emerge from the shadows. He had no desire to engage with these individuals and chose to disregard the Hokage's subtle insinuations. "I am merely a doctor without the identity of a ninja. The threshold for the Umbu is too high, and I fear I might break my legs." The third Hokage felt a surge of frustration. The memory of his previous encounter with Yicheng resurfaced, and he observed the impatient countenance of the young man before him. Were it not for the familiar visage, he might have thought them to be entirely different individuals. It was clear that the death of Yicheng's predecessor had greatly affected him. Considering these thoughts, the third Hokage refrained from insisting that Yicheng Bai Shi join the Umbu, and instead produced a scroll from within his robes. He handed it to Yicheng, saying, "These are the medical ninjutsu studied by the Umbu. Since you were reluctant to join, you may remain at the hospital. These techniques can still be of great use in your hands." Yicheng Bai Shi was somewhat taken aback, his expression softening slightly as he accepted the scroll. tucking it away without a glance. Thank you, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, since you have accepted that, I hope you will also accept this. The third Hokage produced a Konoha headband and a dossier from beneath the table, presenting them to him. Upon seeing the headband, Yicheng Bai Shi understood the Hokage's intention. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced. With the identity of a ninja comes the responsibility of a ninja. Though Yicheng Bai Shi felt some resistance, he recognized that living in a ninja village was a reality he would inevitably have to confront. Moreover, with the identity of a ninja, his future treatment would undoubtedly improve, for the family finances were rather limited. After securing his forehead protector, Yashikage Bai Shi turned and departed from that place. Once the office door closed, the third Hokage silently picked up his pipe and began to smoke. Danzō cast a glance at him and remarked, Hizashi, is it truly wise to leave those ninjutsu in his hands? Why not adopt a firmer stance? You always display such naivete. Danzō, he is merely a child. Why can you not place your faith in him? As the two seemed poised to argue once more, Tsunade and Mito Menon hastily intervened, urging them to calm down. The fundamental chakra control required for medical ninjutsu is well within your knowledge, and you are undoubtedly aware of the butterfly technique. Soon he shall reveal a formidable talent in medical ninjutsu. Danzō, still simmering with anger, retorted, Do you have any idea how much benefit it would be for him to remain in the hospital? Those individuals are already restless. And you wish to stoke the flames further. It is utterly naive. The third Hokage slammed his pipe onto the table. What do you expect me to do? Forcing him into the umbu would only exacerbate the situation. Danzō, violence solves nothing. It merely brings endless suffering to the village. In the underground training grounds, even when faced with the oil girl, he still held back. I believe he will not disappoint me. Neither party could sway the other, and ultimately, Danzō could only leave with a disgruntled huff. After Danzō's departure, the third Hokage closed his eyes and said, Danzō is becoming increasingly extreme, if this continues. Tsunade interjected, his actions may be tinged with darkness, but his intentions are solely for the village. Mito Menon nodded in agreement. Without Danzō, there would be no peace for the village as it stands. Hizashi, you must consider him as well. The third Hokage silently walked to the window with his pipe in hand and took a puff. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances and cleared their throats. Regarding Yashikage Bai Shi, we concur with your approach, Hizashi. However, there are always certain clans of ninjas surrounding that child, and I fear he may be influenced by them. At this point, Tsunade hesitated. Should we not recruit some medical ninjas to join the hospital? We cannot allow him to dominate alone. Otherwise, the situation will become unmanageable. The third Hokage sighed. I understand. You may select from the umbu. Since Yashikage Bai Shi began employing medical ninjutsu in the hospital, he had acquired his own office. Sitting within, he retrieved the scroll bestowed by the third Hokage, glancing at it before discarding it onto the desk. The scroll contained records of 3 ninjutsu, hemostasis, healing, and sage art. To him, these seemed somewhat elementary. However, he recognized that these 3 techniques represent the pinnacle for most medical ninjas. As for his own medical ninjutsu, ever since he accelerated the maturation of the butterfly species, he had developed a peculiar illusion, an impression of boundless capability. He was oblivious to the limits of his powers. Contemplating this, he lit another cigarette, and after finishing it, murmured to himself, having smoked for a week, it is time to cleanse my lungs. Chakra flowed within him, gradually transforming into water-based chakra. He placed his hands upon his chest, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Before long, a bubble of water, tainted with impurities, was extracted from his body and casually discarded into the wastebasket. A slight pain accompanied the process, though the chakra expenditure was minimal. Perhaps he should continue this cleansing ritual once a month. After purging his lungs, he gazed vacantly out the window. Since the demise of Hashikage, he had lost his sense of purpose. It was high time to contemplate what his future endeavors should be. The foremost issue at hand was addressing his chakra capacity. At merely 10 years of age, he already possessed the chakra levels of a chunin, a clear testament to his prodigious talent among his peers, rivaling even the legendary Orochimaru. In 4 to 5 years, he would likely attain the chakra levels of a jonin. If he were to settle comfortably in the Hidden Leaf village, he might find contentment. Alas, he was acutely aware of his disdain for this village. Residing here imbued him with a surreal sense of existence, as though living within a kaleidoscopic bubble that would shatter at the slightest touch. The will of fire loomed like a sun suspended in the sky, illuminating every inhabitant of Konoha, yet they lived in a dream from which he wished to remain unassimilated. Thus, he adorned himself in this outlandish manner as a reminder of his difference. He felt trapped between solitude and mediocrity. Though he considered himself a mundane individual, he now found himself in solitude. The desire to escape Konoha welled within him, but before departing, he needed to extract sufficient sustenance from this great tree. After careful contemplation, Hokage identified 3 potential methods to enhance his chakra capacity. The first was lineage. Exemplars of this included the Sharingan, the cells of Hashirama Senju, and the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan likely possessed similar attributes, but access to it was utterly unattainable. The simplest option was the Sharingan. With his current medical ninjutsu, he could potentially utilize it instantly. However, non-Uchiha individuals experienced a rejection response when wielding the Sharingan, an issue even medical ninjutsu could not rectify. Unless, like Orochimaru, he were to reincarnate into an Uchiha's body, a prospect he currently found unappealing, despite his rather peculiar appearance. As for Hashirama's cells, acquiring them would necessitate collaboration with Danzō, which seemed implausible given the latter's mistrust. The sage body of the Uzumaki clan was equally unrealistic. The second method involved sealing techniques, epitomized by Tsunade's sealing. This technique was likely imparted to her by Uzumaki Mido, and he was uncertain of his ability to utilize it. Presently, it seemed largely unattainable. The final option entailed the tailed beasts. Becoming a Jinchuriki would grant him access to the chakra of a tailed beast, functioning as a substantial and convenient source of energy. However, tailed beasts were classified as top secret in every village, and should he succeed in obtaining one, he would likely face relentless pursuit and possible death. Moreover, sealing a tailed beast required sealing techniques. Over the past few days, he had perused the family's texts on sealing techniques, which contained only rudimentary knowledge. The sole truly valuable sealing technique available was the 5-element seal. Regrettably, mastering the 5-element sealing technique is not a simple endeavor. The foundational knowledge of sealing arts is both obscure and intricate. Even a cursory glance at it left Bai Shi Yicheng feeling bewildered. Delving into this arcane discipline would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, this was the most viable course of action he could conceive. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to study sealing techniques. Utilizing reverse spirit communication, he transported himself to Butterfly Rest Valley. There, Melee as usual, soundly asleep. Bai Shi Yicheng observed her for a moment before commencing his search for tomes on sealing arts. After extracting several volumes, he returned to his office to engage in focused study. Meanwhile, in Butterfly Rest Valley, Mei abruptly awoke, her eyes snapping open. After a yawn, she pondered, studying sealing arts. What a commendable choice. Rising from her slumber, she stepped out of the grand hall, gazing into the sky for a while before re-entering. With a scroll now in her possession, she contemplated for a moment before casually tossing it onto the bookshelf. Is this too conspicuous? She mused aloud. Those previous individuals were reluctant to collaborate with me. Although this young one is unique, it won't be so simple. With no other option, Mei retrieved the scroll once more. I'll test the waters next time he visits, she declared, before reclining back onto the grand hall's bed and drifting into slumber once again. 3 new colleagues had arrived at the hospital. Director Kaori, accompanied by all the doctors and nurses, held a fervent welcoming ceremony, an unprecedented occurrence. This was due to the fact that these 3 newcomers were medical ninjas. In recent days, Bai Shi Yicheng had demonstrated to them just how invaluable medical ninjutsu could be, which had sparked Kaori's enthusiasm for these 3 medical ninjas, reportedly from the Umbu. Thus, a grand welcoming ceremony was organized. Standing conspicuously in a corner, Bai Shi Yicheng was easily distinguishable among the sea of whitecoats. Adorned as he was in his vibrant clan attire, he had no choice but to attend this gathering, as the director had personally come to his office to invite him. His presence was merely a formality. The sudden deployment of medical ninjas to the hospital by Konoha raised several speculations in his mind. Undoubtedly, healing and saving lives would earn him considerable respect, a crucial component of prestige. With Butterfly already enjoying a commendable reputation in Konoha, having only him as the sole medical ninja would undoubtedly amplify that renown. However, the introduction of additional medical ninjas would dilute his standing, imposing an imperceptible pressure. This strategy of balance was rather astute, yet Bai Shi Yicheng perceived it as a flaw on their part. He was acutely aware of his own medical prowess. While these 3 medical ninjas might be competent, their chakra control would undoubtedly fall short of his level. Without comparison, one could not feel the sting of inferiority. When he was the only medical ninja, his skills remained unchallenged, but with rivals present, the disparity in their abilities would be glaringly apparent. Casting a glance at the trio of medical ninjas, Bai Shi Yicheng silently mourned for their impending fate. After Kaori delivered her welcoming speech, the three medical ninjas began their self-introductions. I am Sasuke. I look forward to your support. I am Amano Yashiharu. I also hope for your kind assistance. I am Yukushina Noyu. I would appreciate your guidance. Upon hearing this name, Shiraishi Yashiki raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Yukushina Noyu. With her light yellow hair and distinctive glasses, there was no doubt that she was indeed Yukushina Noyu. Shiraishi sighed, realizing that Danzō was truly insidious. The future elite of the route, known as the Walking Miko, would now be utilized against him. The ensuing developments unfolded as he had anticipated. Yukushina Noyu became the second master of his office. Shiraishi protested to Director Kaori, but his objections fell on deaf ears. Upon returning to his office, he observed Yukushina Noyu, now fully in her role as a doctor, and a smile crept across his face. I am Shiraishi Yashiki. You should be quite familiar with me. I look forward to your support. Yukushina Noyu adjusted her glasses and smiled back. I look forward to your guidance as well. Shiraishi took his seat, appraising Yukushina Noyu. She appeared only a few years younger than him, radiating youth and beauty, her smile as warm as the sun. There was no trace of the darkness typically associated with her origins in the route. However, it made sense. Without such capabilities, she could not have earned the title of the Walking Miko in the future. Lighting a cigarette, Shiraishi took a leisurely puff and waved the cigarette in her direction. I trust you don't mind my smoking? Actually, I do mind, Yukushina Noyu retorted bluntly. From now on, this will be our shared office. And I hope you can show me some respect. If you wish to smoke, please step out into the hallway. I do not want to work in such an environment every day, and smoking is detrimental to health. Shiraishi was taken aback by her words, coughing a few times as a peculiar expression crossed his face. I, as the one being monitored, do not mind you, yet you are the one finding fault with me. Instead of stepping outside, he continued to smoke, closing the doors and windows tightly. Before long, the entire office was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The smile had vanished from Yukushina Noyu's face. Yukushina Noyu was at a loss for words and stood up to leave. After a while, Director Kaori entered, pinching her nose. You fool, Shiraishi Yashiki. Do you intend to set the hospital ablaze? Shiraishi hurriedly opened the window to let in fresh air, standing upright and awaiting reprimand with a solemn demeanor. Currently, Konoha Hospital had no medical teams or corpse handling squads. The most formidable presence was Director Kaori herself. Offending her would surely make his days ahead quite arduous. Kaori sat down in Nanoyu's chair, crossing her legs and asked, Now, tell me, why did you treat your new colleague in such a manner? She does not respect me. After all, I am a senior. Kaori slammed the table, exclaiming, You scoundrel! How dare you play the victim? I have already warned you against smoking in the hospital. Just look at yourself. You hardly resemble a doctor. Yashiro Shiraishi maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze unfocused, allowing her words to flow in one ear and out the other. Once Kaori had finished her tirade, he replied, I assure you, I will refrain from smoking in the office in the future and will not disturb others. Please rest assured, Director. Kaori's expression softened slightly as she spoke earnestly. Lord Hokage has shared some insights regarding your situation, and I have also inquired about your family with a nod. I understand you are in distress, which is why I have been lenient. However, you have only exacerbated matters, nearly becoming a pariah within the hospital. Tomorrow, you are to change out of this uniform, cut your long hair, and quit smoking. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report to Lord Hokage for your dismissal. Yashiro Shiraishi thought, 3 medical ninjas have barely arrived, and they already wish to have me dismissed? Such ruthlessness in severing ties is unwarranted. It seemed the director had been holding back her frustrations for quite some time. No wonder she insisted he attend the welcome meeting, all the while harboring such intentions. After some contemplation, Yashiro concluded that the 3rd Hokage would not allow him to return home, and Danzō had arranged for Naneu to remain at the hospital, making it unlikely she would permit him to leave. Thus, he felt emboldened. Changing his clothes was out of the question, cutting his hair was also unthinkable, and relinquishing cigarettes was akin to losing his very essence. If the director found him displeasing, she could very well report him to Lord Hokage, which would afford him a few days of respite at home. Yashiro Shiraishi. Kaori slammed the table again, her voice resonating throughout the hospital. After clearing his ears, Yashiro felt that remaining any longer was pointless. He shrugged off the encounter and exited the room. In the corridor, he crossed paths with Na Takamoto. With such behavior, are you no longer planning to stay in the hospital? Yashiro replied nonchalantly, You can probably guess why I came to the hospital in the first place. There is indeed little reason for me to stay now. Are you considering joining a ninja team? Yashiro furrowed his brow in response. With the family assets at my disposal, I will not starve. Why would I join a ninja team? And Na's mouth twitched. Are you planning to remain cooped up at home? Yashiro nodded and retorted. Isn't it quite fitting for someone like me to live off idle comforts? Yashiro Shiraishi departed from the hospital, and Na gazed at his retreating figure, a sense of profound despair washing over her. In the past, she could glean some of Yashiro's thoughts, but now he had become an enigma, leaving her utterly bewildered. Since the demise of Issei Shiraishi, she sensed Yashiro had spiraled into a state of reckless abandon. It would not be surprising for someone in such a condition to choose a life of lethargy. Upon returning home, Yashiro sat in the corridor, exhaling a sigh. While the notion of idling away his days was a facade, the prospect of being monitored by Naneu, the medic, was far more unbearable. A product of the elite root organization, Naneu was a skilled spy, and at the slightest hint of deviation, he would undoubtedly catch on. It is evident that Danzō intends for Yakushina Noyu to monitor him closely, making his stay in the hospital akin to being under Danzō's watchful gaze. What other recourse does he have? One can only commend Danzō for his cunning. The more sinister the individual, the more devious their methods. It is prudent to extricate himself from the hospital before Danzō becomes aware of his intentions. Fortunately, with the passing of Shiraishi Izawa, he has lost any rationale for remaining there. As for reputation, what use does a man contemplating defection have for such trivialities? The pressing question now is what to do next. Remaining at home to study sealing techniques seems acceptable. One step at a time, he mused. As he reclined on the corridor floor, the afternoon sun beamed down, casting a warm and pleasant glow upon him. With a sense of lightness, Shiraishi Yashikage stretched luxuriously, realizing it had been an age since he had felt such relaxation. For the past 2 years, the events surrounding Shiraishi Izawa had weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him with no moments of reprieve. Now that the man had passed, he finally felt a sense of relief. With a soft chuckle, Shiraishi Yashikage reflected. It is for the best. Closing one's eyes brings a certain ease. He then shut his eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. When he awoke, it was already evening. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed another presence beside him. As he discerned the identity of the visitor, he sprang to his feet with a start, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage. What brings you here?" He had not anticipated the third Hokage visiting his home, and it seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. What could this possibly signify? The third Hokage gestured for him to sit and converse. Once seated, the third offered him his smoking pipe, saying, "Care for a puff?" Shiraishi Yashikage regarded the pipe with disdain before retrieving his own cigarettes. The very object that had just been in his mouth was now being offered to him. He found it repugnant, though the third appeared unfazed, chuckling as he said, "Today, Kaori came to see me, insisting on having you expelled from the hospital. I had to speak at length to dissuade her from that notion. Would you care to share your thoughts with me? Was this to be a heart-to-heart?" Shiraishi Yashikage scratched his head in response. "I haven't given it much thought. The director insisted I change my clothes, cut my hair, and quit smoking. I refused, and this is the result." The third sighed. "Are you still mourning Izawa's death?" "No, it's much better now." "That is good to hear. Can you recount the circumstances of Izawa's passing?" Shiraishi Yashikage cast a curious glance at the third. What significance remained in discussing such matters after the man had died? "Uncle was quite well when he passed. He had just eaten and even had a drink. I intended to join him, but he was annoyed and would not allow it. After entrusting me with some matters, he took his own life, but there was no suffering. He left quite peacefully." The third, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative, a smile emerging on his face. That is good indeed." He took a drag from the pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke, and inquired of Shiraishi Yashikage. "Did Izawa mention why he chose to end his life?" "He was never destined to live long. As you, Lord Hokage, surely know, such is the fate of our clan." "What does it mean to not have long to live?" Bai Shi Yicheng was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that the only person in the village who knew of Bai Shi Rongzei's deteriorating health was Takamoto Shuichi. That old fellow would never divulge such matters. After returning from that mission, he had sustained grave injuries and had been clinging to life through sealing techniques. The third Hokage, appearing somewhat pensive, remarked, "Is that so? It is indeed a burden for him. So, your purpose in entering the hospital is to save his life?" Bai Shi Yicheng nodded, realizing that there was no longer any need for concealment. The third Hokage silently smoked, while Bai Shi Yicheng also began to smoke, one cigarette after another. After a while, the third Hokage spoke. "You are a good kid. These past 2 years have truly been arduous for you, even developing medical ninjutsu on your own. If only you had informed me sooner." He did not continue, as he understood that Bai Shi Yicheng would never confide such matters to him. I wish to establish a medical unit in the hospital. What do you think? Sounds splendid. Is it? The third Hokage turned to look at him and asked, Are you willing to join the medical unit? Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent. If he were to join the medical unit, there was no doubt that pharmacist Yano would also be included, rendering his presence in the hospital inconsequential. No, Lord Hokage, now that my uncle has passed away, I see no reason to remain in the hospital. I wish to rest at home for a few years. Rest for a few years? The third Hokage's expression darkened as he said, Yicheng, are you telling me the truth? Do you not wish to contribute to Konoha? Contribute? The more I contribute, the more you all wish to eliminate me. Why are you such a wretched old man? Bai Shi Yicheng thought to himself. Although the third Hokage was far from old, the image of a grumpy elder had long been etched in his mind. He began to understand why the third Hokage had come to his home. It was a simple matter. The third Hokage merely sought his stance, his willingness to contribute to Konoha. If he refused to support Konoha, then the ninja clans, led by Takamoto, would undoubtedly become difficult to mobilize. Conversely, if he was willing to lend his support, the third Hokage could leverage that to rally those clans. The current Konoha was no longer the diminished village it had been after the Third Great Ninja War. It was now essentially under the dominion of the ninja clans. Bai Shi Yicheng had once stated that the Hokage was merely a representative of the clan's interests, and even Danzō had taken action against Bai Shi Yicheng, illustrating the immense power wielded by the clans. Should Konoha lose this power, its strength would rapidly decline, which was clearly at odds with the third Hokage's political strategy. Of course, Danzō would not care. He would prefer to eliminate Bai Shi Yicheng and consolidate the fragmented ninja clans under his control. The third Hokage was a discerning individual. He understood that Danzō's approach could very well incite a rebellion among the clans. In truth, even if a rebellion did arise, the third Hokage could quell it, but such actions would inevitably lead to a significant weakening of Konoha's power. This was something the third Hokage could not tolerate, even if it was merely a possibility. After coming to this realization, Bai Shi Yicheng felt somewhat overwhelmed. He was now acutely aware of the number of clans that supported him and the immense power they possessed, though he presently appears to be merely an individual. In truth, after Bai Shi Yicheng introduced him to the various clans of shinobi, he has already established a means of communication with them. During his time in the hospital, he felt there was no need for protection, for even with all his arrogance, Danzō could not brazenly orchestrate his demise within the confines of Konoha. If Danzō were to do so, the village would be on the brink of disintegration. The clans that support him would undoubtedly refuse to tolerate such an event. They might not resort to outright rebellion, but they would certainly exert pressure on the Hokage to surrender Danzō. Danzō, who may one day hold sway over these clans in their decline, would find himself utterly forsaken if faced with them alone. Moreover, such actions would send a clear signal to other neutral clans, the Hokage's intent to dominate the shinobi clans. This is a situation intolerable to all clans. The Hokage must either step down, or Konoha will be torn apart, and to rely on the current civilian ninjas to uphold the village is a delusion. Civilian ninjas must risk their lives for the Hokage in order to gain access to training resources. In contrast, those born into shinobi clans are seldom deprived of such resources. Even if one's talent is lacking and one is overlooked within the clan, time will ultimately afford them advantages over civilian ninjas who struggle for survival. This is the stark reality behind Konoha's facade of peace. The disparity of class is ever present. Even among pigs in a pen, some grow faster than others. The swift-growing pigs are those who have always feasted, while the slow ones have been marginalized since birth. However, growing quickly is not necessarily a blessing. Much like Bai Shi Yicheng, who feels akin to the fastest pig in Konoha, Danzō, the butcher, has long sharpened his knives. Fortunately, he is not a mere pig. True pigs might willingly walk to the slaughter with just a morsel of food. He, however, survives time and again from the butcher's blade through the protection of other pigs. Yet, in this world, nothing is given without expectation of return. If he were to languish at home, relying solely on sustenance, it is likely that those pigs would quickly cast him aside to be delivered to Danzō's knife, unless he possesses overwhelming power. Akin to that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, why would the other pigs risk their lives for him? Do they truly consider the lives of pigs to be worthless? Bai Shi Yicheng is troubled. He has now reached a point where he must ensure the well-being of the other pigs. Those clans will expect him to protect them once they come of age. Should he show no intention of doing so, he may very well be abandoned. With this in mind, he resolved to confront the third Hokage directly. Does the Hokage truly wish for me to contribute to Konoha? The third paused, gazing intently at Bai Shi Yicheng, and replied, "You are now a ninja of Konoha. None can impede your efforts on behalf of the village." "Then what of Yakushi Nanoyu? Danzō may have some ulterior motives." Bai Shi Yicheng understood that certain matters required decisive action. Mere pretense would only embolden others to encroach further. Yakushi Nanoyu? The third began to comprehend that this young boy was not so easily deceived. The roots of the foundation have now been established, with the candidates entering the hospital being selected by Tsubaki Kashin and Mido Gaidun. For Danzō, inserting a spy to monitor Yicheng Bai Shi would be an effortless task. Unbeknownst to him, the two advisors had withheld this information. Consequently, the individual he had just dispatched was swiftly detected by Yicheng Bai Shi. The third Hokage furrowed his brows, quietly astonished by the capabilities of these shinobi clans. The establishment of the foundation was supposed to be a closely guarded secret within the Umbu. How could such a situation arise? Yicheng Bai Shi, without needing to guess, understood what the third was contemplating and patiently awaited his response. The third fell into deep contemplation, fully aware of Danzō's nature. He was not one to relinquish his ambitions easily. While it might be possible to reassign Yakushi Nanu, Danzō would inevitably dispatch another individual to surveil Yicheng Bai Shi. Some events could only transpire once. Should they occur a second time, trust between him and Yicheng Bai Shi would be irrevocably shattered. Once Yicheng Bai Shi lost faith in him, he would transform entirely into a political adversary. "Yicheng, join the Umbu," the third proposed. "I shall appoint someone I trust implicitly to form a team with you. If you have reservations, feel free to select your own members. I will determine the captain." This marked the third's third invitation for him to join the Umbu. After some consideration, Yicheng Bai Shi did not refuse but rather inquired, "May I ask who the captain chosen by the third is?" "Tsukumo," the third declared, and in an instant, a figure appeared before them like a specter. Lord Hokage, he greeted, his iconic white hair and the short blade at his back unmistakable. Yicheng Bai Shi felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. His sensory abilities had remained active since the third's arrival, yet he had failed to detect the man's presence. Moreover, the speed he had just displayed was akin to a typical body flicker technique. Though Yicheng Bai Shi found himself uncertain, his own lightning body flicker technique was heavily constrained. Yet Tsukumo seemed to possess this speed effortlessly. It was astonishing. Noticing Yicheng Bai Shi's surprise, the third wore a smile. Tsukumo's prowess was among the finest in the Umbu, and he was undoubtedly trustworthy. With Konoha's White Fang as your captain, Yicheng Bai Shi sensed the sincerity in the third's offer. "Very well. I agree to join the Umbu. However, regarding my capabilities..." He hesitated, having spent the past 2 years engrossed in the development of medical ninjutsu. Apart from his chakra reserves, he had not significantly honed any other skills. Such inadequacy could render him as mere cannon fodder under the command of an elite captain. The stronger the captain, the more formidable the tasks assigned. Conversely, he would prefer a captain of lesser strength to avoid exceedingly challenging missions. "Rest assured, the missions assigned to your team will be personally overseen by me, ensuring no unforeseen complications arise. Moreover, since you are adept in medical ninjutsu, even if you are unable to exert yourself in a mission, you can still safeguard their lives, and that suffices." Yicheng Bai Shi furrowed his brow, realizing this meant having Tsukumo act as his caretaker. Though it is rather displeasing to be underestimated, this peculiar treatment, and a word, is truly delightful. It appears I am indeed a scion relying on my family. The third Hokage's intention is to cultivate my allegiance, utilizing me to maintain the equilibrium of Konoha. At least for the foreseeable future. Perhaps, once I mature, the third will grant me greater authority, allowing the clans behind me to benefit as well. As long as I remain steadfastly loyal to the third, he will certainly not withhold power. Regarding the members of the team, I shall offer you a slot to select someone. No need for that. I will defer to the arrangements of Lord Hokage. Yashikage Shiraishi finds no candidate he can absolutely trust. The Takamoto clan is reliable. They might strive desperately to protect their own. Yet, he wishes to avoid becoming too entangled with them, as debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, and when the time comes, even a heartfelt refusal may falter on his lips. Moreover, given the third's earnestness, acting otherwise would only make him the subject of ridicule. I comprehend now. You shall report to the Umbu in 2 days. As for the hospital, I will inform Kaori of the situation and secure you a position in the medical team. I hope you can frequent that place during your off-duty hours. This outcome undoubtedly pleases the third Hokage. Shiraishi feels quite satisfied. He recognizes that he cannot possess the will of fire, nor can he genuinely pledge loyalty to the third. he requires time to develop. And having Konoha White Fang as a guardian is nothing short of fortuitous. Furthermore, the Umbu will certainly have an abundance of ninjutsu scrolls, including sealing techniques. As long as he earns merit, acquiring such knowledge will be effortless. He has entirely adopted Konoha as a source of sustenance, akin to the butterfly seed within his being. What the future holds remains uncertain, but he is determined to carve his own path. The third departed. Kakashi Hatake remained, lowering his mask to reveal his true visage as he extended a hand towards Shiraishi. I am Kakashi Hatake. We shall be teammates from now on. I look forward to working together. Shiraishi reciprocated the gesture. I am Shiraishi Yashikage. I trust we will have a fruitful collaboration, Captain. Once Kakashi had taken his leave, Shiraishi began to contemplate the role he wished to assume within the Umbu. Given the malice concealed within his heart, he preferred to keep his intelligence concealed. His elemental affinities, lightning and water, alongside medical ninjutsu, secret techniques, and the lightning body flicker technique, were already known. He would undoubtedly develop additional ninjutsu in the future, which need not be showcased. With this in mind, he resolved to visit the Butterfly Resting Valley to cultivate various special summoning butterflies. Ultimately, he would be a medical ninja and a practitioner of secret techniques. Nurturing unique summoning butterflies would also serve to enhance his reputation. Upon arriving at the Butterfly Resting Valley, Mei sat serenely in the grand hall, her gaze fixed upon Shiraishi. He found himself somewhat perplexed. This was not their first encounter. Yet it was the first time she awaited him. He could not discern the extent of her strength, nor could he fully comprehend her enigmatic nature. However, Bai Xiong's admonitions lingered in his mind, and he treated this woman with great respect. My lady Yi, I have come this time to cultivate several varieties of spirit butterflies. Which ones do you wish to nurture, little one? The explosive butterfly, the spirit spy butterfly, and the rainbow butterfly. Ye nodded and produced 3 material lists to hand to him. These are the materials required for cultivating these 3 spirit butterflies. If you bring them, I can assist you in the process. As Bai Shi Yicheng gazed at the densely packed list of materials, a sense of dread washed over him, particularly concerning his finances. He had not been aware of the true costs of sustenance. The last time, Bai Xiong's had not permitted him to raise these 3 spirit butterflies. This time, he feared that undertaking this endeavor would deplete at least half of his fortune. I understand, he said, turning to leave. Wait a moment, little one. There is something I would like you to assist me with. Bai Shi Yicheng turned back, pointing to himself. Assist you? Yes. He fell into a contemplative silence, feeling an urge to decline, yet sensing an ominous premonition that rejecting her might lead to dire consequences. What is it that Lady Yi wishes me to do? I cannot disclose that yet. You are too weak. Bai Shi Yicheng exhaled in relief. Since it was not required at this moment, he could manage. As for being deemed weak, he chose to ignore that remark, for it was indeed a reality. I understand. Once I grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly assist you, Lady Yi. He lifted his foot, intending to depart again, only for Yi to suddenly appear before him. He glanced back at the now empty bed, lost in thought. What sort of uncanny speed is this? He had not even heard a whisper of wind, nor did he comprehend how she had materialized before him. Do not rush to leave. There is no need for such astonishment. This is spatial movement. I could teach you if you wish to learn. Bai Shi Yicheng raised an eyebrow. Truly? Given your current abilities, it would likely take you over 200 years to master it. Bai Shi Yicheng was taken aback. In 200 years, he would have turned to dust. Lady Yi, you need not be so cryptic. If there is something I can assist with, I will not refuse. Yi gazed at him with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Sweat began to beat on Bai Shi Yicheng's forehead as the peculiar sensation he had experienced during their first encounter resurfaced. Regrettably, there was no Bai Xiong's to shield him this time. Yui continued to observe him for 5 minutes before suddenly leaning close to his ear and whispering, You are indeed quite extraordinary. Could you tell me how this ability to foresee the future works? Foresee the future? Bai Shi Yicheng swallowed hard. I do not know what you are talking about. This woman is undoubtedly hiding something. Moreover, she is certainly not human. Bai Shi Yicheng was baffled by her insight into his abilities. Merely gazing at him, she had discerned his anomalies. Memory reading? It could not be. If that were the case, she should recognize that he hailed from another world. Furthermore, she spoke of foreseeing the future. To some extent, he indeed possessed such foresight. But how on earth did she know? Do not be afraid. For now, you are the only one who has arrived here, and I assure you, I mean you no harm. I find it hard to believe you. Secrets, after all, are something everyone possesses. Did I not just refrain from disclosing how I could assist you? I shall not pry into your secrets. I merely feel you ought to place a bit more trust in me. Perhaps you could rely on me as you do on your uncle. I promise I will never let you down." After speaking, Mei returned to her bed, while Ishiro Baisher turned to gaze at her, lost in contemplation. The mere manner in which this woman moved evoked a sense of despair. The flying thunder god technique seemed trivial in her presence. To assist someone of her caliber, one must possess exceptional strength, at least on par with Uchiha Madara, if not more formidable. "Little one, do you truly believe that just because you utter words about growing stronger, I would genuinely think you would become powerful? What does Lady Mei imply? Perhaps you ought to cultivate several butterfly species. How about starting with one of each elemental affinity?" Ishiro Baisher scratched his ear, perplexed. What did Lady Mei just say? I never repeat myself. In an instant, Mei appeared behind him. Her tone gentle. "The more butterfly species you nurture, the greater your chakra control will become, and once they mature, they will also enhance your chakra reserves. This is the most effective shortcut to augmenting your strength. Within a decade, that so-called Hokage will certainly be no match for you." Ishiro Baisher's expression darkened immediately. He was well aware that the more butterfly species he raised, the faster his strength would increase. However, he also understood the grim reality that the more he nurtured, the quicker he would meet his demise. Raising a single butterfly species would cost him several years of his life. If he were to raise a few more, he might not even reach the age of 20. "Lady Mei, please do not jest. You cannot be unaware of the life-draining drawbacks of nurturing butterfly species. Do you wish for me to perish? Moreover, my current chakra is insufficient to sustain a second butterfly, let alone one of each elemental affinity." His words were as frigid as eternal ice. He never anticipated that this journey to Butterfly Valley would unfold in such a manner. Suddenly, Mei extended her hand towards him, causing Ishiro Baisher to tense and hastily retreat. Yet, scarcely had he taken a step back when her hand pressed against his chest. A green luminescence ignited, and an unprecedented sensation of comfort surged through his entire being. In a moment of discomfort, Yicheng Baisher found himself emitting peculiar sounds from his mouth as a hand withdrew from his chest. Instantly, he plummeted from a state of bliss to one of despair, overwhelmed by an acute sense of loss coursing through his body. Stammering, he gazed at Mei and uttered, "Is this life force? Impossible. How can this be? What have you done?" The expression on Bai Shi Yicheng's face was a vivid tapestry of confusion. He could not fathom the events that had just transpired. He was aware that Chiyo from the Sand Village could utilize the reincarnation ninjutsu, a forbidden technique that converted one's own life force into another's, inevitably leading to the user's demise. However, what Mei had employed was evidently not this ninjutsu. It resembled more of her unique ability, the capacity to manipulate life force. His gaze ignited with fervor as he fixated on Mei, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. The revelation that Lady Mei possessed such power was astonishing. "Could I possibly learn this ability?" Mei, with a faintly teasing smile, replied, "Who knows? How about nurturing a few more butterfly species? I have already replenished your lost life force." Upon hearing Mei's suggestion to raise more butterfly species, Yicheng's expression gradually returned to a state of calm. "Even if my life force has been restored, the amount of chakra I possess cannot sustain so many butterfly species. At most, I could only manage one more. Since I have agreed to nurture them, I must have devised a solution for you." Mei tossed him a scroll, which Yicheng accepted with curiosity. The scroll depicted a human model, intricately marked with numerous acupuncture points. Having spent the last 2 years studying medical ninjutsu, he was somewhat familiar with human anatomy. As he scrutinized the annotated points, clarity began to unfold in his mind. Continuing to peruse, he discerned that it appeared to involve some form of sealing technique. Yet, Yicheng had yet to grasp the fundamentals of sealing jutsu, and thus could not comprehend it fully. He simply closed the scroll and turned his gaze back to Mei. "The acupuncture points on the model seem to be dual points, but I cannot decipher the sealing technique. Even if you understand it, you cannot cast it upon yourself." "What, then, is the purpose of the scroll?" Mei did not respond directly, but instead vanished in an instant, reappearing outside the grand hall. "Follow me." Yicheng obediently trailed behind her until they arrived at a square, which unbeknownst to him had been inscribed with intricate black symbols. Surrounding them stood 10 individuals, among whom he recognized his grandfather, Yoshihito Baisher. Executing such sealing techniques demands a high level of chakra control, requiring at least 3 butterfly species to possess such capabilities. "Take a seat in the center of the square. I will have them perform the sealing technique on you." Yicheng exhaled a deep breath, hesitating before making a move. He was no fool. He had discerned that Mei had long since prepared for this, and her intentions were far from innocent. "Why are you doing this for me? I have assured you that I mean you no harm. I merely wish for you to grow stronger, swiftly. Is there something you truly cannot disclose? She inquired, her expression devoid of joy. Mei fixed her gaze upon Yicheng Bai Shi, articulating each word with precision. Then I will end your life. Was it indeed so? Yicheng comprehended that he was bereft of options. Resolutely, he positioned himself in the center of the square, crossed his legs, and disrobed. As he lay down, Mei's chilling voice echoed once more. With a resigned sigh, Yicheng began to shed his garments. The 10 individuals surrounding the square commenced their incantations, and the black sigils gradually emanated a luminous glow. After approximately 5 minutes, Yicheng observed the black sigils seemingly animated, slithering upon him like serpents. As they began to outline the acupoints indicated on the scroll, the formation of the seals progressed at a languid pace. He waited from dusk until dawn, and then back to dusk again. Nearly 40 hours elapsed before the sealing technique reached completion. Once the seals were finalized, Yicheng donned his clothing and regarded Mei, stating, I believe we require a deeper understanding of one another. Upon witnessing the completion of the sealing technique, a smile returned to Mei's visage. The two then returned to the grand hall. What do you wish to know? I shall divulge all that I can. What is the purpose of that sealing technique? What exactly are you? You sought the sealing technique previously to address the issue of chakra, did you not? This technique can amplify your chakra to unimaginable levels. As for myself, I am, of course, a butterfly. Yicheng inhaled deeply. I do not sense an increase in chakra. Moreover, you claim to be a butterfly. All the ninja butterflies here are transformed from humans. Who did you become? Mei laughed, suddenly appearing before him and extending her hand. Yicheng hesitated for a moment before reciprocating. As their hands clasped, a vast surge of chakra flowed from Mei into his being. The magnitude of this chakra was overwhelming, leaving Yicheng feeling as though his body might burst. His body's meridians strained under the immense pressure, and some began to fracture. Yicheng's eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? Silence. Attempt to guide the chakra into the acupoints covered by the sealing technique. After complying with her instructions, it took over an hour for him to successfully channel the chakra. Once he regained composure, drenched in sweat, he muttered, Is this a sealing technique that confines chakra within the acupoints? He promptly seated himself in a lotus position, meticulously sensing the seals at the acupoints within his body. 1, 2. He opened his eyes in astonishment upon counting to 300, staring incredulously at Mei. The chakra he had just experienced had only filled 3 acupoints. If he were to fill them all, Yicheng could scarcely fathom the amount of chakra he would possess. The thought of surviving with such an overwhelming quantity of chakra was beyond his imagination. If he were to release the seals, the chakra he had just acquired could very well obliterate him. 300 acupuncture points, once unlocked, would render him nothing more than ash, leaving not even a trace behind. This immense quantity of chakra is beyond human endurance, and he is utterly incapable of wielding such power. No matter how extraordinary his chakra control may be, it remains impossible. Mei tossed him a scroll and remarked, This is the method for utilizing the sealing technique. From now on, you shall absorb the chakra of others using your ability, and then guide it into the acupuncture points for sealing. Should you wish to access the chakra within the seals, you may unlock them one by one. The stronger you become, the more seals you will be able to unfasten. Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched as he inquired, How am I to control such a colossal amount of chakra once the seals are released? That is precisely why I urged you to cultivate the butterfly seed, Mei replied. The chakra control capability that it brings will perfectly address this issue. You truly are considerate of my well-being. But does sealing such an immense amount of chakra within my body relate to the assistance you seek? Of course, this is merely a simplified version. A simplified version. Bai Shi Yicheng found himself at a loss for words. You have yet to answer my other question. Who exactly have you transformed into? Why, your ancestor. Of course. Bai Shi Yicheng took a deep breath, valiantly suppressing his urge to curse. I am uncertain what assistance you require, but it must necessitate a significant amount of chakra. You must understand that the instant I unseal all the seals, I shall perish. Are you merely treating me as a tool? Mei squinted, smiling. You are not as foolish as you appear. Rest assured, I have promised not to harm you. After all, your potential is commendable. In the future, you can bring individuals with special physiques to me, and I shall perform the sealing on them, allowing them to take your place in peril. Wouldn't that be splendid? Bai Shi Yicheng paused, gradually grasping her intent. Are you suggesting that I teach the secret arts to others? To control such a quantity of chakra, one must possess an extraordinary level of chakra control. This ability can only be attained through the inheritance of the butterfly secret arts. But is this truly without risk? The secret arts are the foundation of our family, How can we play if we teach it to others? Mei, without needing to guess, discerned his thoughts. How could you be so reluctant? You truly are a selfish individual. Bai Shi Yicheng stared at her in silence. All right, I shall cease teasing you. You need only have them cultivate the butterfly seed. No need to teach the secret arts or sign any contracts. Isn't that simple? A glimmer of hope appeared in Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes, only to fade once more. You are remarkably far-sighted, having considered every possible issue. I presume you have been planning for quite some time. Merely a few hundred years. A few hundred years? Bai Shi Yicheng's expression turned peculiar. In all that time, has no one been able to assist you? There have been some, but they all perished. The human lifespan is far too fleeting, and their thoughts are ever-changing. I have been deceived several times. With your ability to manipulate life force, cannot you assist others in achieving immortality? As Mei spoke, her expression grew peculiar. This is the aspect of humanity I find incomprehensible. Take your grandfather, for instance. He was initially a rather selfish individual. However, after reaping benefits from me and ascending to the role of clan leader, he transformed. Had he not retained some semblance of intrigue, I would have long since ended his existence. Yet, I am relieved I refrained from such an act, for otherwise, you would not be here today. I am quite certain you possess remarkable potential, yet I remain uncertain whether you will change, thus I cannot disclose how you might assist me at this juncture. Upon hearing Mei's mention of eliminating her grandfather, a vein throbbed on Yicheng Baishi's forehead. After some contemplation, he chose to endure her words. The man was already deceased, and he feared that inciting her wrath might lead her to consider his demise as well. What do you mean by potential? Are you referring to the aptitude of a ninja? Hardly a captivating notion. Mei appeared behind him, leaning in to whisper, what I refer to as potential is the ability to think. I am confident that you can transcend the limitations of human thought and will not regard me with disdain simply because we belong to different species. If your mindset remains unchanged, I am certain we will become excellent partners. Once you assist me, our relationship will evolve, and at that point, I shall reveal everything to you. Yicheng Baishi pondered this further, discerning the underlying meaning. Are you implying that I am a deviant? An anomaly among humans, it seems, is precisely how one might describe it. The ways in which you humans express yourselves are indeed rich. Were it not for the disparity in our strengths, I would have ensured this woman comprehended the true essence of a deviant. Speaking of which, Orochimaru is a genuine deviant. Should he converse with this woman, perhaps they would ignite an unconventional spark. Yicheng Baishi wished to depart, yet one question lingered in his mind, a thorn in his throat. Do my parents and uncle know of your affairs? Your father perished too swiftly. I barely had the chance to observe him before his demise. Your uncle, at best, is merely an acting clan leader, lacking the privilege to be privy to such matters. As for your mother, I have never encountered her. Why do you concern yourself with such things? It leaves me somewhat disheartened. I have been entirely regarded as a deviant by this woman. With a scowl, Yicheng Baishi inquired. One last question. What exactly is this ability of yours to manipulate vitality? It merely involves absorbing another's life force into oneself and then transferring it to you. Another's life force? Yicheng Baishi contemplated a grim possibility, and a chill enveloped him. Could it be that the life force you refer to pertains to my kin? Naturally. Do you truly believe I would share my own life force with you? This woman. Yicheng Baishi suppressed the urge to act violently, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, you are indeed an anomaly. An anomaly? To my perspective, this is merely a transaction. You provide life force to sustain me, and in return, I assist you in acquiring power. A mutual exchange, nothing more. Yicheng Baishi ceased his dialogue, turning to leave the scene. Mei still showed no intention of letting him go. I had not finished speaking. Regardless of the method, you must assist me in spreading the butterfly seeds. For I am in dire need of vitality. Bai Shi Yicheng's expression remained cold as he retorted, if I refuse, do you intend to kill me? Noticing the change in Bai Shi Yicheng's demeanor, Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed, how about a trade? You help me distribute 100 butterfly seeds, and I shall grant you 10 years of vitality. Bai Shi Yicheng could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, do not underestimate me. Mei's expression turned icy. And do not underestimate me either. Ending your life would be a trivial task for me. Do not overstep your bounds, human. The two stood in defiance, neither willing to yield. After approximately 5 minutes, Bai Shi Yicheng capitulated, fearing for his life. Those who have tasted death understand the value of life more profoundly. Faced with the enigmatic Mei, he could not afford to take such a gamble. I understand, Mei smiled. You appear weary. We can discuss the butterfly seeds another time. For now, return and rest, and do visit often. Bai Shi Yicheng gazed deeply at her before turning to leave. Once he departed, Mei gleefully rolled on her bed, reveling in the realization that his greatest weakness was his fear of death, something all beings dread. Yet, she pondered, how could those others have been so unafraid of death? Humans truly are perplexing. Upon returning home, Bai Shi Yicheng was taken aback. His house was suddenly filled with many unsavory characters. Spotting Takahito Shuichi in the crowd, he quickly inquired, "What is going on?" "I was about to ask you the same," Takahito replied, his face flushed with anger, and with a wave of his hand. The people in the yard began to form seals and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only he and Takahito remained. "Where have you been for nearly 2 days?" Bai Shi Yicheng was momentarily stunned, then realized, "I had to visit the Butterfly Nest Valley. I hadn't anticipated being gone for so long. I apologize for worrying you." Takahito, having once raised butterfly seeds himself, was aware of the valley's existence. Upon hearing Bai Shi Yicheng's apology, his expression softened. "In the future, to try to notify a Na before you go there. If you had delayed your return by another day, we would have had to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen." Bai Shi Yicheng wiped the sweat from his brow, having not foreseen such complications arising from his trip to the Butterfly Nest Valley. "I assure you this will not happen again. Is the Hokage aware of this situation? What do you think? They've already sent people to find Shimura Danzō. If you hadn't returned, Konoha might have erupted in chaos. Is it that serious?" Bai Shi Yicheng felt awkward and at a loss for words. Takahito sighed. "Do not blame us for overreacting. You vanished right after the Hokage left your home. What was I supposed to think?" Bai Shi Yicheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat flustered. This matter indeed seems to be the fault of that woman, Mei. Had it not been for her, I would have returned in no more than a few minutes. The thought of what Mei had done to him elicited a bitter smile from Bai Shi Yicheng. He opened his mouth, intending to share some thoughts about Mei with Takeuchi Shuichi. However, before he could utter a word, his heart clenched painfully, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. A voice whispered in his ear, "I advise you not to speak of Lady Mei to anyone. The consequences could be dire." It was the voice of the city. Could it be? A wry smile crossed Bai Shi Yicheng's face. Truly, Mei was meticulous in her dealings. Feeling disheartened, he lost the desire to converse with Takeuchi Shuichi. "I understand. I wish to rest for a while. Perhaps you should return home as well. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Takeuchi Shuichi wished to say more, but upon seeing the fatigue etched on Bai Shi Yicheng's face, he merely nodded. "Do take care to rest." Upon returning to his room, Bai Shi Yicheng collapsed onto the bed. After 2 sleepless nights, his mind and body were utterly exhausted. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn, he rose to wash up. After a leisurely meal, he made his way to the Teichi household. Today marked his entrance into the Umbu. However, before heading to the Umbu, he felt it necessary to inform Takeuchi Shuichi of this development. Upon meeting Shuichi, Bai Shi Yicheng conveyed the news of his induction into the Umbu. Takeuchi Shuichi's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Joining the Umbu is acceptable, but I would prefer that you consider entering the formal forces. You must be aware of your responsibilities. Within the Umbu, one must diligently refine their skills and strive for strength. Once you become powerful, even if you wish to become Hokage, we will support you." Once again, Bai Shi Yicheng sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and offered a perfunctory reply before departing from the Teichi residence. Just as he was leaving, Teichi Masahazu emerged, observing Bai Shi Yicheng's retreating figure. "Father, you see he lacks the ambition. Foolish child, when you were young, you used a small bowl for your meals, and now you use a large one. Do you understand why?" "Of course, it is because I have grown and eat more." Taguchi Masakazu chuckled. He is still a person using a small bowl. To mention aspirations of becoming Hokage seems unrealistic to him. Once he begins to use a larger bowl, whether he desires to become Hokage or not, circumstances will compel him forward. It is human nature to strive. As long as one does not perish in struggle, they will emerge transformed. Even if he is like a dog, if he dares to contend, he can evolve into a wolf. On his way to the Umbu, Bai Shi Yicheng encountered the last person he wished to see, Shimura Danzō. He began lamenting the unfortunate twist of fate. At his birth, he thought himself fortunate. Yet mere days into his life, his family was on the brink of collapse. The loss of his family was a bitter reality for Bai Shi Yicheng, who believed that as long as he refrained from reckless actions, life would continue. Little did he anticipate that he had become a thorn in Danzō's side, whose unwavering gaze was fixated upon him, intent on exerting control. As he matured, it seemed that Danzō was sharpening his proverbial knives. Despite his attempts to remain inconspicuous and develop in peace, he found himself ensnared in the sights of Mei, an unusual entity, who offered him numerous advantages only to prepare to wield him as a mere tool. It was disheartening to realize how challenging it was to simply live in peace. Did fate bestow upon him a great responsibility? It felt more like a curse, as he navigated life akin to a wandering star, perpetually surviving yet never at ease. He lived in constant trepidation, feeling less fortunate than an ordinary citizen. Shaking his head, Bai Shi Yicheng addressed Danzō with palpable irritation, questioning his intentions. What scheme are you concocting this time? Can you not grant me a moment of respite? Danzō, with a grim expression, retorted. I fail to comprehend your words, yet I do implore you to enlighten me on how you discern the identity of Yakushi no Noyu. Danzō had been enduring a tumultuous period. Following the revelation of Yakushi no Noyu's identity, he had quarreled with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as he was beginning to settle his frustrations, his home was besieged, compelling him to surrender the troublesome boy. Despite his intelligence, Danzō would never resort to violence within the village. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Just as he prepared to take decisive action, news arrived that the boy had returned home, prompting the assailants to withdraw, leaving Danzō in a state of bewilderment. Feeling foolishly manipulated, unable to tolerate such mockery, Danzō's frustration culminated in their current confrontation. If he did not understand Bai Shi Yicheng's words, then why inquire about Yakushi no Noyu? Bai Shi Yicheng mirrored Danzō's cold gaze, eventually uttering, very well. I am indeed well, yet it appears that you are not, Danzō. Let us not squander each other's time. A wise dog does not obstruct the path. The veins on Danzō's forehead throbbed as Bai Shi Yicheng's hand instinctively moved toward his ninja tool pouch. Ultimately, Danzō refrained from taking action, recognizing that crossing that line would lead to irreparable consequences. I will be watching you from the shadows, hoping you refrain from any reckless behavior. Should you transgress, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bai Shi Yicheng raised an eyebrow, responding, Allow me to make one thing clear, Danzō, even a cornered rabbit will bite. With a cold snort, Danzō turned and departed. Only when Danzō's figure faded from view did Bai Shi Yicheng allow himself to relax. He understood that the verbal exchanges were inconsequential. Rather, he had been harboring a simmering anger for several days. This fire had been kindled since the death of Bai Shi Rosa. The events at Dieki Valley had only fanned the flames of his discontent. At that moment, Danzō's continued presence felt like an unnecessary provocation. He was certain that Danzō would not act against him within the village, as the earlier tension stemmed solely from the immense pressure Danzō exerted upon him. Currently, Danzō is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his power, vastly different from the peculiar techniques he later employed, such as Izanagi. He can sense that Danzō has amassed a considerable amount of chakra within his body. The overwhelming pressure compels Yashikage to prepare for a confrontation. Fortunately, Danzō refrains from attacking. Otherwise, he would have had to call for reinforcements. Come forth, Captain. Tsukumo Hatake emerges from behind a nearby tree. Is it truly wise to act this way towards someone of Lord Danzō's stature within the village? Yashikage shrugs. Yesterday, he was already surrounded, and the facade has been shattered. Why concern ourselves with trifles? Trifles, Tsukumo replies with a wry smile. He is aware of the village's internal struggles, a mere contest among the great clans of ninjas. For someone like him, following the Hokage is his only path forward. Thankfully, his swordsmanship is swift. After completing the onboarding procedures for Yashikage, Tsukumo leads him to the Hokage's office. The atmosphere in the village has been quite tense due to your actions these past few days. You ought to clarify matters with the Hokage, he suggests. In truth, there is little to explain. Yashikage merely recounts a minor incident at the summoning grounds, after which the third Hokage allowed him to depart. Nonetheless, he is asked to ensure that such occurrences do not happen again. Tsukumo then takes him to a training ground designated for the Umbu. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Yashikage ponders the matter of Mei. Regarding Mei, he has developed a hypothesis. It is highly plausible that she is the first ninja within her clan to harness forbidden techniques. Recalling the notion of evolution that the castle had once shared with him, Yashikage is convinced that Mei has transcended into a being akin to a sage. The butterfly clan's practice of nurturing butterflies drains their life force. Part of this vitality sustains the butterfly species, while another portion nourishes Mei. To secure this life force, she has spun a web of deceit, convincing the butterfly clan that the ninja butterflies are akin to family. Such knowledge is likely reserved for the clan leader, who would never divulge such secrets. In a chaotic world, existence devoid of power is tantamount to a living death. The mere exchange of a fraction of life force for immense strength is, by any measure, A lucrative arrangement. Mei is astute, or perhaps she has developed a mindset akin to that of humans, her thoughts aligning more closely with humanity. Life force is a perpetual necessity for her. She manages to suppress her own desires, gradually siphoning the life force from her kin, thus treating the butterfly clan as her personal reservoir. In essence, her clan has become akin to livestock, much like pigs in a pen. When funds dwindle, a person may cull a pig, yet they will spare the sow, for it can bear offspring. Pigs produce pigs, money breeds money, and life begets life. Thus, the life force flows continuously into Mei. Now, with the butterfly clan reduced to a mere solitary figure, his life force is insufficient to sustain Mei. Consequently, she conceives a new plan to cultivate another lineage capable of providing her with an unending supply of life force. Perhaps she has practiced this before, especially since they share the surname of the Whitestones. Other families are addressed by their surnames, yet this clan uniquely employs butterflies as their moniker. Could it be that there were other butterfly clans in the past? This possibility cannot be dismissed, and as Yashikage Shirashi contemplated this, he inwardly lamented. Mei had urged him to disseminate the butterfly lineage. Should he fail to do so, he might very well be cast aside. If he complied, however, it could lead to his demise, as Mei would seek out a new butterfly clan. What, then, should he do? I believe you are overthinking this. Lady Mei would not act in such a manner. Shirashi was momentarily taken aback. Then he entered the realm of consciousness. Another version of himself awaited him within this ethereal space. Yicheng Bai Shi regarded the city with a peculiar expression. This was his first encounter with the city after it had attained consciousness. It was akin to gazing into a mirror reflecting himself. Speak, he urged. Why do you say that? What is your true nature? After all, I have nurtured you. Should you not heed my words? Why do you follow Mei's commands to surveil me? Or is it that your kind, the butterflies, were inherently designed to observe our clan? The city sighed, indeed. Understanding is elusive between different species. For mutual comprehension to exist, our statuses must be equal. Do you truly believe our standings are equal at present? Mei regards our clan merely as sustenance. Do you not also perceive me as food? The city shook its head. Lady Mei is a true mother to us. The shinobi butterflies, all shinobi butterflies are her offspring. Is it wrong for me to obey my mother's commands? Moreover, Lady Mei harbors no malevolent intentions towards you. Sustenance? Surveillance? Such notions are merely your paranoia. I have stated that we are symbiotic entities. Paranoia? Yicheng Bai Shi's lips twitched. By the way, Mei mentioned something about foreseeing the future yesterday. Can you elucidate this matter? Are you able to pry into all my memories? The city again shook its head. I can only capture your thoughts. I am not a spirit butterfly and lack that capability. When you encounter certain individuals or situations, your mind often conjures peculiar notions, akin to foreseeing the future, yet entirely distinct. Yicheng Bai Shi sighed. So it was you who conveyed the notion of foreseeing the future to Mei. How do you communicate with her? And why have I remained oblivious to it? This I cannot disclose. Suffice it to say, even when Lady Mei is in Butterfly Rest Valley, she can still reach out to me. Yicheng Bai Shi's expression darkened. Do not attempt to interpret us through human reasoning, just as we cannot fully comprehend your kind. Lady Mei will not harm you. After all, I am also her child. She would not inflict harm upon me, just as your mother would not harm you. Surely, that is something you can grasp. I cannot comprehend it all, Yicheng Bai Shi replied, feeling an intensifying headache. Do you truly wish for me to collaborate with Mei? Understand that should I ally with her, I may attain immortality, while you would remain confined here forever. Do you not yearn for freedom? A contemplative expression crossed the city's visage. For every species, survival takes precedence, with freedom trailing thereafter. I cannot defy Lady Mei's orders. Her evolution propels the evolution of our entire race. That is of utmost importance. Moreover, can you genuinely claim you will never die? The human realm conceals countless malevolences. Did not that Danzō you encountered just now wish to kill you? Rather than concerning yourself with our matters, should you not ponder how to survive in the human world? Yicheng Bai Shi fell silent. I will ask you one final time. Can you truly assure me that Mei will not harm me? As long as you do not act against Lady Mei's wishes, she will absolutely not harm you. Bai Shi Yicheng took a deep breath and acknowledged the situation. While he was conversing with the city, Hatake Tsukumo had already escorted him to the training ground. Many members of the Umbu, engaged in their training, ceased their movements upon seeing Bai Shi Yicheng. Is that brat truly a descendant of the butterfly clan? He appears rather unremarkable, merely fortunate by birth. It has been said that his presence nearly caused significant upheaval in the village over the past few days. Should we test him? This notion seems rather appealing. I wonder if Tsukumo would be displeased, given that he is one of his team. Coward, allow me. The Umbu who spoke raised his hand and hurled a few shuriken. Hatake Tsukumo noticed, but refrained from intervening. He too wished to observe Bai Shi Yicheng's prowess. Just as Bai Shi Yicheng emerged from his conscious space, he saw several shuriken flying towards him. He merely tilted his head, and the shuriken embedded themselves into his body. Tsukumo was taken aback, as was the Umbu who had thrown the shuriken. Almost all the Umbu present on the training ground were stunned. A chilling aura began to emanate from them. Is he truly just a child, unable to evade such shuriken yet allowed to join the Umbu? Indeed, he is merely fortunate by birth, here. No one cares for his lineage, and he will soon meet his end. It hurts. As Bai Shi Yicheng observed the shuriken, he could have dodged them, yet he chose not to. He extended his hand and removed the shuriken one by one, activating his medical ninjutsu simultaneously, causing the wounds to heal without a single drop of blood. His current medical ninjutsu could indeed heal such minor injuries instantly. However, larger wounds would pose a challenge. If he were to suffer a severe injury, it would likely cost him at least half his life to heal. He glanced at the Umbu who had thrown the shuriken and tossed the shuriken back. He exerted minimal force, merely landing it at the Umbu's feet. Senior, here are your shuriken back. The Umbu who had thrown the shuriken did not look at the ones lying at his feet. Instead, he coldly gazed at Bai Shi Yicheng and began to speak. Brat, this is not your place. However, he could not finish his sentence, for Bai Shi Yicheng had already appeared before him in an instant. Removing the shuriken was not an idle act. He had stealthily tied a wire to it. The full name of the Umbu is the Special Operations Force for Assassination, and its members are primarily highly skilled elites. To avoid being looked down upon or bullied, one must at least demonstrate some capability. The reason he did not dodge the shuriken earlier was that even if he had evaded them, it would have been challenging to mount an effective counterattack. Thus, he cleverly feigned an inability to dodge, misleading others into creating conditions for a decisive strike. The pain from the shuriken embedded in his body lingered. He was indeed someone who held grudges. With lightning radiating from his hand, he even utilized his lightning attribute's nature transformation. Even a mere graze would inflict unbearable agony on anyone struck. Upon witnessing the instantaneous appearance of Yashiki Shiraishi before him, the member of the Umbu felt his pupils constrict sharply. In a moment of panic, he raised his arm to shield his chest. A dull thud resounded as the Umbu member stood motionless in place. Yashiki Shiraishi promptly began to weave hand signs. With a flurry of butterflies, the Umbu member retaliated with a knee strike aimed at his abdomen, landing perfectly. Shiraishi's form transformed into hundreds of butterflies, fluttering towards the back of Kakashi Hatake, gradually coalescing back into a human shape as he reappeared behind Kakashi. He shrugged and remarked, "Senpai, my attacks can be rather painful, you know." Without needing to be told, the Umbu member sensed something was amiss. It felt as though something had bitten his arm, causing cold sweat to break out. Was this a change in the nature of lightning? This little brat could actually wield such ninjutsu. Truly, he hailed from a prestigious lineage. Did you not notice how astonishingly swift his body flicker technique was? It was even faster than Kakashi's. Kakashi himself was somewhat taken aback, casting a glance of admiration his way before leading the applause. Gradually, the clapping intensified into a fervent ovation. Shiraishi scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. After a moment's thought, he approached the Umbu member, his hands glowing with the distinct green light of medical ninjutsu. "Senpai, I am a medical ninja. Do you require treatment?" The Umbu member, pragmatic as ever, did not hesitate. In their line of work, where they danced on the edge of a blade, pride was trivial compared to the instinct to survive. Moreover, having strong allies only benefited them, so there was no need to fall out with Shiraishi over such trivialities. As Shiraishi treated the Umbu member, he marveled inwardly at the speed of his lightning body flicker technique. This Umbu not only managed to block the attack with his arm but also countered it. Such reflexes were a testament to his elite status within the Umbu. While Shiraishi administered treatment, not only Kakashi but also the other Umbu members noticed something remarkable. Shiraishi had been struck by a shuriken, yet not a single drop of blood had been shed. His clothing had merely sustained a few tears. They had initially thought that Shiraishi had wrist injury to employ that body flicker technique. None who entered the Umbu were fools. Once they witnessed a ninjutsu, they could generally ascertain its function. That particular body flicker technique evidently required wire as a medium. He had deliberately stood still to allow the shuriken to strike him, all the while skillfully attaching the wire, launching his attack in an instant. What a cunning little rascal! The applause naturally stemmed from this realization. In their eyes, Such courage coupled with a devious battle strategy made him entirely deserving of a place in the Umbu. However, the fact that Shiraishi had not lost even a drop of blood left them exchanging glances before ultimately looking towards Kakashi. Kakashi merely shrugged, indicating he would not inquire further. For ninjas of the Umbu, intelligence was an untouchable taboo. Should any information leak and lead to the formulation of countermeasures, the consequences could be dire, ranging from injury to death. Kakashi Hatake would never engage in such acts, for these individuals are members of his squad. Soon, Kakashi introduced Shiroishi Yoshikazu to his other two comrades, Hanari and Shincho. Hanari removed her mask, revealing her true visage, and said, "Kawaii Aoyan. I look forward to your assistance in the future." Kawaii? The corners of Shiroishi's mouth twitched. He refrained from speaking further upon noticing Hanari wink at him. These ninja clans are indeed everywhere. Perhaps they have struck some clandestine deal with the third Hokage. As for Shincho, she was a woman, and aside from her codename, little was known about her. Kakashi presented a mask adorned with a butterfly to Shiroishi. "This is your mask. Choose your codename. Dream Butterfly. Under the Will of Fire." Life in Konoha felt like a dream to him. He was acutely aware now and wished to remain so forever. After all, humanity is a species prone to assimilation. He had no desire to remain lost in a dream. Life in the Umbu was rather monotonous. Each day was spent in training, harmonizing with his teammates. Despite Shiroishi insisting that he was merely a medical ninja, Kakashi did not relent. Hanari was proficient in both wind and earth techniques, particularly excelling in wind-based jutsu. Shincho was a master of illusions. When she revealed her Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, Shiroishi recognized her as a member of the Uchiha clan. He felt no particular reaction, nor did he harbor any inclination to grow close to her. He had not forgotten Shiroishi Aisei's caution to be wary of the Uchiha. Furthermore, he harbored doubts about why an Uchiha would be present in the Umbu, as they had long been marginalized by the village. The Umbu is the very heart of Konoha. It was exceedingly strange for an Uchiha to be found here, especially within his own squad, making it impossible for him not to ponder. Privately, he inquired with Kakashi, who explained that it was the arrangement of the Hokage, further deepening his sense of unease. Such matters were not ones he could bring up with the third Hokage. He could only bury his doubts within. As for Hanari, Kawaii Aoyan was the uncle of Kawaii Kawami, and he was a seasoned veteran in the Umbu. Without question, it was the arrangement of Takamoto Shuichi, presumably to provide protection for him. After all, Umbu missions are fraught with peril. It would not be surprising if he were to meet his demise one day. After approximately a month of this acclimatization period, Kakashi finally received their first mission from the third Hokage, the extermination of bandits. Shiroishi began to grasp Kakashi's intention to first witness bloodshed before undertaking further tasks. He bore no complaints. Since arriving in this world, he had been well protected, having scarcely experienced combat, let alone taking a life. Standing outside the gates of Konoha, Shiroishi gazed upon the vast expanse of forest ahead, feeling a surge of joy. This was his first venture beyond Konoha, and he could taste the essence of freedom. 3 hours later, they reached their destination, and the other 3 members of the squad turned their attention to him. Yashikid Shirashi shrugged, and from his sleeves emerged the spirit butterfly. Half an hour later, the butterfly returned. Their encampment nestled within the mountains. The journey took approximately 10 minutes. Yet it was likely that no living souls remained. "Let us depart." With a wave of his hand, Shikumo Hatake signaled for the 3 to follow promptly. Soon, the quartet arrived at the bandits' camp, which presented a grim tableau of lifeless bodies. As Shikumo Hatake approached to investigate, Yashikid Shirashi halted him, producing 3 gas masks. He handed them over, stating, "I have dusted the butterfly's wings with poison. The toxins have yet to dissipate fully." Once dawned, they proceeded into the camp. Yashikid Shirashi kicked open the corpse of a bandit, turning it onto its back. Black blood oozed from the bandit's nose and ears, releasing a putrid stench that assaulted their senses. Yashikid Shirashi sighed. "Do not hold it against me. This world is as such. When the weak seek to perpetrate evil, what other fate could they expect?" The experience of killing for the first time bore no extraordinary sensation, akin to witnessing death in a hospital. He maintained his composure. All the bandits in this encampment had succumbed to his poison. Having spent 2 years in a hospital, concocting a poison was an effortless endeavor for him. Sprinkled upon the butterfly's wings, it silently disseminated over the camp. Within a mere 10 minutes, not a single soul remained alive. This method of warfare was not his invention. It was recorded in the annals of his family's texts. The texts also provided several types of venom suited for such tactics. Although those poisons were exceedingly vile, Yashikid Shirashi refrained from using them, opting instead for his own concoction, considering they were merely a band of brigands. A total of 43 individuals lay dead, with no survivors. The primary objective confirmed, and the mission fulfilled. Shikumo Hatake cast a glance at Yashikid Shirashi, finding the outcome starkly different from his expectations. Yashikid Shirashi shrugged. Captain, you don't expect me to engage them in close combat, do you? I am a medical ninja, with mediocre physical prowess. As long as the mission is accomplished, efficiency is paramount, and combat should be graceful. I prefer not to be drenched in blood, as it is rather unsuited to my disposition. Shikumo Hatake shot him an exasperated glare. If your physical skills are lacking, then train harder. The body must be conditioned if you wish to develop your body flicker technique using steel wire further. Yashikid Shirashi clicked his tongue. Shikumo Hatake was usually gentle, but became stern when discussing matters of combat. He had already contemplated the development of the lightning body flicker technique, but had yet to act upon it. The lightning butterflies he raised inherently possessed lightning chakra, if he could harness them for the lightning body flicker. Perhaps their range would not rival that of the flying thunder god, yet in close quarters combat, they would certainly hold their own. However, as Shikumo Hatake rightly pointed out, the strain of the lightning body flicker on the body was substantial. He could manage no more than 8 uses before his body would falter. To achieve the speed of the flying thunder god, he must enhance his physical endurance for limitless usage of the lightning body flicker technique. How to enhance physical strength? He currently has ideas, but requires extensive experimentation. With this thought, he gazed toward a certain part of the encampment, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. This encampment consists of more than just 43 individuals. Upon returning to Konoha after completing his mission, Bai Shi Yicheng went home. Utilizing reverse summoning technique, he arrived at Dieki Valley, where he encountered 10 bound bandits in the square. The bandits lay unconscious, and Bai Shi Yicheng produced an antidote to begin detoxifying them. Mei appeared behind him, casting a fleeting glance at the bandits before losing interest. What purpose do these worthless beings serve here? He pondered. Experiments. Mei paused for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. Your potential is indeed remarkable. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Bai Shi Yicheng turned to look at her and inquired, is it possible for you to transfer their vitality to me? Mei fell silent. Bai Shi Yicheng smiled. It seems your abilities have limitations. Shall I take a guess? No need. Since you've mentioned it, you must already be aware, she replied. Only those who harbor butterfly seeds within their bodies can manipulate their vitality. Bai Shi Yicheng had long sensed that such a power to control vitality was extraordinarily overwhelming and surely had its constraints, hence his probing words. Yet, upon realizing the truth, he felt a pang of discomfort, for he indeed bore the butterfly seed within him. This implied that his very life had been grasped tightly in Mei's hands for quite some time. He sighed, casting an odd gaze at the gradually awakening bandits. If I were to implant butterfly seeds into their bodies now, could you immediately manipulate their vitality? Mei's expression soured. Do you insist on digging deeper? I am merely curious about such an ability. After all, it can grant eternal life. Are you truly that afraid of death? Is your consumption of vitality not rooted in a fear of dying? Mei furrowed her brows in contemplation, and after a moment, she began to sigh. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. It need not be so complicated. If I consume them, all their vitality will be absorbed by me. Consume people? Bai Shi Yicheng's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and he regarded Mei with caution. What kind of gaze is that? Just because I am human, you presume I cannot consume others? The pigs in the pen think the same, yet do you humans refrain from eating them because of such thoughts? Mei grinned mischievously. The ability to absorb vitality exists within every species. Eating, humans seem to use that term for nourishment. The more you consume, the faster you grow. Other species are no different. I merely enhance this function. If you are willing to study it, you might also acquire such an ability. Bai Shi Yicheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. Enhancing the ability to absorb vitality, if applied to humans, would it not be akin to enhancing digestive functions? His expression gradually became peculiar as he recalled the technique he had developed for Hakishi Ise, one that allowed for excessive consumption followed by rapid digestion. Could he potentially achieve immortality through this ninjutsu? No, he had utilized his own body during its development. Had there been such a possibility, he would have noticed it. So where did the issue lie? At that time, his body had been severely weakened from the rigorous development of the ninjutsu. Could this be the reason for his lack of awareness? It seemed that this technique of rapid digestion warranted further research. He would tentatively name it digestive art. As the bandits began to regain consciousness, they exhibited no anticipated outbursts but instead eyed Hakishi Yashikage and Mei with heightened vigilance, exchanging glances. A man in his 30s boldly inquired, "Who are you, and where is this place?" Hakishi Yashikage, deep in thought, retorted irritably, "Silence. What did you say, you little brat? Hurry up and untie us, or our leader will soon find you. And you won't want to be in your current state then," another bandit chimed in. "Yes, indeed. Loosen the ropes quickly. We might spare you if we are in a good mood." With a sigh, Hakishi Yashikage replied, "Are you finished? First, allow me to congratulate you on becoming my initial batch of test subjects. I shall make full use of your bodies to advance my research. As for your leader, I believe his name was Chang or something similar. He's already dead." The bandits exchanged incredulous glances before erupting in protest. "Impossible. Our leader. How noisy you all are." Hakishi Yashikage thought as he instantaneously appeared before the speaking bandit, striking him in the throat and compelling him to swallow his words. "Your thoughts, pasts, and futures hold no interest for me. If you continue to make a ruckus, I will have no choice but to send you to meet your leader." Seeing the bandits huddled together, trembling in fear, Hakishi Yashikage nodded in satisfaction. After marking the bandits, he followed Mei into the Great Hall. Mei produced 3 butterfly seeds and gestured for Hakishi Yashikage to remove his shirt. With a sigh, he recalled the agony he endured when Hakishi Ise imparted the secret techniques to him. The thought of nurturing 3 at once was daunting. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the distinctive green glow of healing ninjutsu in his hands, severing all nerve connections in his chest. Curiously, Mei inquired, "What are you doing?" "Making myself unable to feel pain." "Pain?" Mei grinned and winked at him. "Do you think I'm like your uncle?" She then tapped 3 times on his chest. Hakishi Yashikage was taken aback as 3 orifices formed in the muscles of his chest, allowing 3 larvae to sluggishly crawl inside. Why did this ability seem so familiar? Was it the senjutsu of Tigu? He asked curiously, "Can you use senjutsu?" "What is senjutsu? What kind of ability is yours?" "Manipulating physical transformations. Once your chakra control reaches a certain level, you too can achieve this." After donning his clothing, Hakishi Yashikage restored the nerves in his chest, feeling no pain whatsoever. He gazed at Mei for a moment, hesitatingly inquiring, "Are you familiar with natural energy?" "Not at all," Mei replied, observing the peculiar expression on Bai Shi Yicheng's face, as if he had grasped something profound. "It seems you possess knowledge beyond my comprehension. Is it related to your ability to foresee the future?" Bai Shi Yicheng firmly sealed his lips. This woman, unaware that she could wield such powers, left him pondering the extent of her chakra control. With such mastery over chakra, she ought to sense natural energy, yet she claimed ignorance. He recalled the perception abilities granted by the butterfly seed and began to silently assess her capabilities. Exceptionally adept at spatial movement, siphoning life force, manipulating bodily transformations, and possessing inhuman chakra control, her perceptive skills must be formidable as well. The more he contemplated, the colder his heart grew. What manner of being was she? Mei squinted at him, her gaze peculiar, and remarked, "Is it truly wise to ponder such matters in my presence?" Bai Shi Yicheng responded, "I am unfamiliar with the sorcery you speak of, though I can surmise the reason, which I cannot disclose. You seem rather eager for this sorcery. Once you assist me, I shall surely help you fulfill your desires." Upon hearing this, Bai Shi Yicheng grew increasingly curious about the nature of Mei's assistance. He sensed she was concealing significant information. If he could unearth that intelligence, it might reveal her vulnerabilities, potentially lethal ones. "I advise you to relinquish any strange notions. My temper is rather volatile." Mei's gaze turned icy. Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent. Her mind-reading ability was nothing short of a flaw in the system. She knew his thoughts. No, it must be the city within her that informed her. Leaving him at a loss, discarding those unrealistic thoughts, he shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "No one wishes for their life to be held in another's grasp, especially not someone like me." Mei's expression softened slightly. "I have endeavored to convey my sincerity. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Why can you not trust me? You constantly threaten my life with every misstep. How am I to believe you?" Bai Shi Yicheng was utterly exasperated. "The butterfly seeds have already entered my body. You should be able to accelerate their maturation using your life force manipulation ability. While their bodies may mature, their minds remain blank, and hastening their growth is unwise. So, must I wait a few more years? 5 years. At that time, I will assist you in their maturation." Bai Shi Yicheng grimaced, realizing he was thoroughly ensnared by Mei's influence. How did those mountain bandits arrive here? Can summoning techniques transport people into this place? Spatial movement techniques, how could you pose such a foolish question? Very well. Perhaps your rank is simply too elevated. Bai Shi Yicheng uttered this before attempting to depart, but Mei's voice called out from behind him. "It appears you haven't even attempted to spread the butterfly seeds. Can you enlighten me as to why?" Before I acquire the ability to protect myself, I shall refrain from undertaking such actions. A sword already hangs over my head, and I have no desire to invite additional peril. Bai Shi Yicheng harbors no intention of concealment, for the thoughts within me cannot be hidden from the fortress within, nor can they be obscured from this woman. Very well, since you insist, I shall not press you further, but you have at most 30 years. What happens if this period is exceeded? Mei did not respond to this query, merely casting him a glance that urged him to decipher its meaning. Bai Shi Yicheng immediately grasped her implication, his lips twitching in response. You mean to kill me? Those were your own words. Rolling his eyes, he added, I believe we should cultivate more trust between us. Could you refrain from constantly prying into my thoughts? That is a commendable suggestion. Do you have any ideas? Bai Shi Yicheng extended his hand, making a gesture universally understood. I require additional compensation. Mei paused, her expression transforming dramatically. I have no money. Are you suggesting that I work for nothing? I am still a minor. Had this been in the past, I could have easily had you executed. What nonsense are you spouting? Everything except for money is negotiable. Bai Shi Yicheng winked at her, saying, You appear quite adept in sealing arts. Are you familiar with cursed seals? Cursed seals? They are akin to sealing techniques, yet entirely distinct. I require a type capable of controlling individuals. Using butterfly seeds would suffice. No, I need a cursed seal with a high degree of concealment. One that won't be easily discovered and can be controlled by my will. Mei furrowed her brow for a moment before nodding. I understand. I will need time to conduct research. Research? Bai Shi Yicheng regarded her with a curious expression. Why do you look at me like that? The secret techniques of your family were primarily developed by me. Without my spatial techniques, you would still be burdened with transporting butterflies everywhere. Speaking of which, I have labored for your family for centuries without compensation, and you still expect me to work for more. Bai Shi Yicheng. Seeing Mei on the verge of anger, Bai Shi Yicheng made a hasty retreat. Upon returning home, he meticulously documented all his plans on paper. Lightning body technique, body research, sealing arts, ninja techniques, digestion techniques, secret arts, poison powder formulation, chakra absorption. Gazing at the myriad of experimental plans, Bai Shi Yicheng began to lament. Time. Now, he must embark on missions within the Dark Division, allocate time for the hospital, and earn enough to sustain additional summoning butterflies. With a sigh, he looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, How did it come to this? Recalling his previous languid days, he shook his head. Ever since his uncle's demise, he had known no respite. Ultimately, he had become the very embodiment of that which he despised most. 5 years later, Bai Shi Yicheng, adorned with a butterfly mask, swiftly traversed the forest. Behind him trailed a dozen rain ninjas, relentlessly launching shurikens at him, the sound of explosive tags echoing throughout the woods. He was engaged in the midst of a mission. Since the formidable rise of Danzō the Salamander, the land of rain has become increasingly restless. Not only has it sought to amass various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden arts, but it has also embarked on a significant military expansion. The vigilance of the 5 great nations towards the Rain Ninja Village has intensified considerably. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has begun to frequently dispatch Umbu to gather intelligence on the Rain Ninja Village. Among them is the unfortunate Yashikage Shiraishi, who, upon entering the Land of Rain, was promptly discovered. He fled like a stray dog, relentlessly pursued by the Rain Ninjas. Glancing back at his pursuers, a smile crept across his face. They truly do not understand the wisdom of the saying, do not pursue a desperate foe, their demise is indeed in vain. After fleeing for half an hour, Yashikage Shiraishi finally halted. The Rain Ninjas behind him swiftly surrounded him. You are quite persistent, he remarked. You've chased me for nearly 2 hours. I wonder how much money Danzō has offered you? One of the Rain Ninjas, with a mocking glint in his eyes, replied, Danzō? You must be from Konoha's Umbu. Come quietly with us, and perhaps you will suffer less. In the past year, Konoha's Umbu had frequently infiltrated the Land of Rain to steal intelligence, much to Hanzo's irritation. Danzō, a ruthless figure, had issued a directive. Any Konoha ninja encountered must be killed without hesitation. The Rain ninjas stationed at the border were relentless, and few Umbu who crossed paths with them ever returned whole. Yashikage Shiraishi sighed. I have truly overestimated the limits of human folly. Are you even ninjas? After fleeing for so long, I suddenly stop, and you effortlessly surround me. I hardly know what to say. Well then, let me send you on your way. With a flash, lightning crackled in Shiraishi's hands. The electric current surged through the multitude of wires that sprawled across the dense forest, each flickering with electric brilliance. Lightning release, scorching flow kill. The expressions of the surrounding rain ninjas shifted dramatically as they instinctively leaped backward. The one who had spoken earlier seized a comrade to shield himself. A trap? You scoundrel. The fist radiating terrifying heat pierced through both him and his unfortunate ally in an instant, claiming their lives without mercy. Yashikage Shiraishi shook his head at the fleeing rain ninjas. In his lightning instant array, none could escape his wrath, not even Hanzo himself. Half a minute later, he returned to the scene to tidy up the aftermath. He arranged the bodies of the rain ninjas, taking advantage of their freshly deceased chakra, which had yet to fully dissipate, to absorb it. Each corpse he drained transformed into little more than skin and bones. Once he had finished, the intense electric current vanished in a flash. After erasing all traces, he retracted the lightning instant array and produced a military ration pill, tossing it into his mouth. So unpalatable, he sighed. I should hurry to reunite with the captain and the others. Arriving late will surely earn me a reprimand. As he made his way, he reflected on the chakra he had just absorbed. Of the numerous rain ninjas, it appeared only 2 were genin, the rest were mere fodder, not even filling a single chakra point. Yashikage Shiraishi sighed once more. For the past 5 years, I have engaged in relentless battles to fill over 20 acupoint seals. If I wish to complete all the seals, it may take an eternity. Currently, I can unlock a maximum of 20 acupoint seals. Yet even these yield an immense quantity of chakra. My chakra reserves already rival those of a jonin, and with these additional chakra, my reserves could easily surpass that of a Hokage. As for my instant thunder array, it is essentially a trap arranged with steel wires. Within this trap, my thunder body can achieve the speed akin to the flying thunder god technique. However, the development of the thunder body does not end there. I can also utilize it with the thunder butterfly. Yet, I refrain from using it lightly, for the less others know about my intelligence, the safer I remain. Even my teammates are unaware. Upon reaching the border of the land of rain, I followed the secret signals to a cave where flickering firelight beckoned. Upon entering, I startled 3 individuals inside, Kakashi Hitaki, Hanabi Hyuga, and Shinin. Kakashi remarked, "You're the last to arrive again. Can't you be more punctual?" Hanabi interjected, "Something must have happened." "No need to ask. It's undoubtedly Lord Danzō's fault." Shinin remained silent, slowly closing his Sharingan beneath his mask. I scratched my head as I stepped inside. I had no choice. The moment I entered the land of rain, I was discovered. I was pursued relentlessly, nearly running myself ragged. I have no idea what benefits Danzō offered to the rain shinobi, but thankfully, I cleverly led them into the instant thunder array. There was no need for further explanation. Thus far, no one has ever escaped from the instant thunder array. My 3 teammates were well aware of this. However, upon hearing my brief remarks, they attributed the blame to Danzō. Hanabi quipped, "Why do you harbor such resentment towards Lord Danzō? I heard you even blame him for not having toilet paper when you go." I replied. Kakashi added, "At least Lord Danzō is a high-ranking official of Konoha. Can't you show him a bit of respect? Over the years, you've blamed him for countless misfortunes, making our encounters with him quite awkward." I sighed. I understand. Although I said this, my thoughts diverged. Is it really Danzō who bears the blame for all the misfortunes? I believe as long as I am alive, I will continue to attribute blame daily. Previously, I feared Danzō due to my weakness, but now, who am I afraid of? If provoked, he could easily dismantle my very existence. After all, I am a man of considerable background. If I lived as I did before, it would be a waste of my advantageous lineage. As my strength has grown, I have gained increasing confidence in Konoha. Danzō tends to avoid me, not out of fear, but because he cannot afford the embarrassment. During our encounters, I often utter cryptic remarks that leave him at a loss, as he finds himself in a precarious position. The 3rd Hokage has spoken to me about this matter several times, but alas, it proves futile. I present one face to him while harboring another behind the scenes, having learned from these cunning old foxes. As for whether Danzō would turn against him, Shiraishi Yashikage felt that there was little hope in Konoha. However, every time he ventured out on a mission, he remained vigilant. Just like this time, upon entering the land of rain, he detected that he had been tracked, which he was certain was linked to Danzō. Hence, he spoke those words to the rain ninjas. Whether there was truth to it or not, Danzō would undoubtedly bear the blame. It can be said that once a person's perception is formed, altering it entirely becomes an arduous task. There are those who, having seen cows flying in the sky since childhood, would be perplexed to discover one grazing on the ground one day. They would ponder how the cow could have fallen to the earth, believing it was meant to consume clouds. Even if others insisted that cows do not fly, their belief would remain unshaken. Shiraishi Yashikage was convinced that Danzō was not a good man, having grown up under Danzō's shadow. Persuading him to believe otherwise was a futile endeavor. He would jest, "You must be an undercover agent sent by Danzō. Let me strike you first." Fortunately, he had not encountered any life-threatening crises in recent years. Otherwise, he would have dared to confront Danzō upon returning to the village. As for the potential decline of Konoha's strength, would someone planning to become a rogue ninja truly care? Do not mistake his words for jest. Over the years, he had gained a profound understanding of the immense power possessed by the ninja clans. Take the Takamoto clan, for instance. Boasting over a dozen jonin and nearly 100 chunin and jinin combined. This was merely one clan. Konoha currently housed at least 30 clans, with the third Hokage representing the largest ninja faction, supported by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Beneath them were various smaller clans such as the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, and Inazuka, forming a coalition of nearly 20 clans. The Uchiha stood as an independent faction, while the Hyuga, a traditional noble family, remained perpetually neutral. The remainder predominantly aligned with his interests. As long as he remained alive, or even if he were reckless, the third Hokage would find himself powerless against him. If his family were still intact, he would not fear standing against the third. Regrettably, he was the last banner of his clan. Nonetheless, Shiraishi Yashikage felt no trepidation. He was a man relying on his clan. Even if all his kin perished, did the Butterfly Ninja Corps ring a bell? In recent years, under the guise of mutual trust, he had gained considerable benefits from Mei. The previous prohibition against the Butterfly Ninjas engaging in battle had effectively ended with him. He conducted a population census in the Butterfly Valley, yielding astonishing results. There were over 130 former jonin among the Butterfly Ninjas, nearly 200 chunin and genin. Among them were over a dozen former clan leaders, each having nurtured at least 3 types of butterflies. These leaders were Mei's collectibles. She extended their lives using her ability to manipulate vitality. Regarding the combat prowess of these butterfly ninjas, Shiraishi Yashikage had conducted preliminary tests. As the butterfly ninjas were a race formed through the cocoon binding technique, they inherited all abilities of their creators. Whatever capabilities the practitioners possessed in life, these butterfly ninjas would inherit. They were endowed with human bodies, not through transformation jutsu, but as actual human forms. Shiraishi had inquired with Mei, who explained that her power enabled the evolution of these butterfly ninjas. In response to this, Yashikage Bai Shi could only label him a pervert, utterly shattering his hopes and aspirations. He had become a complete dependent on others. Following the completion of the population census, Bai Shi Yashikage began to float, truly afloat. He merely wished to inquire, who else remains? Who else? Of course, such words were uttered lightly. Faced with no imminent life-threatening crisis, Bai Shi Yashikage would never summon the shinobi butterfly. Although he did not believe that the shinobi butterfly was merely a figment of his ancestors' tales, he would not use these companions, bound to him through life and death, as mere fodder. Ultimately, he needed to retain a glimmer of hope for himself. With this newfound power, Bai Shi Yashikage genuinely felt as though he was beyond the reach of the Hokage. As for Danzō, as Bai Shi Yicheng had remarked, what was Danzō, who was not even worthy of the title of Hokage? Bai Shi Yashikage now comprehended why Danzō schemed so diligently to incite and perpetuate war. It was utterly impossible to subjugate these clans without confronting them head-on. Whether or not there existed someone of his caliber in the annals of Konoha's history, Bai Shi Yashikage was uncertain. Yet, he lived in the present. Even if Konoha were to declare war, he would not foolishly lead those clans into battle. However, should they choose to engage, he would not stand in their way. The demise of each bearer of the Will of Fire would only render his path to defection that much safer. He even contemplated that rather than allowing such individuals to perish on the battlefield, it would be more advantageous for them to meet their end in the internal strife of Konoha. Were it not for the fear of revealing his intentions, he would have long ago incited discord among the clans and the third Hokage. Due to Bai Shi Yashikage's connections within the Umbu, these clans had remained remarkably compliant. Without their interference, the third Hokage's policies and directives flowed increasingly smoothly through Konoha, elevating his prestige. He had now completely extricated himself from the shadows of the first and second Hokage, truly becoming a Hokage in name and substance. Regarding this, Bai Shi Yashikage had little to say. The third Hokage had rescued him from Danzō's clutches when he was weak, and thus he believed these accolades were rightfully the third's. It was merely a transaction. Hence, he felt no gratitude towards the third Hokage. Even towards those clans that supported him, his sentiments were devoid of appreciation. Each party merely sought their own gain. nothing more. After all, he was indeed a selfish individual. If there was any semblance of gratitude within him, it was towards the Takamoto clan, whose presence complicated his emotions. They had wealth and manpower. Anything they possessed was never withheld from him. He was not entirely devoid of compassion. Over the years, his relationship with the Takamoto clan had deepened significantly. He even pondered the impact of his potential defection on their family and whether he could manage the aftermath adequately. Until he had resolved these considerations, he would not hastily betray them. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and he had unwittingly transformed in that regard. Bai Shi Yicheng recognized his own evolution, however. Emotions are not easily severed. Moreover, the dying wish of Bai Shi Yicheng, urging him to care for their kin, had always weighed upon him. And he had endeavored to fulfill that promise. Every year, compensation for those who perished in battle was delivered, with additional aid provided to those facing hardships. There exists an individual in dire need of funds, and upon locating him, he is certain to provide assistance. Within the clan, the number of ninjas has burgeoned, and he has unreservedly bestowed upon them his knowledge, aside from his secret techniques. At times, he personally mentors the clan members in their cultivation. To others, he has undeniably become an exemplary clan leader. However, these actions do not alter his inherently selfish nature, nor do they change his resolve to defect from Konoha. The longer he resides in Konoha, the more he feels a sense of suffocation. His plans for defection have undergone numerous revisions, now unrecognizable and riddled with flaws. The will of fire and his own aspirations clash like a spear against a shield, the discord intensifying to an irreconcilable extent. He has yet to conceive a solution. Aware that the augmentation of power will not resolve these issues, suddenly, a loud noise in the distance interrupted his contemplation. The four exchanged glances and rose simultaneously. Hanabi utilized earth techniques to erase all traces of their presence. Tsukumo Hatake gazed into the distance, furrowing his brow as he spoke. It is highly likely that our comrades have been discovered by the rain ninjas and are engaged in battle. We should investigate. The four began to move towards the source of the sound, and on their journey, Yashikage Shiraise released a summoning butterfly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the butterfly returned, prompting the group to halt in a clearing. Yashikage Shiraise remarked, "It seems our thoughts have summoned the very situation we anticipated. It appears to be Danzō's team. Currently being pursued, I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from intervening. Those capable of hunting down Danzō are likely to be Hanzo the Salamander." Tsukumo Hatake retorted with irritation, "Are you suggesting we abandon them to their fate? That is not my intention. I merely contemplate that our involvement might result in us being used as fodder to facilitate Danzō's escape." "Captain, this is a considerable possibility." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Hanabi's eyes as she inquired, "Then what do you propose we do?" As the saying goes, a dead friend does not hinder a living one. We can quietly approach and throw a few shuriken as a token gesture. Tsukumo Hatake drew his short blade from his back, staring at him impassively. Yashikage Shiraise promptly reconsidered his stance. Tsukumo Hatake had indeed grown exceptionally powerful. Revealing his hidden cards would not enable him to prevail against him. He had lost count of how many times the short blade of Konoha White Fang had been poised at his throat. Understood. 1 mile ahead, Danzō is accompanied by a dozen individuals, pursued by over 40 rain ninjas. The four resumed their journey. Within a dense forest, they caught up with Danzō's party, which was now encircled by the rain ninjas. Tsukumo Hatake prepared to charge in, aiming to join forces with Danzō, but Yashikage Shiraise quickly restrained him. "Captain, it is truly unnecessary to converge with Danzō." What if the remainder of his sentence was unnecessary, as the others comprehended his implication? As previously stated, it was indeed plausible that Danzō would act in such a manner. Tsukumo Hatake drew his short blade once more, his expression unwavering as he regarded him. Yashikage Shiraise quipped, "Truly, you are a formidable individual, Tsukumo. Few words, yet great strength. I am the captain. Follow behind me and provide cover as we charge in." Konoha Shikaka charged forth. Wielding a dagger that seemed invincible, scarcely any rain ninja could stand against him in even a single clash. After dispatching 5 of their number, the unusual commotion from the side of the team finally attracted the attention of the rain ninjas. It must be Konoha's reinforcements. Quickly, eliminate them. Shurikens, each imbued with explosive tags, were hurled at them with wild abandon. Hanabi began to weave her hand signs. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Walls of earth rose around them, shielding them from the onslaught. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly. As the noise began to diminish, a figure burst forth from the smoke, brandishing a dagger and conjuring a tempest of death. Following closely was Shimbird. Fire release. Great fireball. Hanabi also charged out. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Yashiro remained at the rear, casually tossing explosive-tagged shurikens, merely playing a supporting role. Their battle formation was thus. Yashiro always maintained the safest position, for he was a medical ninja after all. The commotion from their assault on the Rain Ninja's encirclement soon reached Danzō's team, without requiring a command from Danzō. His root ninjas coordinated to launch a fierce counterattack. 3 minutes later, the two teams converged. When Yashiro caught sight of Danzō, he nearly erupted into laughter. Though thankfully his mask concealed his expression, Danzō appeared utterly disheveled, one hand clutching his eye, blood splattered across his face and body. One could not deny that Danzō was indeed a formidable man, standing resolutely despite his grievous injuries. Shikaka stepped forward and inquired, "Lord Danzō, what transpired?" "I was betrayed by the Rain Ninja informant and ambushed by Hanzo of the Salamander." Danzō's voice dripped with venom, a testament to his deep-seated hatred for Hanzo. Shikaku sighed and gestured to Yashiro, indicating he should tend to Danzō's wounds. Yashiro shrugged, his hands glowing with the distinctive green light of medical ninjutsu. "Lord Danzō appears in quite a dire state. Do you require treatment from this medical ninja?" He had no intention of treating Danzō, but as Shikaku was the captain, he had no choice but to comply. Danzō fixed his remaining eye upon him and, after a moment of silence, said, "I would appreciate your assistance." Was this truly the same Shimura Danzō? How could he utter such words? It seemed his injuries were indeed severe, that I was likely beyond salvation. And soon the bandaged version of Danzō would be unveiled. A smile crept across Yashiro's lips as he approached to mend Danzō's wounds, deliberately slowing the pace of his healing. A little more pain for him was inconsequential. As they regrouped, the behavior of the Rain Ninjas became perplexing. Not only did they refrain from attacking, but they also began to withdraw, granting them a rare moment to catch their breath. While treating Danzō, Yashiro remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a tremor beneath his feet. Moments later, the shaking intensified. A massive salamander erupted from the ground, upon which stood a solitary figure, Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. Upon the appearance of Hanzo the Salamander, the atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Presently, Hanzo is revered as a demigod of the ninja realm, a figure perched atop the hierarchy of ninjas. His mastery of physical techniques, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship is unparalleled. Coupled with the extensive toxic mist emanating from the salamander beneath him, he becomes a veritable harbinger of death. Upon his arrival, Hanzo's gaze fixated on Danzō, his eyes radiating unabashed contempt. "Danzō, you have wreaked havoc in the land of rain time and again. Today marks the end of your days." Danzō merely scoffed, disregarding Hanzo entirely, and instead revealed the eye he had been covering. "Do you think this eye can still be saved?" After a meticulous examination, Shiraishi Yashichika furrowed his brow and inquired, "Poison needle?" Danzō nodded. "It's beyond salvation. The eyeball is necrotic. If the poison is not swiftly extracted, it will spread, resulting in complications far exceeding that of mere vision. In truth, it was treatable. He simply had no desire for healing. How could Danzō harbor intentions against the Uchiha if his vision remained intact? His disdain for the Uchiha was profound. Shiraishi Yashichika, intent on pressuring Danzō into a hasty decision, spoke ominously. Upon hearing this, Danzō's expression darkened, and after a deep breath, he commanded, "Proceed." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shiraishi's eyes behind his mask as he extended his hand. With a sudden exertion, he extracted a bloodied eyeball and held it aloft. Danzō winced, veins pulsing on his forehead, his single eye ablaze with lethal intent. Shiraishi callously discarded Danzō's eye onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with a resounding pop. Danzō's murderous aura intensified. However, Shiraishi felt little from Danzō's malice. His own strength was formidable in every conceivable sense. Should he choose, he could unleash a more ferocious killing intent than Danzō could muster. As the medical ninjutsu took effect, Danzō's countenance gradually improved. Hanzo, perched upon the salamander, observed this spectacle, lightly tapping his foot before declaring, "Let us proceed, Jinbutsu." The salamander opened its maw, unleashing a plume of violet poison. Observing this, Shiraishi immediately donned a gas mask, his comrades following suit. This was not merely precautionary. He had become an adept in the art of toxins, and failing to carry a mask could easily spell his demise. After enduring past misfortunes, his teammates had also begun to carry gas masks as a matter of course. The toxic mist spread rapidly, and Danzō, no longer able to afford the luxury of treatment, shouted, "Retreat." He led the root ninjas, closely followed by Kakashi Shikamaru. As they fled towards the borders of the Land of Fire, due to the toxic emissions, the rain ninjas dared not approach, trailing them from a distance. Hanzo, still atop the salamander, followed closely, his gaze locked onto Danzō. Upon noticing this, Danzō turned his attention to Shikamaru's squad. Shikamaru, I entrust this to you. Shiraishi, his eyes rolling in exasperation beneath his mask, had anticipated this outcome. There is little to say. After all, he is not the captain. Kakashi Hatake halted, drawing the short blade from his back as he faced Hanzo. Hanabi, Shintorai, and Yashikage were also brought to a standstill, their gazes fixated on Hanzo. The toxicity of the salamander is fierce. Even with gas masks, they cannot linger in the poisonous mist. This implies they must resolve the matter swiftly. Yashikage remarked, Captain, what did I just say? Joining forces with Danzō would inevitably lead to this outcome. Kakashi responded, it is already the best decision we could make to wear gas masks. Hanabi interjected, enough with the complaints. Let us focus on strategies for a swift resolution. Kakashi declared, I will confront Hanzo. You all deal with the salamander beneath him. Yashikage shook his head, that is futile. The salamander can burrow underground. Do you truly have confidence in defeating Hanzo swiftly, Captain? Kakashi fell silent. Yashikage sighed. I knew it would be this way. Kakashi excels in close combat and blade techniques, as does Hanzo. This type of ninja tends to prevail against those weaker than themselves. Yet when faced with an adversary of equal caliber, they either exchange injuries or suffer mutual defeat. The best possible outcome is a stalemate. Hanzo is not alone. Although several rain ninjas pursue Danzō, Yashikage perceives at least a dozen rain ninjas lurking nearby, observing. Should Kakashi resort to an exchange of injuries? Even if their squad could vanquish Hanzo, they would be ill-equipped to contend with the subsequent rain ninjas, unless Yashikage is willing to exhaust all his trump cards, which he would not do. There seems to be no other option. Yashikage gazed at the approaching Hanzo, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Let me give it a try. Perhaps I can make him retreat. The other three regarded him with astonishment. Kakashi shook his head. Your lightning body technique is indeed swift. But you cannot best Hanzo in close combat. Have you forgotten how many times you fell short during our sparring sessions? Hanabi advised, let the captain handle it. Even if he is injured, your medical ninjutsu can heal him swiftly. This is the most prudent approach. Yashikage frowned. Hanzo is not so simple. If the captain can indeed withstand injuries, it may be fine. But if he fails, Hanzo will entangle him completely. Are we then to abandon the captain and flee? Here. I am the only one capable of swiftly approaching Hanzo. Even in failure, I can extricate myself swiftly. Kakashi took a deep breath. What do you intend to do? Unless we assist you in setting up a lightning array, how will you escape quickly? Yashikage produced several shurikens, extending chakra threads from his fingers to connect them. Kakashi seemed to grasp the implication upon seeing the chakra threads, asking, you can also use lightning body technique with chakra threads? Yashikage nodded, Captain. I am no longer the child I was 5 years ago. I am strong now, in every sense of the word, especially when I truly focus. As Yicheng Baisher uttered these words, he unsealed 5 chakra points, causing the chakra within him to surge dramatically. A formidable aura erupted instantaneously. Hans, sensing this overwhelming presence, wore a grave expression and chose not to advance further, instead halting his approach. To think such a quantity of chakra could manifest in one as insignificant as you, truly. Konoha is a wellspring of talent. Upon sensing Baisher's chakra, Kakashi, Hanari, and Kintorai exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Baisher sighed, recognizing that he was not merely seeking to stand out. Given the circumstances, a decisive action was imperative. Should Kakashi become ensnared, extricating him would not be a trivial endeavor. This was the border of the Land of Rain, and the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become for them. He was not the kind of fool who would conceal his trump cards while the situation worsened. Revealing 1 or 2 of his hidden strengths was preferable to exposing them all. He understood the gravity of the situation with clarity. When a decision must be made, it must be executed without hesitation. Taking a couple of steps forward, Baisher addressed Hans. Must you truly take this path, Hanzo of the Salamander? Do you genuinely wish to wage war against Konoha? Hans scoffed. You are all too aware of the excesses committed by Konoha. If you are allowed to continue, the Land of Rain will never rise. Baisher shook his head in resignation. The resurgence of the Land of Rain will inevitably disrupt the 5 great nations. Are you truly oblivious to the repercussions? Repercussions? Perhaps you should inquire of the blade in my hand. Hans brandished his scythe, a murderous intent emanating from him. Baisher exhaled a heavy breath, realizing his verbal sparring had faltered. Presently, Hans had yet to face the harsh realities of life, driven solely by ambition. When he inevitably comes to terms with reality and relinquishes that spirit, he would transform from a demigod back into mere humanity. The human Hans would be nothing more than an old man awaiting death. Yet, in this moment, with his unwavering spirit, Hans was undoubtedly at his most potent. Could Bai Shi truly gain an advantage over Hans? He had no certainty, but he was eager to test it. He raised his hand and embedded a shuriken into a tree at his feet, instantly establishing a chakra connection. Kakashi comprehended Bai Shi's strategy and voiced his concerns. Maintaining the chakra connection amidst battle will divide your focus. Do you truly possess such control over your chakra? Do not worry. Captain, I am quite afraid of death and would not undertake actions without assurance. Bai Shi replied with a confident smile. The 4 butterfly seeds within him had fully matured. And in terms of chakra control, he was not significantly inferior to Uchiha Madara. Of course, this was only in theory, lacking the Sharingan. Bai Shi could only manipulate his chakra through perception. If Uchiha Madara were to utilize the Sharingan, his chakra control would undoubtedly surpass Bai Shi's by a considerable margin. Bai Shi raised his hand and hurled the first shuriken at Hans, followed by a second after a brief pause, and then a third. The first shuriken flew swiftly, prompting Hans to squint and attempt to deflect it with a scythe. As the resonant clang of metal striking metal echoed, Yicheng Bai Shi sprang into action. A flash of lightning surged, manifesting before Hans in an instant. Hans's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his scythe downward. Utilizing a secret technique, the butterfly clone, the scythe cleaved through Yicheng Bai Shi, severing him in two. A flurry of butterflies dispersed into the air. At that moment, a second shuriken hurtled toward Hans. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the shuriken to graze past his ear. Another flash of lightning erupted. With the technique of lightning release, scorching flow kill, Yicheng Bai Shi teleported behind Hans, unleashing a fist radiating with terrifying heat aimed directly at Hans's back. A third shuriken once again approached Hans. The encirclement was complete in an instant. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Hans disregarded the shuriken and spun around abruptly, using his scythe to block Yicheng Bai Shi's fist. The collision of their powers produced a thunderous sound, summoning a fierce gale. Hans realized that the battle had entirely fallen into his opponent's rhythm. Should he allow it to continue, the consequences would be dire. Utilizing the technique of instant body flicker, Hans vanished to the ground. Gazing silently at the imp perched atop the salamander, the salamander began to stir, its tail lashing out violently towards Yicheng Bai Shi. Once more, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Yicheng Bai Shi rejoined his comrades, standing precisely on the shuriken he had previously embedded in a tree. The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. Although the confrontation seemed protracted, it had transpired in a mere 3 seconds. During this brief interval, Yicheng Bai Shi executed the body flicker technique thrice, exploiting his overwhelming speed to catch Hans off guard. Hans raised his scythe, now fractured and stained crimson, still dripping molten iron. He retrieved a shuriken from behind his back for closer examination. This was the third shuriken launched by Yicheng Bai Shi. The chakra line had severed upon his return, rendering it a mere ordinary shuriken. Hans discarded both the shuriken and the scythe onto the ground. Such instantaneous speed is remarkable. Imp, declare your name, and I shall spare you. Hans understood well the toll such speed exacted on the body. Although the imp appeared unscathed, he was far from being at ease. Compared to Yicheng Bai Shi, the external injuries he bore were negligible. Indeed, this was the reality. In those fleeting 3 seconds, each moment felt like an eternity. Yicheng Bai Shi sensed the delicate meridians within him beginning to fracture. A profound fatigue enveloped his mind as well. Shikamaru sensed this and quickly bent down to offer his back. Yicheng Bai Shi let out a sigh of relief, swiftly employing medical ninjutsu to mend his injuries. Internal wounds are no less severe than external ones. Failure to treat them promptly could lead to lasting repercussions. As for Hans's demand for his name, Yicheng Bai Shi was not so foolish. Ninjas take pride in remaining nameless. And besides, he was masked, executing his mission under the guise of the Umbu. Observing Yicheng Bai Shi's silence, Hans seemed to comprehend. It is indeed a pity, young one. Carry forth the name of Thunderbolt, for one day we shall meet again. Hans leapt onto the salamander, which began to slowly sink into the ground. By the time no trace of the enemy's chakra could be sensed, a full 10 minutes had elapsed. Yashiro Bai Shi dismounted from Tsukumo Hataki's back. Captain, I am fine now. Tsukumo Hataki sighed in relief. You are remarkable. Hanabi also gave him a thumbs up. Even the reticent Shintorai gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. I have heard that the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage is the swiftest in the ninja world. I believe your lightning instantaneous technique rivals it, Hanabi remarked. At last, this day has come. It seems I shall have to call you Lord Thunderbolt from now on. Yashiro Baisher frowned. What Thunderbolt? I shall not accept such a pedestrian title. A ninja should take pride in remaining unrecognized. I am from the Umbu. At that moment, Tsukumo Hatake suddenly inquired. How many times can you use that lightning instantaneous technique in one breath? Yashiro Baisher fell silent. Tsukumo Hatake then realized, my apologies, I could not contain my curiosity. Yashiro Baisher shrugged. As you have seen, I was exhausted after just 3 uses. Continuing would risk rupturing my blood vessels. This is my limit. In truth, he could have used it a few more times, but such matters need not be disclosed. Captain, shall we continue with our mission? We have not gathered any intelligence on this outing. No matter, we have repelled Hans of the Salamander. Even if we return empty-handed, the third will not blame us. Hans returned to the land of rain. Moments ago, he received word that the team pursuing Danzō had failed. Hans's face revealed no trace of surprise. He understood that without personally pursuing Danzō, relying solely on his inept subordinates would yield no results. After all, he was the only formidable force among the Rain Shinobi. A voice behind him quietly inquired, Lord Hans, why did you spare that young one? Hans sighed, refraining from answering his subordinate's question. Whether to kill that young one was of little consequence. What mattered was that Konoha's stance towards Amigakure seemed increasingly resolute. Should things continue in this manner, he would not be surprised if Konoha declared war on the Land of Rain by tomorrow. The Land of Rain was not prepared for war, nor was he. The pursuit of Danzō was merely a fade. Even if he captured Danzō, he would use it as leverage in negotiations with Konoha to buy more time. Yet, the image of that blinding lightning flickered before his eyes again. Konoha truly produces exceptional talent. 3 days later, the gates of Konoha appeared before him. Upon returning home, he shed his Umbu uniform and donned the loose attire of his clan. Yashiro Baisher reclined in the courtyard, savoring a cigarette with great contentment. After finishing his smoke, he utilized reverse summoning to arrive at the Valley of the Butterflies. The Valley of the Butterflies had transformed completely. On the right side of the square, numerous iron cages had appeared. Inside were a dozen or so ninjas. Upon catching sight of Yashikage Shiraishi, they involuntarily trembled, desperately shrinking back against the confines of their cage. These ninjas were captured by Shiraishi under the pretense of missions, serving as his experimental subjects. The mountain bandits, who had previously occupied this space, had long since met their demise at the hands of Shiraishi in May. After all, the bandits were mere mortals, unable to withstand the rigors of his experiments. In the center of the plaza, he discovered his research plan laid out on the experimental table. At the forefront was the study of cellular activation, a project now at an impasse that necessitated various instruments for advancement. However, C.H. Sadani lacked such facilities, particularly electricity. It seemed he would need to establish a clandestine base in Kanahagakure. He gazed at the ninjas confined within their cages, a radiant smile gracing his face. Shiraishi intended to transform C.H. Sadani into a veritable prison, where the resident ninjas would be exceptionally attentive caretakers. May emerged from the Grand Hall, stating that he had arrived at an opportune moment, for the cursed seal he sought had been developed. She tossed a scroll to him, which he promptly caught and examined with great care. After perusing its contents, he fell into contemplation. Cursed seals, while seemingly straightforward, possessed complexities. Ultimately, they belong to the realm of sealing techniques. By sealing one's chakra, blood, or mental energy within another's body, a cursed seal was created. When the time came to activate it, one could easily communicate with the implanted seal to exert complete control over an individual, a most convenient mechanism. Approaching a cage, he opened it and gestured for the occupant to step forth. The ninja emerged, trembling, compelled to obey. He had witnessed his comrades bound to the experimental table, tortured to death, and understood that such a fate awaited him as well. Yet, upon seeing this young man, he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear, his dread deeply ingrained. To him, this youth had become the very embodiment of a demon. Once the ninja stepped out, Shiraishi followed the scroll's instructions, biting his fingertip to draw the sealing array upon the ninja's body. When the array was complete, he began to form hand seals and pressed his palm against it. The array contracted, rapidly forming a butterfly motif. Noticing the design, Shiraishi cast a sidelong glance at May, who smiled amiably and remarked, a personal preference. Shiraishi attempted to activate the cursed seal. Suddenly, the ninja's eyes rolled back, rendering him motionless. Shiraishi directed him to take a few steps, furrowing his brow. This was likely a blood contract curse seal, cumbersome to manipulate and lacking in subtlety, easily detected by others. This was the best version he had produced thus far. To achieve the effects he desired would require at least another decade of research. With no other options, Shiraishi reluctantly stowed the scroll away and resolved to make do. He released the curse seal, and the ninja scrambled frantically back into the cage. I intend to regard this place as a prison and establish a new research facility in Konoha, for the conditions here are far too primitive. Do as you please. By the way, how many seals have you filled on yourself? 26. The 4 butterfly strains I have nurtured have fully matured, however. I can only control a maximum of 20 seals. With so many acupoint seals placed upon me, how am I to manage them? Continue nurturing the butterfly strains. Let us raise 5 more. Upon hearing this, the expression on Shiraishi Yashikige's face turned grim. He could already distinctly sense the waning vitality of the 4 butterfly strains. If he were to nurture 5 more without the replenishment of Mei's life force, they would last him at most 5 years. Could you refrain from suggesting such unwise ideas? Even if I nurture 5 more butterfly strains, I can only release 50 seals at most, and my body cannot keep up. You are already researching cellular activation. Once that is complete, your body will naturally catch up, will it not? Indeed, if the research on cellular activation is completed, then even with an abundance of chakra within his body, there would be no risk of exploding from overexertion. Why must we raise 5 at once? Cannot we proceed gradually? The human body requires balance. If not, your 5 elemental ninjutsu will be rendered unusable. Upon hearing Mei mention the 5 elemental ninjutsu, Shiraishi Yashikige furrowed his brow. The 5 elemental ninjutsu was a technique he had developed himself. By transforming the earth release into a long spear and subsequently adding the properties of fire, wind, water, and lightning, it became a formidable long-range technique. If you were to employ this move against Hanzo, it would surely lead to the demigod's downfall. Is there truly no limit to nurturing butterfly strains? As long as I am willing to supply you with life force, theoretically, there is no limit. How many can an ordinary person's body withstand? 2. Shiraishi Yashikige took a deep breath, realizing that if he continued to nurture, he would inevitably become reliant on this woman. After contemplating for a moment, he refrained from giving a definitive answer. Mei, upon sensing his expression, understood his thoughts and shifted the topic. Of course, you need not nurture them if you do not wish to. After all, you are already quite powerful. Yet, I fail to comprehend why you conceal your various abilities. Countless ninjas in the shinobi world have perished due to information leaks. You may not grasp the potential of humanity, and no ninjutsu can claim to be flawless. Do you intend to hide for a lifetime? Remaining hidden is also a remarkable talent. I fear that if you pretend to be a pig for too long, you may truly become one. Shiraishi Yashikige was left speechless. Can you not speak like a human? No, this woman merely appears human. At her core, she remains an anomaly. Prolonged association with her may soon render him an anomaly as well. Very well, I shall return. Allow me to ponder the matter of the butterfly strains. Upon returning home, Shiraishi Yashikige unexpectedly encountered Takamoto Anna. Now 18 years of age, Takamoto Anna had transformed into an exceptionally beautiful young woman. She had recently resigned from the hospital and begun to take charge of family affairs. You entered my home without a greeting. This constitutes trespassing, and I could report you to the authorities. On her forehead, Ina Takamoto felt a pang of frustration. Having grown up alongside this neurotic individual without ever grasping his thoughts. In a fit of anger, she stormed to the door and began to pound it vigorously. The loud thuds drew the attention of Yashikige Shiraishi, who gazed at the door now marred with cracks, feeling a sense of dread. If you ruin the door, you'll have to pay for it, he exclaimed. Pay? You already owe my family over 50 million. You've nearly emptied our coffers. And you still dare to mention money? Yashikige retorted, his irritation palpable. He had undertaken numerous tasks over the years, yet none could adequately replenish the losses. While the family's enterprises yielded some profit, it was largely funneled back into supporting the clan. He was also nurturing several varieties of spiritual butterflies, and relying solely on his missions to sustain them seemed an eternity away. The first time he borrowed money, it was quite awkward. By the second, he had thickened his skin. By the third, he had become adept at it. And by the fourth, well, now he simply approached borrowing with 2 words. Give money. Each time Takamoto Masamian heard those words, the flesh on his face would twitch uncontrollably, his teeth clenching in frustration. What do you want from me? Are you inviting me over for dinner? Ina gazed deeply at him and replied, there exists a creature in this world, more gluttonous than a pig and more despicable than a dog. Do you know what this creature is? Yashikige blinked innocently. He certainly understood that a Na was insulting him, yet his thick skin rendered him unfazed. Since he began studying the art of digestion, his appetite had expanded beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Being invited for a meal now felt akin to hosting 100 guests. Indeed, consuming food could enhance vitality. But the notion of achieving immortality through mere consumption was utterly fantastical. He had calculated that with continuous eating, one might extend their lifespan by approximately 3 days per year. However, the reality was far more complex. What meaning remained in a life solely dedicated to eating? The crux of the matter was that his wallet could barely withstand such expenses. The annual cost of his eating habits had become substantial, especially considering the data post his digestion training. Without such skills, one might risk severe consequences. Noticing Yashikage's silence, Na refrained from further insults. I heard you faced off against Hans during your mission? Yashikage's eyes darted as he sighed. Did that rascal Huali relay the news to you so swiftly? After all, he is responsible for your protection and oversight, so he must inform us of significant events. All right. Even if I did encounter Hans, what's the big deal? It's not like I defeated him. It hardly warrants such alarm. Yashikage truly did not consider this a momentous occasion. Compared to the formidable adversaries he would face in the future, Hans was merely a minor opponent. The idea of boasting about a confrontation with such a lesser foe felt utterly humiliating. Upon hearing his admission, Takamoto Anna exclaimed with some excitement. Sanpei Hanzo is renowned as a demigod. How can you act as if nothing is amiss? Shiraishi Yashiki sighed. So you came to my house to bang on the door for this reason? My grandfather wishes to see you. Shiraishi Yashiki continued. Over the past few years, Takamoto Shuichi had aged rapidly. Not only did he have a head full of white hair, but he could no longer walk and had begun to use a wheelchair. It was perplexing that someone buried halfway in the earth still had the energy to concern himself with such trivial matters. However, since Takamoto Shuichi wanted to see him, he had no choice but to comply, as he was of the elder generation. In the Takamoto family courtyard, Shiraishi Yashiki encountered Takamoto Shuichi, who appeared to be in good spirits today, his face glowing with health. Upon seeing Shiraishi Yashiki, he waved him over eagerly. Grandfather Shuichi, you have little time left. Why are you still restless? Upon hearing this from Shiraishi Yashiki, Takamoto Anna angrily kicked him. Shiraishi Yashiki did not even flinch, remaining utterly still. This was no longer the time when she could easily overpower him. Should he seek to reclaim all the beatings he had endured in the past? That thought was rather appealing. Shiraishi Yashiki regarded Takamoto Anna with a peculiar gaze, leaving her bewildered. All right, Anna, you may go inside now, Takamoto Shuichi spoke. And after glaring at Shiraishi Yashiki, Anna turned and entered the house. Yashiki, I haven't been out in a long while. Come, push me for a stroll. Shiraishi Yashiki walked behind Takamoto Shuichi, gently pushing the wheelchair onto the bustling street. The street was predominantly filled with the Takamoto family and their kin. Upon seeing Shiraishi Yashiki pushing Takamoto Shuichi, they quickly stepped aside, bowing in respect. I heard that during your mission, you encountered Sanpei Hanzo. How did it feel? You know. Well, it was just that. Is it really worth such a fuss? Hanzo is heralded as a demigod of the ninja world. To engage with him signifies that your prowess has reached a commendable level. This is indeed significant. How significant? You have been in the Umbu for 5 years. It is time for you to step out from the shadows into the light. Shiraishi Yashiki furrowed his brow. Was this an indication that he should leave the Umbu? Grandfather Shuichi, which department do you wish for me to join? This matter is yours to decide. I cannot govern your life indefinitely. Shiraishi Yashiki was somewhat taken aback. This was not the typical brusque demeanor of the old man. Do you believe I have changed? Changed? You are nothing short of a different person. The previous Takamoto Shuichi always spoke in a loud and assertive manner, never uttering such soft words. In truth, I know you have never held much fondness for me, believing me to be overbearing and always attempting to control your life. Shiraishi Yashiki awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, I have not changed much. My previous strictness was merely because you were too laid back. Without discipline, you would just drift through each day. If you were born into my family, I would never compel you to undertake endeavors that do not resonate with your desires. However, as the grandson of the esteemed Hashirin, you are destined to inherit his legacy. And your current disposition may lead to your own detriment. Even without my prompting, you must be aware that the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise were far from ordinary. I do not mention this to incite vengeance, for that would be utterly futile. Rather, I wish to impress upon you the necessity of fortifying yourself, lest the tragic fate of your parents befall you once more. Bai Shi Yicheng listened attentively, refraining from any rebuttal. Fortunately, your innate talent is remarkable. However, your rate of growth is somewhat unorthodox. Pray tell, how many butterfly species are you currently nurturing? 4. Bai Shi Yicheng's response elicited a sigh from Zhu Benxiui. Indeed, your grandfather also tended to 4. He lived to the age of 53. How long do you believe you will last? Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent. Once you reach adulthood, you should wed Anna without delay to ensure the continuation of your lineage, thus preventing the extinction of your family. Upon hearing such remarks, Bai Shi Yicheng exhibited little emotional upheaval. Given his intellect, it would be a grave oversight not to perceive such matters. Grandfather Xiao, let us forego this discussion. My association with her would only bring misfortune. No one would find joy in such a union. It is utterly tedious. Zhu Benxiu chuckled softly. Is that so? Can you share your true sentiments with me? Bai Shi Yicheng remained silent. Vengeance, defection, or the destruction of Konoha? Upon hearing Zhu Benxiu casually speak of these possibilities, Bai Shi Yicheng raised an eyebrow. When did you discern this, Grandfather Xiao? Just now. Bai Shi Yicheng was momentarily taken aback, entirely unaware of the telltale signs he had inadvertently revealed. You are truly still a child. Despite your awareness that butterfly species consume vitality, you continue to nurture so many, and you harbor no desire for fame or fortune. Can you elucidate your reasoning behind this? It must be that you possess an alternative objective. Aside from that, I cannot fathom any other rationale. The corners of Bai Shi Yicheng's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed. The elder is still sharp, discerning his intentions from mere fragments of conversation. Age brings wisdom. In truth, he yearned to confess that he was compelled to care for so many, yet he understood that even without Mei's pressure, he might willingly pursue this path. Life is often fraught with dissatisfaction, yet one seldom shares their burdens with others. If Grandfather Xiao has surmised my thoughts, why then must I marry Anna? Whether it be vengeance or defection, even if I were to annihilate Konoha, how does that relate to marrying Anna? Bai Shi Yicheng's expression grew peculiar. Regardless of which of those 3 paths he chose, he would invariably be pursued for a lifetime. To marry his granddaughter to such an individual, was that truly sound judgment? Grandfather Xiao, I fail to grasp your meaning, and discussing such matters in public is rather inappropriate, is it not? Zhu Benxiu turned to glance at him. Then, with a trembling hand, playfully flicked his forehead. Bai Shi Yicheng did not evade. Perhaps he lacked the courage to do so, yet it caused him no pain. There is nothing that cannot be shared with others. One must approach life and endeavors with grandeur. Just look at your timid demeanor. If you are to act, why cower in fear? Bai Shi Yicheng. A true man must stand tall and unwavering, living with purpose and dying without regret. Moreover, when it comes to striving for one's aspirations, what is there to conceal? Such behavior only invites disdain. I must admit, the formidable presence of Takeuchi Hideo has left Bai Shi Yicheng utterly astounded. For too long, he has been ensnared in a perplexing cycle. The will of fire has been in stark conflict with his own desires. He has long wished to depart from Konoha. Yet, concerns for his kin and the Takeuchi clan weigh heavily on him, fearing that his departure might spell disaster for them. The final words of Bai Shi Rongze echo persistently in his mind. He has been tirelessly seeking a viable resolution. Now that Takeuchi Hideo has discerned his thoughts, a sense of relief washes over him. Some burdens that have long pressed upon his heart yearn for expression and discussion. Grandfather Hideo, since you say so, do you perhaps endorse my approach? I do not. Bai Shi Yicheng muses, perplexed. Why then, such fervent rhetoric? My disagreement lies with your current course of action. It is excessively petty. Is your ambition merely to be a homeless wanderer, living in solitude as a rogue ninja? Gradually, Bai Shi Yicheng comprehends the underlying meaning. His eyes alight with understanding. What, after all, does Grandfather Hideo truly imply? First, tell me why you harbor thoughts of vengeance, defection, and the destruction of Konoha? Having been thoroughly seen through by this elder, Bai Shi Yicheng no longer conceals his sentiments. I reject the will of fire. I am a selfish individual, uninterested in risking my life for such an abstract notion. You may find my words infuriating. Yet I must assert that my kin and loved ones perished for this so-called will of fire. In a sense, they were victims of it. The will of fire is but a deceptive notion leading to death, akin to the fallacy of treating one's comrades as family. I desire to live authentically, not to dwell in a phantasmagorical dream. Having expressed these sentiments, Bai Shi Yicheng feels a significant weight lifted from his heart. The very notion of the will of fire is most irksome to him. After listening, Takeuchi Hideo shakes his head and says, "You speak incessantly of the will of fire. But do you truly grasp its essence? Bai Shi Yicheng scoffs, silent yet visibly dismissive. Let me enlighten you on the will of fire. It is the safeguard of the future, a lineage of blood and tradition. Your kin were slain by the will of fire? If you must believe that, then they were indeed harmed by your actions. You embody their will of fire. Bai Shi Yicheng is taken aback, his expression growing increasingly bitter. If you have grasped my words, then you should understand how to proceed. The tranquil atmosphere gradually enveloped Bai Shi Yicheng, who remarked, Grandfather Shoei, the future is distant. I only concern myself with the present. I am merely a selfish individual. I cannot, nor do I wish to, become someone like that. At the end of the day, I lack the will of fire. Zhu Ben Shoei sighed, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Do you find it tedious to remain here, believing there is no future for you in this place? Bai Shi Yicheng nodded calmly. Then do you wish to seek your own future? He nodded once more. Then that is sufficient. Selfishness is not inherently negative. Your grandfather was far more selfish in his youth. He would take a bite of anything edible before offering it to me, insisting I learn ninjutsu on my own before he would teach me. Even in marrying, he forbade me from marrying before he did. Do you think I harbor resentment towards your grandfather? On the contrary, I find him remarkable. His selfishness was a form of kinship, permitting only himself to bully me, while he never allowed others to do so. Later, when he became the clan leader, he remained selfish. Though his focus shifted to the clan, he allowed only himself to impose upon the clansmen, forbidding others from doing so. Anyone who dared to bully us would surely face his wrath, for he regarded us as his own possessions. Your grandfather always displayed this selfishness and was indifferent to others' opinions about it, for he was fully aware of his own nature. Yet, is this selfishness truly detrimental? When you were born, your grandfather believed that the policies of the second generation would jeopardize you, so he resolutely fought for the position of Hokage, ultimately leading our entire clan to the battlefield in defeat. The whole clan understood that your grandfather acted solely for your sake, yet they still marched to battle. Why? Because they trusted that you would, like your grandfather, protect their descendants as if they were your own possessions. Bai Shi Yicheng fell into a prolonged silence. You believe there is no future here and wish to seek your own. If that is the case, why leave your possessions for others? Did you not claim to be a selfish person? Then show me your selfishness. Take all your possessions and pursue the future you speak of. The will of fire indeed signifies the future, yet our will of fire is distinct from that of Konohagakure. Our will of fire encompasses you and the children of our clan yet to grow. The will of fire in Konohagakure merely pertains to the village's continuity, prioritizing the original inhabitants over the village itself. To place the family aside solely for the sake of the village as continuation is a fundamental misstep. Upon hearing Zhu Ben Shoei's words, Bai Shi Yicheng's calm demeanor flushed with color, as he finally comprehended why he felt so out of place within this village. The third Hokage, in the name of the village's survival, was compelled to make various compromises, while Danzō felt obligated to purge the shinobi clans for the same reason. They placed too much importance on the interests of Konohagakure, neglecting the very individuals who constitute it. That is the true inversion of priorities. They have deceived generation after generation of villagers of Konohagakure with this misguided will of fire. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara was forced to retreat under the misguided will of fire. Senju Hashirama would not allow Uchiha Madara to harm this village. Senju Tobirama perfectly inherited his brother's will and amplified it. The third Hokage, influenced by the first two Hokages, also embraced this perverted notion of the will of fire. A nation must first have its people before it can evolve into a state. It is precisely because one lives in this nation that one is compelled to contribute to it. If the nation discards you, why should you remain? For Konoha, it is imperative to affirm the Hokage's supreme position, as this is advantageous for the village's development. Hence, the outdated notion of the ninja clan has become a malignant tumor. This tumor threatens to distort Konoha's growth, prompting both the third Hokage and Danzō to urgently seek to heal the village. The third chose a relatively gentle approach akin to traditional medicine, while Danzō opted for a more aggressive and ruthless method. As for Bai Shi Yoshihiro, he is the most significant tumor of all. Even the current Uchiha clan pales in comparison to his toxicity. Realizing that he is Konoha's most significant malignancy left Bai Shi Yoshihiro feeling despondent. No wonder he always felt out of place in Konoha. His very existence posed a threat to the village. With a multitude of grievances to voice, he felt at a loss as to whom to confide in. Perhaps he could share his thoughts with loneliness itself. He slowly pushed Takamoto Shuichi forward, who was in no rush, understanding that some matters require contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shi Yoshihiro hesitantly asked, Does Grandpa Shuichi mean for me to lead the clan to defect? Takamoto Shuichi turned back to regard him with an expressionless gaze. Why must it be us who flee? Bai Shi Yoshihiro scratched his head, unable to fathom Shuichi's intent. Suddenly, Takamoto Shuichi reached out to pinch his ear, scolding, "You little rascal. Can't you aspire to something greater? Always talking about fleeing as if you were a mouse burrowing underground." Bai Shi Yoshihiro dared not evade, enduring the reprimand, aware that this old man had little time left. Ouch. Grandpa Shuichi, please let go. There are so many people on the street. Spare me some dignity. Takamoto Shuichi delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, "You brat, let me tell you, fleeing before a fight is a disgrace to your ancestors. Do not forget that your grandfather, your parents, your uncle, and all those who perished in battle are buried here. You would abandon their descendants without a second thought? How can you leave your ancestors abandoned here? I too will be buried here one day. Are you planning to take away all those who would honor my memory before I even pass?" Takamoto Shuichi scolded Bai Shi Yoshihiro vehemently, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Standing awkwardly, Bai Shi Yoshihiro glanced around before beginning to clean his ears. Once Takamoto Shuichi had calmed down, he resumed, pushing him forward. "Grandpa Shuichi, what do you truly mean? What should I do? First, you must fight. Fight for what? For the position of Hokage. Bai Shi Yicheng, what is the use of fighting for that thing? Zhu Bin Xiui, if you reclaim it, you can kill them without any shame. Bai Shi Yicheng, kill whom? Zhu Bin Xiui, don't you seek revenge? You can eliminate anyone you desire." Bai Shi Yicheng felt he had been duped by this old man. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What if we cannot win?" Zhu Bin Xiui replied curtly, "Then run, gather your things, and take everyone away." Bai Shi Yicheng, did you not just chastise me for forgetting my ancestors? You little rascal, listen well. You are our last hope. If we cannot prevail, we must flee. Abandoning our heritage is far better than leaving no descendants. Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent once more. The old man's thoughts were far too advanced for him to grasp. Even if they fought back, it was unrealistic to believe they could simply kill anyone at will. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? To call you foolish is an understatement. After reclaiming the Hokage, one must control the next Hokage and gradually eliminate those foes over generations. This old man truly is ruthless. If a battle ensues, many lives will be lost. But would abstaining from conflict spare lives? Bai Shi Yicheng understood. Even if he chose not to fight, Danzō would not grant him peace. If he wished to remove his clan from Konoha, the third Hokage would never allow such a thing. First, they must contend. If they cannot win, they should retreat. And if retreat is impossible, they must fight. It is a brutally simple strategy. Indeed, those who have survived since the Warring States period are not simple characters. If Bai Shi Yicheng were unaware of future developments, he might have followed this course of action. Alas, he was acutely aware of the tremendous cost associated with vying for the Hokage title. The Second Great Ninja War would likely erupt in the coming years, and strange rumors regarding the Land of Rain were proliferating in Konoha. Should he seek the Hokage position, he must earn merit and prestige on the battlefield. This, however, would fall into the trap set by the third Hokage and Danzō. Since the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, conflict had scarcely ceased. A few years after the Second War would come the Third, and the conclusion of the Third War would take at least 20 more years. How many lives would be lost during these 2 decades? It was likely that he and his clan would perish long before it was sufficient. Thus, the position of Hokage was akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey. It could only be gazed upon but never attained. If that is the case, it would be wiser to lead his clan away from Konoha altogether. Yet Bai Shi Yicheng understood well that orchestrating such an exodus would not be a simple task. His clan thrived in Konoha's abundance. To drag them away without reason would result in no one following him. The inevitable outcome would mirror that of Uchiha Madara, leaving Konoha in solitude. In the past, Bai Shi Yicheng might have found solace in such an outcome, convincing himself that it was not his fault, but rather their unwillingness to follow. Yet now Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. He was, after all, human, forever bound by the limitations inherent to humanity. Regarding the prisoners in Dieki Valley, he could manipulate them devoid of any emotion, for he was acutely aware that capturing them was solely for such purposes. Were it not for the experiments, he would have eliminated those prisoners long ago during the mission. However, over the years, interactions with his kin had inevitably fostered some semblance of differing emotions. As Takeuchi Shuichi aptly articulated, in a certain sense, they could be deemed as possessions. It would be unreasonable to relinquish one's own assets for others to squander. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shirashi Yashiki's eyes as he pondered this. Have you come to a conclusion? Takeuchi Shuichi's voice resonated in his ears. Shirashi Yashiki exhaled a heavy sigh, smiling as he replied, I have reached a conclusion. I have conveyed my thoughts to you. Now, might you share yours with me? I have no intention of contending for the position of Hokage. Why is that? It is meaningless. Takeuchi Shuichi sighed. It appears you are resolute in your decision to leave this place. Shirashi Yashiki remained silent, his thoughts unspoken. What do you plan to do with your clan? If you can take them, then take them. If not, there is little that can be done. Have you considered the life you would face after taking them away? Shirashi Yashiki furrowed his brow. Leaving Konoha would undoubtedly brand him as a rogue ninja, subjecting him to relentless pursuit by Konoha. If it were merely himself, it would be inconsequential, but bringing his clan along would be an entirely different matter. Their lives would be uncertain, and hope would be a distant illusion. Was this truly the right course of action? Or should he follow in Orochimaru's footsteps to establish a village? Not hearing a response from Shirashi Yashiki for some time, Takeuchi Shuichi understood the gravity of his silence. Do not rush to a decision. Return and ponder it thoroughly. This is your era, and the future must be forged by your own hands. After escorting him a little further, Shirashi Yashiki bid him farewell. Upon returning home, Shirashi Yashiki retrieved a map and began to examine it meticulously. He promptly dismissed the 5 great nations and commenced his search for smaller countries, seeking a suitable land for his clan. Since he intended to take them away, he must assume responsibility for their future well-being. However, after scrutinizing the entire map, he found himself troubled. It was not that suitable nations were lacking. Rather, the abundance of appropriate options was overwhelming. Outside the 5 great nations, there were more than 30 small countries. This number was significantly larger than what he recalled from the tales of the Hokage, and he surmised that many of these nations would likely vanish in the forthcoming Ninja World War. Among them, there were over 10 nations devoid of ninja villages, which became Shirashi Yashiki's primary focus. After observing for a considerable time, he folded the map and began to contemplate deeply. It was evident that the notion of taking his clan away at present was utterly impractical. They, having never experienced suffering, remained ensconced in the blissful dream of peace. Only when their dreams shattered and they began to confront the harsh realities would it be the right moment for him to lead them away. Until that juncture, his objective was to pacify Konoha's higher-ups and extract as much sustenance as possible from them. He was determined to participate in the Second Ninja World War. At that time, I will endeavor to gather incriminating evidence to persuade the clansmen. Additionally, there is the troubling matter of the deceased on the battlefield. Although he is ostensibly the clan leader, his control over the clansmen is rather tenuous, relying more on past affections than authority. Previously, he found this arrangement satisfactory, but now he must consolidate the dispersed clansmen from various families. This not only facilitates management, but is also crucial for identifying traitors to sacrifice. Contemplating this, Bai Shi Yicheng could not help but smile wryly. In truth, there are hardly any traitors. After all, the greatest traitor is himself. Over the years, he has frequently interacted with the clansmen and has keenly sensed that many no longer hold the family in high regard, particularly the younger generation. They may respect him, yet they likely view him merely as a ninja of Konoha. Humanity possesses a remarkable capacity for assimilation, especially when confronted with the brainwashing-like influence of the will of fire, to which they exhibit little resistance. Bai Shi Yicheng sighed. How could a self-serving individual like him entertain thoughts of leading the clansmen away? This was most uncharacteristic of him. He cast aside the map and sat down in a lounge chair in the courtyard. The warm sunlight bathed him, and he took out a cigarette to smoke. After finishing, he carelessly discarded the butt on the ground, covering his face with his hand as he sighed heavily. The following day, Bai Shi Yicheng was summoned by an umbu to meet the 3rd Hokage. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found the increasingly authoritative 3rd Hokage reprimanding Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Tsunade stood nearby, visibly disgruntled. Over the years, the legendary Sannin had gained prominence in Konoha, and they had all been promoted to Jonin. Bai Shi Yicheng had not proactively sought their company since the underground training grounds, as he preferred to maintain a subconscious distance from them. Upon entering with his butterfly mask, the 3rd Hokage ceased his admonishments. Lord Hokage, what brings me here? Bai Shi Yicheng inquired. Upon noticing the umbu entering, Jiraiya wisely joined Orochimaru and Tsunade, unaware of Bai Shi Yicheng's identity due to his mask. Moreover, they likely remained oblivious to his presence within the umbu ranks, a fact the 3rd Hokage would not disclose to them. Remove your mask. Orochimaru and the others are quite familiar with you. The 3rd Hokage's words piqued the curiosity of the Sannin, all eyes turning towards him. When Bai Shi Yicheng removed his mask, astonishment spread across their faces. Orochimaru remarked, "It has been a while, Yicheng-kun. I thought you had perished." Bai Shi Yicheng raised an eyebrow and cast a brief glance at Orochimaru, choosing not to respond. Tsunade, visibly displeased, retorted, "Humph, still as cold as ever, I see." Observing Bai Shi Yicheng's aloof demeanor, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly. "Yicheng, you have been with the Umbu for 5 years now. Do you have any thoughts of resigning?" Bai Shi Yicheng had anticipated the third Hokage's reason for summoning him. Indeed, he was feeling somewhat weary. Indeed, after leaving the Umbu, which department do you aspire to join? Shiraishi Yashiki hesitated, pondering. What department does Lord Hokage wish for me to join? I would like you to take on the role of Jonin leader. Would you be willing? After the third Hokage spoke, he presented 3 documents to him. Shiraishi Yashiki glanced at them. They contained the profiles of 3 freshly graduated youths. One of them appeared familiar, being a member of his own clan. After a moment of silence, Shiraishi returned the documents to the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, perhaps it is best to reconsider. I shall continue my duties at the hospital. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing confusion. These 3 children had been deliberately chosen by him, and he had assumed Shiraishi would readily accept, only to be met with refusal. You. Very well, I understand. Coincidentally, the head of the medical team has stepped down. You were already associated with the medical team, so take on the leadership role. The head of the medical team? Before Shiraishi could contemplate this, Tsunade interjected vehemently, "Master, I disagree." Shiraishi was bewildered by this unexpected turn. Indeed, he was associated with the medical team. The third Hokage had previously advised him to spend more time at the hospital when he had no missions, but he had hardly ever visited. He was exceedingly busy and had little time to attend to patients, thus he was rather unfamiliar with the current state of the medical team. Tsunade, Yashiki's medical skills surpass your wildest imagination. He has saved numerous lives in the Umbu. In terms of qualifications, he far exceeds you. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Shiraishi began to comprehend. Was Tsunade vying for the position of head of the medical team? He was uncertain of her current medical prowess. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. I understand, Lord Hokage. I shall assume my duties in the medical team tomorrow. With that, Shiraishi turned and departed. Once the door to the Hokage's office closed, Tsunade continued her vehement protest. Do you realize how insufferable Shiraishi Yashiki is? I refuse to believe his medical skills are superior to mine. The third Hokage's expression darkened. Tsunade, do not be so headstrong. Yashiki's medical ninjutsu is unparalleled, not just among you, but throughout the entire Leaf Village. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Oh, I have never heard of him. What is his current strength? A few days ago, he fought against Hanzo of the Salamander. Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. You mean Hanzo from the Land of Rain? Has he truly attained such strength? The third Hokage nodded, exasperated. This is merely the strength he has displayed. Shikamaru mentioned he surely has more hidden strength? Why would he do that? A glint of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he recalled their chance encounter at the memorial stone. I do not know. In any case, do not provoke him. Tsunade, if you do not wish to work under him, then perhaps you should withdraw from the medical team. Tsunade's forehead creased with frustration. She was not one to concede easily. After completing his formalities in the Umbu, Shiraishi Yashiki was preparing to return home when he was intercepted by Kakashi Hitaki. Shall we walk together? Shiraishi nodded in agreement. The 2 individuals emerged side by side from the shadows of the Umbu. What are your plans for the future? I suppose I will remain in the medical unit. The medical unit? Indeed, your medical ninjutsu is well suited for that, but you. Hitaki Tsukumo hesitated, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Shiraishi Yashiki appeared somewhat taken aback. This was not characteristic of Hitaki Tsukumo. Captain, if you have something to say, please do so candidly. Hitaki Tsukumo sighed, his expression turning grave. I possess a certain talent that allows me to perceive a person's potential. Shiraishi Yashiki's pupils dilated, and a characteristic false smile crept onto his face. Captain, you wouldn't be suggesting that you have discerned my potential, would you? No, I cannot see through you. You are quite complex, though I have sensed certain things. Complex? I perceive myself as rather simple. What exactly do you mean, Captain? The alarm bells within Shiraishi Yashiki rang loudly. He had not anticipated that Hitaki Tsukumo possessed such an ability. Could it be that he had already sensed his thoughts and reported them to the third Hokage? Over the years, I have also investigated certain matters. The Butterfly clan is a prestigious family in Konoha. Their valor in battle during the first great ninja war has long been revered by the villagers. Your parents. To be frank, I am not well versed in politics and am unaware of what the village may have done. I merely feel that. Shiraishi Yashiki's smile gradually faded. It appeared that Hatake Tsukumo had indeed uncovered some troubling truths. There lies a profound darkness hidden within you. I have observed your life at school, in the hospital, and within the umbu. Humble and courteous, your demeanor is commendable. Even I must admit you are worthy of your esteemed lineage. Yet, it is difficult to fathom how someone of your stature has not a single true friend in Konoha. Shiraishi Yashiki remained silent. Friends, he indeed lacked. His classmates were little more than fleeting acquaintances. Individuals like Takamoto Anna and Kawakoshi Mina could hardly be considered friends, as their interactions were steeped in self-interest. What does this mean? To lack friends equates to harboring darkness within? Such assertions should not be made lightly, Captain. Hatake Tsukumo managed a wry smile. Indeed, it does not necessarily indicate anything. Rest assured, I have not shared this with others. Shiraishi Yashiki was perplexed by Hatake Tsukumo's intent in discussing these matters with him. One cannot live in isolation. If such a person exists, they are merely a monster cloaked in human guise. Consider this my counsel. I hope that one day we do not find ourselves at odds. Having spoken, Hatake Tsukumo turned and departed. Shiraishi Yashiki furrowed his brow as he regarded his retreating figure. As Hatake Tsukumo's silhouette began to fade, he called out loudly, "Captain, allow me to offer you a piece of advice as well. Your blade is swift. Tread carefully lest it shatter from excessive force." Hatake Tsukumo waved a hand behind him, disappearing from sight. Shiraishi Yashiki pursed his lips, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and concern. Hatake Tsukumo, the white fang of Konoha, is indeed a remarkable individual. On his way home, Shiraishi Yashiki pondered deeply over Hatake Tsukumo's words. Human beings cannot possibly exist in isolation. Should such an individual truly exist, they would merely be a monstrous entity cloaked in human skin. This thought reverberates incessantly in his mind. At times, he finds himself perplexed about his own identity, having died and inexplicably reborn into this world. Can he genuinely still be regarded as a member of humanity? Every individual is born into this world with a certain significance. Yet what is the meaning of his own existence? Ultimately, must one relentlessly seek a reason to endure? The more he contemplates, the more he finds himself ensnared in a mental dead end. Standing at his doorstep, he reaches out to push the door open, but after a moment's reflection, he turns and departs. Yicheng Baisha arrives at the Takamoto residence. He does not encounter Anna Takamoto, but spots Masasa Takamoto in the backyard. Upon seeing Yicheng Baisha, Masasa's expression darkens. Borrow money? Yicheng feels a wave of dismay. Has he truly become such an image in Masasa's eyes? I have come to see Grandpa Shuichi and, well, to borrow a bit of money. Since his reputation is already tarnished, Yicheng decides to embrace his plight. I, Baisha Yicheng, am the type to take money and never repay it. Do not lend him anything. The voice of Shuichi Takamoto echoes from within the room. Yicheng shrugs. What is the matter this time, Grandpa Shuichi? Upon entering the room, he sees Shuichi reclining in bed. A meat bun thrown to a dog will never return. Why would I lend you anything? Yicheng responds, then I shall not repay the money from before. If you fall short by a tail, I shall break your legs. Yicheng scratches his head, bemused. Just yesterday, this old man was eager to marry off his granddaughter to him, and today he is disavowing any connection. What is it that you wish to discuss? The third generation has appointed me to serve as the chief ninja, which I have declined, as I shall be taking on the role of class leader in the medical team starting tomorrow. Is that all? Now, be gone. Yicheng's temper flares as he waves his hand vigorously before Shuichi sighs. What are you doing? You're not that senile, are you? How could you forget me so quickly? You are already planning to defect. What could I possibly expect from you? Realizing the cause of this sudden change, Yicheng awkwardly chuckles. From now on, you are forbidden from coming here to borrow money. Furthermore, I have already arranged your family's business. You must repay at least 20 million taels annually. Yicheng's face pales. The family business generates only a meager amount each year, and repaying 20 million would leave him destitute. Old man, must you be so ruthless? Had I truly intended to be ruthless, you would already be in prison. Very well, do as you please. I have a matter I wish to inquire of you. Yicheng informed Shuichi about Kakashi Hitaki's situation. After listening, Shuichi sighs, you came all this way for this? Indeed. Do you wish to kill Kakashi Hitaki? Is that feasible? Unfeasible. Yicheng scoffs. Is it truly impossible for a person to live alone? I know nothing of such matters. Having lived a lifetime, do you believe your life has any meaning? I do not know. Grandfather Shio, at your advanced age, do you still find happiness in life? You impudent brat, do you dare to overstep your bounds? Calm yourself. Life is truly beautiful, and it seems you could benefit from a touch of decorum. Zhu Bin Xiaoyi, Zhu Bin Zhenzheng fiercely expelled him from the premises. Standing before the grand entrance of the Zhu Bin family, Bai Shi Yicheng began to scratch his head. Once certain matters are revealed, the outcome is indeed as expected. In the past, they pampered him with delicacies. Now, when he is of no use, they strip him of all. It appears that genuine sentiments have no bearing on human affairs. Should I perhaps seek a loan from other ninja clans? After all, what is borrowed need not be repaid. It would be foolish not to ask. This notion is rather appealing. Upon our first meeting, I hereby declare that I am the leader of this medical team, Bai Shi Yicheng. I look forward to your support henceforth. Bai Shi Yicheng surveyed the 2 rows of medical team members before him and delivered a brief self-introduction. The medical team consisted of 8 individuals, with the exception of one Tsunade. The rest were largely unfamiliar to him. He was somewhat taken aback by Tsunade's presence in the medical team. He had presumed her to be self-taught, only to discover she was formally trained. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for the warm welcome into this position. Now, let us proceed with the roll call. After completing the roll call and forming a general impression of the medical team members, he dismissed them. Bai Shi Yicheng returned to his former office at the hospital. The office had undergone a complete transformation, now replete with a distinctly feminine touch. Bai Shi Yicheng let out a sigh. Ever since his departure from the hospital, this office had become the exclusive domain of the recently vacated medical team leader, Pharmacist Yunayu. He held no ill will towards her. She was merely following Danzō's orders. Speaking of which, since his return to Konoha, Danzō seemed to have vanished completely, with no rumors circulating in the village. He likely was lying low to recuperate. Sitting in the office, Bai Shi Yicheng lit a cigarette. Hardly had he taken 2 puffs when the door was forcefully kicked open. Tsunade strode in with determination. Bai Shi Yicheng felt helpless. Tsunade's fiery temperament and brusque demeanor left him at a disadvantage. After all, in terms of background, she surpassed him. Bai Shi Yicheng, we have a patient, she announced. Tsunade, are you intentionally provoking me? When there's a patient, why don't you attend to them? Must I, as the leader, be summoned? What did you say? Don't think that just because you've become the leader, you can disregard others. Let me tell you, those lacking in ability will eventually be driven away. Tsunade struck the table with her fist, causing several cracks to appear instantly. Bai Shi Yicheng resignedly stood up. All right, I'll heed your words. After all, it's just bluster. Upon entering the patient's room, Bai Shi Yicheng encountered the patient, who was being treated by 2 medical ninjas. A long gash marred the chest and abdomen, the flesh grotesquely rolled back. A sight truly harrowing. The class leader received a recent delivery, which had been brutally slashed with a knife, leaving the patient in a perilous state that required urgent medical attention. Upon the arrival of the 2 medical ninjas, they provided an explanation and stepped aside. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed, her gaze imbued with scrutiny. Bai Shi Yicheng sighed, extending a finger to the wound. The distinctive green glow of medical ninjutsu illuminated his fingertip as it glided gently along the laceration. After 2 minutes, he retracted his finger and declared, done. The patient, feeling the area around the wound, expressed astonishment. Is this really healed? As he attempted to rise from the bed, he collapsed onto the floor. The 2 medical ninjas hastily assisted him back up. Do not be overly excited while the wound has been treated. Your body will experience a period of weakness for several days. A short hospital stay is advisable, Bai Shi Yicheng stated, casting a dismissive glance at Tsunade before departing. Tsunade, taken aback by the miraculous healing performed with merely a touch, was left in a state of disbelief. What kind of medical ninjutsu was this? It was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Once Bai Shi Yicheng left, she quickly approached the patient to conduct a thorough examination. After a flurry of activity, Tsunade perused the medical report, deep in thought. Undoubtedly, Bai Shi Yicheng's medical ninjutsu was remarkably effective. However, the patient's current state was severely weakened. She recalled that this individual had managed to reach the hospital on his own after sustaining the knife wound, yet now he could barely take a few steps. Was the patient's body being overtaxed to expedite recovery? Determined, Tsunade once again pushed open the door to Bai Shi Yicheng's office. What kind of medical ninjutsu are you employing? Bai Shi Yicheng, lighting a cigarette and savoring a puff, retorted, why should I divulge that to you? This insufferable man. Tsunade, incensed, shattered the office door with a single punch. The cigarette in Bai Shi Yicheng's hand fell to the ground. This woman was utterly intolerable. Those who had heard the commotion and arrived on the scene remained silent, wary of inciting her wrath. The new medical class leader was now at odds with the Hokage's disciple, an intriguing spectacle indeed. Bai Shi Yicheng suppressed his urge to retaliate and left the hospital with an impassive expression. In the Hokage's office, he began to enumerate Tsunade's transgressions. The third Hokage, exhaling smoke, wore an expression of resignation. If he could control Tsunade, her temper would not be so volatile. Yicheng, you should return. I will summon Tsunade shortly. Before he could finish, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Tsunade entered, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The cigarette in the third Hokage's hand fell onto the desk with a thud. Tsunade declared, "No need to summon me. I am already here." Orochimaru wore a sly smile, commenting, "It seems something quite amusing has transpired." Jiraiya, grinning mischievously, asked, "Do you need us to mediate?" Upon witnessing the trio's entrance, Bai Shi Yicheng realized their collective intent. Were they conspiring to provoke him? Even without the incident involving the patient, it was likely Tsunade would have found another pretext to unleash her fury. With a scowl, Yicheng Bai Shi cast a glance at the third Hokage. As the third picked up his smoking pipe, he felt a shiver run down his spine under Yicheng's intense gaze. "Tsunade, you ought to temper your temper. On his very first day, you create such a scene. What will others think? Let them think whatever they wish." The third felt a throbbing headache coming on. "What exactly do you want?" Tsunade's face broke into a smile, and after exchanging glances with her two companions, she quickly declared, "Even if his medical ninjutsu skills are exceptional, I refuse to acknowledge someone like him. If he wishes for my recognition, he must demonstrate his abilities." Yicheng's mind was filled with vexation. Whose bad habit is it to want to brawl without hesitation? Is this the brutal initiation one must endure when transitioning from shadows to light? These three individuals were unequivocally his nemesis. They had beaten him during his time at the Ninja Academy, and now they still sought to overpower him. How humiliating. Fuming, Yicheng's expression turned impassive as he stated, "Follow me." The third's headache intensified upon hearing Yicheng's agreement. He understood that the relationship between his three apprentices and Yicheng was rather delicate. Having always been at the bottom of the class, Yicheng was even inferior to Jiraiya. Suddenly, this underachiever had become his superior. It was no wonder Tsunade was furious. Moreover, his previous remarks implied that Tsunade was inferior to Yicheng. If she didn't take this opportunity to teach Yicheng a lesson, she wouldn't be Tsunade. What a recipe for disaster. At the second training ground, Yicheng and Tsunade stood 10 meters apart, facing each other defiantly, while Orochimaru assumed the role of referee at the center of the training ground. Jiraiya and the third watched from the sidelines. Yicheng began contemplating how to defeat Tsunade. Undoubtedly, she was a master of taijutsu. A single strike from her formidable fist would be excruciating. Defeating her was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in the method he chose to employ. Should he engage her directly in a test of strength? Given his revealed capabilities, that might pose a challenge. Moreover, seeing Tsunade's arrogant expression only fueled his ire. He felt compelled to engage her in a meaningful exchange. After a moment of contemplation, a peculiar smile crept across Yicheng's face. "Begin," Orochimaru shouted, promptly retreating to the sidelines. He had no desire to be caught up in their clash. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Yicheng grinned and said, "Tsunade, I'll allow you 3 strikes, lest you accuse me of bullying you later." Tsunade, upon hearing this, was infuriated. "You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, you have yet to understand your place." With that, she clenched her fists and charged at him. Yicheng stood his ground, determined to honor his word. As Tsunade's fist struck him, Yicheng's form was pierced, and hundreds of butterflies began to scatter, converging behind her. Yicheng reappeared behind Tsunade, grinning, "That's one strike." Without even glancing back, she unleashed a powerful kick towards Yicheng, her brute strength surging forth. The ground of the training field shattered into fragments in an instant. Regrettably, Yashikage Shiraishi transformed into a butterfly and fluttered before her, grinning as he proclaimed, 2 moves. This time, Tsunade did not immediately strike upon seeing Shiraishi appear before her. "Butterfly clone? Surely you do not believe that such a technique alone can defeat me?" Shiraishi blinked innocently. "I mentioned I would allow you 3 moves." Tsunade, infuriated, unleashed a powerful punch that dispersed the butterfly clone. Hundreds of butterflies soared towards the center of the training ground, gradually coalescing as Shiraishi reemerged. 3 moves have passed. Now it is my turn. Shiraishi began to weave hand signs. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone was a technique he had mastered after joining the Umbu. Though he seldom employed it, as the butterfly clone was far more convenient. However, he had other intentions for using it at this moment. As 4 shadow clones appeared, they instantly teleported to the corners of the training ground to form hand signs. Water Release, Water Shuriken. Although Water Shuriken is merely a C-rank ninjutsu that summons vast quantities of water to assault an adversary, the more chakra expended, the greater the volume of water conjured. Shiraishi had no intent to attack Tsunade with this jutsu. He merely aimed to generate an abundance of water. In the center of the field, Shiraishi began to form hand signs, preparing to employ a barrier technique to encase the entire training area, thus trapping a significant amount of water within the barrier, preventing it from spilling outside. Tsunade initially failed to comprehend Shiraishi's intentions until the water began to creep over her ankles. Her monstrous strength would not be very effective in water. After all, water is inherently gentle. Realizing this, Tsunade teleported to the front of a shadow clone and delivered a powerful punch. Contrary to her expectations, the clone did not dissipate into smoke. Several butterflies fluttered from the clone's form. Tsunade paused momentarily, then struck again, resulting in more butterflies taking flight. Illusion? Tsunade suspected she had fallen victim to a genjutsu. It was common knowledge among Konoha ninjas that shadow clones would vanish upon receiving an attack. She began to form hand signs and declared, "Release." The scene before her remained unchanged. Unyielding, Tsunade punched again, yet still, only more butterflies emerged. Ineffective. My shadow clones differ from others. They possess a core. If you can locate the core butterfly, you can dispel the shadow clone. Shiraishi's voice echoed in Tsunade's ears. A core? This was a remarkable fusion of the butterfly and shadow clone techniques. Identifying the core among the hundreds of butterflies that constituted the shadow clone was an arduous task. Moreover, the water level in the training field rose rapidly, reaching her calves in mere seconds. Tsunade began to release chakra from the points in her feet. Standing atop the water's surface, she charged towards Shiraishi in the center of the field. Shiraishi, however, showed no intention of evading. He stood firm, inviting her strike. The moment her fist connected with his form, Shiraishi transformed into a pool of water, vanishing into the depths. Tsunade took a deep breath, seeking to calm herself as she searched for a weakness in his ninjutsu. She believed that Yashiro Hakushi sought to restrict her taijutsu with water ninjutsu. However, she was not a child incapable of treading water. Even if there were some effects, they would be minimal. The water level in the training ground continued to rise. Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating a possibility. Could that guy intend to drown her? Unthinkable. How much chakra would it take to create such an abundance of water? Even if he possessed that much chakra, she truly could not breathe underwater. Did he have a method to breathe beneath the surface? The more she pondered, the graver her expression became. Tsunade approached the barriers surrounding the training ground. Chakra began to surge violently within her. She bent her right leg, then straightened it abruptly, unleashing a sudden force. The barrier trembled violently, akin to the water's surface beneath her feet, yet it remained unbroken by Tsunade's might. Yashiro Hakushi materialized behind her. This barrier is not so easily shattered. Even the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya together would be unable to breach it without the correct approach. Tsunade turned to him and inquired, "What is your purpose in exerting such effort to create an environment conducive to water ninjutsu? Moreover, are you not more adept at lightning ninjutsu?" Yashiro Hakushi provocatively beckoned her with a finger. "You are aware of my proficiency in lightning ninjutsu. So why do you suppose I am employing water ninjutsu? Are you seeking to conduct electricity through water, or do you wish to drown me with it? Do you possess a method for breathing underwater?" Yashiro Hakushi shook his head. "You guessed incorrectly. Do not worry. I shall never employ lightning ninjutsu. The reason I utilize water ninjutsu is that I wish to express the grievances I have harbored over the years." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "You intend to defeat me with water ninjutsu? Is that not absurd? You are quite arrogant. Compared to your bravado, I am far from it." The 3 spectators outside could not hear the exchange between Yashiro Hakushi and Tsunade, yet they could discern that Tsunade was thoroughly restrained by him. The third Hokage sighed. "It is certain that Tsunade will lose. Why do you all insist on following her recklessly?" Orochimaru replied, "The outcome is not so certain. Tsunade is not an opponent to be easily defeated." Jiraiya added, "Indeed, while Tsunade may only excel in taijutsu, her combat intelligence is unparalleled among us." The third Hokage glanced at his 2 disciples, shaking his head in resignation. Yashiro Hakushi was by no means inferior to Tsunade. Especially now that he had the advantage of the terrain, the disparity was even more pronounced. The impending battle painted a picture in the third Hokage's mind of Tsunade being utterly powerless. The water level in the training ground rose to half a meter before it ceased. After the 4 shadow clones dissipated with a pop, several butterflies fluttered into Yashiro Hakushi's sleeves. A smile spread across his face. Creating such an abundance of water had nearly drained his chakra reserves, but fortunately, he still had chakra sealed away. He had now unlocked 2 seals. Next, he intended to properly train Tsunade. With his palm outstretched, a whip composed entirely of water manifested in his hand. With a crack, Yashiro Hakushi lashed the whip a few times, smiling at Tsunade. Upon seeing the water whip in his hand, Tsunade's expression soured. "You insufferable fool." Outside, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, internally cursing the depravity of Byakushi Yashikage. Wishing he could transform into him, yet vocally condemning the audacious Byakushi Yashikage. How dare he treat Tsunade in such a manner? Orochimaru, puzzled, could not grasp the meaning. The third Hokage, puffing on his cigarette, reflected on how the youth of today truly know how to entertain themselves. Byakushi Yashikage began to lash out at Tsunade with a whip. Enraged, Tsunade clenched her fist and shattered the water whip into 2 pieces. "Do you underestimate me?" As her words faded, she instantly appeared before Byakushi Yashikage, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. This time, Byakushi Yashikage finally reacted, countering with a punch of his own. Tsunade, surprised by his audacity to engage her in a fist fight, wore a peculiar smile, possessing unwavering confidence in her monstrous strength. However, as their fists collided, she realized that Byakushi Yashikage's fist was enveloped in a substantial amount of water. Water release, water fist technique. He whimsically named it. The water fist technique was not merely about encasing his fist in water. He had skillfully concentrated 5 water barriers around it using his formidable chakra control. After the impact, the residual force of Tsunade's monstrous punch was rendered trivial due to the water barriers. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Tsunade's strength waned upon impact, she unexpectedly exerted a sudden surge of power. Fortunately, this hasty burst did not inflict significant damage, as Byakushi Yashikage staggered backward but quickly regained his footing. Observing this, Tsunade clenched her fist and charged again. Byakushi Yashikage smirked, deeming her a tenacious woman. Before Tsunade's fist could reach him, a water whip suddenly emerged from the surface, ensnaring her ankle. Using sheer strength, she broke free from the water whip and continued her advance. Water release, water barrier. Tsunade shattered the water barrier, bringing Byakushi Yashikage's infuriating face within arm's reach. A cold smile crept onto her face as she maximized her chakra output. This is the end. Once struck, Byakushi Yashikage would at least suffer severe injuries. Tsunade's fist connected with Byakushi Yashikage, and a victorious grin spread across her face, only to freeze moments later. His body suddenly transformed into a viscous mass of water, enveloping her fist and creeping up her arm. Tsunade struggled to break free but found herself ensnared. Simultaneously, Byakushi Yashikage appeared behind her, striking the water's surface. Water release, water clone technique. Dozens of Byakushi Yashikage stood upon the water's surface, each wielding a water whip. Upon witnessing such a multitude of water clones, Tsunade's face drained of color. She comprehended his intent to humiliate her thoroughly, and she was powerless to retaliate. Her physical techniques could not touch Byakushi Yashikage, and her monstrous fist was countered by the water release, leaving her trapped. "I concede." Just as Byakushi Yashikage prepared to commence his sinister lesson, Tsunade exclaimed those 3 words. As Bai Shi Yicheng raised his whip, he was taken aback upon hearing Tsunade concede defeat. "Tsunade, won't you hold out a little longer?" "I said I concede." Bai Shi Yicheng discreetly dispersed his water clones and remarked, "Tsunade, how about I fight you without clones?" "I concede." Witnessing Tsunade's resolute decision to surrender, Bai Shi Yicheng felt an indescribable frustration. He had exerted so much effort, even erecting a barrier to prevent anyone from rescuing her, only for the match to end before it even began. Where could he place his exhilaration? Though he thought this way, he understood that if he were to proceed with such a humiliating approach, while Tsunade had already declared her defeat, it would likely lead to an irreconcilable conflict between them. Reluctantly dispelling the barrier, a torrent of water surged forth. Jiraiya rushed in immediately, expressing his concern for Tsunade. Bai Shi Yicheng, slightly bored, leaned back with his hands behind his head, observing them, when Orochimaru approached. "Don't you need to perform hand seals for your butterfly clones? What proper ninja performs hand seals? I am quite intrigued by your technique that combines shadow clones with butterfly clones." As Orochimaru spoke, a snake from his sleeve began to peek out. Bai Shi Yicheng, noticing the snake, contemplated for a moment before deciding to impart this technique to Orochimaru. When Orochimaru executed it, Jiraiya and Tsunade also approached. Jiraiya casually attempted to disperse the clone, but the moment his hand made contact, he was bitten by a snake. Ouch. Damn you, Orochimaru. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, recalled how she had been unable to land a hit on Bai Shi Yicheng earlier. He actually taught you such a technique? After a brief attempt, Orochimaru's face lit up with excitement. Yicheng-kun, you truly are a genius. The idea of concealing the physical within the intangible is simply brilliant. Bai Shi Yicheng scoffed. It's just average. Shadow clones inherently possess physical combat capabilities, and this alteration nullifies that. The third Hokage approached, first casting a glance at Bai Shi Yicheng before turning his attention to Tsunade. Tsunade, what do you plan to do? Tsunade did not respond, but instead looked at Bai Shi Yicheng, asking, what do you want to do? Bai Shi Yicheng was at a loss for words. Tsunade was quick-witted, effortlessly tossing the ball back to him. He had refrained from attacking earlier and now found it difficult to speak up. It was this woman who had come looking for trouble, yet he was left in an awkward position. How infuriating. Should he expel her from the medical team? Would that make him seem petty? How could he vent his frustrations? After contemplating, Bai Shi Yicheng began to rub his thumb against his index finger, gesturing emphatically towards Tsunade. The third Hokage cleared his throat twice, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru wore perplexed expressions. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before asking, money? Of course, there's a fee for my services. A fee for the trouble you caused, compensation for mental distress, and most importantly, you wasted my time. Time wasted is life wasted. This must be included as well, and... Before Yachi Hakushi could finish speaking, Tsunade bluntly inquired, how much? Yachi Hakushi rubbed his nose and extended 2 fingers. 20 million? He began to cough uncontrollably. As his initial intention was 200,000, yet Tsunade had multiplied it tenfold. Truly, she is the legendary golden goose. Yashikid Shiraishi nearly exclaimed the motto of wealthy women seeking to sponsor him, as he currently found himself in dire financial straits. Not only did Shuichi Takamoto refuse to lend him any money, but he also severed his sources of income. Although he had joined the medical team, which offered a lucrative salary, the prospect of supporting both his clan and himself on that income alone seemed utterly fanciful. The responsibilities of the medical team were exceedingly demanding, leaving him with little time to earn additional funds through tasks. Contemplating this, Shiraishi felt a surge of determination. After all, he could always cough in response. Tsunade fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, her expression inscrutable as she stated, if you are referring to 200 million, then there is nothing more to discuss, at most. 30 million. The mere act of coughing could yield 10 million? Shiraishi's eyes glimmered with the allure of wealth as he fervently nodded in agreement. Tsunade chuckled, landing a playful punch on his shoulder. What a surprise. It seems you are rather reasonable. Am I still reasonable after having taken 30 million from you? Shiraishi felt like a simpleton. The third Hokage had attempted to speak several times, but ultimately remained silent. Even if Orochimaru and Jiraiya were indifferent to money, they understood the significance of that figure. Orochimaru recalled how Shiraishi had just taught him a ninjutsu and chose to remain quiet, while Jiraiya began to whisper something into Tsunade's ear. Upon hearing him, Tsunade swiftly sent Jiraiya flying with a punch. Shiraishi observed Jiraiya landing far away, lost in thought. The Senju clan, as the founding ninja clan of Konoha, must possess considerable wealth. However, such funds should not be utilized in this manner. As anticipated, Tsunade spoke again. Money is not an issue. I have plenty. However, there is one condition. You must teach me the medical ninjutsu used in hospitals. Shiraishi scratched his head. 30 million was an enticing figure, and he would gladly teach if possible. Yet, the chakra control required for that medical ninjutsu was beyond Tsunade's current capabilities. If he accepted the payment and she could not learn it, with her temperament, she might very well demolish his home. I would like to teach you, but I fear you might not grasp it. 50 million, as long as you are willing to teach. Shiraishi bowed his head in submission to the wealthy patron. Deal. After concluding their transaction, Tsunade waved her hand extravagantly, declaring, barbecue restaurant, my treat. Watching the 4 depart with arms around each other's shoulders, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Why had he come along only to witness their departure? He began to puff away furiously on his pipe. What had led to this turn of events? Inside the barbecue restaurant, Shiraishi pondered as he observed the table filled with classmates. After Tsunade brought them here, they fortuitously encountered old friends. In no time, they were seated together, reminiscing about their school days. It seemed like a perfectly normal development. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Shiraishi, have you become the leader of the medical team? How impressive. Tsunade's chopsticks snapped in her grip. Indeed. It has been quite some time since I last heard from you after graduation. You have quietly emerged as a prominent figure. Bai Shi Yicheng could only awkwardly rub the back of his head. Unlike us, who remain mere low-ranking Chunin. Uncertain of when we shall ascend to the rank of Chunin. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya have all attained the status of Jounin. Indeed, true talent stands apart from the rest. Nevertheless, Yicheng is remarkably impressive, considering that those three graduated before him. Orochimaru, with an impassive demeanor, exited the gathering, his aloof nature ill-suited for such occasions. And the topics discussed among classmates proved rather tiresome. Jiraiya, on the other hand, appeared unbothered, indulging heartily in the festivities. Tsunade finished her meal and settled the bill, promptly following Orochimaru out the door. Bai Shi Yicheng had become the center of attention among his peers, even drawing enthusiasm from Mitsui Taro, who had once been frightened to tears by him. Regrettably, the infamous Bairuhu was absent. It was said he scorned such gatherings. Bai Shi Yicheng did not regard the head of the medical class as particularly formidable. He merely observed as his classmates encircled him, reluctant to depart. After all, he hailed from a prestigious lineage, which warranted some level of decorum. Exuding excessive arrogance would not bode well, though he felt a twinge of discomfort within. After a painstaking effort to disperse his classmates, Bai Shi Yicheng sighed as he exited the barbecue restaurant. Most of his peers, aside from the legendary Sannin, were rather unremarkable in terms of talent. Even those from ninja clans were not much better off. The village of Konoha was peaceful. Having graduated merely 2 or 3 years ago, they now spent their days idling in the village. If this trend continues, it is likely that their ceiling will be the rank of Chunin. Should war break out, their chances on the battlefield would likely render them as mere cannon fodder. What a lamentable group indeed. As he strolled down the street and turned into an alley, Bai Shi Yicheng soon noticed someone waiting for him ahead. Could it be that he reveled in the admiration of former classmates, delighting in their deference towards him? Let him wait and see. I, Bairuhu, shall not be outdone. Bai Shi Yicheng gazed thoughtfully at Bairuhu's retreating figure. This individual had previously invited him, but had not shown up, yet now awaited him here, ready to utter nonsensical remarks. Was it pride, an unwillingness to concede, or merely a stubborn spirit? However, he seemed to have misidentified his rival. Should not the object of his jealousy be the Sannin? Truly, he was a naive child. Bai Shi Yicheng shook his head. Bairuhu was still just a child untouched by the harsh realities of society. Once he came to terms with the truth, he would likely embark on the path of a mad scientist. To that, Bai Shi Yicheng expressed a warm welcome. Contemplating Bairuhu's future madcap experiments, he pondered the possibility of collaboration. He recalled that Bairuhu was researching the technique of Oniyero, a technique that allowed one to merge with others, thereby absorbing their abilities, even their bloodline limits. The intricacies of bloodline limits were not something he had delved into deeply. If he could acquire Bairuhu's research findings, it would save him considerable time. The pace at which Bailu is succumbing to darkness is rather sluggish. Should I perhaps stoke the flames of his ambition? I remain unaware of Bailu's current prowess. Should his strength falter in the face of his aspirations, he may find himself engulfed in flames, a most unfortunate predicament. With this thought, Bai Shi Yicheng shook his head, deciding it best for Bailu to develop in tranquility. After all, they are classmates. If love is absent, let there be no harm. Yet, after taking but a few steps, Bai Shi Yicheng halted, murmuring to himself, the fusion of bloodline limits? Is it not true that the butterfly species can inherit all the abilities of its wielder? If bloodline limits can indeed be inherited, a new door seemed to materialize before Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes, igniting a sense of anticipation for Bailu's potential. A month later, in the hospital's library, Bai Shi Yicheng lounged on a sofa, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. Tsunade was diligently practicing medical ninjutsu before him. To be candid, Bai Shi Yicheng harbored doubts regarding Tsunade's ability to master such intricate medical techniques. This was his unique medical ninjutsu, allowing wounds to scab over at the mere brush of a finger. Though it appeared simple, the chakra control required was no less demanding than that of forbidden techniques. Furthermore, while highly convenient, it also inflicted greater harm on patients. Individuals over 50 should never employ this medical ninjutsu. The consequences could range from graying hair to death. This was no jest. The youth, with their robust physiques, could endure such trials, and with careful attention to diet, they would eventually recover. However, those past 50 had bodies already in decline, and even dietary remedies would yield minimal effect. As Bai Shi Yicheng pondered these matters, Tsunade suddenly slammed her fist onto the table, sending a fish flopping onto the ground in a lively manner, quite a spectacle. The choice of fish for practice stemmed from its low value and the relative ease of using it compared to human subjects. Bai Shi Yicheng, are you attempting to deceive me? Is chakra control truly attainable to the extent you claim? Tsunade, you may question my words, but never my integrity. I am a man of my word. Serving for a fee without deceit. You scoundrel, how dare you say that? You took 50 million from me, and to this day, I have learned naught. Tsunade, it was you who said that as long as I was willing to teach, the money was mine. What did you say? With a menacing grin, Tsunade clenched her fist and charged at Bai Shi Yicheng. He quickly rose, discarding his cigarette, and sighed. Very well, I shall demonstrate once more. Having procured another table, Bai Shi Yicheng placed the fish upon it. After making an incision, he gently ran his finger across the wound, and soon the fish was writhing energetically. If you cannot succeed with the fish, do not even mention humans. That would be akin to murder. Tsunade scoffed. Just tell me how to enhance my chakra control. I have witnessed this demonstration dozens of times, and it has yielded no results. In truth, it was not without effect. Tsunade was no fool. Compared to before, the healing time for the fish had significantly decreased. In comparison to Yicheng Bai Shi, it is utterly insignificant. Yicheng Bai Shi began to regret spending money on this woman, who evidently had ulterior motives. The enhancement of chakra control is not solely reliant on the butterfly species. Their family possesses other esoteric methods of cultivation, which are indeed secret techniques. To demand 50 million for such knowledge is an outrageous bargain. Just as Yicheng Bai Shi furrowed his brow in distress, the door to the library was abruptly flung open. Class leader, we have a grave situation. A woman in labor is experiencing severe hemorrhaging before even reaching the operating table. We must hurry, or we risk losing her. Yicheng Bai Shi's expression brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed the medical team member out. Tsunade clenched her teeth and followed suit. Matters of life and death allowed no room for her to meddle. Yet, Yicheng Bai Shi truly fancied himself a sheep for slaughter. Believing that 50 million was easily attainable, she had consulted her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, and was well aware that Yicheng Bai Shi harbored other secrets he was reluctant to reveal. Such knowledge was undoubtedly the forbidden secret of the Butterfly Clan, and she did not assume it could be acquired so easily. If Yicheng Bai Shi were to offer it, she would be too apprehensive to accept. In the ninja world, coveting another's secret techniques is tantamount to a mortal grievance, and she would need to seek the counsel of her elders before daring to request it. She understood that this behavior lacked moral rectitude. Yet the importance of chakra control was paramount for her. It would not only refine her medical ninjutsu but significantly enhance her overall prowess. Before the operating room, a man with a pineapple hairstyle paced anxiously. When Yicheng Bai Shi approached him, he cast a curious glance in his direction. Naruto clan? Upon pushing open the operating room door, the anguished cries of the woman echoed painfully in Yicheng Bai Shi's ears. Frowning, he rubbed his ears and stepped forward. Tsunade entered behind him, shoving the door wider, while the Naruto clan man peeked nervously from outside. Tsunade, exasperated, kicked him away and firmly closed the door. Class leader, the child may not survive. The medical ninjutsu is proving too slow. In a few moments, the mother will have bled out. Should we consult the family for their opinion? At that moment, the laboring woman, enduring her agony, weakly uttered, "Save the child." Just as she finished those 3 words, she began to scream in anguish once more. Hearing such torment caused the veins on Yicheng Bai Shi's forehead to bulge. Those who have not experienced it could never comprehend such suffering. It was akin to a scream from the abyss of death itself. Without a word, he rushed forward with frenzied precision. First, he severed the nerves in the mother's upper body, then struck her with a precise blow, rendering her unconscious. Witnessing this, the medical ninjas, nurses, and doctors within the operating room all turned pale. Yicheng Bai Shi paid no heed to their reactions, exhaling a sigh of relief as he remarked, "At last, it is quiet." The individuals in the operating room exchanged bewildered glances, their eyelids twitching almost in unison. Was this an act of salvation or an act of murder? A member of the medical team spoke up. "Captain Yu." Silence. The sharp voice of Bai Shi Yicheng echoed throughout the operating room. The child could not be saved. The bleeding could not be halted, and yet there was still a need to consult the family. What sort of melodrama was this? The suffering of others merely underscored your incompetence. This was the first time Bai Shi Yicheng had lost his temper since assuming the role of captain in the medical team. He was thoroughly disoriented by the din. All in the operating room fell silent, except for Tsunade, who whose eyes glimmered with an inexplicable brilliance. She stepped forward and inquired, "What can we do?" After a brief assessment of the situation, Bai Shi Yicheng commanded, "I will first staunch the bleeding. You prepare for a blood transfusion." He placed his hand on the abdomen of the expectant mother, closing his eyes to attune himself to her condition. Moments later, he swiftly formed hand seals and gently touched her belly, causing a black technique to spread rapidly. A layer of iridescent green bubbles, glistening like oil and water, began to envelop the mother, swiftly contracting towards her abdomen under Bai Shi Yicheng's control. Commenced the blood transfusion, he instructed simply, raising a finger to shape a chakra blade. Without hesitation, he sliced open the mother's abdomen, revealing the amniotic sac that encased the infant. Not only Tsunade, but everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What manner of operation was this? They understood it to be a cesarean section, but was it conducted in such a manner? A single cut, perfectly exposing the amniotic membrane, was such precision even conceivable? Even with instruments, such accuracy was remarkable. The word abnormal flashed through the minds of nearly all present. Bai Shi Yicheng had neither time nor inclination to ponder their thoughts. Sheathing the chakra blade, he conjured a bubble without the need for hand seals, preparing a sterilized cloth. After giving a brief command, he began to gently insert the bubble into the mother's abdomen. The bubble gradually enveloped the infant within the amniotic sac. He slowly retracted it. The personnel in the operating room were already aware of the ensuing procedure. After displacing the amniotic fluid, the infant would be extracted, the umbilical cord severed, and the placenta removed. There was little left to say. Soon, the resounding cry of the newborn filled the operating room. Bai Shi Yicheng felt a familiar pain begin to throb in his head. However, with unfinished tasks at hand, he set aside his discomfort. "Bring me 2 needles for suturing, but do not thread them." Shortly, a nurse delivered the needles. Bai Shi Yicheng extended a chakra thread from his fingertip, connecting it to the needles, and commenced the suturing process. The 2 needles danced through the air, guided by the chakra thread, at remarkable speed. Once the suturing was complete, Bai Shi Yicheng traced his finger along the wound, gradually descending. Within half a minute, the mother's abdomen had completely healed. Within a minute, even the scar had vanished entirely. Were it not for the continued cries of the infant, those in the operating room might have thought it all a dream. They had witnessed a miracle. Upon witnessing the severance of the chakra line, a chorus of cheers erupted in the operating room. Yet, Bai Shi Yicheng found no cause for celebration. After restoring the mother's nerves, there were no signs of consciousness returning. With a heavy sigh, he extended his hand, and a spark of electricity illuminated the space. He intended to employ a meticulously controlled lightning technique to stimulate the woman's heart. Otherwise, she might never awaken again. 1 jolt, 2 jolt, until the 5th. When the mother slowly opened her eyes, Bai Shi Yicheng exhaled in relief. Grasping a strand of her hair, he observed that nearly all the tips had turned white. Indeed, he retrieved the medical record and began to peruse it, only to sigh and set it down upon discovering that the woman was merely 27 years of age. Tsunade had noticed his actions and understood the severe after-effects of such medical ninjutsu. "Is it very serious?" she inquired. "With proper care, she might have 20 years. Under poorer conditions, perhaps only 10, Bai Shi Yicheng replied before pushing open the surgical room door and stepping outside. As he passed the man, he contemplated for a moment before pulling out paper and pen from his pocket. He intended to provide the man with a dietary prescription. After completing the list, he handed it to the man, saying, "Both mother and child are safe, but there is a slight issue. The mother's body has suffered severe depletion. Please prepare her meals according to what is written here. Some items may be costly, so seek alternatives if necessary." Without waiting for the man to respond, Bai Shi Yicheng turned and departed. Upon returning to his office, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke. In truth, the surgery could have been executed with ordinary medical ninjutsu, but he had indulged his personal motives by using that advanced technique. Had it not been for him, the woman would undoubtedly have perished that night. He had saved her, and this was the price she owed. His ulterior motive was, of course, for his own research. At his level of medical ninjutsu, he could sense the presence of life force. To some extent, his rapid recovery technique could be considered a manipulation of vitality, albeit faintly, as if separated by a thin veil. Perhaps breaking through would unveil a new realm, or perhaps it would reveal merely another window. He was uncertain, thus necessitating a wealth of experimental data. While lost in thought, Tsunade pushed the door open. "You are truly an extraordinary man. How did you master such chakra control?" she inquired. "It is indeed rare for you to commend me. As for the chakra control, I can only attribute it to a secret technique, he replied. A technique that cannot be shared? She probed. If a secret is shared, is it still a secret? He countered. I had thought I could learn it for a price. What a pity, Tsunade lamented. Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched. How much? 100 million, Tsunade smiled. Bai Shi Yicheng, feeling bold, set his price high, knowing the woman had ample wealth. Tsunade's smile faded as she fell silent, then finally said, I must consult my grandmother. Bai Shi Yicheng shrugged, signaling her to proceed as she wished. In truth, the two most vital secret arts of the butterfly clan are the twin birth technique and the cocoon binding technique. The former was once known only to the clan leader, while the latter serves to prevent the leakage of these secrets. As long as these two ninjutsu remain undisclosed, everything else is of little consequence. Tsunade did not depart immediately. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon Yashichika Shiraishi and inquired, You could have utilized ordinary medical ninjutsu just now. Why resort to that particular technique? Indeed, this woman possessed a keen and discerning mind. Yashichika Shiraishi had not anticipated deceiving her, as he had already devised a plausible excuse. You must have noticed that I stimulated her heart with lightning release. Otherwise, she might not have regained consciousness. Do you truly believe she could awaken without healing her injuries? The after effects of this medical ninjutsu are not as severe as you might imagine. That woman was already in a weakened state before we arrived, which is why her hair began to turn white. If a typical mother were to employ such medical ninjutsu, with careful nurturing over 2 or 3 years, she would fully recover. Naturally, if she were a ninja, the recovery period would be significantly shortened. Upon hearing Yashichika Shiraishi's explanation, the perplexity in Tsunade's eyes diminished somewhat. As she turned to exit, she glanced back and remarked, Uncle Riku asked me to convey his gratitude to you. He mentioned that he would send a token of appreciation. Riku must be a man from the Nara clan, Yashichika Shiraishi mused, shaking his head dismissively. At this moment, however, he found himself in urgent need of action. With a bit of money in hand, he was almost ready to establish a secret laboratory, yet he remained wary of Konoha. He had not forgotten the ever-watchful Danzō. Should he catch wind of Yashichika's vulnerabilities, he could swiftly turn him into a fugitive. Although fleeing had indeed been his original intention, departing in such a manner was not the outcome he desired. He had initially intended to take his clan members with him, but upon further reflection, he deemed it impractical and altered his decision. This was also the reason he had declined the third Hokage's offer to assume the role of a Nin. He planned to transition all of his clan members into civilians, gradually marginalizing them to minimize the impact he would have on their lives. If possible, he wished for the Takamoto family to adopt a similar approach, but regrettably, he had no authority over their affairs. Yicheng Bai Shi commenced his search for an appropriate location within Konoha, ultimately settling on the Forest of Death after much deliberation. This area, seldom frequented by others, presented a suitable choice despite the inconvenience of access. However, this was not a significant concern. Having chosen the site, he approached Uncle Dingjio, the head of his family's merchant caravan, and entrusted him with the necessary funds and items before returning to the hospital. He anticipated that it would take at least a month for Uncle Dingjio to deliver the goods, granting him a rare respite during this interim. Upon his return to the hospital, Bai Shi Yicheng sensed an unusual atmosphere, particularly among the members of the medical team, who regarded him with a hint of amusement in their gazes. Perplexed, he eventually discerned the reason for their demeanor upon reaching his office. Thanks to a certain individual, the workload of the medical team had significantly increased. Tsunade stood before him, clutching a pile of documents. As Yicheng perused the files, his lips twitched in disbelief. Are these all related to childbirth? At this point, every pregnant woman in Konoha seemed to know of her prowess in medical ninjutsu, which rendered surgeries virtually painless. Examining the thickness of the documents, he grimaced. Even if I were to exhaust myself, I could not possibly complete all these operations. It would be prudent to exaggerate the after effects of ninjutsu to mitigate potential complications. Uncle Luching's wife had yet to be discharged, no matter how grand the claims. A mere glance would reveal the truth. So what do you propose? Increase the payment. Yicheng was taken aback, hesitating. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? As the class leader, would it not invite gossip? You actually care about that? Tsunade scoffed. Well, I merely mentioned it in passing. Will there be a share for me? Half for the village, and we split the remainder 50-50. 50-50? Yicheng scrutinized Tsunade in astonishment, unable to fathom her reasoning. I am the one performing the surgeries. Why should I share equally with you? If you are unafraid of my master seeking you out, then take it all. Does the Hokage have the time to concern himself with such matters? Do you know the fee for a single surgery? Tsunade extended 2 fingers. Yicheng blinked. 20 million? Dream on. Even among the shinobi clans, no one would spend 20 million for childbirth, 2 million at most. Such a paltry sum? The reward for an S-rank mission is hardly greater. Are you truly dissatisfied with this? Half for the village, and you'll take the other half, leaving me with a mere 500,000. That's a loss. Tsunade's expression soured. Are you going to do it or not? Is this a threat? Yicheng pondered. Typically, such matters do not circulate so swiftly, so it must be you behind this. He recalled his audacious demand of 100 million. Tsunade had been silent for days, likely because her family was unwilling to part with such a sum. Lacking funds yet desiring her secret techniques, she had devised a scheme to exploit him, to earn money for her through his unique techniques. Yashiro Bai sure truly admires Tsunade's intellect. In both of his lifetimes, he could not conceive such audacious maneuvers. No matter how one looks at it, there is no way to suffer a loss in this arrangement. After all, he remains reliant on her assistance. Bai Shi remarked, "Is this a matter of profit sharing? You are utterly insufferable." Tsunade retorted, "You are in need of funds." Bai Shi replied, 19. Tsunade quipped, "Did you think I would suggest 3070? It is indeed 4060. Bai Shi countered, 2080. Tsunade proposed, "How about you hand over your technique, and I shall give you my all." Bai Shi scoffed, "Dream on. I would rather exchange money for goods directly. Such tricks are only effective on children." Tsunade, her fist clenched, reminded him, "Do not forget that you have already taken my 50 million. We had an agreement, and your overconfidence is not my concern." Frustrated, Tsunade smashed her fist down, splintering the table into pieces. "Will you do it, or not?" 3070. Tilting her head to calculate, she soon beamed. "Deal." Thus, Bai Shi was entirely ensnared in the whirlpool of finances under Tsunade's influence. Performing at least 2 surgeries daily, he found it to be a manageable workload. Each operation took him a mere 10 minutes. The bulk of his time was absorbed by tedious paperwork. Not everyone could afford 2 million. So Tsunade thoughtfully introduced a half-price service. When she became serious, Tsunade was a formidable force, tirelessly traversing the hospital, promoting the advantages of painless surgery. As the number of surgeries increased, Bai Shi began to deeply appreciate the significance of having a specialized skill for generating income. He also commenced accepting private jobs, even offering home services, all while keeping it from Tsunade. The fees were modest, around 1 million, and he would occasionally lower the price for those who haggled. Consequently, his reputation in Konoha flourished, and the number of individuals seeking him privately escalated. Seeing a decline in the number of patients at the hospital, Tsunade became increasingly frantic, seeking the cause. Upon discovering Bai Shi's involvement, she was infuriated. Without a moment's hesitation, she stormed into his office, wreaking havoc, while Bai Shi made a swift exit. Gazing at the string of zeros in his bank book, he wore a blissful smile. Tsunade believed herself clever, attempting to acquire his techniques without any investment. She was merely dreaming. Strolling down the street, Bai Shi mused that it would take Tsunade at least a few days to cool down before returning home. After all, with Tsunade overseeing the medical team, significant chaos was unlikely to ensue. Upon arriving home, Bai Shi found himself at a loss for what to do. He had largely ceased his training. His previously weak physical skills had significantly improved since he began utilizing lightning release to stimulate his cells, a transformation that had occurred over a year ago. As for ninjutsu, after developing techniques for the 5 elemental releases, he found himself at a loss for direction. In other words, his current abilities had reached the ceiling of an ordinary ninja's potential. To advance further would require a change in lineage, which seemed nearly impossible. The rapid enhancement of his abilities is undoubtedly attributed to the support provided by the butterfly species. Without Mei's infusion of vitality, he would likely have already been graced with strands of gray upon his head. If one were to identify a weakness, it would probably be illusion techniques. Although he has learned a few illusions during his time in the Dark Division, he seldom employs them. Moreover, mastering such techniques without the Sharingan makes reaching their zenith exceedingly challenging. This is a limitation imposed by lineage, one that cannot be altered by mere human effort. That said, should anyone dare to cast an illusion upon him, Bai Shi Yicheng would swiftly impart a lesson, setting aside the formidable mental fortitude bestowed by the butterfly species. The mere instant of falling under an illusion would alert the fortress within him. He is not alone. He currently nurtures 4 butterfly species, all of which have matured. Though he appears as a single entity, he embodies the essence of 5 souls. To ensnare him in an illusion would require a Sharingan of the kaleidoscopic caliber. Otherwise, it is virtually impossible. Bai Shi Yicheng felt a sense of melancholy, a despondence born from uncertainty. Mei's suggestion to continue nurturing the butterfly species lingered in his mind, yet he hesitated. Should he persist in this endeavor? He might never extricate himself from Mei's influence. This was not a fate he wished to embrace, unless he could discover a means to control vitality itself. Concerning the manipulation of life force, he currently harbors a singular concept. He envisions developing a technique that amalgamates barrier techniques with sealing arts into a form of curse mark. In his imagination, this curse mark would activate through physical contact. First, one would utilize sealing arts to confine the adversary. Then employ barrier techniques to concentrate the life force into a singular point, ultimately harnessing his own ability to absorb chakra to extract both life force and spiritual essence. He has even conceived a name for it, the stellar absorption technique. This moniker seems perfectly fitting. A flush crept across Bai Shi Yicheng's face as he recognized that once he successfully develops this art, he would be perilously close to becoming a pariah within the ninja world. No one can resist the allure of immortality, and he is no exception, inevitably. He would engage in widespread slaughter. If this knowledge were to become public, regardless of motives, be they noble or selfish, he would likely find himself relentlessly pursued. Contemplating this, a cryptic smile graced Bai Shi Yicheng's lips. The old adage of the old man and his horse rings true. One cannot discern fortune from misfortune merely by appearances. If one were to present a bucket of water to a man on the brink of death from thirst, he might rupture his own belly. Conversely, offering him a bottle of water may incite a desire to murder, for he may suspect the presence of greater reserves. In Bai Shi Yicheng's perspective, the optimal strategy is to withhold water altogether. While this may seem selfish, is it not the very nature of humanity? Good people seldom enjoy longevity. Why is that? Because the dichotomy of good and evil does not truly exist in the world. Ultimately, the definitions of good and evil are merely constructs of human self-awareness. Bai Shi Yicheng began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of that fateful day. In the Death Forest, within a clandestine laboratory, he gazed intently at the ninja on the experimental table, lost in contemplation. The concept of the stellar absorption technique is promising. Yet he is overcome by a sense of paralysis, unsure of how to proceed. The study of sealing techniques has remained an unwavering pursuit for the past few years, leading him to become quite proficient in the art. However, relying solely on the sealing techniques amassed by his family is woefully inadequate for mastering the formidable star absorption technique. He seeks a greater array of sealing arts, barrier techniques, and even esoteric knowledge pertaining to the human body. Such resources are virtually unattainable through conventional means, and resorting to unorthodox methods would necessitate taking action against Kanahagakure. As this thought crossed his mind, Yicheng Bai Shi retrieved the blood contract seal that Mei had bestowed upon him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. While the efficacy of the seal is commendable, its lack of subtlety is a significant drawback, particularly during activation. The rolling of his eyes would effectively broadcast to others that he is under control. If he were to employ this seal to extract information, it would not be long before his machinations were uncovered. After a moment of hesitation, Yicheng Bai Shi decided to stow away the scroll. He recalled Mei's mention of the butterfly species. She had indicated her ability to manipulate others through these creatures. Thus, he pondered whether inscribing the blood contract seal upon a butterfly might enable him to exert control over others as well. It was worth a try. He made his way to Butterfly Rest Valley to request butterflies from Mei. Upon hearing his idea, she exhibited great enthusiasm and, taking his hand, transported him into a barrier using spatial movement. Inside the barrier, countless insects crawled about, their sheer density causing Yicheng Bai Shi to shudder. This domain was primarily inhabited by lightning attribute butterflies. If he desired specimens of other attributes, she could guide him accordingly. Yicheng Bai Shi picked up one of the insects from a leaf, scrutinizing it closely as a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. These butterflies appeared devoid of techniques, starkly contrasting with the ones within him. Naturally, they were all native species. Should he wish to cultivate butterflies, she would inscribe techniques upon them, simplifying his task of controlling others. Is that so? Yicheng Bai Shi inquired, returning the insect to its perch. I seek butterflies of fire, earth, and wind attributes. By the way, have you ever attempted to cultivate butterflies with dual attributes? Not at all, she replied. Native species are quite fragile. Single attributes are manageable, but dual attributes are prone to demise. Only through a symbiotic bond with a human can they acquire additional attributes. Mei then guided him through several more barriers, and after selecting 10 butterflies, they returned to the palace. As Yicheng Bai Shi prepared to depart, he posed another question. I have always been curious. Upon a practitioner's death, the butterflies inherit all of their attributes. However, I have raised 4 butterflies. Should I perish, how would they determine which one inherits everything? Naturally, it would be the first, and thus the strongest butterfly. The others would merge with it. Merging? He echoed. Have you not witnessed my ability to manipulate flesh? That is the essence of such merging. Once they possess awareness within me, they should be regarded as distinct life forms. Would the other butterflies willingly merge with the city? Do you harbor a misunderstanding? They are kin, and their memories are nearly identical. Such merging does not equate to obliteration. Yicheng Bai Shi cast a meaningful glance at Mei before taking his leave. Upon returning to the laboratory, he refrained from immediately commencing experiments. Instead, he procured a box to nurture the butterflies. From Mei's words, he discerned something deeper. These butterfly species seem to be beyond Mei's control, although he cannot be entirely certain. Regardless, he has developed a profound interest in cultivating them himself. He had previously studied butterfly cultivation, finding the process rather straightforward, albeit quite time-consuming. After completing all the necessary tasks, Bai Shi Yicheng lost his enthusiasm for experimentation and returned home to rest. He took several days off before resuming his work at the hospital. The office, which had been damaged by Tsunade, was now fully restored, and Bai Shi Yicheng found himself appreciating her somewhat. If she were to come and demolish his office daily, would he be able to enjoy a new office every day? Well, never mind. An old office is preferable, as long as it is visually pleasing. Before he could settle for a few moments, Tsunade kicked open his door. Bai Shi Yicheng, taken aback, remarked, I am, after all, your superior. Could you show a little respect? Why are you going behind my back? If you don't provide a reason today, I certainly won't let you off the hook. Bai Shi Yicheng raised his hands in exasperation, responding, what other reason could there be? I need money. Tsunade, deep in thought, asked, why do you need so much money on your own? A glimmer of caution flashed in Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes. Ever since the incident with Hatake Tsukumo, he had heightened his vigilance toward these narrative characters, especially Tsunade, whose intelligence was undeniably sharp. Although he had an explanation, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't perceive something amiss. This matter doesn't concern you. I simply need money desperately, and I owe several million to others. Tsunade clenched her teeth and took a seat before him. I believe we need to cultivate more trust between us. If you wish to earn money, I won't hinder you. Here's the deal. Teach me how to enhance chakra control, and I will assist you without charge in the future, while still compensating you. You just need to give me some time. What do you mean? Tsunade proposed a payment plan. Yashiro Shirase found himself quite astounded by Tsunade's audacity. He understood that her willingness to pay a substantial sum was likely predicated on the belief that mastering his family's secret techniques would grant her the same level of chakra control he possessed. If he were to truly sell it to her for 100 million, he feared she would pursue him relentlessly. After some contemplation, he resolved to speak candidly. Tsunade, let me be frank. Our family's secret arts are not as exceptional as you might think, even if I were to bestow them upon you. Achieving my level of mastery is simply beyond your reach. Tsunade, perplexed, retorted, isn't it your training in secret techniques that has endowed you with such chakra control? Yashiro rolled his eyes. How naive. If such a thing existed, no amount of money would tempt me to part with it. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback. Then quickly realized, are you attempting to treat me as a mere lamb for slaughter? So, you are aware of your own vulnerability. With a sardonic remark, Yashiro propped his leg casually. While our clan possesses some secret techniques pertaining to chakra control, the enhancement from such training is rather limited. Why is that? He fell silent as a butterfly fluttered from his sleeve to hover before Tsunade. Upon seeing the butterfly, Tsunade fell into silence. The matter concerning the fundamental techniques of using butterflies transcended monetary concerns. I understand now, but even those seemingly trivial techniques are invaluable to me. I implore you. Yashiro extended his hand, his expression impassive. Money. You truly are insatiable for wealth. 200 million at most. While I would like to accommodate you, I have others to support. 50 million is my final offer. Tsunade clenched her fists and rose, her gaze fierce. Yashiro remained unperturbed. Without funds, there could be no negotiation. After a tense standoff lasting nearly 3 minutes, Tsunade relented. I understand. I will bring the money tomorrow, but I have one condition. You must guide my training. You can take the materials and train on your own. Why waste our time on guidance when we are all busy? Tsunade's forehead throbbed, her frustration evident. That is not what I meant. I require your assistance to enhance my abilities. Yashiro furrowed his brow. Are you jesting? The Hokage is your mentor. You want me to assist you in your training? Tsunade fell silent, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Master Sarutobi is an excellent teacher, yet he is not suited to my needs. His strengths lie in ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Yashiro began to comprehend. Why was Orochimaru the third Hokage's favored disciple? It was precisely because he was well matched with his mentor, both being prodigies in ninjutsu. In contrast, Tsunade, a master of taijutsu, had likely only gleaned basic combat techniques and experiences from the third Hokage, ultimately reducing her to a purely strength-based medical ninja. How unfortunate, he mused. Yet, taijutsu was not his forte either. He felt ill-equipped to teach her. To speak honestly, my taijutsu is presently inferior to yours. How could I possibly guide your training? Even Orochimaru's talents in ninjutsu development are eclipsed by yours, and Master Sarutobi has praised you highly. Yashiro raised an eyebrow. So? I wish to assist you in developing a technique to enhance your speed. Speed enhancement? It seems that Tsunade is acutely aware of her own shortcomings. Although she possesses great strength, her inability to land a hit renders her in a rather embarrassing predicament. Had her speed been sufficient, the last battle would not have resulted in such a one-sided outcome. It is likely that Tsunade has been haunted by that encounter, utterly unable to touch her opponent, and ultimately defeated as if she were merely being toyed with. Bai Shi Yicheng pursed his lips and inquired, "What is your chakra affinity?" Well, to be honest, I have not delved deeply into the study of taijutsu. Let us proceed to the training ground. Bai Shi Yicheng led Tsunade back to the site of their previous battle. Tsunade, unleash your full speed and let me witness your limits. Tsunade nodded, and a surge of chakra began to emanate from her. Moments later, she propelled herself forward with tremendous force, causing the ground to crack beneath her like an arrow released from its bow. Observing this, Bai Shi Yicheng frowned. Relying solely on a chakra burst for acceleration? Judging by the amount of chakra Tsunade unleashed, she would rank among the elite even among Jonin. Her maximum speed far surpassed that of an ordinary body flicker technique. Yet when compared to his lightning body flicker, it appeared sluggish. Before speed-oriented ninjas, such velocity would be easily outmatched and could lead to her being toyed with. Bai Shi Yicheng approached the fractured ground where Tsunade had landed, noting the distinct footprints. The cracks radiating from her footprints were entirely chaotic. Tsunade approached and asked, "Did you discern anything?" A classic case of beauty without brains. Do not take offense. I merely speak the truth. Upon hearing the phrase beauty without brains, Tsunade's eyes glinted with palpable rage. Bai Shi Yicheng smirked and began to channel his chakra. The ground similarly began to fissure, and moments later, he surged forth. Although employing the same method, Bai Shi Yicheng's speed was double that of Tsunade's. Tsunade paused, deep in thought. The chakra he unleashed was comparable to hers. Yet how could their speeds differ so drastically? As she examined Bai Shi Yicheng's footprints, she noticed a key distinction. The cracks surrounding his prints exhibited a clear directional flow, while hers were haphazard. Bai Shi Yicheng returned and stated, "Did you see that?" Tsunade's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "You truly are a genius. Is this what it means to be a genius?" Bai Shi Yicheng chuckled wryly. This simple technique, with just a bit of attentiveness, you would have discovered it sooner or later. Now, allow me to demonstrate once more. With that, Bai Shi Yicheng once again unleashed his chakra. This time, the ground beneath him did not merely crack, it nearly shattered. As he surged forward, a large circular hole appeared where his feet had been. The ferocity of this power brought him close to the speed of lightning body flicker. Tsunade's eyelids twitched. Her expression perplexed as she asked, "Ninjutsu?" Bai Shi Yicheng returned, nodding in affirmation. Katsuyu's lips twitched as she remarked, "Releasing jutsu with one's feet. I cannot do it, and neither can Konoha. This method is truly befitting of you, with your perverse chakra control. How should one speak? Do you even wish for me to teach you?" Katsuyu hastily apologized, and only then did the expression on Yicheng Bai Shi's face soften. He extended his hand towards Katsuyu and said, "Observe closely." A powerful surge of chakra emanated from his palm, and moments later, a rapidly spinning chakra sphere materialized in his grasp. Katsuyu's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes widening in astonishment. No hand signs jutsu? This technique was, of course, the Rasengan. His mastery of the Rasengan had been completed 2 years prior, and he was now capable of infusing it with various elemental transformations. Even multi-elemental transformations were within his reach, albeit limited to 3 types at most. His demonstration was not intended to teach her, but rather to inspire her with the Rasengan. Well, I suppose it's a technique I developed myself, named, 3 parts to the essence. While it may be a derivative, who could blame him for being born early? The current Minato Namikaze should have already been born, perhaps even delivered by him. With this thought, Yicheng Bai Shi felt an inflated sense of grandeur. As for the name 3 parts to the essence, he considered the name Reincarnated to be rather lackluster. It seemed more like a technique for minor characters, unbefitting of him. Regardless, since he was the one utilizing it now, no one could alter the name of this jutsu. Imagining Naruto shouting, "Taste my 3 parts to the essence," brought a paternal smile to Yicheng Bai Shi's face. 3 parts to the essence, an eccentric name. What do you want me to infer from this? Akatsuki initially thought Yicheng Bai Shi was merely trying to show off, yet she acknowledged his remarkable talent. Just by the nature of the technique, it was evident that even Orochimaru could not measure up. Judging by the chakra fluctuations, this 3 parts to the essence jutsu was undoubtedly at least an A-rank technique. Yicheng Bai Shi took a deep breath and, with a neutral expression, said, "You truly do not comprehend the romance of a man." Shaking his head, he hurled the Rasengan to the ground. A circular crater formed on the ground, identical to the one beneath his feet moments before. Akatsuki looked around in disbelief, utterly bewildered. Releasing an A-rank jutsu with one's foot. Are you truly human? You can't possibly think I could do the same. No way. I absolutely cannot. Yicheng Bai Shi crossed his arms, wearing a proud expression. For him, releasing the Rasengan with his foot was hardly a challenge. It was merely less convenient than using his hands. You are overthinking it. Even if you wish to learn this technique, I would not teach you unless you paid. Akatsuki replied. Must you mention money? Yicheng Bai Shi retorted, indeed. Akatsuki rolled her eyes. I had no intention of learning. How does this technique enhance my speed? Yicheng Bai Shi nodded. As you have seen, this technique relies on the rotation of chakra to unleash its power. What I intended to convey was that when you unleash your chakra, you should allow the energy at the soles of your feet to adopt a rotational posture, which would significantly enhance your speed. After speaking, Yicheng Bai Shi waved his hand at her, saying, well, that's it. Give it your all. A few steps later, he turned back and added, don't forget to bring the money tomorrow. I hope we have another opportunity for a transaction. Once Yicheng Bai Shi had completely vanished, Tsunade fell into silence as she gazed at the 2 circular holes in the training ground. The soles of the feet are the farthest point from the brain, making chakra control inherently challenging, and to achieve a rotational stance. Tsunade felt overwhelmed, yet she recalled Yicheng Bai Shi's nearly peak speed moments ago. After taking a deep breath, she commenced her training. She was not a woman who surrendered easily. After dismissing Tsunade, Yicheng Bai Shi spent a rather dull day at the hospital. The following day, he arrived at work with a cheerful demeanor. Today, a substantial sum of money had come in, and his assets had finally surpassed 9 digits. It had not been an easy journey. The thought of the money that had passed through his hands over the years filled him with frustration. Tens of millions would come in each year, only to be quickly dispersed, with various expenses weighing heavily upon him. The 50 million he obtained from Tsunade had been given to Tokukazu for purchasing equipment, leaving him with little remaining. The money he currently possessed was earned through arduous surgical procedures, a task he was becoming quite weary of. Tsunade was indeed a remarkable woman. And while she had a generous spirit, she spent money without a second thought. She truly embodied the legendary big cash cow, almost like a savior for him. In his office, the two met once more. Tsunade promptly produced a black leather case and extended her hand towards him. Yicheng Bai Shi retrieved a scroll from his pocket and placed it in her palm, whistling, "Pleasure to collaborate." Upon witnessing his expression, Tsunade felt a surge of irritation. She was well aware that she had been taken advantage of, yet her need for the item was undeniable. Unable to muster a smiling face while feeling cheated, she shot him a glare before turning away. The ensuing days became rather monotonous. Tsunade would make brief appearances at the hospital, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Yicheng Bai Shi was well aware of her whereabouts and chose not to confront her. After all, he had received a considerable sum from her. It would be unwise to stir up unnecessary conflict. The medical team continued to function normally without Tsunade, albeit with a slight increase in workload. Nonetheless, this had no bearing on Yicheng Bai Shi, who spent his days in the office engaging with insects, only being summoned when an insurmountable issue arose within the medical team. Life was blissfully leisurely. As time passed, Yicheng Bai Shi realized that this lifestyle was quite agreeable. Ever since Hideo Takeuchi had sensed his thoughts, he had not been disturbed. And even the ninja clans had become more compliant. He remained uncertain whether this was a positive or negative development. Hideo Takeuchi, despite nearing death, was undoubtedly not a simple individual, and his dedication to his family was unwavering. It was unlikely that he would simply retreat without reason. Yet, Yicheng Bai Shi could not decipher the old man's motives, leaving him to respond to challenges as they arose. As for the village, it remains tranquil and serene. He occasionally reports on the medical team's work to the third Hokage, who merely asks a few routine questions before allowing him to leave. As for Danzō, he seems to have disappeared entirely from Konoha. Once a familiar presence on the streets, he is now almost entirely absent. In truth, Shiraishi Yashikage is quite curious about Danzō's current activities. If all goes as expected, he must have set his sights on the Sharingan. As it is the only noteworthy ocular ability that Konoha can obtain, the Byakugan holds no promise. Initially, he considered delving into murky waters to see if he could procure a few Sharingan for research, but after careful contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. If it were a Mangeki Sharingan, he would certainly take the plunge. However, the regular 3-tomo version seems somewhat lackluster. Even if he were to conduct research, the outcomes would likely be insignificant, so why invite trouble upon himself? Moreover, recently, Mei had gifted him something remarkable that captivated his entire attention. This precious item is a notebook, penned by Shiraishi Yukinori, his grandfather. The notebook primarily chronicles events his grandfather personally experienced, along with numerous insights into ninjutsu training. Shiraishi Yashikage has been engrossed in studying this notebook, nearly to the point of obsession, for its contents are utterly fascinating. The first half of the notebook holds little research value, mostly detailing his grandfather's mundane life events. However, it also reveals some unexpected discoveries, such as the fact that his grandfather had 6 children, something he was previously unaware of. Yashikage had always thought his grandfather only had 2 sons, his father and uncle, as he had never encountered the others. Understandably so, as they perished long ago during the Warring States period. The 4 relatives he had never met, 3 males and 1 female, each met tragic fates. One died in battle, while the others took their own lives. Within the lines of the notebook, Yashikage glimpsed his grandfather's anguish, struggles, and some fervent thoughts. Today, Ryugen has died, killed by that bunch of beasts from the Terada clan. I will surely seek vengeance and annihilate the Terada lineage. I have slaughtered every last member of the Terada clan, regardless of age or gender. Yet I find no joy in it. My second son was injured, and I instructed my third son to take him back to the clan to recuperate. Little did I anticipate that not long after returning home, the second son would commit suicide alongside the third. I summoned their spirits, and they expressed that they no longer felt human, hence their desire to cease being one. I am left with only a 5-year-old daughter. What in this damned world has transpired? There is no glimmer of hope, not even despair. All that remains is numbness. Day after day, the slaughter continues. The battles never cease. The world of ninjas is unbearably brutal, and I long for eternal rest in the Valley of the Butterflies. Just as I was preparing to take my own life, my wife informed me that she was pregnant again. A new hope emerged from the abyss. Ryuko was born. I was overjoyed and indulged in a few drinks. Upon awakening, I was told that my daughter had taken her own life. I am at a loss to comprehend the emotions that could drive my daughter to such drastic actions. I have perceived the essence of her butterfly, and astonishingly, that fragmented butterfly claims it is due to me. I have begun to introspect. After the demise of my 3 sons, I placed all my hopes upon her. Could it be that the burden I imposed upon her was too great? The timing of her suicide, on the very day of Ronchio's birth, feels as though it were a deliberate act of retribution against me. I find myself harboring a growing animosity towards that entity, which grants me strength yet bequeaths me despair. No words can adequately capture its cruelty. I have attempted to resist, yet I am utterly outmatched. The dimensions of our powers are disparate, or perhaps the world as I perceive it diverges entirely from its own. I have failed, and failed again. I have fractured my family. Perhaps this is merely a futile struggle, yet I know there are certain actions that must be undertaken. Shioi will undoubtedly not disappoint me. It is evident that without the secret arts, my lineage cannot attain true strength and is destined to languish as a vassal, barely surviving. Shioi is despondent, and I share in his sorrow, but what recourse do we have? The butterfly must not be stripped of its power, lest Terada meet the same fate as the butterfly. It feels akin to a relentless nightmare, a ceaseless torment. I find myself unable to sleep through the night, yet my body remains unaffected. I realize this is its counterattack, an attempt to immerse me in deeper despair. I have come to understand that power cannot resolve any issues, and I have begun to explore alternative paths. Unbeknownst to me, the ranks of the shinobi surrounding the butterfly have grown increasingly numerous. It is absurd that someone as selfish as I has been regarded as a hero. However, if this continues, it may indeed prove viable to unite the shinobi through renown and subsequently quell the chaos through force. Once the turmoil subsides, I shall ensure that those butterflies are eradicated and that this secret art shall not be perpetuated. My wife has given birth to another son, yet she has departed from this world. I find myself unable to smile or weep. I feel utterly hollow. The Uchiha and Senju have produced two remarkable successors. I cannot fathom the nature of their battles. Is such power truly attainable by humankind? I sense that their emergence will disrupt my plans. Yet there is no one capable of vanquishing them. The conflict between the Uchiha and Senju rages on, and my aspirations seem increasingly unattainable. Ronchio has begun to nurture butterflies. For there is no choice. The future of the clan now rests upon his shoulders. The Senju and Uchiha have reconciled, astonishingly joining forces to establish a village. I remain uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Will peace truly prevail? Sarutobi and Shimura have joined Konoha, and I too am preparing to align with them. For those two successors are undeniably formidable. Yet, this peace, an ominous premonition stirs within me. I encountered Hashirama Senju, an extraordinary ninja. He shared with me his dreams and spoke of the will of fire. While I do not entirely resonate with the will of fire, there exists an undeniable force within Hashirama that compels me to consider believing in him. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, does not strike me as a benevolent figure. From the moment I laid eyes on him, the dormant curse within me stirred in trepidation. It came as no surprise when Uchiha Madara defected. The Uchiha clan has always instilled a sense of discomfort. Perhaps it is their obstinacy, arrogance, or tragic nature. I cannot ascertain. Madara has returned, and Hashirama has triumphed over him. Yet Hashirama is nearing death. I know that upon his demise, Tobirama Senju will undoubtedly assume the mantle of Hokage, albeit lacking the formidable strength of his elder brother. He will have to rely on political maneuvering to maintain the village's equilibrium. Given his usual conduct, I can surmise the methods he might employ. Indeed, the notion of peace seems but a fleeting aspiration, for human nature is intrinsically inclined towards conflict. How dare the Uchiha look down upon me? It infuriates me. If they had supported me, the position of Hokage would have been mine. My defeat was not at the hands of Tobirama, but of Hashirama himself. Even in death, Hashirama commands the loyalty of many who believe in him and the Senju legacy. I had nearly accepted the will of fire. Yet Tobirama's actions threatened to transform it into a blade poised over the heads of the ninja clans. What am I to do? The curse has become inextricably linked to Konoha, and if I force my clan to abandon it, I fear I would meet the same fate as Madara. The birth of Yashikage has occurred. This child's fate appears grim. I sense the impending decline of the Senju. His future will be fraught with hardship. There is no turning back. I am inherently selfish, and I can only hope to fulfill my desires. With these thoughts, I conclude my notes. Yashikage closed his notebook, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. Rising from his chair, he approached the window and gazed into the sky, lost in contemplation. He is no longer a child. Or perhaps he never was. With 2 lifetimes combined, he is nearing 40. In the past, thoughts of revenge may have crossed his mind, but such notions have since dissipated. For they seem utterly mundane. No one wishes for him to pursue such endeavors. In terms of suffering, the anguish experienced by Izai Shirakawa far surpasses his own. Yet, what has he accomplished? Is it truly his intention to numb himself with alcohol? No. Yashikage believes his uncle is perpetually consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The world is undeniably harsh, yet it possesses an exquisite beauty. Life presents itself as a perplexing conundrum. Should he seek revenge? He would inevitably plunge himself into similar torment, a scenario he wishes to avoid. Thus, he chose to let all suffering come to an end within himself. He had always repeated to himself the need to look forward, not to be blinded by hatred, yet he found himself desperately struggling within the maelstrom of animosity. His desire to save him now seemed like the capricious whims of a child. To rescue him would merely prolong his torment. Perhaps it would be more merciful to allow him to find solace in the paradise of his dreams sooner rather than later. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Shi Yicheng could only sigh in resignation. He was not like the extreme and impetuous individuals who wallowed in melancholy. While he might feel sorrow, he would swiftly recover. Since he had chosen not to seek vengeance, did that mean he was to live as they wished? Bai Shi Yicheng firmly rejected that notion. The mindset of an adult differs greatly from that of a child, particularly for someone like him. He possessed a keen insight that allowed him to discern the essence of matters, or rather, the true reasons behind his family's demise. Even in seeking revenge, one must ensure that grievances have a rightful owner. Were the 3 generations truly enemies of Danzō? Or was the entire Konoha their adversary? No. The true foes were Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, along with their misguided interpretation of the will of fire. In truth, the assertion of misdirection is not entirely accurate. Yet debating this issue is akin to arguing whether the chicken or the egg came first. It leads nowhere. Initially, Konoha was solely comprised of shinobi, and over time. As the number of commoners increased, it was a positive development. It benefited both Konoha and the shinobi, as more people meant more tasks. And no one would complain about an abundance of resources. However, Hashirama Senju was an excessively benevolent individual. He aspired to create a Konoha where all were equal and coexisted in harmony. While the intention was commendable, what justified this? Even in modern society, there exists a hierarchy. In Konoha, why should the shinobi be indistinguishable from the commoners? Clearly, they were the original inhabitants. The one who arrived first is certainly not the husband, but rather the ex-boyfriend? What a farce. Consequently, his notion of equality became a form of injustice toward the shinobi. Ultimately, the concept of equality does not truly exist. Even in contemporary society, the unending will of fire? Is it truly acceptable to treat individuals as mere leaves? Those fallen leaves represent lives lost. Bai Shi Yicheng felt compelled to awaken the inhabitants of this village to reality. He contemplated severing the roots of Konoha, directly exhuming the graves of the Senju brothers. To destroy the will of fire was his genuine quest for vengeance. To achieve such an end, mere brute force would be insufficient. If even the formidable Uchiha Madara could not accomplish it, it was unrealistic to expect him to devise a solution at this moment. However, the path ahead was long, and the future remained unpredictable. A cold smile crept across Bai Shi Yicheng's face, as he now understood Madara's sentiments deeply. As he continued to peruse his notes, he discovered a sealing technique capable of sealing the butterfly species. This technique had been developed by his grandfather, Bai Shi Rongzhe, purportedly for the branches of the family. After firmly committing the sealing technique to memory, a sense of doubt arose within him. Neither his grandfather nor any other relatives would ever allow him to witness such a thing. Yet, May entrusted him with it, even though its contents were evidently detrimental to her. Why? Was she truly so confident in herself? Indeed, she harbored a profound fear of death. Yet she did not allow herself to be manipulated without resistance. He contemplated inquiring with May but ultimately decided against it. After all, it was merely a matter of the peculiar. Shiraishi Yashiki believed that one day he would uncover all of her secrets, and when that time came, if the tides turned, he would not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Just as Shiraishi Yashiki was lost in thought, a knock resonated from outside the door. Regaining his composure, he said, "Come in." When the door opened, the figure that appeared before him took him by surprise. Takeuchi Anna. It had been a while since he had seen her, and she looked considerably haggard. "What brings you here today?" "If it's about grandfather Shuichi's passing, I would be glad to attend his funeral." Had it been the old Takeuchi Anna, such words would have surely provoked her ire. Yet today, she seemed strangely subdued. "Shall we take a walk?" Shiraishi Yashiki questioned his own ears, wondering if he was hallucinating or under some enchantment. Although Takeuchi Anna's temperament was not as volatile as her grandfather's, she was not known for her amiability either. Shiraishi Yashiki understood that something must have transpired. Otherwise, she would not present herself in such a manner. On the rooftop of the hospital, the two stood at the railing, gazing out over Konoha. The wind swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves into the sky. Shiraishi Yashiki reached out, capturing a leaf in his hand, turning it over contemplatively, remaining silent. Since their arrival, Takeuchi Anna had also maintained her silence. Their eyes occasionally met, only to quickly avert from each other. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, perhaps even dismal. After what seemed like an eternity, Takeuchi Anna took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Do you not intend to reconsider?" Shiraishi Yashiki was momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher her meaning. "My grandfather informed me that you wish to leave Konoha. Is it truly impossible for you to stay?" So that was the reason. Had Takeuchi Anna come as an emissary? How naive! If people's thoughts could be so easily swayed, there would not be so much suffering. Shiraishi Yashiki shook his head with a wry smile. "In truth, whether I remain in Konoha is of little consequence to me. It is simply that the Konoha I desire cannot be provided, and what you seek, I cannot offer. It is a disparity in our perspectives. Do you expect me to stay and vie for the position of Hokage? Even your grandfather likely understands the futility of such an endeavor. But he has no choice but to place his hopes upon me. Yet what can I do? Lead you all into battle, risking death for a tenuous chance. While I may be a selfish rogue, I am not so cold-hearted." Takeuchi Anna's gaze was icy, akin to the biting winds of winter. "You are always like this, envisioning failure before even attempting, fearing defeat and seeking to flee. I called you a coward in our youth, yet here you are, grown yet still a coward." Shiraishi Yashiki's expression darkened. "Do you remember what I told you in the hospital? The person I was yesterday is not the same as I am today. And the person I am today will not be the same as I will be tomorrow. One's capacity dictates the scale of one's undertakings. When ambition exceeds ability, It only leads to self-destruction. Your capabilities do not align with that position. To forcefully contend will only ensnare you in others' traps. This is his heartfelt sentiment. However, as previously mentioned, human thoughts are not easily swayed. Each individual dwells within the realm of their own self-awareness. No sooner had the words of Shiraise Yashikage faded than Takamoto Anna charged forth, seizing his collar and executing a shoulder throw. As Shiraise Yashikage found himself suspended in midair, memories of unflattering childhood events surged in his mind. Was she attempting to resurrect his dark past? Shiraise Yashikage resolutely refused to tolerate such an affront. At the moment of his descent, he transformed into a swarm of butterflies, converging towards Takamoto Anna's rear. Takamoto Anna, sensing the shift, swiftly executed a whip kick aimed behind her. Shiraise Yashikage scattered like butterflies once more. This time, he did not draw near Takamoto Anna, rather. He materialized at a considerable distance from her. Surely, you do not believe you can mount me and unleash your fury as you did in our youth? Why not? Do not presume that your newfound strength means others remain stagnant. Shiraise Yashikage, infuriated yet amused, retorted, resorting to violence when words fail. Truly the granddaughter of that old man. Takamoto Anna snorted coldly. I have never exerted my full strength against you. Today, you shall witness it firsthand. She began to form hand seals, prompting Shiraise Yashikage to furrow his brow. This was the rooftop of a hospital. Employing ninjutsu here would create a considerable disturbance. Fire style, great fireball. Before Shiraise Yashikage could comprehend the implications, Takamoto Anna had unleashed her fire technique. Yet, this was not the end. She continued to weave seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. The combination of wind and fire ninjutsu. Shiraise Yashikage's expression darkened. Should he evade, half the hospital would surely collapse. With no other recourse, Shiraise Yashikage formed 3 quick seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, water barrier. Following the execution of 2 water techniques, butterflies began to flutter from his sleeves. A tremendous roar echoed as mist billowed upward. After launching several shurikens, Shiraise Yashikage plunged into the fog. Takamoto Anna, spotting the shurikens, swiftly evaded, well aware of the lightning body technique. Yet, she failed to notice that the rooftop was now teeming with countless butterflies. The butterflies began to shimmer with lightning. And moments later, Shiraise Yashikage materialized before Takamoto Anna. Realizing his sudden presence was ominous, Takamoto Anna attempted to evade, but her body could not keep pace. With a simple grappling maneuver, Shiraise Yashikage pinned her to the ground. With a sharp crack, he landed a resounding slap on an indescribable part of Takamoto Anna. Initially struggling, she was momentarily stunned by the blow, her resistance intensifying. Shiraise Yashikage struck again, and Takamoto Anna suddenly bit down fiercely on his arm. The pain. Shiraise Yashikage's face contorted in agony. Let go. Takamoto Anna merely clung to him, her fierce gaze locked onto his. Yashit, in a fit of fervor, began to strike her rear end with fervent intensity. After delivering a series of blows, he became aware of the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. The mist had dissipated, revealing a cadre of masked figures, all eyes fixated upon them. Among them was a figure with striking white hair, undoubtedly the infamous Kakashi Hatake. With a sense of alarm, Yashit quickly withdrew his raised hand. Ah, everyone, it's been a while, hasn't it? Haha, He awkwardly scratched his head, then leaned closer to Anzu Teuchi, whispering urgently, you need to release your grip, the Umbu are here. If you don't want to end up in prison, we must act quickly. To his dismay, Anzu stubbornly clung to his arm, unyielding. Frustration surged within Yashit as he felt the tension in his forehead. And with a swift motion, he delivered a precise strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Kakashi stepped forward, gesturing towards the Hokage building. Will you go willingly? Or shall I escort you? Yashit retorted. Is it possible to refuse? Well, it seems not, he sighed, hoisting Anzu over his shoulder. Internally chiding himself for being such a fool. Why did I engage in idle chatter on the hospital rooftop? Look where it got us. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon him. With his ears drooping in shame, Yashit listened while Anzu, now conscious, stood silently beside him. Though the 3rd had no means to penalize either of them, maintaining an appearance of authority was essential to save face. After enduring the lengthy admonishment, akin to a grandmother's tedious scolding, Yashit exited the office with a scowl. With the ruckus caused, it was clear he could not return to work at the hospital today. He might as well head home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he hesitated, but ultimately could not restrain himself. How long will you follow me? Anzu had trailed him since leaving the Hokage's office, and now, at his doorstep, She showed no intention of departing. A flush crept across her fair complexion, evidently recalling the embarrassing moments they had shared. With determination, she took a couple of steps forward and forcefully kicked open his front door, striding in confidently. Taking a deep breath, Yashit attempted to remind himself that the world was splendid, and he ought not to let a woman provoke him. However, maintaining his composure proved difficult. As he darkly closed and locked the door behind him. Today, no one is allowed in. This is my territory. Danzō reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard. Her eyes closed, legs crossed, swaying gently, to the point where Yashit felt dizzy. The sunlight that had grazed him was suddenly obscured, and upon opening her eyes, Danzō found Yashit glaring down at her. Raising an eyebrow, she scoffed. What? Do you still intend to strike me? Yashit's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. I told you. You're a coward. Would you dare to hit me? Danzō flipped onto her side, resting on the lounge chair, her gaze towards Yashit filled with mockery. If he could still endure this, then he truly did not deserve to be called a man. A sudden clap echoed as Danzō stiffened momentarily, hastily flipping over, attempting to rise. Regrettably, it was too late. Bai Shi Yicheng relentlessly struck her, the sound of sharp slaps echoing repeatedly. After 5 minutes, he reluctantly released her, stating, I know you have never regarded me as a man, harboring contempt for me deep within, perceiving me as a coward. I now declare that I possess desires of my own, neither my family nor the title of Hokage, nor even Konoha itself for what I seek. I do not belong here. Nor am I your pawn. You fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation you face. Bai Shi Yicheng cast a glance at the bewildered Takamoto Anna before turning to retreat to his room. After taking a few steps, he felt her arms encircle his waist. Takamoto Anna's face flushed crimson, and despite his attempts to struggle, he soon surrendered. What is this? Did your grandfather send you to ensnare me with your charms? Beware, or I shall consume you entirely, leaving you bereft of both wealth and affection. Takamoto Anna's complexion paled, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Such is the nature of human prejudice. Just as some might declare Danzō a virtuous man, I would scoff and draw my blade. In his perception, the Takamoto family belonged to those who would not harm themselves yet would impose burdens upon their kin. While Takamoto Anna might be somewhat different, she ultimately remains a product of that lineage. Unconsciously, Bai Shi Yicheng had branded her with a label. Takamoto Anna recognized his bias against her family, an insidious formation not easily dissolved by ambiguity. You have always been this way, speaking in riddles, never allowing others to glimpse your true self. Is this existence not tiresome? With a sigh, Bai Shi Yicheng extended his hand, grasping the arms wrapped around his waist, forcefully prying them apart. Takamoto Anna exerted her strength in resistance. Yet it was evident that her efforts paled in comparison to his. When their hands were finally separated, tears brimmed in her eyes. Upon noticing the glistening tears, Bai Shi Yicheng's heart softened. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, lifting her and settling into a reclining chair. Taken aback by his abrupt action, Takamoto Anna began to struggle only when he hoisted her up, but as he tightened his grip, she ceased her resistance. By the time Bai Shi Yicheng held her in the chair, her face resembled a ripe apple. In their childhood, Bai Shi Yicheng had been shorter than her. Now, he towered over her by a head. In the past, she could best him in a fight, but now she found herself at his mercy. Time had transformed many aspects of their lives. She recalled their first encounter, where Bai Shi Yicheng, under his grandfather's oppressive gaze, stubbornly refused to yield. Perhaps it was then that she had already developed feelings for this man, 3 years her junior. Lacking the courage or desire to resist, she had adhered to her grandfather's declarations of fate. For the sake of this so-called destiny, she relinquished many aspirations. Yet upon meeting Bai Shi Yicheng, a ray of sunlight pierced the dreary sky. Ever since, she had watched him with unwavering focus, hoping that this light might illuminate her own path. Circumstances diverged from her desires. That ray of sunshine not only failed to illuminate her, but also receded further away, ultimately vanishing from sight. Bai Shi Yicheng became increasingly enigmatic, rendering her utterly unable to comprehend him. It was only when her grandfather revealed that Bai Shi Yicheng intended to defect that she experienced a moment of clarity. Matters that had previously eluded her understanding resurfaced, and she gradually began to fathom his complexities. Recognizing this as a pivotal opportunity, she understood that should she let this moment slip by, she would never have the chance to draw near to him again. Zukabin Anna, her cheeks flushed, whispered, "You. Let me go." She yearned to articulate her thoughts, yet the words remained lodged in her throat. Bai Shi Yicheng regarded her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, a wicked thought brewing within, as he pouted and inched closer to her. Panic enveloped Zukabin Anna. Attempting to lean away, She found herself ensnared in his embrace. As he drew ever nearer, she steeled herself and simply shut her eyes. After an interminable wait that yielded no anticipated sensation, she opened her eyes to behold Bai Shi Yicheng's infuriatingly smug visage, adorned with a wicked smile. You didn't think I would truly kiss you, did you? Although, given our relationship. Before he could finish, Zuka Banana, in a sudden burst of courage, wrapped her arms around his neck and lunged forward. The moment their lips met, he was taken aback. After a brief pause, Bai Shi Yicheng hastily began to struggle. Yet some desires are difficult to suppress. While his mind protested, his body remained true to its instincts. It was only when his hand ventured beneath her clothing that Zuka Banana blushingly grasped his wrist. What are you trying to do? I believe your body is unwell. You know I am a doctor, and my professional ethics prohibit me from. Zuka Banana leaned in for another kiss. Bai Shi Yicheng, resigned to the moment, ceased to resist. Is this permissible? What could possibly be amiss? You are well aware that I intend to leave here. Take me with you. It will be fraught with difficulties. What about your family? Zuka Banana's expression darkened, yet she forced a smile. Bai Shi Yicheng placed a finger over her lips. Sighing, with your intellect, you want to devise a viable plan. Come, let us go see your grandfather. See grandfather? No, I came here without his knowledge. Bai Shi Yicheng paused. His curiosity piqued. What exactly did you come to me for today? Zuka Banana's gaze faltered, prompting Bai Shi Yicheng to tighten his grip on her. He leaned in again, teasingly. In a fluster, Zuka Banana exclaimed, Actually, I wanted to learn the secret techniques of your family. Bai Shi Yicheng's demeanor grew serious. Your grandfather is also versed in these techniques. He must have warned you of the consequences. Zuka Banana nodded. Then why do you still wish to learn? If you are unwilling to compete, then I must take the initiative. The family. Her words trailed off, but Bai Shi Yicheng grasped her implication. To usurp his position as the new banner bearer. The only path left was to master the secret techniques. Naive, Bai Shi Yicheng mused, furrowing his brows. While her aspirations were indeed innocent, he could not deny that should he defect, the family would begrudgingly acknowledge her. All they seek is a reason, a representative who can advocate for their interests. It matters not who it is. However, the prowess of Takamoto Anna is somewhat lacking. In truth, her abilities are commendable, at least on par with a high-ranking ninja. Yet such a level falls short when faced with the likes of Danzō and the third Hokage. Has your perspective shifted? If you remain steadfast, I have little to say. I merely hope you grasp the notion that one cannot hang their hopes solely on a single tree. How many butterfly species have you nurtured? 4. Why do you ask? I wish to cultivate the same number. In the future, even in death, I shall not be lonely. Shiraishi Yashiki tapped her forehead with his finger. Have you lost your mind? No. Then why the nonsensical talk? I am quite serious. Shiraishi Yashiki winked at her, pointing to himself. You can't possibly have feelings for me, can you? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Takamoto Anna's eyes as she stared at him with a blank expression. Realizing his misstep, Shiraishi Yashiki quickly smiled apologetically. I think. Takamoto Anna leaned closer, and they found themselves lying together once more. After separating, breathless, she inquired, Do you understand now? What could Shiraishi Yashiki say, but nod in agreement? Do you like me? A sense of melancholy washed over him. Although it felt somewhat insincere, it would indeed be a challenge to profess affection for this girl. Just an hour ago, they had been at odds, and now they were entwined in tender affection. Such melodrama seldom reaches this level of absurdity. As Shiraishi Yashiki hesitated, Takamoto Anna discerned his thoughts. Women possess an astonishing sensitivity in such matters. You don't like me yet, embrace me. If I were to kiss you, you wouldn't shy away? How repulsive. Tears began to cascade down Takamoto Anna's cheeks. You are a brute. This is inescapable. Shiraishi Yashiki awkwardly conceded. I believe you are correct. All men are brutes. I was referring to you. You are the brute. All right. I am a brute. Upon hearing Shiraishi Yashiki's admission, Takamoto Anna, in a fit of rage, retorted with a bitter laugh. You are even less than a brute. Shiraishi Yashiki remained silent. Seeing his quietude, Takamoto Anna wrapped her arms around his neck and gently whispered in his ear, I understand that accepting this will be difficult for you. But do not think I will relent. You have no friends in the village. Apart from me, no one will care for you. And you have no other choice but to like me. Such a clever little thing. Shiraishi Yashiki gasped. That is a normal reaction. I find that hard to believe. Once they had calmed down, they sat together, contemplating their predicament. Indeed, love must confront reality. Must you truly leave Konoha? Shiraishi Yashiki furrowed his brow, beginning to ponder deeply. If his blood contract seal could indeed succeed, it seemed he could remain in Konoha without issue. Manipulating others from the shadows while living a quiet life appeared to bear no detrimental effects. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly spoke, "Staying is acceptable. But you must understand that I harbor a deep disdain for this place. Even in a tranquil life, I would much prefer to reside elsewhere." Takamoto tentatively inquired, "Could you elucidate what it is that you truly wish to accomplish?" Shiraishi Yashiki hesitated, replying, "I aim to dismantle the will of fire. Though I have yet to discover a means to do so. The will of fire, that intangible spirit, how can one obliterate it? To put it simply, it entails bringing about the collapse of Konoha itself." Takamoto and his eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a feat ever be achievable? "Why not?" he countered. "I am actively seeking a solution. If I were to succeed, the dynamics among the 5 great nations could drastically shift, and we would no longer be confined to a mere village." Takamoto Anna struggled to comprehend. Her world was so small, limited to a single family, that she could not fathom the vastness of existence beyond it. Shiraishi Yashiki continued, "This path is fraught with peril, and countless lives will be lost. Though you profess to have feelings for me, I am certain you would not condone my methods. Thus, I advise you to keep your distance from me. A person like me." Takamoto Anna replied with a bittersweet smile, "Even if you were irredeemably wicked, I would not abandon you. What compels you to entertain such thoughts of destroying Konoha?" Shiraishi Yashiki also began to smile ruefully. Some individuals are simply born into darkness. He produced a notebook pinned by his grandfather and handed it to Takamoto Anna. She flipped through its pages, pondering. "Is your reluctance to contend for the position of Hokage related to this? To speak candidly, if you aspire to become Hokage, you must be prepared for the complete annihilation of your clan's ninjas. How could that be possible?" "It is possible, to safeguard the Hokage's position. The village must weaken all ninja clans, not just ours, but even those who stand beside the Hokage." Takamoto Anna's complexion paled. If all ninja clans were to perish, who would protect Konoha? The Hokage would never commit such a folly. As long as there are leaves fluttering, there will be fire ablaze. The shadow of fire illuminates the village, and new leaves shall sprout once more. After reciting this renowned haiku from the 3rd Hokage, Shiraishi Yashiki's gaze became piercing. All ninja clans would ultimately become the decayed leaves beneath Konoha's grand tree, while new tender shoots, commoner ninjas, would swiftly rise to supplant them. This is the hypocritical essence of the will of fire. We merely arrived a tad too early, yet why should we be relegated to the status of decayed leaves? It is profoundly unjust. My clan has dwindled to the frail and the infirm, and yours shall soon follow suit, as will others. Perhaps we shall not face total annihilation. But what of those who have perished? This is what I find most intolerable. When one dies, all is lost, achieving nothing more than a village of uncertain merit, and earning only fleeting applause from others. Should you weep in the streets, perhaps they would gather around merely to gawk. Even if everyone else endorses this death, I shall not. I do not yearn for others' understanding, nor do I seek their consolation, but I am acutely aware of my actions and desires." Anna Takamoto found herself at a loss for words, only able to embrace him softly and murmur, "Ultimately, you are still haunted by the deaths of your kin and loved ones." Yashiki Shiraishi let out a cold laugh, replying, "To say I am haunted is not entirely accurate. It is merely that their deaths were so noble and resolute that I find myself unable to bear the weight of such camaraderie. This bond is burdensome, pressing down on me for years, causing me to bend under its weight. I cannot find peace without taking some form of action." At last, Anna understood why Yashiki treated them with such indifference. He simply did not wish to accept the gifts from his kin, for doing so would only deepen his inner turmoil. Thus, he continued to resist, a resistance that intensified with age. Now, it had nearly become a nightmare for him. He was an ordinary man, yet the gifts born of death had rendered him anything but ordinary. This selfish individual sought only his own carefree existence, and until he repaid this grand gift, he could not find solace. People often create their own suffering. Anna held him tighter, saying, "If that is the case, then you should seize the title of Hokage. That way, you would honor them. Do not worry. Whatever you wish to do, even if it involves a coup, I will stand by you." "A coup? Hokage?" Yashiki scoffed. "Do you understand what a system is?" Anna hesitated. "Are you referring to the power structure of Konoha?" "Precisely," Yashiki nodded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "The greatest merit of a system is its stability, meaning that regardless of who becomes Hokage, the course of action remains unchanged. Even if a coup were to succeed and I became Hokage, what I would do would merely replicate their methods. In such a case, how would I differ from the 3rd Hokage or Danzō?" The tale of the dragon slayer becoming a dragon is utterly tedious. Having transformed into such a person, I find myself unworthy even to visit their graves. I am revolted by my own existence. Anna pondered, is this a form of mental purity? Yashiki's expression darkened. And what of it? Should I wear this foul exterior while neglecting to cleanse the interior, allowing my heart to accumulate dust? Anna squinted and smiled, pecking him on the cheek. You truly are remarkable. I possess even more remarkable things. You are still young. Such words are better left until you reach maturity. Yashiki remained silent, his gloomy demeanor eliciting a sense of joy in Anna. So what do you plan to do? There must be a starting point. Yashiki furrowed his brow in contemplation. At present, I have yet to find a viable method, but there are certainly things that must be done. Anna's interest piqued. What should we do first? Can I assist? Instigate the ninja world war. The more intense the conflict, the better. Ideally, it should lead to their village's destruction and downfall. A gleam shone in Yashiki's eyes amidst his calm facade. While some matters remained unclear, he felt assured that this path was undoubtedly correct. Those who do not endure suffering will never awaken from their dreams. Illusions will ultimately shatter before reality. I intend to make these individuals batter themselves until they bleed, forcing them to kneel before despair and reflect upon their transgressions. Imagining certain intriguing scenarios, Yicheng Bai Shi beamed with a radiant smile. And not Takamoto was taken aback by his words. How could one instigate the ninja world war? What strength do you possess at present? With a narrowed gaze, Yicheng Bai Shi replied with a chuckle. If all goes as expected, soon Danzō will stir up trouble. He will undoubtedly take the lead in the second ninja world war. My role will be to add fuel to the fire, ensuring he cannot maintain control. As for my abilities, aside from those anomalies, I can hold my own against the third Hokage without issue. And not Takamoto's expression turned complex. My grandfather has said the same. Konoha will soon engage in external conflict. What shall we do then? Our clansmen will also be drawn into battle, and many will perish. Yicheng Bai Shi fell silent, fully aware that countless lives would be lost, perhaps including those of familiar faces, such as his classmates and his own kin. Helpless, he gazed at Ina's worried countenance and reassured her, when that time comes, I will lead you on to the battlefield, striving to minimize casualties. However, I wish for you to remember that the outcomes of war do not concern us. The interests of Konoha are not our burden. When the time arrives, do your utmost to keep our clansmen from being overly impassioned. After a nod, Ina's worry resurfaced. Can you truly lead us to the battlefield? What if someone else takes us there? Yicheng Bai Shi chuckled, patting her hand. You appear quite astute. Yet at a critical moment, you falter. Currently, there are 5 factions within the village. The Hokage, the isolated Uchiha, the perpetually neutral faction led by the Hyuga, some fence-sitters. And then there is us. Unless I were to perish, the third Hokage would surely insist that I take you to the battlefield. This is what one might call a political compromise. It is likely the third Hokage may even bestow numerous benefits upon me to ensure your presence on the battlefield. After contemplating for a moment, Ina smiled. Indeed, since you have a plan, let us consult my grandfather. He may have even better ideas. That decrepit old man has no brilliant ideas left. Otherwise, he wouldn't cling to life so desperately, Yicheng Bai Shi thought to himself. But he replied, your grandfather has not much time left. Do not burden him with such matters. Weren't you just insisting on bringing me to see him? Have you changed your mind? It would be of no use to inform him. He would never allow my thoughts to jeopardize the family. To be honest, I am quite surprised that you agree with my approach. And not Takamoto tugged at his ear, scolding. I do not agree with you. I believe in you. And my grandfather is also your grandfather. Why do you harbor such resentment towards him? Do you wish for him to pass away? Yicheng Bai Shi quickly grasped her wrist. Ouch. Let go. From now on, do not act like this in front of outsiders. Ina's eyes twinkled mischievously. So, does that mean I can do this when there are no outsiders present? Yicheng Bai Shi sighed. You. Fine, I concede to your will. You used to pin me down as a child, and I still refuse to admit defeat. I should not have shown weakness just now, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Anna Takamoto narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes. You are truly peculiar. I could not comprehend you in the past, but now that I understand, I feel an overwhelming urge to strike you, hoping to knock some sense into your obstinate nature. I implore you, spare me. Some individuals are akin to rotten apples in a box. Neglect them, and the entire batch will spoil. I had hoped your disposition might inspire a few more apples, ideally infecting the whole grove of Konoha. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? You truly are a lost cause. I have long maintained that some people are irreparably flawed from the moment they are born. Will you continue down this path of ruin? Probably not. That is reassuring. I quite appreciate the current state of affairs. Anna Takamoto pulled him to his feet and circled around him, nodding approvingly. Yoshiro Shiraishi, bewildered by her actions, inquired, "What are you doing? Tomorrow, you shall cut your long hair, and you are to refrain from wearing your clan's attire except on significant holidays. Oh. And you must quit smoking. The stench is unbearable." Yoshiro Shiraishi frowned. "I never said I would marry you. Such actions will only drive me away." "Really? I'm not jesting." Anna Takamoto began to inch closer to him, prompting Yoshiro to take a step back. "Unless you intend to kill me with a knife." With a derisive chuckle, Anna leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. After her muttering, she turned to him, her face flushed. Yoshiro Shiraishi sniffed and declared, "I guarantee I will accomplish the task." Anna kicked him playfully and added, "There is one more matter. I must learn your clan's secret techniques, or I shall lack the qualifications to remain by your side." Yoshiro hesitated, concerned about the unique and potentially threatening nature of Mei. "Is that not an option?" Anna, noticing his discomfort, quickly amended, "Then forget it. I will strive to train diligently to keep pace with you. That is not entirely out of the question. Here is the deal. You select a few reliable individuals from your clan, and I will do the same for mine. Since we need personnel, we cannot afford to be short-handed." Anna was taken aback. "Are you planning to broadly disseminate the secret techniques?" Yoshiro shook his head. "The techniques are rather mundane. The crucial element is the butterfly seed, which accelerates the cultivation process." Anna pondered. "Does faster cultivation result in a shorter lifespan, given your pace of cultivation?" Yoshiro interrupted, "Do not worry. I am somewhat different. You will come to understand in due time." Anna sighed. "You, indeed. By the way, what about the other ninja clans? Are we to abandon them?" Yoshiro appeared troubled, knowing that such ramifications would arise. Every action has its consequences, and he was uncertain whether this path was wise or not. "They merely wish for me to secure benefits. They will not endorse my methods. I can only say that what one desires must be earned through merit. I will offer all that I can." Yoshiro paced back and forth. "Let us proceed with this for now. The decisions have been made rather hastily, and I need time to contemplate." After a moment of hesitation, Anna nodded and asked, "If our matters were not at hand, what would you plan to do? Is there something between us?" Shiraishi Yashiki began to feign ignorance, responding like a fool to a question meant for the witless. "Humph, you truly are the most despicable creature." Akina Takamoto scoffed as she departed, kicking the door that he had locked with such force that it splintered into fragments. Shiraishi Yashiki gazed at the shattered door in silence. He settled into a lounge chair, gently rocking his body back and forth. After a while, he abruptly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. The character for desire is akin to a knife above one's head, a lesson to heed. He found himself pondering why, despite having always maintained a tranquil heart. The sight of her tears today softened him. Was he truly unable to govern his baser instincts? Suddenly, he recalled the advice of Hatake Tsukumo. It is impossible for a person to live in solitude, should such an individual exist. They would merely be a monster donning the guise of humanity. A bitter smile crept onto Shiraishi Yashiki's lips. Truly, one cannot underestimate Konoha's white fang, like his blade. He strikes at the very core of the heart. Yashiki Shirashi, having severed his long locks, now sported a tousled hairstyle and had exchanged his traditional garments for a white robe adorned with a black collar. A cigarette dangled from his lips, unnoticed by anyone around him. Upon entering the hospital, he was met with a flurry of curious glances. Shirashi felt a sense of helplessness. His former image had become so familiar that this sudden change in style took many by surprise. Seated in his office, he absent-mindedly toyed with the insects he kept in a box. To be honest, the creatures appeared quite endearing, their plump bodies covered in fine, upright hairs. As he gently flipped them over, observing their tiny bodies wriggling and inching forward, there was a certain therapeutic quality to it. However, upon further reflection, he found them rather repulsive. The thought of them writhing within his heart made his complexion pale. Although they had now transformed into pupae, he still felt an unsettling unease. He regretted delving into the arcane arts. Despite the absence of the butterfly species hindering his growth, Mei had exploited his critical vulnerability. He was uncertain whether the butterflies he had nurtured could be manipulated by Mei. Yet the fact that she had unhesitatingly bestowed them upon him filled him with a sense of impotence. This was not merely a disparity in power, but an overwhelming stratification. With a sigh, Shirashi closed the box and gazed out the window, lost in thought. His prior plans were once again thwarted by Anka Takezato. While he could be as unyielding as iron with outsiders, he found it impossible to harden his heart against his kin. Ultimately, he felt indebted to his family. Whether he chose to vanish or defect with his clan, from the moment of his birth, his fate had been irrevocably intertwined with theirs. There was no escaping it. After all, he was the clan leader. With a bitter smile, he began to reconsider his future strategies. To dismantle the will of fire. The first step must be a psychological blow. He had a notion of how to execute this mental assault. The third Hokage's faction prioritized the interests of Konoha above all else. His objective was to shift this mindset, placing humanity before the village. In simpler terms, it was a conflict between village-centric and human-centric ideologies, a war between the future and the third. Power devoid of conviction was akin to a castle in the air. He needed to transform the perceptions of his clan members first, then galvanize other clans, ultimately shaking the very foundations of Konoha. While the concept was straightforward, the execution was fraught with challenges. Altering deeply ingrained beliefs, especially among adults, was no easy feat. Should he then focus on the next generation? As this thought crossed his mind, he retrieved paper and pen, inscribing the word education. Speaking of education, one must mention the Ninja Academy, established by Hashirama Senju, which had always been a priority for the third. Promoting such ideologies within the academy would undoubtedly infuriate the third, potentially spiraling the situation into chaos. If the third deemed it necessary to eradicate this ideology, he might face assassination, expulsion from Konoha, or even a complete severance of his ties within the village. Annihilation of his clan. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Shirashi reconsidered his approach, recognizing that progress must be gradual. Excessive radicalism would yield no benefits. Since Shinobi Academy is not an option for him, Yicheng Baisher has devised an alternative plan to establish a clan school. This endeavor pertains solely to the internal affairs of the Shinobi clan, a matter even the Hokage cannot interfere with. The primary focus will be on fostering the spirit of the clan members and the Takamoto family. Not even the third Hokage could thwart this initiative. This approach not only alleviates concerns for the future, but also prepares for any potential collapse of Konoha. As long as the philosophy centered on humanity gains recognition and spreads, subsequent developments will become significantly more manageable. Should he navigate this endeavor astutely, keeping Konoha ensnared in a web of internal and external turmoil. It is only a matter of time before other members of the Shinobi clan entertain alternative ambitions. Ultimately, this could compel one or two clans to lead a departure from Konoha, triggering a domino effect that, even if it does not lead to Konoha's downfall, would severely weaken it. This, he concluded, is the only viable strategy at present. After formulating this plan, Yicheng Baisher began to orchestrate its implementation. Establishing a clan school is no trivial matter. He must personally oversee all arrangements, as this is about nurturing his own foundation. Consequently, he can no longer serve as the head of the medical team. His energies are finite, leading him to consider a position within the administrative department. His 5 years spent in the Umbu were not in vain, granting him a profound understanding of Konoha's intricate power dynamics. At present, the highest officials in the administrative department are naturally Midogate and Torikiri Koharu. Beneath these two advisors are merely the nominal heads of various clans, with commoners entirely absent from the ranks. The clan heads serve in name only within the administrative department and delegate the mundane tasks to clan members. Significant matters concerning Konoha will warrant a gathering of the clan heads for deliberation. In the absence of pressing issues, the clan heads enjoy considerable leisure, often remaining at home for extended periods. This is precisely why Yicheng Baisher seeks to join the administrative department. However, to enter the department, he must first seek the approval of the other clan heads. Otherwise, a rejection would be quite embarrassing. With a sigh, he lamented the irony of having long desired to distance himself from those clans, only to find himself compelled to approach them now. Well, perhaps I should convene a meeting to assess the situation, he mused. Leaving a shadow clone at the hospital, he made his way directly to the Takamoto residence. Upon arrival, he did not encounter Takamoto Anna. Instead, Takamoto Masakazu emerged with a scowl. "What brings you here?" "I wish to discuss a matter with Grandpa Shioi," he replied. "You can speak to me just as well. Don't bother my father with trivialities. Allow him some peace." Takamoto Masakazu has always harbored a dislike for Yicheng Baisher, viewing him as a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Following Takamoto Anna's return the previous day, where she spoke of her dealings with Yicheng Baisher, Masakazu had been unable to sleep all night. The thought of the wolf having taken his daughter consumed him. If not for his father's restraint, he might have broken Yicheng Baisher's legs. Yicheng Baisher felt a twinge of annoyance. He sensed Masakazu's hostility. While their previous interactions had not been warm, This level of rudeness was unexpected. He also recognized that Masakazu held little power within the Takamoto clan, as long as the elder remained alive. It was not Masakazu who would dictate terms. With Takamoto Anna now managing clan affairs, Masakazu's relevance had diminished even further. Yicheng Baishi's intention to convene a meeting of the other clan heads was not something Masakazu could influence. After careful consideration, Yashikage Shiraishi felt that he should show some respect. After all, they were family. He expressed his desire to join the administrative department and intended to summon the clan leaders for a discussion. Can Uncle Masanobu take charge? He inquired. Masanobu Takemoto frowned and replied, You are only 16. Such matters should wait until you come of age. I can't wait. Never mind. I will speak with Grandpa Shuichi, Yashikage Shiraishi declared as he stormed into the house, calling out, Old man, are you dead? I'm here to see you. Masanobu Takemoto's face darkened like a coal pot, and he gritted his teeth, saying, You little brat. Do you even know what it means to respect your elders? Ignoring the reprimand, Yashikage Shiraishi opened the door to Shuichi Takemoto's room and stepped inside. Shuichi Takemoto, hearing Yashikage's voice, struggled to sit up from his bed. But his body would not obey him, making even the simple act of sitting up a challenge. Observing this, Yashikage rushed over to assist him, remarking, If you can't even sit up, it seems your days are numbered. Taking a deep breath, Shuichi Takemoto saw his son enter and waved him away. Masanobu glared at Yashikage as he exited, closing the door behind him. Life had long lost its appeal for Shuichi. He merely clung on for the unresolved matters at hand. Was family truly that significant? He had dedicated his life to the family. He could never abandon it as easily as Yashikage suggested. Yashikage sighed at your age. You ought to rest well. Just look at how Masanobu is burdened by you. He is incompetent and lacks insight. I cannot let him take charge, for I fear he would betray you at a moment's notice. Surely not, Yashikage replied. Shuichi laughed derisively. Do not underestimate human folly. After all, he is your son. That remark is rather excessive. After a moment of silence, Shuichi began to sigh. Enough about him. Yesterday, Anna mentioned that you promised to marry her. Is that true? No, it is not. Shuichi chuckled. She would not deceive me, while you seem to speak nothing but untruths. Before Yashikage could respond, he continued, Nevertheless, I had intended for you two to wed. Your mutual affection is commendable. Yashikage sighed. I must have been out of my mind yesterday. It is as it is. I came to discuss something with you today. He articulated his desire to enter the administrative department. After a lengthy silence, Shuichi finally spoke. That is acceptable. But I must ask you one thing, and you must answer me truthfully. Yashikage nodded. Have you truly seen the path ahead? There are many paths, but I have chosen the most arduous one, Yashikage replied. After his statement, Shuichi stared at him for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Impressive. I cannot even see a single path. It is clear you are the best choice. The best choice is not necessarily me. I might very well lead the entire family to ruin, so do not blame me if that happens. That is of no consequence, as long as you treat Anna well. If the family perishes, she can bear you several children, and in a few generations, it will be a new family. Bai Shi Yicheng forced a smile, remarking, Did you not just express your inability to let go of the family? How is it that in just a couple of sentences, we have shifted to discussing the new family? Zhu Benxiu, about to respond, was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Bai Shi Yicheng promptly employed medical ninjutsu to stabilize his condition. As Zhu Benxiu gradually calmed, Bai Shi Yicheng ceased his healing technique and sighed. Your body, it's as if you could perish tomorrow. How has it aged so drastically in merely a few years? Zhu Benxiu chuckled. Are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? It is, of course, the result of the butterfly seed. Although they are sealed, the seal relies on my chakra. Without chakra to maintain the seal, a year for me equates to several for others. The fact that I've survived this long is nothing short of a miracle. Bai Shi Yicheng fell into silence. Mei's ability to manipulate vitality could undoubtedly aid Zhu Benxiu, yet Mei would not engage in such acts. She had little concern for Bai Shi Rongzhe, let alone the already separated Zhu Ben family. It was only because she had taken an interest in him that she would replenish his vitality. To her, others were likely regarded as mere sustenance, ultimately deemed as outliers. Yesterday, Anna expressed her desire to practice secret techniques, and I agreed. Grandpa Shui wouldn't he hold it against me, would he? Zhu Benxiu shook his head. She hasn't mentioned it to me, but I can guess. I have always taught her to prioritize the family. And that is my fault. I have little fondness for the butterflies of Daichi Valley, yet I understand that your path ahead will be fraught with challenges, without power. one cannot progress. If you wish to learn, then learn. After all, you are to be wed, and she will be of great assistance to you in the future. Zhu Binxiu, appearing weary, waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. I will gather them tonight. You may discuss it with them then. Bai Shi Yicheng nodded and turned to depart. Once Bai Shi Yicheng had exited, Zhu Binxiu entered, saying, Father, I believe. Your feelings are of no consequence. Go make arrangements, Zhu Binxiu interrupted sharply. Zhu Binxiu clenched his teeth and continued, Father, since the family is split, we are now two distinct families. Despite all the effort to elevate him, I have seen no sign of gratitude from him. So what? Zhu Binxiu interjected, his tone laced with suspicion. You seem different today. Has someone been in contact with you? Lying upon the bed, Zhu Binxiu's half-open eyes glinted with a cold light. Zhu Binxiu realized he could not conceal his thoughts from his father, and after a moment of hesitation, confessed, Tuanzong informed me that if I abandoned Bai Shi Yicheng, he would recommend me to Hokage for a position in the official forces as the unit leader. Zhu Binxiu fixed his gaze upon him, his voice icy. Do you believe you are fit to be a unit leader, or are you simply eager to become the clan leader? Zhu Binxiu's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Zhu Binxiu was at a loss for words and could only inquire. You did not divulge his intentions to defect, did you? Zhu Binxiu hurriedly replied. Such matters are not something I would carelessly share. That is good. Now go make arrangements. Once Zhu Binxiu closed the door, Zhu Binxiu began to cough painfully once more. In a realm devoid of successors, beset by internal strife and external threats, the future remains an enigma. Upon returning to the hospital after a day's toil, he made his way to the Takamoto household. As he stepped through the threshold, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. There were far too many people present. The courtyard, the interior, and even the corridors were teeming with ninjas of the Takamoto clan. A swift glance revealed to Yashiki Shiraishi that there were at least 100 individuals gathered. What could this assembly signify? Takamoto Anna emerged, pushing Takamoto Shuichi, who sat in a wheelchair, followed closely by a dozen or so elite ninjas from the Takamoto clan. Unfamiliar with these upper ninjas, Yashiki felt compelled to restrain his demeanor and sought to inquire silently with Shuichi. With a subtle wave of his hand, Shuichi signaled for someone behind him to present a map to Yashiki. Upon unfolding the map, he discovered it depicted the terrain of Konoha, with a particular area circled emphatically in red. This locale was familiar to him, a place where he had grown up, and the ancestral grounds of his clan. The ancestral grounds are being returned to you. They rightfully belong to you, and I have not touched them, Yashiki pondered, his heart stirred by a tumult of emotions. When Shiraishi Aisei had proposed disposing of the ancestral lands, he never imagined they would end up in Shuichi's possession. Now, with Shuichi returning the ancestral lands, the weight of this favor was immense. Thank you, Grandpa Shuichi. I shall surely repay this kindness. Hearing this, Shuichi coughed twice, an odd expression crossing his face. Did you think this was a gift? Yashiki found himself momentarily speechless. Shuichi raised a finger, shaking it at him. 100 million ryo. The mention of such a staggering sum shattered Yashiki's heart. This insufferable old man had returned his gratitude in kind. Do not wear such a face. Aisei is not like you. He refused to borrow money from me, insisting on mortgaging the ancestral lands, which cost me a considerable amount. You two have declared your family separate, yet I have my own people to support. I have no choice. What more could Yashiki say? He could only muster a forced smile. Is it possible for me to decline? Impossible. The house you currently reside in is ours. I did not collect any payment from Aisei. Now that you are to take charge, how can you continue to reside here without settling this? Taking a deep breath, Yashiki eventually retrieved a savings book from his pocket, his hands trembling as he extended it. The sight of Yashiki producing the savings book astonished not only Shuichi, but also the upper ninjas behind him. 100 million ryo was no trifling sum. Could he truly part with it so readily? Noting their incredulous expressions, Yashiki's gaze darted around, and swiftly, he retracted his hand. He was no fool. It was evident that Shuichi did not intend to receive payment on the spot. With an unwavering demeanor, he resolutely returned the savings book to his pocket, asserting, "It is still owed." Takamoto Anna, frowning, approached him and extended her hand. Yashiki gazed at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with unspoken words, yearning to convey his thoughts. "Hand it over." Takamoto Anna began to brandish her fists at him, but Yashiki, steeling himself, remained obstinate in his refusal. In jest, one might say that if money is handed out, one would soon find oneself destitute. Moreover, The domineering attitude of Akina Takamoto is hardly conducive to a harmonious household, lest it raises questions of authority within the family. As Akina reached into his embrace, Yashiki Shiraishi sighed and reluctantly produced his bankbook. With no alternative, he acquiesced to her bold advance, all the while aware that the onlookers were eager for a spectacle. To become entangled with her in front of such a crowd would be most embarrassing. Yashiki still cared for his dignity. As Akina perused the bankbook, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Where did you acquire such wealth? Yashiki chose to remain silent on the matter. Behind him, someone remarked, the king of Konoha's deliveries. 2 million for a single operation. Have you heard of this young lady? The mention of the king of Konoha caused Akina's face to flush crimson as she glared at Yashiki, demanding, are you the one they've been speaking of? Yashiki felt as though he were being publicly shamed. With a stoic expression, he turned to the speaker, A.J. Neen, and gritted his teeth, saying, please refer to me as the old man next door. I prefer that moniker. This morbid jest elicited no understanding, leaving the atmosphere palpably cold. Fortunately, the awkwardness was short-lived, as an announcement came from the entrance. The Kawaguchi family has arrived. Yashiki Shiraishi nodded, granting them entry. Shortly thereafter, Aoyan Kawaguchi wheeled in an elderly gentleman, also with a head of white hair. Accompanied by Kawatakemi, Yashiki rushed forward to greet, great-grandfather, you've come. He recognized the elder from previous visits made by his uncle to various clans. The man in the wheelchair, Masaru Kawaguchi, chuckled weakly. I thought you had forgotten about us old folks. It seems you possess a modicum of conscience. Yashiki felt a twinge of embarrassment since those visits. He had merely maintained contact without ever making a proactive visit, except to the Takamoto family. Without allowing him to falter, Yashiki Shiraishi's uncle remarked, look at you now, confined to a wheelchair. Remember when you mocked me? It appears you are not faring much better. The elderly gentlemen, both with their heads crowned in white, began to reminisce together. Aoyan Kawaguchi leaned in, teasing, so, how have you been? I heard Konoha has a new king of deliveries. Do you know who it is? Yashiki remained silent, realizing that Aoyan, still entrenched in the umbu, had access to such information without inquiry, perhaps having overheard Akina's earlier comments outside. Noticing Yashiki's silence, Aoyan continued to jest. The whispers in the umbu suggest that the little lad has matured, using his talents not for the village, but for women instead. What a scoundrel. Yashiki's lips twitched in irritation. Could we refrain from such discussions? I've been away from the umbu for nearly half a year. How has the third still not expelled you? Your statement lacks reason. Before your arrival, I was already a member of the umbu. Does my departure mean I can no longer remain in the umbu? Shiraishi Yashiki scratched his head, grappling with the convoluted relationship between the ninja clans and the village, which was indeed quite chaotic. As the heart of Konoha, the umbu's composition is exceedingly intricate, far removed from the portrayal that they solely pledge allegiance to the Hokage. Presently, nearly every ninja clan in Konoha has representatives in the umbu, with a larger presence from the Hokage's faction, although there are also several civilian ninjas. This circumstance allows village secrets to be easily accessed by the ninja clans, and should such information leak, it could potentially lead to grave consequences. What the third Hokage truly intends remains a mystery to him, yet it must contain profound significance. At that moment, Kawakami Rumi approached and circled around Shiraishi Yashiki, exclaiming in astonishment, how have you become so normal? Shiraishi Yashiki retorted with irritation, is it you who is abnormal or I? Just look at your attire. It scarcely resembles that of a girl. Kawakami Rumi began to grind her teeth, prompting Kawakami Aoyan to quickly intervene, saying, stop it. Other ninja clans will be arriving shortly. Rumi huffed and ran to the side, grabbing Takamoto Anna to engage in whispered conversation, but before long, she began to shout, you must be joking. I can't believe you're actually considering marrying that lunatic. No way, how could someone so useless be worthy of you? Takamoto Anna quickly covered her mouth, while Shiraishi Yashiki felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Kawakami Aoyan, taken aback momentarily, then adopted a rather lecherous expression. He leaned in close to Shiraishi Yashiki and whispered, teach me a few moves. I'm nearly 30 and still a bachelor. Have some pity on me. Shiraishi Yashiki pushed him away, expressing disdain, don't lean on me. I have a cleanliness obsession. If you want to find a wife, do you really need someone else to teach you? Kawakami Aoyan, with a serious expression, remarked, Yashiki, you've changed. In what way have I changed? It used to be you who leaned on me. You're talking nonsense. Do you remember the art book I treasured? You pestered me for ages about it. Before Kawakami Aoyan could finish, Shiraishi Yashiki quickly embraced him, smiling menacingly as he threatened, You are an adult. It's not surprising for an adult to possess such books. Yet you, a minor. TSK, quite the clever child. Shiraishi Yashiki found himself at a loss for words. Back then, Kawakami Aoyan had intentionally waved the art book in front of him, and he had foolishly fallen into the trap. One misstep had led to an enduring regret, and now he struggled to escape its grasp. After extorting him thoroughly, Kawakami Aoyan finally let him go. Before long, more individuals arrived at the Takamoto residence. After about an hour, all were finally gathered. Aside from the Takamoto family, 13 clan leaders had arrived in total. Takamoto Hideo waved his hand, and swiftly, the hundreds of ninjas in the courtyard vanished, taking their positions outside to maintain vigilance. Observing this scene, Shiraishi Yashiki felt that Takamoto Hideo was being overly dramatic. Was it necessary to create such an atmosphere of tension for a mere meeting? Unquestionably. A report of this incident would undoubtedly find its way to the third Hokage's desk by tomorrow. The training room of the Takeuchi family was temporarily transformed into a conference room. Seated at the head of the table, Yashikage Baisher surveyed the assembly of clan leaders before him, feeling somewhat disheartened. 6 elderly gentlemen, each with a crown of white hair and confined to wheelchairs, presented an imposing sight, while the remaining attendees were stern-faced middle-aged men. It felt quite peculiar for a mere adolescent to occupy the foremost position. Initially, Yashikage had intended for Takeuchi Hidetaka to preside over the meeting, but a single utterance from him silenced Yashikage's protest. I do not have long to live. This is a matter you must confront sooner or later. With no alternative, Yashikage cleared his throat and began to speak. Esteemed elders and uncles, I appreciate your presence today, as I wish to discuss an important matter, my desire to join the administrative department. Upon hearing these words, several elderly gentlemen turned their gazes toward Tiki Hidetaka, while the younger clan leaders exchanged puzzled glances, falling into an uneasy silence. After a lengthy pause, a robust voice from an elder resonated in the room. The administrative department is essentially a retirement division. Is it not too early for you? We would prefer to see you join a formal unit. Surrendering the position of medical team leader is inconsequential. The speaker was the head of the Fukuyama clan, known as Fukuyama Wainosuke. Yashikage found himself in a quandary. His primary motivation for entering the administrative department stemmed from its conveniences. Not joining was also an option, but he faced time constraints. Takeuchi Hidetaka remained silent, aware that certain matters could not always be entrusted to others, especially at this juncture. After careful consideration, Yashikage resolved to press on. My intention in joining the administrative department is primarily to rejuvenate my family. If I continue to hold a position within the village, my schedule will become exceedingly tight. Rejuvenate your family? A middle-aged man seated at the far end of the table expressed keen interest, inquiring, May I ask how you plan to accomplish this? The question surprised many. Although they were allies, such inquiries bordered on intrusive. Yashikage regarded the man with curiosity. He did not recognize him, but knew he belonged to the Ishikura clan. During a prior visit, it seemed the clan leader was his father. The idea of rejuvenating the family is merely a concept at present. I am in the preparatory stages. Yashikage was not naive enough to divulge his plans in such a setting. Trust is a rare commodity, particularly within an alliance grounded solely in mutual benefit. The Ishikura clan leader, realizing his indiscretion, quickly apologized. Forgive me, my curiosity got the better of me. Yashikage merely nodded and continued, in any case. This is my current plan. If any of you elders have differing opinions, I welcome your input. After several moments of silence, the atmosphere became increasingly peculiar as the attendees exchanged glances without uttering a word. Noticing the awkwardness, Takeuchi Hidetaka smirked and remarked, I understand that some of you harbor alternative thoughts, but you must recognize that we have no other options. With that, some participants could no longer contain themselves and began to speak. Uncle Shio-e, over the years, you are well aware of our plight. We are in dire need of someone to step forward. This remark undoubtedly opened the floodgates of conversation. Indeed, the allocation of tasks in the village diminishes annually, while the number of clansmen continues to grow, leaving us nearly insolvent. It is true that key positions in the village have been predominantly occupied by the Hokage faction, diminishing our voice, yet we cannot contest this. Without a formidable figure to advocate for us, we find ourselves lacking conviction during the village's annual meetings, let alone striving for the interest of our kin. I vehemently oppose your entry into the administrative department. Your self-interest cannot overshadow the plight of our families. Must we continue to wait indefinitely? Yicheng, matters concerning the clan can be deferred until you reach adulthood and marriage. Qingyan mentioned that you have clashed with Hanzo. indicating your skills have surpassed a certain threshold. This is the perfect opportunity to establish your reputation. How can you retreat now? Furthermore, the position of medical team leader, which I hear you have pursued, is trivial. What merit is there in healing others? As a ninja, one must let strength speak for itself. The more they spoke, the more agitated their emotions became, with some seizing the moment to rebuke Bai Shi Yicheng, their words growing increasingly harsh. Bai Shi Yicheng felt a twitch in his eyelid, his ire surging within him. He began to comprehend that these individuals merely viewed him as a tool. Does the perspective of a tool hold any significance? Not at all. He felt foolish for inviting this turmoil upon himself. Should he confront them? He pondered, knowing that while confrontation might be easy, reconciliation would prove challenging. It seemed his original plan might not require their involvement after all. Perhaps it was time to confront them. They needed to realize who the true tool was. Bai Shi Yicheng began to unravel the seals within him, releasing a staggering 20 at once. This marked the first occasion he unleashed such a vast amount of chakra. The bickering ceased abruptly as the overwhelming chakra emanating from Bai Shi Yicheng was nothing short of astounding. The atmosphere became stifling, and dust began to descend from the ceiling, while cracks spread across the floor. The door to the conference room was yanked open violently, and someone attempted to rush inside, only to be sent flying backwards. The assailant was Bai Shi Yicheng, who cast a cold glance towards the doorway before swiftly closing it again. He reined in his chakra, fixing an impassive gaze upon each of them, especially those who had nearly pointed fingers in accusation. He offered them no semblance of kindness. This alliance of interests. Since you oppose, let us disperse. I shall no longer trouble you, for our family consists solely of me now. With my own sustenance a challenge, I cannot concern myself with others' fates. With that declaration, Bai Shi Yicheng vanished in an instant, leaving behind a room full of astonished clan leaders who fell into a heavy silence. Takeuchi Shoei cast a glance at them, smirking as he departed. One must allow others a moment for contemplation, or perhaps a transition of identity. The world is never devoid of clever minds. Let us hope they do not fall prey to their own cunning. Upon exiting the conference room, Yashikage Bai Shi strode out, his face awash with fury. It was the first time someone had dared to scold him so brazenly. Had it not been for lingering sentiments from the past, he would have uttered far more scathing retorts. When someone labeled him selfish, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. After all, it was a matter of mutual benefit. Yet he found himself unjustly maligned. If they had the audacity, they could seek the favor of the Hokage and witness how the third Hokage and Danzō would treat them. As he neared the exit of the Takamoto household, he was intercepted by Takamoto Anna and Kawaii Aoyoshi. The intensity of his anger suggested he had been harshly criticized. Kawaii Aoyoshi shot him a knowing glance, to which Bai Shi retorted with irritation, "You heard everything outside, didn't you? I had expected some decorum from the clan leaders, but they behaved like common rabble." Takamoto Anna chuckled. "Do you think being a clan leader is an easy task? They bear the weight of the entire family. And your aloofness has left them simmering with frustration. In the past, Uncle Issei supported you, and now it's grandfather who keeps them in check. Otherwise, do you believe they wouldn't have acted even more outrageously?" Pondering this, Bai Shi found himself chuckling softly, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat excessive in his behavior over the years. He had never made the effort to visit, nor did he reach out during festivals. Even when he needed assistance, he relied solely on Takamoto Shuichi to convey his messages. Over time, even the deepest of affections could wane, leaving only impatience and a sense of hopelessness. Were he in their position, he too would feel lost and doubtful. Regardless, Bai Shi had no intention of returning. With the rift now established, any lingering sentiments were rendered moot, only serving to invite ridicule. A true man never surrenders, and even in error, he persists resolutely. Moreover, involving them posed significant risks of intelligence leaks. Why invite unnecessary trouble? So be it. I shall inquire with the third Hokage about any less demanding positions available. Just as he resolved to leave, Takamoto Anna grasped his arm firmly. Why the haste? Follow me. She led him into the backyard, while Kawaii Aoyoshi remained behind. Once they were alone, Takamoto Anna spoke leisurely. Grandfather wishes for you to wait until those unrelated individuals have departed. Only then will the true performance commence. Unrelated individuals? Bai Shi questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. What do you mean? With a roll of her eyes, Takamoto Anna replied, Do you truly believe grandfather orchestrated such a grand display merely for show? There are not only spies among the clan leaders, but also within my own kin. Bai Shi's expression transformed as he began to grasp the implications. A facade of civility masking deeper stratagems? Indeed, one must never underestimate the cunning of the elderly. Their minds are filled with intricate plots. Reflecting on it, he realized the situation had initially spiraled out of control, ultimately being led toward a disastrous conclusion. Takamoto Shuichi might have orchestrated this deliberately, with the village informants likely in collusion as well. Both parties had inadvertently conspired, resulting in a rapid loss of control. It seemed the entire affair was merely a performance for others until he lost his temper, with both sides achieving their objectives, believing the play had concluded. What followed would be a jubilant dispersal. This intricate dance of manipulation, upon reflection, was rather intriguing. Why did Takeuchi Shuichi summon all the clan ninjas? He likely understands that even if he proceeds discreetly, it would be difficult to conceal from the village, especially considering the clandestine meeting of several clan leaders, which could lead to considerable trouble if mishandled. Thus, he decided to proceed openly, allowing the third Hokage and Danzō to observe, hoping for a satisfactory outcome that would leave everyone pleased. Only after all the spies departed would the true secret meeting commence. However, Shiraishi Yashiki found it puzzling. Although he had proposed the assembly, entering the administrative department was not a significant matter. Was it necessary to conceal it so meticulously? Takeuchi Shuichi's elaborate maneuvers hinted at deeper motives. Is there something your grandfather is keeping from me? Shiraishi inquired. Takeuchi Anna shook her head, replying, I don't know. He hasn't told me. But it must be something of great importance. Shiraishi sighed. Don't make hasty decisions. Have you revealed my plan to undermine the will of fire and allow Konoha to collapse? Takeuchi Anna's expression changed, and after glancing around cautiously, she replied, Don't speak carelessly about such matters. My grandfather asked me, but I didn't tell him. He might have guessed something, but I can't be certain. Upon hearing this, Shiraishi realized that Takeuchi Shuichi had indeed sensed something. So, you are the only one aware of my plan. Takeuchi Anna nodded and smiled wryly. My grandfather has watched me grow up. It is unrealistic to expect to keep everything from him. Shiraishi sighed again. Matters were becoming increasingly complicated. As expected, after approximately 2 hours, Kawai Aoyan arrived to escort them away from the Takeuchi residence. They deliberately used transformation techniques to disguise themselves and, after meandering for over an hour, found themselves in the basement of an inn, where they encountered the clan leaders again. However, this time only 8 leaders remained: Kawai, Fukuyama, Takeuchi, Ishikura, Kamatsukawa, Asano, Nakamori, and Kamikawa. Upon entering, Shiraishi noticed that 6 of the leaders were elderly men with white hair. He chuckled. What is this all about? If we cannot enter the administrative department, why all this secrecy? Others might think we are staging a coup. Takeuchi Shuichi shot him a glance and said, Stop complaining. Everyone here is absolutely trustworthy. We have some other matters to attend to. Shiraishi fell silent for a moment, obediently taking a seat as he contemplated what these individuals intended to do. Takeuchi Shuichi clapped his hands, and soon several young people emerged behind the 6 elderly men. First, let them cultivate the butterfly seed. Shiraishi, who had been composed, nearly jumped at those words. Grandfather Shuichi, are you joking? Do I seem to be joking? Shiraishi's bewildered gaze scrutinized the individuals present, perplexed by their purpose. Takeuchi Shuichi sighed. Do not overthink it. Just do as I say. Shiraishi felt it necessary to clarify, as uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Grandfather Shuichi, do they understand the consequences of cultivating the butterfly seed? Fukuyama Wainosuke, with a hint of irritation, remarked. Where has your fiery temper vanished to? We have long discussed the pros and cons of the butterfly species with them. The elder of the Kamikawa tribe replied. We are aware that devouring lifespan accelerates the cultivation speed, yet it also subjects one to your constraints. Bai Shi Yicheng, deep in thought, turned to take a glance at Takemoto Hideo and inquired, I lack the ability to control the butterfly species. What is the meaning of this? Takemoto Hideo, with a troubled expression, responded, Have you not communicated with the butterfly species within you? Can Chung control the butterfly species? Bai Shi Yicheng, his face contorted with confusion, did not hesitate to enter the realm of consciousness to seek Chung. Within this ethereal space, Bai Shi Yicheng stood face to face with Chung. What is this ability to control the butterfly species that Grandpa Hideo spoke of? I do not wish to disclose it to you. You rascal. Well, you are the elder. Naturally, the butterfly species you nurture is rather unique, which implies that I am rather exceptional. What do you mean? In simpler terms, my rank surpasses theirs, allowing me to command other butterfly species to bind their hosts. Bai Shi Yicheng, glaring at him, shouted, Why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been diligently developing the curse seals solely to control others. You never asked me. I instructed Mei to develop the curse seals. Did you not grasp the implication? Lord May informed you that you could utilize the butterfly species. It was your insistence on the cursed seals. Bai Shi Yicheng was left speechless. What on earth do you mean? Am I not entitled to have grievances against you? Let me be clear. I am your father. Do not forget who has raised you to such a plump state. With a sigh, Bai Shi Yicheng's forehead twitched with frustration as he grasped Cheng and began to shake him vigorously. What other abilities do you possess? Reveal them all. I can utilize most of the abilities that Lord May possesses. Cheng's words filled Bai Shi Yicheng with elation. You can also wield that ability to manipulate life force? Not at all. Bai Shi Yicheng, in annoyance, released him. Useless. You are jeopardizing my affection. What benefit do you derive from winning my affection? There are numerous advantages. For instance, I could assist you in developing ninjutsu. If you are willing to entrust your body to me, I could fight on your behalf, undoubtedly better than you. Entrust my body to you? I feel as if I have nurtured a tailed beast within me. What is a tailed beast? I can only assert that possessing a consciousness does not render me inferior to humans in terms of the soul. Bai Shi Yicheng initially intended to depart but turned back upon hearing this statement. You mean to say your soul is no less than that of a human? Which implies you could occupy my body at any moment if you so desired. Ah, here we go again. Your paranoia is excessive. Which is precisely why I refrained from disclosing this. Bai Shi Yicheng, darkening his expression, demanded, clarify your words. What exactly is your nature? Cheng, with a resigned gesture, replied. We are a symbiotic life form. I would never harm you. I have grown weary of hearing that. Offer something new. Very well, we are parasitic beings, reliant on human flesh and blood for growth. That is our symbiotic existence. Bai Shi Yicheng glared at him intensely. If I were to perish, you would remain unharmed. What sort of nonsense is this so-called symbiotic existence? You are my father. How could any father wish for his son's demise? Your temperament is utterly appalling. Cheng winked at him, saying, I've told you before, everything about me originates from you, and naturally, my character mirrors yours. So, thus, when you scold me, you are essentially chastising yourself. Bai Shi Yicheng nearly sputtered with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a left hook. Cheng, undeterred, retaliated with a right hook. With a resounding thud, both clasped their faces in agony, cursing loudly. Just moments ago, you referred to me as your father, and now you dare strike me. When the father is unworthy, the son must act with righteousness against his kin. After exiting the realm of consciousness, Bai Shi Yicheng wore a grim expression, and those in the basement regarded him with puzzled looks. Akina Takamoto expressed her concern. Are you all right? Bai Shi Yicheng gritted his teeth, resolved to communicate more effectively with Cheng upon returning. I'm fine. He addressed the clan leaders. What is your intention in binding the heir? Takamoto Shuichi replied curtly. Why are you so full of questions? Get to work. Bai Shi Yicheng shrugged in resignation. After all, he had nothing to lose. Ninjutsu, the technique of summoning. Summoning Akihu. Bai Shi Yicheng commanded, fetch several butterfly seeds for me. I shall summon you again in 5 minutes. Akiho promptly dispelled the summoning technique. After completing these tasks, Bai Shi Yicheng squinted and scrutinized the elderly gentlemen, each adorned with tufts of white hair. Previously unnoticed, he now realized that every time they mentioned butterfly seeds, they bore an uncanny resemblance to Takamoto Shuichi. Had these old men all nurtured butterfly seeds? They must belong to the same era as their grandfathers, implying that it was indeed their grandfather's doing. Were they controlling the heirs of the butterfly clan? Were these individuals truly so deranged? 5 minutes later, Bai Shi Yicheng employed the summoning technique once more, conjuring 5 ninja butterflies. After acquiring the butterfly seeds from Akihu, he instructed the ninja butterflies to commence the formation of a barrier. At that moment, Cheng's voice echoed in his mind. I can assist you with such tasks. Utilizing Lady May's ability to manipulate physical transformation, Bai Shi Yicheng's expression darkened. Upon dispelling the summoning technique, he inquired within the realm of consciousness, how do we proceed? It's quite simple. You merely need to remain here. Bai Shi Yicheng pondered, you intend to control my body? Naturally. He crossed his arms, curious to witness Cheng's method. As Cheng departed, Bai Shi Yicheng's body began to move oddly on its own. He murmured, it's a bit strange to emerge for the first time. Cheng maneuvered Bai Shi Yicheng's body forward, only for his legs to inexplicably give way. Then, he collapsed to the ground and began to writhe forward in an odd manner. Akina Takamoto gaped, covering her face in disbelief at this spectacle. As the onlookers gazed at the writhing figure of Yashikoshi Shiraise on the ground, they exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. What had transpired? How could a seemingly normal person transform into something akin to a worm? In the realm of consciousness. Since the moment the castle began to manipulate his body, Shiraise had sensed something amiss. It was as if he had gained a divine perspective, allowing him to observe every movement of his own corporeal form with unsettling clarity, witnessing the castle control his body as it squirmed on the ground. Shiraise instinctively covered his eyes, releasing an unintelligible groan of embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. Fortunately, the castle's peculiar behavior lasted no longer than half a minute, after which he reverted to his normal state. Several heirs from different clans, including Akina Takamoto and Aoyoshi Kawai, approached. The castle extended his hand and, with a mere touch, a small aperture appeared at their chests, through which the butterfly seed slowly crept inside. The secret technique, the twin-born art. Once everything concluded smoothly, the castle returned to the realm of consciousness, where Shiraise, gripping his neck in fury, shouted, "How am I supposed to face anyone after that?" The castle, visibly embarrassed, replied, "It was my first time. I assure you, it will never happen again." Shiraise glared at him fiercely, declaring, "There will absolutely not be a second time." The castle countered, "That may not be the case. You will find it difficult to part from me in the future." Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, Shiraise was met with the strange gazes of those around him, prompting him to cover his face in mortification. It was truly shameful. Thankfully, there was someone with insight. Shuichi Takamoto came to his rescue. "What you just experienced was the butterfly seed controlling your body, wasn't it?" Shiraise nodded vigorously, which relieved the others. Suddenly, Aoyoshi Kawai inquired, "My father mentioned that butterfly seeds can be nurtured. Could you tell us how many you have raised?" Shiraise hesitated momentarily, only for Shuichi Takamoto to retort, "Everyone here possesses a butterfly seed within them. What is there to hide?" For Shiraise scratched his head and replied, "Can you explain why I was made to do this?" He was perplexed by the motives of these individuals. Any rational person would be unwilling to be bound by another. Moreover, these people were either clan leaders or heirs. Why would they willingly submit to such constraints? The silver-haired Kawai Shin sighed and said, "Allow me to clarify. The alliances of the Warring States period were not marked by sentimentality." As Kawai Shin recounted the tale, Shiraise gradually fell silent, his expression becoming increasingly complex. The heads of the ninja clans present here were those who had traversed the trials of the Warring States alongside the butterflies. The alliances of that era were not mere verbal agreements. Weaker ninja clans had to present something of trustworthiness to align with the greater clans. This could be in the form of hostages or the most vital ninja techniques of their families. His grandfather, Yashikoshi Yukihito, had required no hostages or techniques from these allied clans. He merely requested that their leaders nurture a butterfly seed. Yashikoshi Yukihito would clearly outline the advantages and disadvantages of the butterfly seed, establishing an alliance upon agreement, while not pressuring those who declined. His grandfather's actions were not merely aimed at controlling these clans of ninjas. Rather, they sought to foster unity and mutual trust among those who relied on the butterfly technique. Now, their desire to gain the trust of Bai Shi Yicheng through this means stemmed largely from the wish to prevent the collapse of their vested interests. The old man, having survived to this day, was no ordinary character. He had long perceived the village's attitude towards the ninja clans, particularly those not aligned with the Hokage. As Takehara Shuichi remarked, should Konoha engage in external conflict, all clans would be compelled to the battlefield, facing the grim choice of either becoming cannon fodder or enduring slow suffering. They had no alternatives left besides Bai Shi Yicheng, and they could only follow the butterfly path to the end. Moments ago, in the Takahara clan's conference room, the overwhelming chakra emanating from Bai Shi Yicheng had taken them by surprise. This path was not necessarily a dark one. Perhaps Bai Shi Yicheng could lead them to new horizons, just as his grandfather had done. Ultimately, under Takehara Shuichi's arrangement, they had acquiesced to this approach. Kawai Makoto, having spoken, fixed his gaze on Bai Shi Yicheng and inquired, "Do you trust us now?" Bai Shi Yicheng closed his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and upon reopening them, he appeared transformed. His eyes sparkled with compelling brilliance. His face radiated confidence, and the air of nonchalance evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of vigor and poise. He nodded to the assembly and bowed respectfully, stating, "I am deeply grateful for the trust you have bestowed upon me, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Rest assured, I will never exploit the butterfly technique to bring harm to you." The earnestness exhibited by these clan leaders pleased Bai Shi Yicheng immensely. He had just inquired about the city, and even if they wished to divulge their secrets, they were no longer in a position to do so. Thus, he intended to make the most of this sincerity and strength. Takehara Shuichi smiled approvingly, saying, "Now, that is commendable. You need not feel any guilt. If you were to misuse the butterfly technique against them, it would simply be folly to underestimate others. Bai Shi Yicheng nodded in understanding. The clan leaders expressed their support in this manner, and it would be illogical for him to sever his own lifeline, even if he harbored intentions to harm them. Success was far from guaranteed. A clan leader could be replaced, but their trust would never be regained. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, with these reliable ninja clans at his side, his plans could progress with greater swiftness. Kawaii Makoto remarked, "We old fellows have but a short time left. The future belongs to you." Take Hara Shuichi concurred, "Indeed, but before we depart, will you share with us the vision you hold for the future?" At this, all eyes turned toward Bai Shi Yicheng. This was the matter that truly concerned them. Even if they did not inquire, Bai Shi Yicheng would inevitably divulge his plans, albeit with a slight alteration to the ultimate objective. He was acutely aware that these individuals likely aspired to become Hokage. However, the position of Hokage held no allure for Yashikage Bai Shi. This matter, aside from Enzu Takamoto, was not something others needed to be privy to. After carefully considering his words, Bai Shi commenced his performance. "First and foremost, I would like to inquire if you all wish to support me in my quest to become Hokage?" Nods of agreement began to ripple through the crowd, with a few individuals even sporting smiles. Bai Shi returned their smiles and continued, "In that case, allow me to elucidate the current situation. The third Hokage is in the prime of his life, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, is likely to remain in his position for at least another 20 years. Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly, not granting them an opportunity to respond. Bai Shi pressed on. 20 years is a duration that, I fear, many of you cannot afford to wait, as such an expanse of time is fraught with potential upheaval. Without delving too far into the future, let us consider the imminent events at hand. The peculiar rumors circulating about the Land of Rain have been proliferating in our village, and I am certain you have all noticed. Should Konoha declare war on the Land of Rain tomorrow, I would not be taken aback. As for Hanzo's intentions, we shall set them aside for now and focus on our village's condition. Currently, the village is divided into 5 factions, each clandestinely vying for power and influence each year, a fact that is all too well known among us, so I shall refrain from elaboration. As Hokage, the third would undoubtedly prefer to see unity among the people of Konoha. However, he lacks the capacity to consolidate the village's strength. Despite the third's commendable abilities, he has not reached a level of power that renders him invincible. Should he provoke the shinobi clans, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to eliminate him. Thus, he is left with but one course of action, to transform internal strife into external conflict, utilizing war as a means to weaken the shinobi's influence. You all must be aware of what kind of person Danzō is. He undertakes unsavory tasks on behalf of the third. It is highly likely that he is the one covertly instigating war. I pose this question to you all. Once war commences, what do you believe I should do? The analysis provided by Yicheng Bai Shi was astutely perceptive, prompting even the seasoned veterans to nod in agreement. It is evident that to ascend to the position of Hokage, one must possess a certain level of renown within the village, and the most effective means to achieve such a claim is through military accomplishments. Indeed, with your prowess combined with our collective strength, attaining such victories would be a mere formality. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shi Yicheng chuckled and began to shake his head. You are all exceedingly naive, failing to grasp the reality of the situation. As I previously mentioned, the third Hokage is in the prime of his life. Even if I were to earn military accolades and fame, I would still have to wait for his abdication. Furthermore, the third and his allies instigated this war to weaken us. They shall not easily cease hostilities until their objectives are met. Should I lead you into battle, we would likely find ourselves ensnared by the conflict, bleeding until our very last drop of blood. In such a scenario, while I might gain honors and recognition, I would simultaneously lose your invaluable strength. Does such a transaction seem worthwhile? Bai Shi Yicheng's words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. So, are you implying that you do not intend to enter the battlefield? Questioned Taguchi Hidataka. Without engaging in battle, how can one attain military accolades and renown? Wouldn't he that render the aspiration of becoming Hokage a farce? Indeed, we have no choice. Even if we recognize the battlefield as a trap, we must inevitably leap into it. As long as you can achieve military accomplishments and fame, it lays the foundation for becoming Hokage. As for the third, we could force his abdication. If necessary, assassination could also be considered. The audacity of suggesting the assassination of the Hokage was palpable among the group. Bai Shi Yicheng sighed and remarked, have you not realized that from the very beginning, we have had but one path to tread? Silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited his response. That path is a coup. The moment those two words were uttered, a profound stillness fell over the basement. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a lengthy pause, someone hesitantly ventured, but a coup seems implausible. Our strength cannot compete with that of the third. The unspoken conclusion was understood by all. Bai Shi Yicheng scoffed, indeed, our power pales in comparison to that of the third. After all, he is Hokage. And the righteousness and prestige rests solely with him. If we were to stage a coup, the common folk would not rally to our cause, and even the neutral clans of shinobi would turn against us. Impatience began to bubble over, and one individual boldly inquired, "What exactly do you propose we do?" Bai Shi Yicheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, as the moment had finally arrived to unveil his strategy. Since a coup appears to be our only viable option, our objective becomes quite straightforward. The third aims to weaken us through warfare. Why should we not, in turn, exploit the conflict to undermine him? Should he dare to wage war, we shall stoke the flames, inciting conflict far and wide, ideally leading Konoha into a besieged position. As for the battlefield, we will inevitably be compelled to engage, regardless of our desires. However, I wish for you to understand that our purpose in battle is not to seek glory or renown, but rather to preserve our strength. Once the war concludes, the implications of my words need not be elaborated upon. Bai Shi Yicheng then began to scrutinize each individual present, his gaze weighing the gravity of their future. The notion of a coup to become Hokage lingered ominously in the air. He scoffed, expressing his indifference toward the notion of the Hokage, contemplating the complete destruction of Konoha instead. However, before that, he must first obliterate the will of fire. Otherwise, even if Konoha were to fall, it would inevitably rise again. He had no desire to engage in futile endeavors. As the others began to ponder, some soon shook their heads. Fukuyama wisely remarked, "The plan is commendable, yet it lacks practicality. Our interests are intricately tied to Konoha. Even if we were to agree, our clansmen would not." Kawai Makoto sighed, stating, "To be frank, the times have changed. During the Warring States period, a mere command would rally our clansmen to fight valiantly. Now, that seems exceedingly difficult." Takaboto Hidaichi added, "Regardless of how splendid the plan may be, it ultimately relies on individuals for execution. Are you aware of the potential consequences should those tasked with implementing it encounter issues?" It appeared these elders were astute, not easily misled. A coup d'etat requires but a single justification. If necessary, they could coerce their clansmen into participation. However, instigating war, a deeply personal affair, would likely struggle to gain the approval of their kin. Should a traitor emerge, intelligence could leak, plunging them into a precarious predicament. Perhaps the third Hokage would welcome such actions. If even a slight vulnerability were exposed, he would have a legitimate opportunity to eliminate them. The elders had already sensed the evolving mindset of their clansmen, yet they had been unable to devise a strategy. Danzō understood that nefarious deeds must be cloaked in noble rhetoric, proclaiming that everything was for Konoha, and that any sacrifice was justified in its name. Ultimately, as long as it was for Konoha, even if Danzō were to betray you, you would be expected to smile and forgive him. Should you refuse to forgive, then regrettably, for Konoha's sake, he would have to eliminate you. They, on the other hand, could not muster such grandiloquent slogans in pursuit of their own self-interests. Everything for the clan? Indeed, the third Hokage had done his job exceedingly well. Perhaps they merely needed to chant the slogan "everything for the clan" for someone to rise and enact familial justice. The reason Uchiha Fugaku failed was that his ideological efforts were insufficient. Even his own son betrayed him. It was a tragedy of unimaginable proportions. It seemed everyone was acutely aware of their circumstances. I had noticed this trend over the past few years as well. There were those within the clan who regarded themselves as Konoha ninjas rather than clan ninjas, and the situation among my clansmen was particularly dire, especially since the Butterfly clan had become a mere shadow of its former self. Once Yushiro Baishur concluded his remarks, he observed the clan leaders exchanging glances, which soon turned into shaking heads. Provoking war to weaken the village's power is no simple task. We cannot afford to sever our ties with Konoha. Many young ones were born and raised here. For them, Konoha holds far greater significance than our clan leaders. Indeed, to suddenly compel them into such actions could jeopardize the very leadership of the clan. We cannot, nor do we have any justification for such a course of action. The corners of Yushiro Baishur's mouth twitched. So, your support for me to become Hokage is merely lip service? You must understand this crucial point. You cannot exist without Konoha. Yet Konoha can exist without you. The expressions of these clan leaders darkened considerably. Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes twirled a few times, and with a smile, he began. Ultimately, your concern lies in the fear that your clansmen may not endorse such matters, apprehensive of losing their support. After all, the interests of a single clan pale in comparison to those of a village, and even more so to those of a nation. I happen to possess a solution. I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it? At last, Bai Shi Yicheng revealed his true intentions. Initially, his aim was merely to indoctrinate his own kin. But now, incorporating these ninja clans into his scheme seemed trivial. Why should personal gain not supersede public interest? The answer is quite simply that they do not yet possess enough selfishness. Humans are inherently selfish creatures, much like himself. He could justify his actions as righteous. Yet he was acutely aware that their essence was rooted in selfishness. So selfish, in fact, that his disdain for this village fueled his desire to see it destroyed. He saw nothing wrong with this. Why do the 5 great nations engage in warfare? Regardless of how noble their justifications may appear, the essence remains the same. They too are selfish. His selflessness towards himself manifests as selfishness towards others. The 5 Kage exhibit a selflessness towards their villagers, which in turn leads to selfishness towards other nations. In the end, selfishness is not inherently a vice. Every phenomenon possesses duality. It is the harmonious balance of strength and gentleness, the interplay of yin and yang, that embodies the truth of our world. Should you possess a viable solution, do share it. If it proves feasible, we shall undoubtedly support you, interrupted Kawaii, breaking Bai Shi Yicheng's train of thought. Upon regaining his focus, Bai Shi Yicheng noticed all eyes were upon him, urging him to unveil his strategy. Indeed, I have contemplated the matters you raised, and thus I have devised 3 plans. The first plan, strengthening the internal while guarding against external threats, dictates that to repel foreign adversaries, we must first stabilize the sentiments within our ranks. Concentrating all our efforts for a decisive strike is the way to victory. Since you are concerned that your clansmen may not acknowledge you, then find a way to earn their recognition. I intend to establish a clan academy to nurture the future of our lineage, organizing regular gatherings for those with developed ideologies, delivering speeches, and promoting a human-centric philosophy. This is the optimal method for stabilizing internal sentiments and countering the encroachment of the 3rd generation's will of fire. The second plan, securing external alliances while disrupting internal unity, involves fostering relationships with external powers to combat the 3rd generation, while simultaneously instigating discord within our village, thereby placing them in a precarious position both internally and externally. As for the 3rd plan, I need not elaborate, if the first 2 steps proceed smoothly. The 3rd generation shall be no match for us. Upon concluding his discourse, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite remarkable. Suddenly, the leader of the Shirtsong clan rose, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Shi Yicheng, exclaiming, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This is treason." Bai Shi Yicheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What do you mean, Shirtsong clan leader? I do not recall uttering any words of betrayal against the nation. Fostering relationships with external powers is nothing short of treason." Bai Shi Yicheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. From the outset of this meeting, this individual had seemed amiss, and now he dared to utter such words. Could he truly be an insider for the 3rd generation? He glanced at Takemoto Hidetaka, who shook his head in response. Engaging external forces solely for the sake of our ascendancy is a straightforward notion. Once we hold power, they will inevitably become our adversaries. Is it really necessary for me to elucidate such an obvious truth? The tone of Bai Shi Yicheng was far from pleasant. He had initially believed that persuading these chieftains would be a certainty, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot endorse this method. Even if you were to ascend to the position of Hokage through such means, the village's strength would inevitably diminish, leaving us ill-equipped to confront external threats. Bai Shi Yicheng began to reach out to Chang, inquiring whether there existed any means to discern the intentions of the Shirtsong chieftain. Unfortunately, the butterfly seed had just been introduced and lacked its own consciousness, rendering communication impossible. Chang's response left Bai Shi Yicheng somewhat disheartened, but it was merely a minor setback. Was the Shirtsong chieftain truly inclined to remain passive? I contend that a coup is unfeasible, should war erupt. We could swiftly quell the chaos and subsequently compel the 3rd to abdicate, which would be the most prudent course of action. Swiftly quell the chaos. What sort of delusions occupy this person's mind? Bai Shi Yicheng's expression darkened as he glanced at the silent chieftains. He suddenly perceived that their gazes were evasive, leading to a dawning realization within him. Were they merely seeking to preserve their own safety? They intended to utilize him in the pursuit of the Hokage position while remaining in the shadows, subtly instigating the conflict. Even in battle, It would be their clansmen who perished, not themselves. A coup is no trivial matter. They would need to engage directly, for failure would inevitably lead to their eradication. This was not an outcome they desired. They would only support a legitimate competition for power. An overly radical coup would clearly be unacceptable to them. Veins bulging on his forehead, Bai Shi Yicheng could scarcely believe he had underestimated human selfishness. These individuals professed to act for the clan, yet their motivations were purely self-serving, exhibiting a selfishness surpassing his own. At least he entertained thoughts for the welfare of his clansmen. They had evidently reduced their kin to mere assets. When funds dwindled, they would still thrive as long as they held the title of chieftain, reaping eternal rewards. Even should their families decline, they would assuredly lead comfortable lives. Perhaps the village would even offer considerable benefits to appease them. These benefits would undoubtedly be hoarded by them, leaving the clansmen with nothing. What could such individuals possibly wield against the third? I had foolishly mistaken swine for men, contemplating leading a band of swine against a champion team. Was I naive? Or were they simply dim-witted? Furthermore, how could such individuals consent to Takeuchi Hidaichi's proposal and accept their own constraints? Wait, while the butterfly seed's drawback is the consumption of lifespan. Its advantages are numerous. They surely aren't contemplating exploiting their own secret techniques, are they? As this realization struck, Bai Shi Yicheng's complexion paled. It was clear that he could not eliminate them now, and they were well aware of his reluctance to do so. Thus, had he been outmaneuvered? Bai Shi Yicheng suppressed the urge to explode in fury, casting a cold gaze upon these individuals, awaiting their response in silence. The coup is indeed overly radical. The Hokage, even if he wishes to weaken us, won't do so in a manner that is too disgraceful. If we were to uncover any compromising evidence against him, he would have no choice but to resign, regardless of his desires. I concur with Chief Kamikawa's perspective. The coup should be viewed as a last resort. Yicheng, I find your initial plan commendable. Could you elaborate on the concept of placing people at the center of our considerations? Bai Shi Yicheng, gritting his teeth, retorted, do you all only seek to reap the benefits while pushing all the drawbacks onto me? What kind of statement is that? As long as it isn't a coup, we will support you in whatever you choose to do. Speaking of which, isn't Danzō eager to instigate war? Perhaps we should first arrange for someone to eliminate him, sending a warning to the third Hokage. That is a sound strategy. If the third remains obstinate and insists on waging war, we can spread rumors around the village to undermine his authority. Bai Shi Yicheng, now utterly exasperated, turned his gaze towards Takeuchi Shuichi. Takeuchi shook his head, signaling him to remain calm. With a resigned shrug, Bai Shi Yicheng, who had briefly harbored hope for this alliance, now saw their true colors clearly. They were solely focused on personal gain, eager to push themselves forward while leaving him to face the storm. If he truly placed his trust in them, he would likely find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Their purported support for his quest for the Hokage title was merely a facade. Their true desire was to contest only if feasible, otherwise to abandon the effort entirely. They merely waved their banners in a show of strength, hoping to convey their resolute stance to the third Hokage. This ostentatious display of defiance might even deter the third from exerting undue pressure on them, potentially leading to some concessions as a means of appeasement. Indeed, the realm of politics is ill-suited for someone like me, as I am not selfish enough. With this realization, Bai Shi Yicheng found himself increasingly disenchanted with the clandestine meeting. Regardless of the outcome, they would not support his coup, thus, he was rendered a mere pawn in their game. Anyone can speak volubly, but when the moment of truth arrives, they would undoubtedly falter. He had no desire to be dragged into a pit by their machinations. Perhaps sensing Bai Shi Yicheng's growing impatience, the gathered clan leaders fell silent, one by one directing their attention towards Takeuchi Shuichi. Aware that he could no longer remain silent without provoking Bai Shi Yicheng's ire, Takeuchi spoke up. Yicheng, we must take this step by step. It is premature to discuss a coup at this juncture. First, clarify the initial step, and based on the circumstances, we will determine whether to proceed to the second. Bai Shi Yicheng replied nonchalantly. The first step is quite straightforward. It involves winning back the hearts of our clansmen while instilling new ideologies that align with tangible benefits, compelling them to dedicate themselves to the family. The new ideology you mentioned, does it pertain to the concept of placing people at the center of our considerations? Indeed. We are also quite curious about what this people-centered approach entails. Observing the keen interest in the eyes of the clan leaders, Bai Shi Yicheng felt a surge of exasperation. Each one of them placed immense value on their own power, exhibiting a truly short-sighted perspective. Bai Shi Yicheng had initially hesitated to broach this topic with them, but upon reflection, he deemed it harmless to share. After all, The more individuals who are enlightened by an idea, the more swiftly it spreads, especially among these patriarchs. If such a mindset truly proves beneficial for them to maintain their power, they will spare no effort in promoting it. Although it diverges significantly from its original intent, it may still be considered a form of resourceful utilization. The principle of prioritizing humanity fundamentally means placing the interests of the villagers above those of the village itself. For instance, if you possess a piece of candy and the village insists that you share it with everyone, would you be willing? Perhaps some would gladly comply, believing that collective well-being is paramount. Conversely, those who are reluctant might ponder, why should I part with it? Initially, I could savor the entire piece. Yet now I am reduced to merely tasting a morsel. It seems utterly absurd. Ninjas are instructed to relinquish personal emotions for a reason. An abundance of personal sentiment could pose a threat to their governance. In summary, the third Hokage places the village first, the villagers second, and the ninja clan third. We must invert this hierarchy, placing the villagers' interests at the forefront, followed by the ninja clan, and lastly, the village. By first propagating this ideology within the clan, the members will unite and rally for their own benefits. As long as they are not defeated mentally, no matter how fervently the third Hokage espouses the will of fire, it will not sway us. After speaking, Yicheng Bai Shi closed his mouth, having endeavored to be succinct. These individuals, though selfish and greedy as serpents, are undoubtedly adept at understanding the human psyche. A mere hint from oneself could inspire them to devise numerous stratagems. Everyone began to ponder. Even a hint of delight appeared on Takeuchi Shuichi's face. Yicheng, could you elaborate on how to effectively promote this ideology? Yicheng Bai Shi pursed his lips, contemplating before continuing. If you truly do not know how to advocate this, simply inform your clansmen that by following you, they will receive daily compensation, while adhering to the village will yield nothing. It is that simple. Using money to win hearts seems rather mundane, Bai Shi remarked, a vein twitching on his forehead. It is precisely because it is mundane that it is effective, after all. We are all mere mortals. Common folk do not engage in discussions of life as profundities. If you speak of existence, they are likely to respond with disdain, expecting you to swallow their derision. However, prioritizing humanity encompasses more than just monetary compensation. It also includes a sense of belonging, honor, achievement, and values. All must be addressed with tangible actions, not merely words. You must clearly convey to your clansmen that Konoha existed before the village was established. The well-being of those who inhabit this land is paramount. The village must adapt accordingly. In this manner, any attempts by the third Hokage to manipulate your clansmen with rhetoric concerning the village will prove ineffective. This encapsulates my sentiment. Kawaii Aoyan expressed his confusion. Why do I feel this is quite similar to the third Hokage's notion of the will of fire? Bai Shi retorted with irritation. It is somewhat akin, yet vastly different. The essence of the third Hokage's will of fire is self-sacrifice for the village's sake. In contrast, prioritizing humanity means encouraging individuals to value their own interests. Though they may appear indistinguishable, the distinction will become evident when critical moments arise. For instance, if someone were to instigate a coup, would the third Hokage truly expect the individuals in question to willingly take their own lives for the sake of the village? Since they refuse to do so, he would rally others under the pretense of protecting the village and incite them to attack. This reflects the methodologies employed by both the third Hokage and Danzō. If a people-centered ideology were to gain traction, even if the third sought to rally others against dissenters under the guise of village welfare, he would encounter resistance. Why? Because those plotting the coup are also constituents of the village, illustrating a fundamental difference in perspective. Ideology may not hold paramount importance, rather, it is the quest for self-interest that necessitates a convenient justification, which is the true lethal weapon. Kawaii Aoyan argued that the village belongs to everyone. And if some wish to stage a coup, what is wrong with eliminating them for the sake of all villagers? Ishiro Yashikage believed that Aoyan had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire. Are you suggesting that sacrificing the interests of a few for the majority is justified? You must understand that we are part of that minority. Upon uttering this phrase, a light of realization dawned upon everyone. They gradually grasped its significance. The notion of sacrificing 10 lives to save 100 aligns with the philosophy of the Hokage. Their objective is to incite those 10 to rise against the 100. Coincidentally, the third Hokage aims to weaken the ninja clans through war, while they seek to incite the clans to resist his strategies. A singular ninja clan may hold little power, but if they were to grow in numbers, they could become synonymous with the village itself. In this scenario, the third and Danzō would become the ones facing sacrifice. While it may seem indistinguishable, the underlying differences are profound. Ultimately, It is a contest for public opinion. If the sentiment sways in their favor, even the third, seated in the Hokage's position, would find it impossible to justify his actions under the pretext of village welfare. Should they succeed in creating a rift between the third and the villagers, they would consolidate support, making it untenable for the third to cling to his position. Currently, the village operates under the belief that whoever becomes Hokage can act with impunity, using the village's name as a shield, leaving others powerless to resist, even when they are fully aware of the injustice. If such ideologies proliferate, the Hokage's ability to act without consequence will not remain as simple. The elderly men exchanged knowing glances, almost simultaneously sharing a silent laugh. Just from this initial step, they recognized that Hishiro Yashikage was no ordinary individual. While the average person may overlook the nuances, a discerning mind would unveil the brilliance of Hishiro. The term justification was aptly chosen. It was precisely because the third was Hokage that they had been hesitant. Now armed with a rationale, they could confront the third directly without fear of being overwhelmed. Internally, they could placate their clan members, while externally, they could brandish their banner. The third may claim to act for the village, but they too could assert the same. Even in opposition, they would not elicit disdain from the neutral factions or villagers simply because the third held the title of Hokage. Everyone professes to act for the village. Why should he be elevated above the rest? Just because you are Hokage, does that mean you alone represent the village? This situation will never occur again. The status of the commoners will be elevated, and likewise, the position of the ninja clans will rise, while the Hokage will find themselves relegated to the lowest rank. Moreover, when promoting this ideology among their kin, they may indulge in a hint of self-interest, incorporating their families into the narrative. For the village and the Hokage feel distant from the clans. The clan leaders, positioned between the village and their people, stand to gain the most, a perfectly suited arrangement. However, Yashicheng Baishir has yet to express his full thoughts. Dismantling the will of fire is far from a simple task. The crux of this ideology lies in igniting the selfish nature of the ninja clans, compelling them to place their families above the village. While the status of the clan leaders will indeed be enhanced, their personal desires will also surge uncontrollably. Should the interests of the village conflict with those of these leaders, they can readily use this as an excuse to resist the village's agenda. Even if the leaders do not act upon this, their clansmen will pressure them to do so. After all, the majority of people in this world are but ordinary folk. Despite their simplicity, they possess an endearing innocence. Such Navi individuals can easily be swayed by others, and the masses tend to behave as a disorganized crowd. If all the ninja clans were to adopt this mindset, the Hokage would become a complete laughingstock. Whatever the Hokage wishes to accomplish, they must first seek the counsel of the ninja clans. Otherwise, success would be utterly unattainable. Consequently, the proclaimed will of fire would be rendered a mere jest. Should the Hokage incite a great ninja war, leading Konoha to ruin, the clans, finding no hope within the village, would naturally entertain thoughts of departure. At that juncture, if the clan leaders opposed this exodus, their clansmen would rally to oust them, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Once a leader takes the initiative to leave, the domino effect would undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of Konoha. Transforming Konoha from a Hokage-led governance to one driven by popular sentiment would naturally place the ninja clans at the forefront of representation. Should the public opinion within the clans spiral out of control, it could ultimately obliterate Konoha. The will of fire? Why not to first inquire about my own will? Even if someone aspires to reconstruct Konoha, such ambitions would find no acceptance, especially with Senju Hashirama long deceased. How could the now unrestrained ninja clans ever return to serve as subordinates? As for the potential demise of the Land of Fire, Bai Shi Yicheng indicates that is beyond his concern. If the daimyo possesses sufficient wisdom, the Land of Fire might even thrive further. With a resounding clap, Takeuchi Hinori began to applaud. Impressive. The clan leaders, having grasped the implications, joined in the applause. Yashicheng Baishir shrugged. He held little patience for these individuals who wished to treat him as a mere tool, underestimating his capabilities. His mind was already whirring with thoughts on how to eliminate these people and elevate those who would show absolute loyalty to him. Yashicheng, you mentioned wanting to establish clan academies. What does that entail? Clan academies would mean that families would establish their own ninja schools, reclaiming the right to educate their children from the third Hokage. Why pursue this course? Are you not aware? Ninja schools are vital venues for propagating the will of fire. By sending the children of clans into these schools, the number of traitors within the families will only increase. Bai Shi Yicheng, with a hint of irritation, remarked, educational rights equate to the power of discourse. Haven't you all longed for such power? Then seize it with your own resources. Everyone comprehended the implications of his words. Sensing that his task was complete, Bai Shi Yicheng believed this inexplicable clandestine meeting could now conclude. He glanced at Takamoto Shuichi, who winked in understanding. It was evident that everyone had grasped Yicheng's intentions. He was undoubtedly a capable leader, hoping for their unwavering support, assuring them he would not let them down. Indeed, merely taking this initial step had opened the eyes of us seasoned elders. It was clear that Kun had a commendable grandson. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the attendees gradually departed. Bai Shi Yicheng, nudging Takamoto Shuichi, also made his way to the street. Takamoto Anna trailed behind, lost in her thoughts. Upon returning to the Takamoto residence, just as Bai Shi Yicheng was preparing to leave, Takamoto Shuichi called out to him. Throughout their return journey, Shuichi appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts. Is there anything you wish to express? Bai Shi Yicheng rolled his eyes, responding, I fail to comprehend the purpose of this secret meeting. Nor do I understand your intent behind having me control them with the butterfly seed. With a smile, Takamoto Shuichi replied, the butterfly seed cannot truly control them. You must know this well. I am indeed aware of such matters. So, can you fathom why I still ask you to proceed with this? Bai Shi Yicheng sighed in exasperation. No more riddles. They clearly regard me as a mere child, wanting me to shoulder the burden of their storms. I genuinely cannot discern the benefits of engaging with them. Takamoto Shuichi laughed heartily. You admit to being a child, yet in front of so many. You dare to speak of a coup, how audacious. Bai Shi Yicheng now felt somewhat reckless, but having voiced it, what could be done? Let us not discuss the coup further. The moment you mentioned it, I sensed your true thoughts. Do you still harbor intentions to obliterate Konoha? The corner of Bai Shi Yicheng's eye twitched. Is this merely a guess? You underestimate people, not just myself, but those with even a modicum of experience can sense the mischief in your heart. Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes darted. What do you mean? They have all discerned your intentions. They simply refrained from voicing it, fearing it might incite your wrath. Dare you claim you harbor no murderous intent now? Bai Shi Yicheng's lips twitched. Is that truly perceptible? Only we few elders seem to recognize it. You should be more vigilant. However, your idea has merit. They acknowledge you, but the topic of a coup must never be revisited. Since you have discerned my thoughts, you must understand I have no interest in becoming Hokage. Takamoto Shuichi, suppressing his smile, sighed. Indeed, this place cannot retain you. Aside from me, no one else should suspect your disinterest in the Hokage position. Ensure they never perceive your true thoughts. Bai Shi Yicheng struggled to comprehend the old man's motives. Knowing his intentions, why persist in such unnecessary endeavors? Nothing escapes the keen perception of this old man. Bai Shi Yicheng decided to speak candidly, laying bare his thoughts without reservation. After hearing Bai Shi Yicheng's words, Takeuchi Shuichi rubbed his forehead, genuinely feeling a headache. The Hokage's desire to obliterate the village left him at a loss for words. Since I have only a few days left to live, you and Akina can figure out the future. My actions today are, in truth, a form of assistance to you. Assist me? Bai Shi Yicheng could not discern how this clandestine meeting would benefit him. It was erroneous of you to neglect connections with them in the past. If you wish to annihilate this village, you must understand that internal disintegration is the most effective strategy. Fortunately, you performed commendably today. They have acknowledged you. Henceforth, you must engage with them more frequently, allowing them to feel at ease. Bai Shi Yicheng retorted, engage with them? I fear they will lead me into a pitfall. A band of inept allies. Takeuchi Shuichi glared at him and insisted, listen to me completely. They indeed seek to exploit you. But why can't you turn the tables and exploit them in return? Bai Shi Yicheng furrowed his brows, questioning, what do you mean? If you wish to revitalize your clan, their support is indispensable. If you lack resources and manpower, seek them out. Perhaps they will even come knocking on your door. And there's an added advantage. You can use them as scapegoats. Scapegoats? A glimmer of realization sparked in Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes as his expression brightened. He gazed at Takeuchi Shuichi and inquired, was this your plan from the outset? Otherwise, why do you think I encouraged you to forge good relations with them? If we must enter the battlefield, why not let them bear a greater cost while we lose fewer of our kin? Bai Shi Yicheng was thoroughly impressed by the old man. The clan leaders only perceived the benefits of the alliance, frantically scheming for their own gain, oblivious to the fact that they were being outmaneuvered by Takeuchi Shuichi. A group of old schemers, with one even more cunning lurking behind, truly blinded him with their guile. He realized he had been too naive. And what of the butterfly seed? The benefits of the butterfly seed will become apparent to them once they experience it themselves. I informed them that the butterfly seed can be sealed. Do you think they are truly that foolish? Letting them experience the benefits of the butterfly seed. Bai Shi Yicheng's eyes lit up as he grasped Takeuchi Shuichi's intent. You mean they will eventually bring their clansmen to me, seeking the butterfly seed? Takeuchi Shuichi nodded slowly. Every clan desires to have formidable talents within their ranks, and the butterfly seed is the optimal choice for achieving greatness. Moreover, when war breaks out, they will overlook the drawbacks of the butterfly seed and focus solely on its advantages. If they want it, give it to them. When the time comes, they will have no choice but to follow your lead in the coup. Bai Shi Yicheng regarded Takeuchi Shuichi, who winked at him. Why are you so cunning? You rascal. I do this for your own benefit. How curious it is that a person like you is not the leader of the butterfly clan, but rather the head of a branch family. Of course, it is because I am neither as formidable nor as wicked as your grandfather. Bai Yashiki's lips twitched as he pondered. What manner of person is my grandfather? Your grandfather is the kind of individual who, even in his selfishness, possesses a degree of selfishness that leaves others speechless. Upon grasping Takamoto Shuichi's insinuation, Bai Yashiki felt a sense of relief wash over him. He also became increasingly wary of these cunning individuals. It seemed that Takamoto Shuichi had meticulously plotted from the very beginning, intending not only to immerse himself in the blood of those ninja clans but also to use them as scapegoats. A dual-purpose scheme? It was more than that. Takamoto Shuichi surely had more up his sleeve, and he could not be bothered to speculate further. Judging by the reactions of the clan leaders, the prospect of entering the administrative department was highly unlikely. Tomorrow, he would report to the third generation, resign, and return home to focus on raising pigs. As long as he wielded power, he would eventually bring those ninja clans to heel. He resolved to maintain frequent interactions with them. After all, even in death, one must ensure that others willingly embrace their demise. Noticing Bai Yashiki nodding, Takamoto Shuichi added, above all, do not allow anyone to perceive your true intentions, as it would not serve you well. Bai Yashiki departed, and Takamoto Shuichi summoned Takamoto Anna to his side. Takamoto Anna hesitated to meet her grandfather's gaze, for her thoughts were never concealed from him. This shall be my final act for you. Once he relocates, you shall follow him. Takamoto Anna forced a wry smile and inquired, are you angry with me, grandfather? Why would I be angry with you? The fact that you managed to bring him back is commendable enough. Otherwise, this family would inevitably fall to ruin at your father's hands. In truth, he does not hold affection for me. Perhaps it was merely my one-sided longing, or perhaps he simply seeks companionship. It matters not. What matters is the future that lies ahead. Takamoto Anna fell silent, lost in thought. A premonition stirred within her. His ambitions likely extended beyond merely destroying Konoha, perhaps aiming at an even grander objective. Ensure that he remains on the righteous path, lest you unwittingly be led astray by him. Takamoto Anna felt a bittersweet smile tug at her lips, uncertain if she could fulfill such a task. Bai Yashiki was shrouded in too much uncertainty, and merely being able to remain by his side was already a considerable feat. Upon returning home, Bai Yashiki settled into a chair and closed his eyes to rest. From today's two clandestine meetings, he discerned that their interest alliance was likely divided into 4 circles. The outermost circle comprised those clan leaders who had not participated in the second meeting, while the third circle included those who had. The second circle encompassed the Takamoto and Kawaki clans. The innermost circle consisted of the Usahana and Takamoto families. The matter of the Usahana branch stemming from the Takamoto family was scarcely known even within the Takamoto clan. The ordinary members of the Takamoto clan were only aware of the long-standing amicable relations between the Takamoto and Usahana families, with numerous intermarriages occurring between the two. After clarifying these intricate relationships, Bai Yashiki retrieved a map to examine his clan's territory. He intended to reconstruct the clan's land on its existing foundation. The clan school is established adjacent to the ancestral land, and there are plans to erect a longevity monument to commemorate all those from the family who perished in battle. However, the number of true clan members is quite limited, totaling nearly 300, most of whom are elderly, infirm, or disabled. It is imperative to increase the population. But Bai Shi Yicheng is at a loss, contemplating whether to implement a subsidy for newborns. While it is a feasible option, his finances are rather strained. The number of ninjas within the clan is pitifully small, with barely over 20 and only 1 jonin, which is disheartening. Relying on clan members to undertake missions for profit is a delusion. Currently, he finds himself incurring losses. It seems crucial to cultivate better relations with other ninja clans, as even the landlord's family is not spared from scarcity. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after reviewing Bai Shi Yicheng's resignation letter, looked up and sighed. With a cigarette in his mouth, he approached the window, gazing out at Konoha in silence. Bai Shi Yicheng patiently awaited the third Hokage's response. Sensing that the third would likely not acquiesce to his resignation, considering he is no ordinary individual but rather one backed by a faction of ninja clans. Even if the third were to agree, it would probably come with additional stipulations. Yicheng, let us set aside the matter of resignation for now. If you do not wish to remain in the medical team, you are free to choose from other departments in Konoha. Bai Shi Yicheng was taken aback by this response. On a personal level, the third had always treated him well. His childhood protection and present amicable demeanor deeply resonated with Yicheng. Had he emerged from a commoner's background, perhaps under the third's influence, he might have become the inheritor of the will of fire. Alas, that remains a mere hypothetical. The third's attitude was laden with ulterior motives, and Bai Shi Yicheng harbored dissatisfaction towards the village, leading them further apart. Hokage-sama, my intention to resign has long been established. You are aware I have a few clan members, and I plan to relocate them back to our ancestral land. This matter is unrelated to your resignation. Relocating your clan members can be handled by others. Bai Shi Yicheng fell silent, recognizing that it could indeed be done, yet his motives for relocating his kin were not entirely pure. Some matters necessitated his direct involvement. Otherwise, even if he brought his clan back, what difference would it make? He could not divulge these thoughts to the third. Observing Yicheng's silence, the third closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh, a mixture of lamentation and regret. Very well, Yicheng. You shall be appointed as a squad leader in the formal military. I will arrange for Orochimaru to accompany you. The third endeavored to make one last appeal. I have heard you wish to enter the administrative department. However, you are still quite young. After 2 years of experience, I will promote you to captain, and even a commander if you wish. With the requisite qualifications, entry into the administrative department will be a natural progression. Forcing you into such a role would invite claims of injustice within the village. Upon hearing the generous conditions proposed by the third, Bai Shi Yicheng could only manage a wry smile. A squad leader in the formal military would command at least 100 troops, while a captain would oversee 1,000 or more. The role of captain is tantamount to being among the upper echelons of the village, and should war arise, the commander would take charge. Moreover, he insisted on having Orochimaru accompany him, effectively placing himself on the same pedestal as the disciples of the Hokage. Should such news reach the ears of those clansmen who support him, it is likely they would promptly nod in agreement. Alas, however, Yicheng Bai Shi would never acquiesce. The majority of the formal forces are comprised of civilian ninjas, inherently loyal to the Hokage. Although his presence there would not invite exclusion. Cultivating his own faction would prove exceedingly difficult. For loyalty from others hinges upon a singular premise. One must be loyal to the Hokage. Without this foundation, even the rank of commander is but a hollow shell. The third Hokage had scattered his loyal clansmen throughout the ranks as squad leaders. Should Bai Shi seek to disrupt this loyalty, the third would swiftly usurp his command. If his sole intention were to ascend as Hokage, he would surely comply. However, to annihilate this village is a path he cannot tread. With war looming, should he join the formal forces, by the time the conflict subsides, he may return to find his clan entirely decimated. To nurture his own faction without even a foundational base renders any contest against the third Hokage futile. The only viable option left is unwavering loyalty to the third. Even if he refrains from joining the formal forces, once war erupts, he would still hold the rank of commander, albeit leading a contingent solely composed of his supportive clansmen. The nature of these two forces diverges significantly, and thus their treatment varies accordingly. The third Hokage presented him with a dilemma, to align with him or with the clansmen. Yicheng Bai Shi resolved to remain neutral. Yet he found himself ensnared in a precarious position, caught between two opposing forces, which was profoundly distressing. Hokage-sama, may I have 2 years of respite? In that time, I shall provide you with my answer. Yicheng Bai Shi contemplated prolonging the matter, for what he lacked most was time. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage clenched his hand tightly within his sleeve. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was an exceptionally astute politician, regardless of the circumstances. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Yicheng Bai Shi could not surpass him. I understand. I will arrange for your entry into the administrative department, the third Hokage stated, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yicheng Bai Shi's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he regarded the third Hokage in silence. After a minute, he turned and departed, uttering not a single word of gratitude. It had become unnecessary. The fact that the third Hokage had arranged for him to enter the administrative department indicated that he had seen through Bai Shi's intentions. Upon pushing open the office door, He realized that he would never have the opportunity to return. Orochimaru leaned against the wall outside, and upon seeing Yicheng Bai Shi, a knowing smile graced his lips. I had hoped we might become allies, but it seems that dream has been dashed. How regrettable. Yicheng Bai Shi glanced at him with interest and remarked, Orochimaru. The term ally encompasses many definitions. One may entrust their life to an ally or share common aspirations. Which kind of ally do you wish to be? If we can trust each other with our lives, would it not be even better to align in purpose as well? Yicheng Bai Shi erupted into laughter, and upon finishing, he left behind a parting remark. Orochimaru, one must not be excessively greedy. After briefly announcing his resignation to the members of the medical team, Yicheng Bai Shi returned to his office to gather his belongings. Tsunade entered, questioning his abrupt departure. However, Bai Shi paid her no heed. As he exited the hospital, Tsunade awaited an explanation that never came. What a peculiar individual. I find him rather pitiable, to be honest. Tsunade turned to see Orochimaru standing nearby, arms crossed, and inquired, What brings you here? My master instructed me to keep an eye on him, Orochimaru replied. Tsunade, momentarily taken aback, expressed her astonishment. The Hokage? It seemed she struggled to comprehend the situation, but there was nothing truly surprising about it. Yicheng Bai Shi had merely returned to his destined path. Orochimaru. What do you truly know? Orochimaru languidly licked his lips, eliciting a look of disgust from Tsunade. Indeed, I have conducted some investigations, expending considerable effort. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you should inquire with the elders at home. They might share even more intriguing revelations. With that, Orochimaru departed. Tsunade scowled and spat in disdain, reflecting on how Orochimaru had become so serpentine in mannerisms that he seemed to embody the very essence of a snake. Her thoughts then drifted to Jiraiya, who was traveling beyond the village, muttering about searching for the child of destiny. He too had transformed into an eccentric, obsessed with fate. Tsunade mused that she could pen a book titled Among My Peers, I Alone Remain Sane. Yashiki Shiraise became thoroughly engrossed in his endeavors. Upon returning to his ancestral land, he commenced extensive renovations while also visiting his kin to inquire whether they would be willing to return to their roots. The majority expressed a willingness to relocate, as Yashiki had treated them well over the years. However, a portion remained reluctant to return, and he did not press the matter. After providing each family with a sum of money, he severed ties decisively and cleanly. 2 months later, Yashiki vacated the Takamoto clan's territory and returned to his own. Although Anna Takamoto wished to accompany him, he declined her request. Despite their engagement, cohabitating at such a young age seemed rather peculiar. As the clan leader, his image held significant importance. Today marked a pivotal occasion. Yashiki convened all clan members for a gathering, inviting the leaders of various families to witness the event. And even the village dispatched covert operatives to maintain order. Standing upon a raised platform, he gazed silently at the more than 200 clan members below. The assembly comprised predominantly elderly individuals with gray hair and newly adult youths, with scarcely any children or able-bodied men present. While their previous dispersion had not seemed overly concerning, their current concentration tightened his heart with unease. It was disheartening, even though the First Shinobi World War had concluded over a decade ago. They had yet to regain their vitality. Perhaps the village's oppression of their clan had never truly ceased. He recalled the familiar faces from his childhood. Was this feeling akin to the will of fire? Did his current emotions qualify as such? Ah, indeed. He yearned to obliterate this village. Yashiki's emotions began to spiral, and he hastily covered his face with his hands, emitting a sound that was both a cry and a laugh. The clan leaders standing behind him fell into silence, for due to their dispersal, they were unaware that the clan had declined to such an extent. Tsukumo Hatake observed from a distance, a wry smile gracing his lips as he recalled his counsel to Yashiki. Indeed, it is difficult to empathize with events that do not directly involve oneself. There was a reason he could not fully comprehend Yashiki's plight. Once he had regained his composure, Yashiki retrieved a pre-prepared agenda from his pocket. He had no intention of delivering empty platitudes. Instead, he aimed to present tangible benefits. Following a brief opening statement, he surveyed the anxious yet expectant faces before him and began to articulate his plans for clan welfare. The first item, of course, pertained to subsidies for newborns. Addressing the issue of population. Initially, he had intended to allocate 100,000 ryo per newborn, but he raised the amount to 200,000 on the spot. Although he anticipated that this figure would be adjusted in the future, the second item involved the establishment of a clan school, directly mirroring the 9-year compulsory education system. The third addressed the welfare system for clan ninjas. The fourth entailed the creation of a clan medical system. The fifth was the establishment of a longevity monument. After enumerating nearly a dozen initiatives, Yashiki fell silent. The clan members erupted in cheers, and he gestured for them to quiet down. Although they complied, their faces radiated uncontainable joy. Yashiro Bai Shi commenced instructing the clan's ninjas to disperse the assembly. Once the gathering had concluded, he reconvened with the clan leaders for yet another meeting, unashamedly allowing the village's own Shikamori Sakumo to eavesdrop. The purpose of this assembly was, of course, to solicit financial assistance from these ninja clans. However, Yashiro Bai Shi was not seeking to acquire their funds without recompense. He provided promissory notes, pledging to repay a specific sum annually, even calculating interest. The clan leaders, surprisingly, did not impose undue hardship upon him, and each ninja clan contributed whatever amount they could manage. Upon rough estimation, Yashiro Bai Shi found himself in debt for nearly 200 million ryo. After expressing his gratitude to the clan leaders, he gathered the clan's ninjas once more. In the meeting room, over 20 ninjas sat cross-legged on the floor, while Yashiro Bai Shi stood before them, a wry smile gracing his face. It was evident to all that the clan's circumstances were dire, and he implored them to lend their utmost dedication moving forward. The sole jonin of the clan was a 17-year-old female ninja whose appearance was unremarkable, likely a reflection of her father, the burly Bai Shi Moroku. Previously residing in the Asano clan territory, her name was Asano Rika, but upon returning, she had naturally adopted the name Bai Shi Rika. Rika possessed commendable talent, ascending to jonin status by the age of 17 without the aid of butterfly cultivation. A true prodigy, indeed. Esteemed clan leader, Rika ventured, regarding the welfare policies you mentioned earlier, I believe some should not be implemented. Indeed, we appreciate your intentions, but some initiatives seem excessive. Is it not sufficient to have a ninja academy rather than a clan school? And as for healthcare, the village already has a hospital. Establishing another seems redundant. I find this arrangement rather peculiar. It feels as if we are creating a village within the village. Is this truly appropriate? It appeared they had all discerned the underlying issues. Yashiro Bai Shi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from responding to their concerns and instead posed a question. Now that you have returned, would you be interested in learning secret techniques? He briefly outlined the advantages and disadvantages of such techniques, patiently awaiting their responses. Silence enveloped the room as they gazed at him, their expressions contemplative. Yashiro Bai Shi chuckled. Your silence shall be interpreted as acquiescence. Noticing that no one was inclined to withdraw, he nodded and summoned a spirit butterfly. Once the butterfly delivered the required butterfly seeds, Yashiro Bai Shi initiated the transmission of the secret techniques to them. When all was concluded, he produced a scroll from his robes, gesturing for them to examine its contents. The scroll contained a comprehensive directory of the clan's secret techniques, inclusive of even the forbidden arts. As the scroll returned to his possession, their gazes toward Yashiro Bai Shi grew fervent. They lacked for ninjutsu, having already mastered all he could teach. However, the secret techniques represented the essence of their clan. Only by acquiring these could they truly claim the status of prestigious ninjas. After careful consideration, Yashiro Bai Shi ultimately decided to impart the cocoon binding technique to them. Initially reluctant to do so, he recognized that it was necessary to prevent any potential leaks of information regarding the secret techniques. Yashikage Shirakushi compelled them to inscribe their names upon the spirit summoning scroll. Upon summoning the spirit butterfly, their expressions morphed into peculiar visages. Shirakushi found himself in a quandary. Having already prohibited the spirit butterfly from assuming human form in the presence of the clan members. However, the butterfly's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of their loved ones, leaving them vulnerable to tumultuous thoughts. Allow me to clarify, the spirit butterfly is merely what it is. Do not overthink it. The intricacies of the secret arts will be imparted to you by the spirit butterfly. Additionally, I shall organize the family's ancient texts for your perusal within the clan. After much contemplation, Shirakushi felt it was time to disperse the gathering. Once all clan members had departed, he clenched his fists. Certain matters were intended to be executed discreetly. Yet witnessing the clan's dire state ignited a fervor within him that demanded release. Thus, he proclaimed his intentions openly. Not only did the clan members sense the abnormality, but even the clan leaders exchanged furtive glances. They refrained from advising Shirakushi, having already reached a consensus. The subsequent actions now rested with the third generation. In the Hokage office, the 4 senior officials of Konoha gathered, an infrequent occurrence. Shikaka Nara was reporting on Shirakushi's policies within the clan. Upon hearing about the clan's educational system, the third Hokage's countenance darkened. mirrored by the grim expressions of the remaining three. Their faces turned even graver upon learning about the medical system and the Eternal Life Monument. Once Shikaka concluded his report, he exited the office, leaving matters beyond his purview. The atmosphere within the office descended into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Danzō abruptly smashed a cup upon the floor. Sarutobi, I have long warned you against naivety. Look at what he has wrought. The third Hokage remained silent, fixating on the shattered cup. Now what shall we do? Inquired Koharu Yuditane. Shirakshi's actions must not be tolerated. If the spirit clan adopts his methods, what purpose do we serve? Retorted Hamura Mitokado. Danzō's single eye glinted with malice. Let us act swiftly. While they are still nascent, we must eradicate the root of the problem. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage erupted in fury. Danzō, you are absolutely forbidden from taking unilateral action. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Danzō replied. You have witnessed how the spirit butterfly has become a malignant growth within the village. Do you intend to stand idly by while it proliferates? Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, both sealing their lips tightly. Violence resolves nothing. They are part of Konoha, and we have no justification to turn against our comrades within the village. Observing their silence, Danzō inwardly cursed these two for their indecisiveness, always expecting him to bear the burden. If you merely require a justification, I could present you with 10. For the sake of Konoha, they must be eradicated. I shall speak with Shirakshi, urging him to abandon such methods. He is far too naive. Cannot you see that he has premeditated this? The third Hokage furrowed his brow deeply, recognizing the myriad issues stemming from Shirakshi's actions. The clan's grievances could be tolerated, for the number of shinobi from the Misdirection clan was indeed few. The medical system could also endure. However, the existence of the Eternal Stone was something he could not abide. Names of those who had perished in battle for the village were meant to be inscribed upon the memorial stone, a long-standing tradition within the community. Should Yicheng Bai Shi etch the names of his clan's fallen upon the Eternal Stone, what would become of the memorial? Mere rubbish? If such actions were permitted to continue, other clans would undoubtedly follow suit, and the memorial would lose its power to unite the hearts of the people. The sacrifices made by shinobi for their village would become a farce, and even the will of fire would be rendered a joke. The third Hokage's mind raced with thoughts. Should he take action or refrain? Observing the hesitation in his demeanor, Danzō snickered derisively and left in a huff. Yicheng Bai Shi spent the entire night in sleepless contemplation. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of his actions, yet he chose to proceed regardless. It was not due to a lack of intellect, but rather a necessity. He needed to delineate a boundary between his clan and the village. Otherwise, he would encounter even greater troubles in the future. A severed connection, instead of fostering false hopes among his clan towards the village, would serve his future ambitions far better. He was uncertain whether the third Hokage would take decisive action against the Misdirection clan. Thus, he had already established contact with other clans, ready to compel the third to swallow his pride should a crisis arise. As for the reliability of these clans, Yicheng Bai Shi believed they could be trusted. If the third were to capitulate once, he would inevitably be forced to do so again and again. Did he truly think the other clans did not desire such outcomes? They had long yearned for this, merely lacking the courage to act. Yicheng Bai Shi was willing to be the vanguard, and they were eager to follow suit. Though this would undoubtedly escalate tensions with the third, the benefits for them would be considerable. Not only would it strengthen the loyalty within their own ranks, but it would also set a precedent for the shinobi of the village to emulate. The concept of a puppet Hokage was not mere rhetoric. The identity of the Hokage would be determined entirely by the shinobi clans, rather than through nominations by the Hokage or decrees from the feudal lords. Yicheng Bai Shi was fully aware of their ulterior motives. His willingness to act as a harbinger was far from simplistic. In recent times, after news leaked of the third's proposal for him to lead a formal squad, many had come to persuade him otherwise. Caught between the village and these clans, he had reached the brink of exasperation. Seizing the moment to take decisive action, he resolved to communicate a singular message through force. As a shinobi, one must let strength speak. He had no desire to engage in hypocritical politics. If one could kill him, then so be it. If not, they should learn to endure. Having strength yet being coerced into perpetual compromise had long since worn him thin. By cooling the relations between his clan and the village, the latter might settle down and focus on development. If not, they would fight. After a confrontation, he would find fewer troubles to vex him, allowing for peaceful years of preparation for the inevitable shinobi world war to come. He would stir the waters. Should they find themselves outmatched, he would summon the entirety of the Misdirection clan. With over a dozen elite shinobi and more than 100 jonin at his disposal, he doubted the third would dare to challenge him. In summary, the intention is to force the third Hokage to swallow his pride, which would ultimately contribute to the collapse of the Will of Fire. He aims to tear down the veil of modesty within the village, indifferent to how it may appear, and ensure that all villagers witness this conflict rather than remain lost in the dreams of a hypocritical peace constructed by the third. Regrettably, until dawn, Ishikiyoshi did not await anyone's arrival. Butterflies fluttered in from the outside, disappearing into his sleeves. Was it truly so simple to endure? Ishikiyoshi did not entertain such a possibility. After dining, Rihei sought him out. The disciples of the Hokage, Orochimaru and Tsunade, have come to see you. Ishikiyoshi remained silent for a moment before replying, "Bring them in." It seemed the third still harbored the naive hope of resolving matters through dialogue. Since he had embarked on this path, there was no reason to turn back. You have changed remarkably in these 2 months. You exude an increasing aura of authority befitting a clan leader. As soon as Orochimaru entered, he began to spew venom with his words. Tsunade glared coldly at Ishikiyoshi. As a member of the Senju clan, which had founded this village, she would view anyone threatening the village with hostility. Ishikiyoshi, lacking the patience for idle chatter, coldly stated, "State your business or leave." Orochimaru retracted his smile, his tongue flicking across his lips as his serpent-like pupils emanated a chilling aura of malice. The ground beneath Tsunade cracked under her feet. Ishikiyoshi chuckled coldly. "I advise you to recognize who I am." Tsunade retorted, "Those who become clan leaders are indeed different. Do you know who I am?" "Of course. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the niece of the second Hokage, the apprentice of the third Hokage, and the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade." Ishikiyoshi recited her lengthy titles with a teasing tone. "You insolent fool!" Tsunade shouted angrily, her feet propelling her forward with such force that the ground yielded to her might, creating 2 deep craters. In a flash, she charged at him, delivering a powerful punch. Ishikiyoshi remained unmoved, extending his palm to meet her strike. The moment their fists collided, a fierce gust of wind erupted. Yashiro Shiraishi felt the immense power emanating from the fist, and he let out a cold laugh. "How naive to think you can use the acceleration technique I taught you against me." With a sudden surge of chakra, he swiftly retracted his palm before striking upward to meet Tsunade's punch, uttering a single word, "Collapse." Tsunade initially believed that Shiraishi's retreat was due to being overwhelmed by her strength. Little did she know that as Shiraishi's palm met hers once more, an unusual force transmitted through her arm, resulting in a sharp crack at her shoulder, sending her flying backward. Hidden shadow snake ants. Orochimaru extended his hand, and several thick serpents emerged from his sleeve, coiling around Tsunade to gently lower her to the ground. Upon landing, Tsunade quickly examined her shoulder, discovering it had merely dislocated. Gritting her teeth, she exerted a slight force, and with a crack, her dislocated arm returned to its proper position. Determined to press forward, Tsunade attempted to charge again, but Orochimaru intervened. "Our master did not send us here to engage in battle." After restraining Tsunade, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Shiraishi, smirking coldly. "Your strength has always been a mystery, even to Kakashi Hitaki. That brief exchange has already left Tsunade at a disadvantage, in her area of expertise no less. Pray tell, what is the source of your confidence that drives such foolish behavior?" "Foolish behavior?" Shiraishi glared at Orochimaru and took a step forward, contemplating an attack, but ultimately refrained. The wretched serpent lying on the ground could hardly comprehend the taste of soaring through the skies. Engaging in verbal sparring, Shiraishi was more than willing to continue. Upon hearing the two exchanging barbs, Tsunade snorted dismissively and turned to leave. With a grim expression, Orochimaru watched her depart before remarking, "Do you truly understand the implications of your actions? This is an internal matter of my clan, and even the Hokage cannot meddle in the affairs of the ninja clans. Foolishness has its limits, even with overwhelming strength. Do not forget that the Hokage controls the economic lifeline of all ninja clans." Shiraishi furrowed his brow. The issuance of all village tasks was under the Hokage's authority, and even the financial allocations from the daimyo were under the Hokage's control. Such interests were beyond his reach, unless he were to become Hokage himself. Should he contact the daimyo? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, yet he remained defiant. And if so, I do not believe he would dare sever the economic lifeline of the ninja clans. He could very well cut off your clan's economic resources. Do you truly think a mere 200 individuals could be sustained by the support of a dozen ninja clans? Do you expect the other clans to sustain you for a lifetime? Shiraishi curled his lip, beginning to grasp the third Hokage's strategy. First, he allowed Orochimaru to threaten him, and then, upon their meeting, he would offer him some benefits. Accepting those benefits would inevitably mean agreeing to his terms. Perhaps it was intentional for Tsunade to follow along. The third Hokage was well aware of her temperament, making her an excellent gauge for testing his own strength. This was all exceedingly dull. Upon contemplation, Yicheng Bai Shi did not articulate his thoughts, but instead seized the opportunity to probe Orochimaru regarding the intentions of the third Hokage. What does it truly mean for the third to send you here? Orochimaru extended 2 fingers and remarked, "The clan studies and the longevity stone are not matters for the ninja clan to engage in. What if I insist on pursuing it?" Bai Shi retorted, "I have no desire to become your adversary." A smirk played at the corners of Bai Shi's mouth as he regarded Orochimaru with a glint of amusement. Such sentiments are not typically expressed by a disciple of the Hokage. Might it be that you harbor some concern for me, your deskmate? Orochimaru's expression shifted awkwardly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly declared, "In the past, I envied your noble lineage, but now you appear quite pitiable." Bai Shi blinked in surprise, pointing at himself. "You envy me yet pity me, Orochimaru. How peculiar you've become. I have conducted some inquiries and have come to understand the reasons behind your clan's decline. Primarily due to the second Hokage, am I correct?" Bai Shi fell silent. "After the Ninja World War, your parents perished during a routine mission. I speak the truth. Do I not?" Bai Shi's gaze bore into Orochimaru, and had it been anyone else who dared to unearth his wounds, they would have faced dire consequences. Yet, today as Orochimaru intrigued him, he was curious about what he might reveal. Observing Bai Shi's expression, Orochimaru became animated and began to lick his lips. "Naturally, your parents must have been formidable to survive the Ninja World War. It is utterly unreasonable for them to have fallen during an ordinary task. I reviewed that mission. It involved the Uchiha clan, did it not? It was not solely the Uchiha. There were certainly others involved." Orochimaru leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "I can inform you that Danzō was also involved." "Orochimaru, do you presume I could not deduce such matters?" Orochimaru's grin widened. "So, you seek vengeance, do you? Danzō has always harbored animosity towards you regarding this incident, which has strained your relationship with the village. You distrust the village's leadership, and they, in turn, do not trust you. If this situation persists, you may survive, but your clan members will be in peril." Bai Shi's countenance darkened as he inquired, "Are you threatening me?" "This is not a threat, it is the truth. Danzō has already commenced his machinations." It was not surprising that Danzō would take action, but the curious aspect remained why Orochimaru chose to share this information with him. "Orochimaru, speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution." Finally revealing his fangs, Orochimaru stated, "I have a keen interest in you and the ninja clan that stands behind you." Bai Shi's expression morphed into one of incredulity, and after a moment, he erupted into wild laughter. "Orochimaru, are you attempting to persuade me to ally with you? On what grounds? The identity of a Hokage disciple is far from sufficient. Your strength is grossly inadequate." Bai Shi unleashed a torrent of chakra, and in an instant, Orochimaru's countenance changed dramatically. He had never encountered such an overwhelming display of chakra. Seeing Orochimaru's sudden pallor, Bai Shi coldly ceased his chakra outburst, crossing his arms with an air of haughty superiority. Orochimaru's expression was dark, nearly dripping with foreboding. "Indeed, you have outpaced me for the moment, but do not presume I shall remain in your shadow indefinitely. I do not seek your allegiance, rather. I believe we could forge a partnership." Shiroishi Yoshihiro narrowed his eyes. "How do you propose we collaborate?" "Support my ascent to Hokage, and I shall grant you everything you desire. Even the lives of those high-ranking officials?" "Absolutely." "Orochimaru, do you take me for a child? I will demonstrate my sincerity. How about I provide you with information regarding Danzō? Given your current prowess, eliminating him should be a simple task." "Information on Danzō?" Shiroishi Yoshihiro finally began to regard Orochimaru with earnestness. Now was not the time to eliminate Danzō. The turmoil in Konoha had yet to unfold, and he could not afford to have his plans thwarted prematurely. He still relied on Danzō to instigate conflict, prolonging the war indefinitely. As for his animosity towards Danzō, once his scheme succeeded, he would relish the sight of Danzō's expression. To think about how grotesque Danzō would appear when everything he claimed to cherish, Konoha, his clan, his very existence, was stripped away was positively exhilarating. True vengeance lies in the exquisite torment of the heart. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, since Orochimaru had access to Danzō's information, it indicated that he had become a valuable asset. The third Hokage was indeed grooming Orochimaru as a successor. "First, divulge Danzō's intelligence to me." Orochimaru retrieved a slip of paper from his robe and handed it over. This is his stronghold. After perusing the document, Shiroishi Yoshihiro incinerated it. Orochimaru, I am persuaded of your sincerity, yet I find it curious that you harbor aspirations of becoming Hokage. Orochimaru hesitated, then retorted. As a disciple of the Hokage, why should I not aspire to become one myself? Are you serious? Do you think I jest? Shiroishi Yoshihiro clicked his tongue. An untainted Orochimaru was rather dull. Nevertheless, Orochimaru had unhesitatingly shared Danzō's intelligence, indicating that his true nature was beginning to surface. Clearly, he had been scheming for some time. Orochimaru, the third should not have entrusted you with such matters. Mixing personal ambitions with duty is unwise. What will you do if he discovers this? Even if he finds out, it matters not. He cannot compel your loyalty, but I can. Orochimaru chuckled. This is your sole option, and besides, you do not seem to harbor any disdain for me. Coincidentally, I do not dislike you either. We possess a foundation of mutual trust, having been contemporaries and classmates. Should I ascend to Hokage, with the backing of my mentor and your support, Konoha shall flourish rapidly. And the unification of the ninja world will no longer be a mere dream. The notion of world unification was audacious. Yet Shiroishi Yoshihiro could not bear to extinguish Orochimaru's fervor. Orochimaru, let us speak pragmatically. What benefits might I derive from this? Others anticipate my rise to Hokage. If I were to suddenly pivot and support you, I would need to provide them with a justification. After Yashikage Shiraishi uttered these words with a smile, he fixated his gaze intently on Orochimaru. He was exceedingly curious about the source of Orochimaru's audacity, wondering how he could dare to attempt the impossible of a snake swallowing an elephant without fear of bursting. Whatever you can conceive, I can procure, he asserted. Even forbidden techniques from the village's scrolls? Orochimaru's expression darkened, yet he eventually nodded in affirmation. Shiraishi's pupils constricted. Did Orochimaru genuinely possess such capability now? Or was he merely a pawn utilized by the third Hokage to maintain stability? Regardless, Shiraishi perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity, an encounter with the village's forbidden techniques. His current strength was commendable, yet he was far from invincible. Though he lacked neither chakra nor ninjutsu, and even possessed forbidden techniques, he yearned for those that were extraordinarily potent. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique. He was almost certain he could master it, and perhaps even his clansmen could as well. Given that the Butterfly clan inherently possessed spatial techniques, it subtly afforded those who nurtured the butterfly seed the potential to learn the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru, I can place my trust in you, but gaining the support of other ninja clans rests upon your shoulders, he declared. Orochimaru smiled, stating, those clans support you merely to gain benefits through your endeavors. I can achieve more than you, leaving them no reason not to support me. Shiraishi chuckled coldly, eager to make Orochimaru recognize reality. A commoner's aspiration to gain the recognition of a clan leader was nothing short of a delusion. The barriers of class were far more formidable than anything else. A headlong charge against them would yield nothing but bloodshed and injury. Those not born into ninja clans often struggled to comprehend the pride that clans held over the common folk, much like the Senju could disregard the majority of ninja clans. Perhaps in the future, the title of the Legendary Three could earn Orochimaru the respect of these clans, yet the current iteration of Orochimaru, still a fledgling serpent, stood no chance. Well, Shiraishi had no intention of disclosing this truth. Life is inherently fraught with suffering, and the pain of encountering obstacles would likely serve to illuminate Orochimaru's reality, indirectly aiding his growth. Your confidence is commendable. I shall arrange for them to meet you. Now, state the conditions set forth by the third Hokage. Orochimaru, beaming with delight, responded, the master will certainly not permit the establishment of a longevity monument by the ninja clans. And those of your butterfly lineage must attend the Ninja Academy. Shiraishi's eyes darted around thoughtfully. The longevity monument can be omitted, but I must establish the clan school. Orochimaru pondered. I understand your desire to cultivate your trusted confidants, yet with so few children in your clan, is it truly worthwhile to establish a school? That is my concern. Furthermore, I require Danzō to cease all actions targeting those of the butterfly lineage, while the third Hokage must increase our clan's mission quota and provide financial support. After nodding, Orochimaru inquired, is that all? Shiraishi cast him a sidelong glance. Only upon your fulfillment of these conditions shall we lay the foundation for cooperation. Orochimaru chuckled, extending a hand in camaraderie to a fruitful collaboration. Shiraishi, smiling broadly, reciprocated the gesture to a fruitful collaboration. After Orochimaru departed, Yicheng Bai Shi fell into a deep contemplation. Initially, he had no intention of collaborating with Orochimaru, yet the promises made by him had piqued his interest. However, he found himself questioning Orochimaru's true capabilities. It seemed highly probable that this was orchestrated under the directive of the third Hokage. If this were indeed the case, recalling the intelligence Orochimaru provided regarding Danzō sent a chill down his spine. The third Hokage betraying Danzō? Surely not. Was the intelligence merely a trap? If he were to eliminate Danzō, they could easily ambush him, leaving no opportunity for excuses or escape. Although the likelihood of success was slim, such a treacherous maneuver hardly resembled the third Hokage's character. It bore a striking resemblance to Danzō's own style. If Danzō were the puppeteer behind this, exploiting his animosity to draw him out, then after eliminating him, there would be no evidence left behind. The corners of Yicheng Baishi's eyes twitched wildly. Had he not refrained from killing Danzō, he might have fallen into this perilous pit. This wretched fellow, when roused to fury, would betray even himself. A master of manipulation indeed. Truly, the king of Konoha, who had sacrificed everything for the village, could be deemed the strongest in the realm of schemes. Once he grasped this realization, Yicheng Baishi understood the source of Orochimaru's apparent prowess. With Danzō's backing, he could obtain anything he desired. With a cold snort, Yicheng Baishi resolved to engage Danzō in a game of wits. While he may not possess the cunning of the seasoned veterans, he certainly had his own arsenal of tactics. Recently feeling discontented, using Danzō as a vent for his frustrations would simultaneously serve to intimidate the Hokage faction, a splendid twofold strategy. Yet, how to proceed? Yicheng Baishi pondered carefully. Should he directly lead a force to confront Danzō? No, such an approach would irrevocably sever ties, and the third Hokage would not remain passive. Moreover, Danzō was not a fool. He would likely sense his approach. A solitary meeting. It appeared this was his only recourse. Danzō, intent on eliminating him, would undoubtedly be well prepared. Fortunately, he had concealed his true strength, or he might have found himself in dire straits. Yicheng Baishi began to assess his abilities. In terms of physical prowess, he had achieved a level akin to an elite jonin, with his most effective technique being the lightning instant body. Recently, he had been developing a unique martial art, aiming to create a harmonious blend of rigidity and softness. It resembled Tai Chi from a past life, yet was entirely distinct. By harnessing chakra to invigorate his body, he sought to form a system of martial arts akin to the Hyuga's gentle fist. The strike that had previously caught Tsunade off guard was derived from this very technique. Though still imperfect, it required further practice to refine. As for ninjutsu, he was well versed in various elemental techniques, including advanced forms of Rasengan, the lightning release forbidden technique, lightning prison, and his own creation, the 5-element fusion spear. Speaking of which, he had yet to name this ninjutsu. Perhaps he could call it the ultimate 5 elements breaking wheel spear? No, that was too elaborate. Let's keep it simple and name it the 5-wheel spear. As for secret techniques, Danzō would undoubtedly be on guard. Among the ambushers would surely be members of the Yamanaka clan, unless he resorted to forbidden techniques. Currently, the only forbidden techniques he has mastered are the butterfly explosion and the poison explosion. The butterfly explosion utilizes exploding butterflies that absorb chakra for self-detonation, with the explosive power of a single butterfly rivaling that of 10 explosive tags. His current chakra capacity allows him to support 1,000 exploding butterflies, and he can control the detonation location, akin to explosive tags with sight, representing a unique variant of the mutual explosive tags, albeit with a tremendous chakra expenditure. The poison explosion is a concoction of poison powder that he has developed himself, dismissing the formulas recorded in his family's archives. He commands the summoned butterflies, laden with poison powder, to soar through the skies, dispersing their toxic payload. When combined with the water release, rain mist technique, the resulting venom, upon contact with a person, inflicts grievous burns that create gaping wounds, an enhanced version of acid rain. Anyone caught within the technique's range is corroded down to their very bones, impervious even to earth-release defenses. Its extensive range makes it a formidable weapon on the battlefield, though it is exceedingly cruel and poses a risk of collateral damage to himself. Fortunately, their clan possesses a flight technique. Otherwise, Bai Shi Yicheng would never have dared to learn such a forbidden art. Bai Shi Yicheng's claim of their family's flight technique was not a mere fabrication. The butterfly wing technique expends a considerable amount of chakra to manifest butterfly wings on his back, with flight speed varying from individual to individual. The technique's effect is somewhat akin to the Akimichi's butterfly transformation, yet the outcomes are entirely different. The transformation serves to enhance strength, while their butterfly wings offer no utility beyond flight. rendering it somewhat redundant and excessively draining on chakra. Even without unsealing the chakra within him, he possesses the chakra capacity of an elite genin. If he were to utilize the butterfly wing technique, he could likely sustain flight for a mere 2 minutes before exhaustion sets in. Presently, he employs the butterfly wing technique solely in conjunction with the poison explosion. A modest utility at best, this encapsulates his current abilities. In terms of combat prowess, he might be classified as a formidable contender among shadow-level ninjas. To ascend to the realm of super shadow-level contenders, he must develop or acquire extraordinary forbidden techniques. He has already set his sights on the forbidden techniques inscribed in the village's scrolls. With this thought, Bai Shi Yicheng wore a wry smile. Danzō's ploy to ensnare him would not be so easily realized. It would be a disservice to his cunning to partake in only a few morsels of bait. Orochimaru undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, likely having conspired with Danzō. His purported desire for his support is but a ruse, likely aiming to exploit the interests of those from the ninja clans behind him. If he were to gain the approval of those clan leaders, Bai Shi would become nothing more than a stumbling block in his path. At that juncture, Orochimaru would be far more eager than Danzō to eliminate him. Bai Shi Yicheng smiled coldly. These individuals were calculating their strategies with remarkable precision, treating him as mere meat on a chopping block. It seems he had played the part of the fool for too long, completely taken for one. He arrived at the secret laboratory located beneath the clan grounds. Having abandoned a death forest, during the renovation of the clan's territory, he had discreetly constructed a vast research facility underground. Indeed, it is a research institute. Leveraging the chakra control abilities bestowed by the butterfly species, he intends to cultivate all butterfly-wielding ninjas into medical ninjas, aiding him in the advancement of various experiments. As for matters concerning combat, they are entirely entrusted to the Takamoto clan's ninjas. It is an unavoidable circumstance, given the current state of the butterfly. It would take at least 2 decades to restore it to its former glory. Time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to wait. Thus, it would be prudent to allow them to engage in preliminary skirmishes. Perhaps unexpected gains may arise. Upon entering a laboratory, he summoned the spirit of the ninja butterfly to procure an experimental specimen. Once the butterfly returned with the specimen, it delivered some rather disheartening news. There were few specimens left, as several had been eliminated by Mei. Bai Shi furrowed his brow. He was aware that Mei was in the midst of advancing her blood contract curse seal. However, where could he possibly acquire more specimens now? Setting this concern aside for the moment, he commenced his own experiment. His objective was to transform this specimen to mirror his own appearance, essentially a cosmetic alteration. The rationale behind this endeavor was to utilize it as a decoy for traps. With his current medical ninjutsu, a visage identical to his own soon materialized before him. Bai Shi nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin in contemplation. What method should he employ to exert control over this specimen? The blood contract curse seal was too conspicuous. What about genjutsu? His own genjutsu was rather lacking, while the Uchiha clan excelled in this domain. It seemed prudent to capture a few more Uchiha specimens in the future. The Sharingan's abilities would prove exceedingly advantageous. When the time came, he could inscribe the blood contract curse seal upon them, leaving them no choice but to comply. He could manipulate them using the butterfly species without attracting any suspicion. Suddenly, the entity within him spoke up. Bai Shi was taken aback. Recalling that he had neglected a crucial matter, namely, to have a proper discussion with the entity. He gradually sensed that something was amiss. Not only was the entity's power unusual, but his own abilities appeared to be equally off. Previously, Bai Shi had mentioned that the power bestowed by the butterfly species included the ability to absorb chakra, enhance chakra control, and possess extraordinary perceptive abilities. However, he now found himself experiencing only an enhancement in chakra control, while his perceptive abilities remained stagnant, as if he had never progressed at all. Furthermore, the capacity to absorb chakra was equally perplexing. The rate at which he absorbed chakra from both Jinin and Jounin was strikingly identical. This was exceedingly odd. The entity was undoubtedly concealing something from him.